flat planar X. That's why they call it an X. If it were a curve, you'd be doing a whole different set of geometry. You wouldn't have to even use a perpendicular grid.
Like, if all you have to do is change your elevation, measure your straight line of sight to the horizon, and plot the data, and see if all those like horizon points align to a horizontal surface, or whether they start curving down and start getting lower and lower from each other. That's all you have to do, and people have done it multiple times. And
no, they don't. No, because all you can do is see into the horizon, which is going to be your X. It's going to be at the same plane as what's below you that you're standing on or that your boat's on. When you look at the horizon as far as you can see, that's going to be your X under you. When you reach that point, it's still going to be under you. It's just a plane. There's no observation of curvature. When you're doing celestial navigation, there's no observation of curvature. So there's no need to plot for it, ever.
It's you don't need to plot for it. The plot comes out of the data. If forget celestial navigation, if we're just finding distance to the horizon and our angle to the horizon, and we plot that on a graph, and the points start getting lower and lower from each other the higher up you go, it shows we're on a flat surface. I mean, on a curved surface, not a flat one.
You're saying the horizon that you're looking at, you raise an elevation in one point, and you're saying the horizon gets lower and lower.
From the other horizon points.
No, it doesn't.
Again,
the horizon is only an apparent thing to your eyeballs. It's not a geometrical thing, and it will always rise to your eye level and elevation.
Then we don't have dip angles if it rises to your eye level.
Yeah, you do have dip angles because the horizon is below you. If you're on a boat, it's below you. When you get there, it's the same water that's under your boat. It's zero plane. You're just above it.
See, but if it rises to your eye level and our horizontal is at our eye level, then the angle between our eye level and the horizon is zero.
I didn't say that the horizon was actually at your eye level. It only appears that way because you don't see an edge.
But
there's no edge to start going below you, so that horizon will always be below you no matter how high you go.
But that's
it's always zero.
We're measuring where the horizon appears in through the eyepiece of the theodolite. And if the horizon always appears to meet at eye level, then there is no angle for the theodolite to measure, regardless of whether it is below or not. If it appears to, the theodolite cannot measure what it cannot see.
Why? Your elevation is what's above that point on the horizon.
Yes,
that horizon to under your boat is your baseline. That's your X. You above that is the angle of that elevation. That's all. When you're correct for your dip angle, you're bringing yourself down to that baseline.
But if the theodolite sees the horizon rise up at eye level, then it cannot measure a dip angle because there is no dip angle. The horizon is at the eyepiece of the theodolite. There is no angle measured.
You are a parallel level above that horizon. The theodolite recognizes that because it's recognizing a vertical and a level at that height. That level is going to be parallel to your base level, not tangent to, parallel to in elevation. So that's why you're the one taking the dip angle for you, the observer, to come back down to zero.
But the thing is, I've also done this for a flat Earth, and I've taken these dip angles for a flat Earth compared to a spherical one, and where the horizon should be, or where your line of sight intersects and where the horizon is, they also don't match up.
The horizon, the horizon's at ground level. Do you agree with that?
Where should it be? Where should it be?
I'm sending a photo to Venus again. Thank you, Venus, again for all of this. Appreciate it.
Tell us, where should the horizon be? Tell us.
This is an example at a specific altitude, but again, you can apply this to any sort.
Do you think the
They don't
horizon
match up.
is the horizon your X, your baseline?
The horizon is where your line of sight meets the ground.
Yeah, I know that, but is it your X, your baseline?
That would be your surface distance.
Is the horizon your X, your baseline for your angle? From under you to the horizon, is that your X? You seem to know a whole lot of stuff except these fundamentals.
Yeah, Rocket Man, your answer to that should technically be no. You know that, right? Because the Earth is curving below X, the X plane from the observer, right?
Yeah, so you have a horizontal distance to the horizon, which is if you extend your your established horizon out to where the horizon is vertically, and then draw a line. You can either draw it vertically to your horizontal or vertically from the surface of the Earth. The distance slightly vary. That would be your X, and then you have your hypotenuse, which is your line of sight to the horizon.
No. That point, any point on the horizon is going to be 0 to the water under you. That the water is not going to rise or fall in elevation. So that's your
But you
X
said
plane.
it appears to rise to eye level.
Your X plane. And if you're above that and you take a tangent to that point on the horizon, that's a slanted line, not horizontal, out of level. It is not horizontal. If you're taking a tangent line from your elevation to the horizon point, okay, that is not a horizontal line.
It is. You can just your horizon emanates from your eye level, going out perpendicular from your vertical.
No,
and then that will
not perpendicular from your vertical, unless you're at 0. If you're taking a vertical in elevation, that's going to have a perpendicular to it, a horizontal. That will be above your horizon line because it'll be parallel to that because you're elevated above the horizon line.
Well, no, because that's why your perpendicular to the horizontal distance to the horizon is different than perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
No, it's not. That's where your problems are, because the whole grid is perpendicular. Starts with the baseline of 0. You go in elevation, this is a grid. These are all 90 degrees. You go in elevation, take another horizontal, take another vertical. You're going to be parallel to your 0, to your X. So now, if your X extends out to the horizon, which it does, that's still your planar X. When you look at it from an elevation point and you take a tangent, it won't be a parallel horizontal. It'll be a slant from horizontal to the horizon. That line will not be horizontal.
I feel like we're just getting mixed a lot in the which lines are which.
I'm just really telling you quite simply where you're in error of what you think is horizontal or not. A tangent will not be horizontal.
No, your horizontal is what you establish from perpendicular to your vertical at your eye level. Your horizontal diverges away from the surface.
Are you claiming that your tangent is horizontal?
No, I'm saying your horizontal is your horizontal, and that diverges away from the surface of the Earth.
Which is horizontal.
Well, it can't be, otherwise it wouldn't diverge.
It's an X. It's flat. Yeah. Rocket Man, you need to brush up, buddy, because I don't think anybody here is really understanding why you're misunderstanding.
Well, I'm clearly not, because again, my predictions match reality every time. So clearly, I've got it right.
Your mathematical invocations match things that you assume, and you can do that with any shape and any assumption. Yeah,
I'd like to see someone do it for flat Earth. They haven't.
They always do. They've only done it planar. That's why you're using angles.
Nope.
Yeah, the X is the X, isn't it?
The
The X
WGS64 disagrees with you.
is the X a horizontal line?
On a Cartesian coordinate system, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess if you want it to be.
Yeah.
It's quite
Yeah.
arbitrary, but
Yeah. Do you believe that horizontal matches a water line?
depends what the surface the water's on and what forces are being applied.
Oh, I see. Do you believe that water is true level?
Yeah, it's at constant elevation above the Earth's surface.
Is level horizontal?
Nope.
I see.
Well, level's horizontal to a horizontal surface. Level isn't horizontal to a curved surface.
Level isn't horizontal to a curved surface, you say. Interesting. Now you're getting it. So far you've got the X, you've got your perpendiculars, you've got your plane, you've got horizontal, which is level. Level is horizontal, and it will match the water level, which is true level.
Level is not
So
horizontal.
far, these are only flat. These are only flat.
Level is a continuous distance above the surface. So level will conform to whatever that surface is at an equal elevation above it. It doesn't matter what shape it takes.
That's where you've been in the house too long. Water is true level.
Oh.
Yeah. And if anything's going to be level, then it's going to match a water level. And horizontal is equal to level. And if you're out of level, i.e., if it doesn't match a water level, it's not horizontal.
Well, the thing is, water first off conforms to any forces that are exerted on it. So,
no, it
and
doesn't.
Second of all,
water is true level. No, you stop right there.
It does.
You stop right there. Water does not do that. That's not how it's applied. That's not how it's used. Water is, quote unquote, true level. That's how we know. That's why we use something like a spirit level, because it's 100% of the time.
So if I apply a force to some water, it's going to stay level, or is it going to conform to the force that I apply to it?
Nobody's applying force. Nobody's getting in it and splashing around. It's water at rest. It's true level. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's why we use it. That's why when we hang a weighted line for a plumb, we don't jack with it. We don't magnetize it. We don't push it around. We don't kick it. We let it rest, and it's going to ask the earth where vertical is. Earth's going to tell it, this is your vertical, straight up and down. This is balance.
Yep.
Here's your horizontal. This one's level. Water will submit and obey to this. It'll show you what level is when you ask. It's not arbitrary. You don't get to make it up with math.
You've got it. So if the Earth tells water that down is towards the surface, therefore it would conform to a sphere. If down is always towards the surface, you get it. Good job.
It doesn't tell down, does it? Water only reacts to the medium it's in, as everything does.
And
but
the forces that are applied to it.
You can count on water being true level. That's for sure. You can take that one to the bank, because you'll never see it curving. You'll never use water to measure any kind of curve. And all these things you're talking about with these angles and elevation and tangents and all that's strictly planar stuff you're talking about. You haven't invoked any curve. There's no need to. We're doing it all with straight line angles, a nice, beautiful X and Y. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it matches everything else.
Not like quite, otherwise my model wouldn't work every time it does.
Like I say, you can have a triangle and you can morph it where every line in there is corkscrewing, and you can mathematically invocate something to say this is a triangle, but it's not. It's not. It's some freak of a shape that's not real and not used in geometry. Yeah. If it's not 3 lines, 3 angles, you're not dealing with a triangle. Now, your spherical trig is what you're trying to get up in here. Yeah, but it's not welcome because it's not used. It's not truly applied. It's not truly applied with the hand.
I've applied it, and it works.
That's great for you. But the thing is you can take all that BS out of there just use your flat angles. Yeah.
So basic trig. But the thing is, when I used basic trig, it didn't work, and it's quite important that I got it right because it was used for GPS finding our rocket that we were launching. So, yeah, I tried using basic trig,
That's
it
the
didn't work, so I
silliest
had to
thing. You're
use the
talking about
Haversine formula.
rocket. Yeah, your rocket trajectories are going to go off a flat plane too, brother. Yeah, you're not going anywhere in your rockets.
That's why I
So,
used the Haversine formula, and it works.
yeah, the Haversine. Yeah, your big mathematical correction to things. Yeah, to make it seem like you're on a sphere, but you're not. You take that
Well,
formula out of there and you're just using X, elevation, the horizon, like
made the
people
formula,
do when
it
they're
doesn't
lost
work.
at sea. Yeah,
If you take
these are the
it out, it
things.
doesn't work.
It does
Well,
work.
again,
It
why,
doesn't.
Rocket Man, are you ignoring the fact that we're not using trigonometry when we're doing celestial navigation? Yeah,
Because you should.
Well, you can't because again, trigonometry can only give you an accurate value when you know at least one side of that angle. Yeah, so you don't know the distance to these celestial bodies. They're only an apparent location that's central to the observer in the celestial sphere that we see. So it's not trigonometry to the stars. You just have completely ignored that a million times, and you keep repeating yourself over and over again. Yeah.
Oh my God.
If I may, AJ, I think there's an inherent there's an inherent assumption on his side that's leading him to omit or preventing him from actually acknowledging that. In their worldview, they perceive the celestial objects as points in space, right? Like a physical body of whatever, gas, burning gas in their,
Yes.
right? Hovering in some XYZ coordinate in space relative to them. This is an inherent assumption that they haven't validated, but it's a necessary assumption if they are to use their formulas because it all operates in Euclidean space, and all points in Euclidean space are exactly that. They're points. They're points that you can draw lines to and measure angles to. If these are not the case, if these like you're saying, if these are just apparent points, it completely throws everything out of the water.
Well, yeah, and they are because they're observer dependent. Yeah. And you can see this for yourself. I mean, if you're out on the beach
Right.
at night and you're looking at the moon, each side of you will be dark and you'll have a direct moonbeam directly to your feet. And this will occur wherever you stand. These objects are observer dependent. And due to the vast distances to them and the way they move across the sky, it's all relative to the position of the observer on Earth.
Yeah.
So,
Because Rocket Man, if you consider the possibility that your model, okay, is one of at least one other, right? Then you may be able to perceive what we're talking about. Say, for example, if you take your model and you transform it such that the surface that you're operating on, okay, becomes flat, and the same mapping that was used to transform that circle into something that's flat is operated on whatever goes on above it, you get a nonlinear, it's a nonlinear mapping, right? The function to do that is unknown. I'm not saying it's a known thing, but in theory, this can be so, right? And you would get the same results. But you don't want to look at that because in your worldview, the ground has to be curving and everything above it is points in space. As opposed to the ground being flat and what's going on up there is nonlinear. You don't want to acknowledge that possibility. So, hey.
And then that brings us back to the diagram that you posted of your 69 miles not working, only working on a globe. The first issue I can see with this diagram is that the globe model that you've drawn here, you're drawing your radial lines all hitting the curve from directly above the observer. This would only be valid if Polaris was close and not infinitely far away, which in your model, Polaris is infinitely far away. So you're contradicting your own assumption right there in the first instance.
I just realized he left.
That's what I was going to say. Did he leave, did he?
Motherfucker. He was here for a while.
He was, but it's just dismissal after dismissal and reassertion, and there's nothing.
Yeah, well, at the very least, he did post in the text chat about 4 minutes ago. He has to go, but thanks for having. He said thank you. So,
there you go, Roto Ox, man, you did a awesome job.
Well, thanks, man. I mean, you guys are doing good too. This stuff isn't real complicated. They're definitely not bringing anything new.
I needed to look at his.
Where did he get the idea that the horizon in a level theodolite should appear across it?
Peter, I think your mic, either you have a lot of wind or your mic is connections being like or something.
Well, the next point I wanted to raise with him, but I can put it out there for the audience. At 26 minutes past the hour from Oxford Dictionaries, horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to vertical. A horizontal line, similar, parallel, level, straight, opposite vertical. So his claim that parallel lines are all bending is completely incorrect as well, which he just denied.
So I was just wondering where he got the idea that the horizon in a leveled theodolite would appear at eye level.
I think that this is something that flat earthers, or some flat earthers, used to claim. I think that's one of the first things off. What's that guy's name? Eric Dubay. I think he's one of his videos. The horizon always rises to eye level, but in reality, it actually doesn't. It's always below eye level. But again, when we're navigating, we're not creating a tangent to the horizon. We're creating a horizontal reference to the horizon by adjusting our eye height from above sea level to a sea level reading.
But I think that was his dichotomy there at one stage. That's why I was trying to jump in and say, where should it be? Where's the horizon? Because I think he was thinking that, like, you on a flat Earth, right? You wouldn't need to do dip correction because you'd just be that your horizontal eye level meets the horizon. That's what I think he was like. That's what his dichotomy was. It's like, wait, what?
We don't really need it, and we don't use it in aeronautics. So when they use a sextant from a plane, they're leveling it to the artificial horizon, which is parallel to the surface of the Earth, yeah. And then they're measuring again that angle to an apparent star or an apparent location.
Yeah. And just to add, it's a very strange thing observing the celeste when we're talking about moving around on the ground, because it doesn't matter what the elevation of the observer is, the angle doesn't change that we take, which is a little strange to think about, but that's the way it is. So when
Yeah.
people talk about distances to the celeste, such a vague and scalable assumption, that's an immediate red flag. Just people claiming distances to any celestial object.
That's actually kind of a problem for their paradigm, because don't they claim that you can lie down at the beach and watch the sunset, then stand up and watch it set again?
Yeah, some guy claimed that.
Or you can go to the top of that tall building there, or Burj Khalifa or whatever it is.
Well, it's kind of a black swan sun.
Yeah, but I mean, this thing that happens in reality, where no matter your elevation, your angle to a celestial object is always the same, right? Doesn't really work out for them, because they claim that, like, well, if they can claim you can do that with the sun, why wouldn't you be able to do it with a star too, right? So it should change. The apparent angular distance between the horizon and the celestial object should change with the altitude. What they're claiming about the sun during the sunset, right?
Well, that's all true. But over the years, the claimed distances to, say, Venus, for example, one celestial object, it has changed because it's scalable. If it's scalable, you know, what is that really saying about what you know about the distance? So it's all guesswork at best from any human. Any human claiming they know distances to these things is like saying, they've made wax wings and they go to the sun. When I was younger, the sun was supposedly 3 million miles away. A little older, it was 12. Now look at us. These claims. It's 2025. They don't have that locked down yet.
Yeah, right. Might change again.
Sounds a little indecisive. Meanwhile, the X is so reliable. On the X, baby.
And if I'm not mistaken, even in, I think maybe in the last few years, if not more recent than that, they even updated the estimate, their estimates of the age of the universe, right? From 13 billion to 26 billion, a whole double. You know, it's an ongoing moving goalpost.
There's no money in solution.
Yeah. It's all in research, man. Because as you research, you find more problems to solve, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a very simple marketing. I hate to boil it all down, humanity, into marketing, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm not against doing research, right? Things can always be improved upon, but in this area, man, it seems to have been quite bastardized.
let's take a bleeding heart subject and say world hunger. Could that be solved? Could everybody be eating? I mean, if the will was there for humanity, I feel pretty confident in that. But no, you'll never see that happening. It's like climate change. It'll never get solved, right? It's always something that needs funding to progress. Just as an example, money is very coveted, come to find out, from humans. Power and access, right? High on the hog living. It's tempting. You'll see people sell out for that very thing. Some people even close to this server, like Jaren, right? Changed his tune real quick. So you see these spineless men acting on their greeds and impulses and temptations, and they'll say anything.
Did he get a sponsorship or something, or?
Well, I'm just saying his rhetoric is 180.
Yeah, it's suspicious. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Well, it's not to mar humanity in any way. It's more about individual filtering, right? I mean, once you see that the world is a wide spectrum of behaviors and that groupings for incentives and ambitions do happen. So, in other words, the world is full of BS, and the truth is there too. That's the interesting and beautiful part of it. But it's up to the individual to gather. I mean, if what I'm saying is, if we're in this trust market of it'll all be given to me on a plate, I don't have to work for it, like money or info. You got to work for info like you work for money. They don't just give it to you, right? But it's out there to be had. It's like seeking level. You got to want it. You got to look for it. So I'm just saying, I mean, it's not necessarily a conspiracy thing I'm talking about here. Really, what I'm talking about is all the blips on the individual's BS radar. I think that can be very agreed on. We see these things, we witness these things, we hear the news, we hear the media, we see these plots and ploys, right? We see these deceptions. What are you going to make of all that? You want to sit and say, well, why would they lie? You want to spend your time looking at that? That's fine. But once you understand that, yes, there are absolutely deceptions at play for you, the object, right? You're the target. But once you understand these types of things, it's what we nod to. It's what we allow in or not, right? That's the ultimate thing is for every individual. Doesn't matter about governments or anything like that. It's just an individual import of info. of what we allow. See, like Rocket Man, he allows all kinds of wiggle room in there. He lets other men get in there and wrench his wiring. He's okay with that. He will look at, say, the planar aspect, and he'll come up with every excuse as to why, but he won't look at his own as critically. So we see bias in the individual. And then I can look at that kind of individual and say, well, there's one. What can you do about that? If he doesn't truly want to critique his flaws or weaknesses or what could potentially be so, yes, his filtering of information, that's going to be on him. If you just flat out, when you say something like ignorant, it's truly ignorant. You just won't open the door and look at it, right? Like Rocket Man, you're just not going to look at it. It's right there in front of you. You just refute, you reject it. Much like rejecting level. You can build your structure and not ask a single thing of the earth about what level and plumb is. You go ahead and build that structure without it. And that's what these guys are like. In my opinion.
As for Rocket Man, I mean, at the very least, the guy's young. He said he was doing like an undergrad or going back for a bachelor's or something. I forget. You know, I think in my experience in these rooms, it's often been those who are in industry and young that tend to be the most hard-headed. They're right out of school. They just got taught all this information about how things work. They cling to it. They're hoping, I presumably, to go, use it, in the market and make a living for themselves. And, I'll grant them that, but it's the attitude that gets me. Because it's one thing to be like, hey, here's some stuff. I learned all this shit in school. It works, practically for the purposes I've been using it. I intend to, use this to make a living, but I'm open to seeing how things work and are used elsewhere by other people by other means. At least to just consider it, be like, oh shit, maybe there's something I don't know. I may not use it right now, but I'm open to listening. It's two completely different things, and I think the latter would be the wisest option, but not everybody is willing to. They see it as a threat, Well, it's like, oh, if I'm wrong, then I can't I can't go through with any of my prior ambitions because that means they're wrong. Maybe not. Maybe inaccurate or practically okay, but technically incorrect.
Yeah, it's kind of parsing out individuals because you also have the personality that probably comes in here and just lies, like I'm a professor, I'm a graduate, blah, blah, blah. And they're not. And I'm not sure what school is teaching celestial navigation in college, but I wasn't taught any of that. Earth angles and elevation angles, any of that, So I don't know. I mean, a lot of these people may come in here and just be completely BSing, but to parse out the personalities of those who might genuinely have questions, and you can the attitude, you can kind of tell if somebody's asking or if they're just fronting a stone wall,
Like
there are some people that come in here really want to know some stuff. It seems, yeah.
It reminds me of Scott Mackey, man. I hadn't seen him in a long time. They popped in the other day a couple times. I guess he got unbanned or something. He was always just like a creepy old man in the corner of the room, kind of just watching everybody, and piping in to say something. and it would just always derail whatever conversation's going on. Like that was his purpose, it seemed, you know.
There's that too. Just look at anything but this right here. There's that personality. Just completely obfuscating. How many things are there to look at besides this one specific thing? That's a wide buffet of choice right there. And if they can get you talking about these things and derail a fundamental conversation, that's a motive. I mean, I hate to get finger pointing like that at people's personalities, but this is a place where a lot of people come to this watering hole, so to speak, and there's no regulation on who can come. You get absolutely people with bad intention coming here as well.
I remember one thing that Scott did, which I actually appreciated, because it shined a spotlight on something very similar of what Rocket Man was talking about earlier, right? With the celestial navigation stuff. Scott actually broke down the model, or a comparison of the two models of performing celestial navigation on a globe versus a flat plane. And in that visual, I remember seeing the thing that I brought up to Rocket Man earlier, or I tried to without knowing that he actually left. It's exactly that in their model, and I think AJ pointed out too, where they presume a fixed point in space as opposed to not. Like the illustration highlighted that assumption. And it was very clear. There was the dot, there were the lines, there were the angles, and it was like, oh well, here are some unknowns that you take for granted, right? So I appreciated that moment because he took some time. Like he did the work on a calculator, the Desmos, graphing calculator, and all those things. So it took some effort, and okay, thank you, and then took like half an hour or an hour or something like that to present it. It was good because it kind of backfired on him, but not really, at least not to his perception. But it did. It did reinforce what I was talking about before, and others have talked about too. So it goes both ways, I guess. I don't know. There's always little nuggets in everything that happens.
Don't let them say tangent, guys. There is no curved surface. There is no circle. All right, I got to get on some patrol here.
Take it easy, brother.
Hey, what's up, niggers? Wow, niggers. Bye, guys.
Hello. Hello.
Meow, 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 meow.
Mr. Batman, are you here? Mr. Batman.
Meow.
When he said stage 3, like the container stuff, that is where I don't believe anything from Flat Earth. Stage 3 upwards. So stage 3, I believe you can have a gravity and gas and stuff to make an atmosphere. I do believe that. And upwards, all space shit, that seems to be like global side. But stage 1 and stage 2, or whatever, observational stuff, I am pretty much FE side. You know, we can demonstrate on the surface. Just save you.
Let's talk about gravity then. Let's talk about gravity.
I've gone
because you're saying that gravity can contain gas. Right?
It seems like it, yeah. It does seem like it with when enough mass is at play. And I'm not saying that the gravity is an effect from the mass, and that effect then somehow is used as a force on the matter to keep it on the surface. How, I don't know, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but what gives you the right or the grounds to say that? What experiments have you seen? What evidence have you seen that gravity is no longer pulling things upon larger masses, pulling masses to larger masses? Now you're giving gravity a new attribute. It can contain gas. Yeah?
Yeah.
So what evidence do you have to back that up? Because you're saying, oh, it seems that way.
Yeah, nothing but that itself, like no demonstrable, like localized scale experiment, or not even experiment, but nothing that I could show you. Absolutely nothing. But
Exactly.
again, it
So
comes down to faith, bro. It just comes down to
exactly.
faith. And,
So you said it seems that way. Hold on. You said it seems that way. Though. That was a wrong statement. It doesn't seem that way. You believe that, but without evidence, right?
Mhm.
That's a big difference to saying it seems as though. No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem as though. That's the theory. But that all
and I think there's
rhetoric.
One sec. It's what? Sorry, rhetoric.
Yeah, it's not bound.
It's not even rhetoric. It's just poor vocab on my part, bro. It's not.
No, but I mean the idea that gravity has any evidence that it can contain gas is just a faith-based claim without any evidence whatsoever.
No, sorry, that was wrong. No, that does. I'd have to go through. I've been watching a bunch of videos over the last few weeks, bro. But physics does seem to suggest that it's possible given enough mass. I've seen calculations. I cannot fucking repeat them to you, bro. But I need to start getting a folder.
So how much mass?
What is needed?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a case of how much mass is needed. I just think it's the more mass, the more gravity. I don't think there's a minimum required. I think everything, to a degree, by the looks of it, has gravitational fields. It's just the field is obviously negligible. It's that small, by the looks of it.
Have you seen any measurements that show mass attracting other mass?
No, it's more maths and atomic level shit. Oh, I think it is molecular level shit.
The Cavendish experiment.
Oh, which one was that? Yeah, the Cavendish experiment. That popped up. Sorry, I was hitting a fly.
Yeah,
I googled that recently.
So pretty much two balls can be attracted to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
So pretty much the experiment is that you have two. Well, it's two balls and it's almost on like a pendulum type setup.
Yeah, it's two.
I will post a picture in.
Torsion. It's on a torsion.
Yeah, so
rod.
I'll post a picture in the chat.
I know what it looks like. I just don't understand how that shows mass attracting other mass.
So, because if it's on a torsion, then it will eventually settle at a certain point, right? And what you can do is when you introduce the larger masses, you can see that it settles closer to the masses than if they aren't there.
Right, sweet. So it's literally, we can observe this shit. We literally.
Yeah, so you can isolate it, basically.
Perfect. Right, so yeah, again, it does seem some forces at play. I know nobody likes him. Is that
yes, it does. Yes, it does, but it doesn't mean it's gravity, because we have all sorts of forces that could be attributed to this attraction. The problem is with gravity is you're claiming a singular downward vector.
Yeah.
Okay, but this Cavendish is not showing and has nothing to do with the downward vector. So you're not actually backing up gravity. You're just showing some sort of relationship between matter.
Mass.
Okay.
What is
matter? Matter. You can't isolate mass without the matter. So it could be matter attracts matter based on, I don't know, different forces. And I'm not gonna throw anything out there, but there are plenty of theories, strong theories. Of other forces.
I thought mass was like a collection of matter. Like once it becomes substantial, it might be super layman's. But what is mass versus matter? So like Jupiter, is that not mass? Or which is the fire one? That's not really a planet. It's the sun. That's mass in it, right? It's not like it's like a nuclear reaction or whatever the fuck. It might not be a physical thing, but surely even that can be seen. That's mass, right? Like I don't. What's the with mass? Is it not just a collection of matter?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there is a difference between matter and mass. Okay, so mass is a measurement, right?
True.
So
a measurement of.
Yeah, and matter usually has mass, but the point is to claim that mass attracts mass is a faith-based claim. If you're going to use Cavendish as your own experiment, because you're not dealing with a downward bias, you're dealing with an attraction between two objects. Now, this is like it's nullifying the downward bias. It's completely like not involving the downward bias, and it's just showing a relationship and attraction. And there's all sorts of attractions forces that could be attributed to that, whether it's electrostatics, whether it's magnetism, whether it's there's other theories as well. But the point is, if you can't isolate gravity and you can't do an experiment to manipulate gravity, then why do you get the right to claim it mass attracts mass when you don't have that?
I think just reading the effects, just reading the effects of gravity is enough, right? Like, we don't. It's not.
Can I respond to that one?
Yeah, go for it. You're more techie than me. That's
yeah. So, like, there's a couple of things there. So the downward bias, it's not dependent on, like, the Cavendish isn't dependent on gravity pulling an object down. It measures the lateral attraction, right? That way you still have the gravity of the Earth, but it's pulling in the constant direction of it being down. But we're not measuring, like, the y-axis, we're measuring the x-axis. But then if you were like a tiny little ant on that ball, then it could still be down. Do you know what I mean? So, like, the down is like a relative term. Down's not absolute. And then when you go into things like, well, what else could it be? Things like electrostatic, like, it kind of just can't be, because there are some things that are attracted more by electrostatic energy, or things that are attracted more by magnetism. But they don't seem to have anything special happen to them when you drop them. Like, if it was magnetism, if I grab a neodymium magnet, which I have right here, and I drop it, it drops the same speed as if I were to drop.
That's awesome. You're leaning away from Cavendish.
I don't see a point there. But if I drop any two objects, and then I drop a magnet,
magnetism has got nothing to do with Cavendish.
I know. I'm replying to what he said.
Yeah, you're getting away from Cavendish. Nowhere in Cavendish's paper was he looking for the gravitational constant. Please go and check it for yourself.
No, I think he was just responding to what Roots was asking him, though.
The problem was,
that's what he said.
He started off talking about... Don't do it, boy. He started off talking about Cavendish, and now he's straight on to magnetism and everything but Cavendish.
We can go back to Cavendish, mate. I was just responding to what he said. So if you don't want to talk about something, don't bring it up.
Hey, technologist, top tip. Don't tell us how to run the room.
I mean, you're
excellent. I'm glad you agree with me. Good boy. You were.
Is that right? So, all right, we don't have to bring up magnetism since old mate had a little spaz attack there, but the point is that downward is relative, right? So it's like, it doesn't have to be like specifically down, because it's relative wherever you are on the Earth, or yeah. So I don't know how you want to respond to that.
Well, I have a question on Cavendish. Cool. How this claim of a torsion wire? How does it get the? What does torsion do?
Make something rotate around a pivot.
So the Cavendish experiment needs to have torsion applied to the wire in order for the experiment to work. Is that correct? Technologist.
Well, I guess not, but it makes it a lot easier.
Well, no, it's not. I guess not. It either is or it isn't. Right? If I take away the... Hold on a minute. Torsion, which was just answered by my brother here, is the explanation of twisting. So if I take away the torsion, the twisting that you have to invoke on Cavendish for it to work, does the experiment still work? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, it would. You just need more expensive gear, basically.
Interesting claim. Go ahead.
The reason why we use torsion is because the forces that we have are super weak, and so it basically acts like a super sensitive scale. That's kind of the reason why.
Yeah, but the bottom line is you have to invoke an energy upon it in order to observe the experiment effectively working. Just like the claim of gravity, you have to drop the apple in order for it to you observe it falling, versus you actually realizing you still had to pick up said apple in order to observe it falling. Go ahead.
Well, I don't really see what you're talking about, because the force is already present, right? The gravity that we're measuring is already existent between the masses, and the torsion doesn't create anything, right? The overall force on it we're basically measuring where the balls are when I guess we'll call them the large balls, when the large balls are next to the torsion balls, and then we take them away, right? So the whole idea is that we're not measuring the torsion, but we're measuring how it acts when it's...
But again, the idea of torsion, right? Torsion is a twisting, right? This is something that exists, right? And the idea is if you take away the energy input of torsion and you're just left with the experiment sitting there with no energy input, does the experiment still function? And it sounds like you're not able to effectively answer that because you haven't tested it yourself, have you?
No, he said the force is so weak, didn't he? Like the force is too weak, essentially.
Yeah. So you would be able to technically do it.
Matter?
Have you tested it? This is the question. The question is,
personally,
will the Cavendish experiment work if I take away the energy called torsion from the experiment? That's the question. If somebody's tested this, I'd love to see it.
I mean, it'd still work. It'd be expensive to do. That's why I personally can't do it. If you're happy to buy all the stuff, then I could run you through it, and I'm sure the people would be able to help you do it. But I can't see how the torsion itself acts in a way that mimics gravity or mimics what we see to be gravity.
No, gravity is a description for the fact that things go down. Yeah, that when you're talking about attractions between objects, you're not necessarily talking about gravity here because there could be, like I said, other explanations. So you're just assuming this is gravity when gravity is synonymous with weight. Gravity isn't, you haven't got that evidence or proof that gravity is causing the attraction. And that's all we're trying to say here. It's an assumption.
Well, not really, because
matter and gravity, though. Like,
yeah, weight doesn't cause gravity. It's mass causes gravity.
Weight's just a scalar.
Okay, so then Cavendish doesn't.
You need gravity to have
he never
weight.
manipulated any mass.
Well, yeah, you do, because you can the larger balls that you have, you can manipulate the size of them or whatever. So, or you can just get rid of them. That's actually the way the experiment works: is you get rid of them and then you bring them back. So that would be like the independent variable.
No shit.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Honestly, like I say, I can't get past the container and the gravity upwards. I am starting to believe flat Earth on observations, like not being able to prove a curve and of the black swan and shit. That shit's got me. But yeah, that gravity upwards seems to confuse the fuck out of me with flat Earth.
So
gravity seems to be a thing, man.
How do you know that when you add these balls into the equation, it's gravity and not van der Waals forces that makes it go towards the mass more?
Is that to me?
Whoever was talking about Cavendish.
Yeah. Well, van der Waals act over like super short distances. Basically like 1 nanometer, 1 or 2 nanometers. So that's how we know it's not there. Because you can see the gap between the two. So
you're not varying and manipulating the claimed cause, right? So it's still just an observation of an effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
Really a globe proof in any way, shape, or form at all.
It's not a globe proof, but I think the point was it's matter attracting matter, which was the point.
Yeah, which is gravity.
Disputing. Like, so,
they have results like so often when they try to set that up, right? I've seen people do it with freaking chickens and Christmas balls and things like that, right? I wish Indio was in here to go over all of the flaws in Cavendish.
I mean, I've just Googled it real quick, and there's a bunch of people chatting shit about it on Reddit and all of its flaws. But what technologist has said so far seems to make sense, doesn't it? Like I can't remember the words.
Hey, Pat,
you know, it seems to make
what
sense.
was the purpose of the Cavendish display?
To observe the effects of gravity, no?
Wrong.
No.
What? No? What? After all that, I still don't get it. For fuck's sake.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
You've just been baffled with bullshit from a kid.
Well, what was the
and
point
now
of the
all of a sudden
Cavendish
when someone
experiment?
says wrong,
It was to measure the density of the Earth.
55 past the hour.
Wait, what?
Sporadic put it up for
After
you.
all that, it was to measure the density of the Earth. Like, how did they
Correct.
get from what? Because what you've just said like sounds legit, but how did they get from that to measuring the density of the Earth? Like,
Or it goes the other way. How do you get measuring density of the Earth to that?
yeah, true.
Right, but that's like the hypothesis. It doesn't really, it doesn't really affect
It
the
doesn't
findings.
matter. It's just that we claim gravity, and that's our sideshow. So
regardless,
tell us
no,
what
not
the
really.
actual test was. Yeah, really. Go
I
on.
mean, regardless though, for a second though, is what you just said about moving, like, a nanometer and stuff, based on mass, that's all still legit though, right? Like that, we can still observe that shit.
Van der Waals, are you talking about?
Yeah, somebody
Mass
mentioned it, yeah.
doesn't interact.
Yeah.
I mentioned that.
But Van der Waals
So still,
happens over like really, really short distance.
Mm-hmm.
You probably use Van der Waals when you use like a microfiber cloth.
What's the cause of the effect?
Cause the bending of space time, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a physicist, so I don't.
Right. So you just okay. So what if I said it was invisible fairies riding little unicorns that did it? What if I said
that's probably the most compelling flat Earth argument I've heard in a little while.
That's true. Well, hold on. What if
That was good. That was quick.
What if he said it was electrostatic forces? How would you disprove that?
Oh, be right back.
Well, we could go and you couldn't really isolate that, or I guess you could get an electrostatic field, and but electrostatics like affect certain masses differently. But as we can see, like
your bendy space-time fabric, when did you vary and manipulate that and isolate it? You didn't, right? So it's no more ludicrous than what I said then about fairies.
Are you talking about electrostatics or fairies?
It
could be fairies.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I never mentioned electrostatics, right? I was saying,
that's someone else.
Do you have any experimentation to validate your bendy warpy space-time pseudoscience bullshit?
Me personally, no, I don't have the fancy
anyone?
equipment.
No, not you personally. I've obviously not you personally. Anyone. Do you want to present a scientific experiment in the side chat where they validated the cause and the effect of the ship to be bendy warpy space-time fabric bullshit?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of things, like there's gravitational lensing.
Side chat's right. Chuck it in.
But you've also got small things like if you go super fast, you find that like time dilates. So you can see like on GPS satellites, you see that the rubidium clocks actually have to be offset by a bit because they basically speed up or slow down. I can't remember which one. I think it's slow down. So I guess that would be like a direct proof of, well, what's the cause of it? Well, the reason why it's going so fast.
That's varying and manipulating space-time, is it? Through scientific experimentation. What you just said.
Yeah.
Is that just an observation that it's not even really an observation, but that's your experiment, is it? I mean, that's the best one. All I'm saying, bro, is like, what's your best scientific validation of your bendy warpy space time? Chuck it in the side chat so we can have a look at it, right? Because right now you're just like you're just parroting science bullshit. Yeah.
Well, you remember? Yeah, he's a simple one. GPS and relativity.
What you've done, right, is you've memorized and regurgitated some bullshit which you're parroting now, and you think that makes you smart.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at the link that I posted. No, I do deal quite a bit with GPS. Like I read the signals of my fucking SDR and stuff, so that's why I'm comfortable discussing GPS.
We got to
and time dilation.
So your signals don't tell you where they're coming from. It just tells you a time frame. That's it.
Well, not really. You can tell they're coming from the sky if you have like a Yagi antenna or something like that.
So
like a
it doesn't. You can't measure the distance. It just gives you a time frame. One will be 0.76. One will be 0.81. One will be 0.53. That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can only say they're up.
well, you can tell which direction they are, and you can also tell where you are on the Earth using that, and where everyone else is on the Earth. You can also tell how fast you're going as well. Oh, they're going. Sorry.
So all you've got is a little beeper that just says 0.7, 0.8, 0.2, 0.4.
Right, but you also
you can sort all this shit out from that.
What do you mean all this shit? As in your position, or we're talking about space-time?
This is your claim, boy. You're the one that reckons you can prove all this satellite stuff just off a couple of fucking random numbers.
Well, yeah, you can, because if you have a directional antenna, then you can point it up at the sky, basically, and you can track it. I did it the other night, actually. I'll post a picture of some of the pictures that I took from NOAA 15 and NOAA 19. Should load.
Right, so remember what I asked for specifically, though? I said an experiment that validates your bendy-warpy space-time that you claimed to be the cause of the effect, right, for exactly what we're talking about. You've posted some cartoons of satellites, right?
Wait, I gotta ask, DJ, what kind of you're asking him for proof? What kind of proof would satisfy you?
A scientific experiment. I specifically asked for a scientific experiment that adheres to the scientific method, where he can vary and manipulate the cause of the effect relationship. I was very specific about that, right? And I already know that he's not going to provide it. I just want to see if he wants to be honest.
Yeah, but like, I mean, okay, show me some scientific experiment thing that proves whatever you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
No, not you. I'm talking to the other guy.
Sure claim.
You made it? Yeah, I assume so. I don't fucking know. I'm sorry, just not here.
Yeah, so I was saying the atomic clock inside GPS receivers, and then we started talking about fucking antennas, and I posted a picture. But basically, if you get an atomic clock here, and then you get it up in a satellite where it's going very quick, or in a spaceship, or even in a car that's going super, super, super quick somehow, if you manage to do that, then you'll see that the two clocks, if you like stop them, basically, or if you stop get them moving at the same time, after like a month or two, they'll both be out of sync with one another. And you can get like multiple clocks and do it with that, so you know it's not just someone fucked up when manufacturing it. You can see a very consistent difference.
Wait, I gotta ask DJ. DJ, if he posted a video demonstrating that, would you accept that as proof, or are you just gonna say it doesn't matter?
A video? No, I didn't ask for a video. I asked. It can be in the form of a video, I guess.
Okay. Would you? Is the thing that he just said, does that constitute proof for his claim? Do you think?
Do you know exactly what I asked for, right? A scientific experiment, right? I don't know if you know what a scientific.
I've just found the name of the one that I was thinking of. Alfeely Keating. So that's when they used that. That's what they did. Basically, what I said. Except they used planes instead of like satellites, but the concept's obviously the same.
So they vary and manipulated space-time.
Speed, basically.
Sorry? Is this it? Is this your scientific experiment here? Is this the one?
Well, that's an article on it. I'm sure you can find the actual paper. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Thank you.
Actual paper.
I guess we're looking for two things. We're looking for evidence of the claim that he's making, and also we need like a win. I don't want him like wasting time like writing a thing, and then someone else says, "Well, this doesn't matter." It's like, well, why did he waste his time looking it up? You know?
I already look. Even the experts on this, right? They say we have no idea what it is. Right? They admit we have no idea what it is. We have no idea where it comes from. Right? That you get these like less educated people that think that there is scientific proof of this concept, right? But there isn't. It's ridiculous.
So I just posted the paper.
Yeah.
3-pager. It's only the meat
what was the experiment
of it, basically. So they get basically clocks. They get 4 of them, and they flew them around the world, basically.
That sounds cool as shit.
Yeah, and they put it on like commercial airliners, which is, I guess, the cheapest way to do it. And then they compare that basically to one that is stationary or just sitting, I don't know, in a lab somewhere. And then you can actually see the time dilation, because one of the clock would obviously be running fast, one would be running slow.
How'd they sync them?
Well, they'd have them all together at one point, and that's why they use multiple clocks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and the offset was, obviously, the offset was in such a way that you know that it's not just like, oh, one of them fucked up, and even if one of them fucked up, like, you could tell basically, because it would be completely different to the other three.
Yeah, and if it did, you could just run the experiment a second time, a third time, and then it becomes increasingly less plausible that one clock just.
What are some of the things that can affect the results?
The speed. That's what they're measuring. That's the independent variable. The speed.
And what can affect the results? Is there any other variables that can affect the results?
Can't really think of any. The only other thing I can think of is radiation, but I mean, you don't really get that much radiation in a plane. Well, you do, but it's not enough to kind of somehow bit flip like a
like everything has radiation in it, my dude. Bananas have radiation.
Yeah.
Very little.
Yeah. Well, they say taking a plane or whatever is the same radiation as like half an X-ray, I don't know. But the point is that there's nothing else that I can think of that, unless someone's sitting there fucking hitting it with a hammer or something, there's nothing else I can think of that'll make an atomic clock tick faster in a very consistent way that kind of also lines up with other observations.
Sporadic there, dude. Right, so the guy that wrote that paper that you posted is deemed fraudulent in various journals, including harsh criticism in the Scientific American. Right, and then he's asking you how fucked up clocks link to weight.
Can you post that? Wait, you're saying his experiment was rebutted or something, or is discredited? Can you post a thing in the side chat?
I'm sure he will. I was just reading what someone else wrote in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were like reading from a thing.
No. Just Sporadic E just posted that in the side chat. No, I don't even know. I mean,
he said he'll post it later, but
what he'd like to know is how these clocks link to weight. What's the logic, the connection?
Oh, wait. Well, we're talking about the bending of space-time.
Gravity, yes, the bending of space-time.
Yeah.
So apparently atomic clocks are very sensitive and can be affected by magnetic fields, electric fields, force, motion, temperature, and other phenomena. So how are all those variables isolated and accounted for?
Well, the reason why we can kind of tell that is because they're using multiple clocks, so they'd all have to be experiencing the same level.
Yeah, there's no reason why one clock would be affected by electrical waves like more than another clock.
How were they isolated and accounted for?
Because you run multiple.
Yeah, like if you have let's say you have two clocks.
Okay,
right?
guys. It doesn't matter if we run one clock or 1 million clocks. How were they isolated from magnetic fields, electrical fields, force, motion, temperature, and other phenomena? We want to know how they were isolated from this, not whether we give fucking 1 million clocks a go.
Well, the point
how were they isolated from those?
Here we go. No, I found it. So they actually use magnetic shielding specifically.
Oh, do they really?
And they also use cesium. I think they use cesium. Let me check. Cesium.
All right, so
cesium's very stable, and it doesn't actually get. It gets like. It doesn't get affected basically by the magnetic field, or not in a way that would be measurable.
Read a little bit just about this guy, right? Hafele, I'm not sure how to say it. Keating. right? The Hafel-Keating experiment conducted in 1971 was harshly criticized for numerous methodological inconsistencies and flaws and questionable data handling, right? The experiment involved flying atomic clocks on commercial airliners around the world and comparing their time readings to a stationary clock, allegedly testing Einstein's relativity, right? And there's a huge list here of like all the things that he's been accused of being fraudulent about, right? I'm going to paste all of this into
the side chat because I want to know more.
But these were just the first guys to do it. Like, this has been repeated before. If you have a look at this one.
Yeah.
So how
this is from the Wikipedia.
How are these clocks linked to gravity?
Weight.
Oh, we're talking about the bending of space-time.
Yeah, or aka gravity. How have clock prove gravity? What's the logic behind that? The logical syllogism.
Well, we're specifically talking about the bending of space-time. So we're talking about
the purpose of these clocks is what then?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
So the purpose of you chatting about these clocks for the last 15 minutes is what then?
Well, I was asked about time dilation. It's why, like the bending of space-time, and that's how we know it exists.
Excellent. So these clocks logically prove this somehow. So excellent.
Well, yeah.
Let's provide how they prove this bending and warping of space-time.
Well, because you have clocks that are moving faster, and those that are moving faster were off by a specific amount that's consistent.
It says here that they were put in commercial flights. They weren't in controlled environments, right? It says the atomic clocks used in the experiment were highly sensitive and susceptible to temperature, pressure, and magnetic field variation, all of which could have skewed the results, right? It says the clocks were placed on commercial flights, right? Meaning irregular altitude changes, turbulence, delays, making it impossible to control all the external variables.
But people have repeated it in proper environments, like not on commercial
flights. The one you posted, you posted the one that wasn't done correctly, right? So maybe post the one that was done correctly instead of the one that wasn't done correctly.
Scroll up, I posted it again. This one. And so this one is where they put it up in a rocket in space and then came back.
Yeah, that's cool.
So the very first one they list
how it links to the bendy warpy space time.
So I've already explained that.
Link the clocks to gravity. No, you haven't.
I was asked.
You've sidestepped it. No, don't care.
I haven't.
Less yap. More action. Come on,
mate. I'm trying to explain it. If you listen, yes, I was asked to prove how space-time warps, right? Or can we tell that it warps? And I said yes. Isn't it an instance? Do you want to talk about gravity or the time dilation? Like, which one do you want to talk about?
What we want from you is to link through logical syllogism how the clocks prove your bendy space-time.
Okay, well, you got to take a step back and understand what we're talking about first, which is Cavendish, and then somebody asked me specifically.
Cavendish is a public.
So Cavendish experiment.
Any fuckknuckle that's ever done it knows if you offset the weights, they'll turn. If you get them perfectly balanced, it'll sit still. That's easy. Done. Next.
Really? Can you provide a source of that?
He actually did it. I've been sat here for ages talking about bendy space-time, and he went to Cavendish. It was hilarious.
Right? Can you provide a source where you can, if you get them offset
time for the last hour, you'll notice that mass attracting mass is instantaneous action at a distance, so not time. You got
instantaneous.
Instantaneous, not over time.
Right, but that doesn't mean they'll touch each other instantly. Right, if I drop a ball, it doesn't instantly fall to the ground. It takes a second.
My goodness me, I can't believe you even did this. And you're going to double down and defend it.
Instantly starts moving, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If the sun was to move,
it does. It is attractive. The reason why is...
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Excuse me, I will. So if the sun was to move off of its axis, we would feel the action here on the Earth immediately, not over time. Fucking idiot. Would you like a citation for this as well? Because you can't conflate.
The point is,
sat here. No, hold on. Would you like citations also? Because you can't conflate the two, mass attracting mass, instantaneous magic at a distance, and Einstein's time bending. You can't use these in the same fucking breath. They are not the same thing. They do not happen in the same geometric space. One's got time with them. Like citation.
Right, so are you talking about how Cavendish... I don't understand the point you're making about...
Yeah,
but I don't understand the point you're making about the instantaneous nature of it. Are you saying that like the ball should be instantly moved? Or
yeah, you can't...
why do you have to let it settle?
You can't speak about these two things in the same breath. Mass attracting mass and Einstein. And different things. You've been talking about time for the last hour. Surely you should understand it.
Because somebody asked me about
mechanism. Right. Let me ask you this question. Mass attracting mass. What's the mechanism?
The gravity, I guess.
The gravity, I guess.
That's the explanation of it.
No, let's try better than a word.
Are you asking what's the
mechanism?
Gravity is?
Let me ask you again. The mechanism between mass, the amount of substance in the space. What is the mechanism that attracts mass, the amount of substance in the space? What is it?
General relativity, I guess.
Okay, so not the same fucking thing then. You're just going to abandon mass attracting mass and replace the instantaneous action of a distance of the amount of substance in the space with Einstein's time and space dilation, where mass distorts the curvature of space-time.
I'm not following. I don't get your point. Like, you're just throwing a bunch of jargon in
mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
The mechanism you've just thrown away of the mass attracting the mass. And now it's time dilation. It is not the same thing.
No, I'm not saying time dilation causes.
Oh, okay. Gravity. So what's how?
I never said that. I'm saying that's a byproduct essentially that you can
mass.
The bending of space time.
Okay, so you're just going to assert the thing that you just said you're not going to assert.
No,
you're a liar.
I said that I'm not. I'm talking about the bending of space time. You're talking about time dilation. What? Why when I talk about Cavendish?
Mass attracting mass. Do not speak about it when you're talking about time. I'll just ask you what the how and why mass attracts mass, and you'll drop mass attracts mass with no second thought and start picking up your time dilation again.
What? I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
I've got a clue what you're talking about.
Can someone else
help me
elaborate on what he's talking about?
I'm
talking about. You're saying what's mass bending of space time? Yeah. And now
Cavendish.
The reason why I brought up the dilation of time.
Excuse me. Cavendish.
Yeah.
Brought up Cavendish. Mass attracting mass. The instantaneous action at a distance over 3-dimension space. How?
Was that a question?
Yeah, how?
Gravity.
Gravity.
I feel like we're going in.
What's that? Yeah, exactly. What's that? Are you going to start talking about time again?
No, I was asked about how you can tell. Like, what's an experiment that you can do to prove that?
Oh, this was never an experiment, you sicking fucking season 323 and fucking clocks and airplanes. This was never an experiment, Sunshine. You're talking about.
Right, but they've reproduced it in proper environment.
Right. You've been asked for it. It's definitely not an experiment. We've given you the information.
As I've posted before, they have recreated it, though.
He's off again. Got the time thing. When we started getting to that, you said Cavendish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not understanding the difference between the two gravities, which I'm trying to point out to you by asking you the simple question, how?
But I'm answering your questions, and you're not making any point.
Can't have two gravities simultaneously at the same time. If you're talking about Einstein and cesium 323, the vibration of the clock, because of the distortion of time, don't pick up Cavendish, which is instantaneous action at a distance.
How don't you pick it up?
Oh my God, are you stupid?
Hey, kid, this is how it works. You've either got to use one or use the other because they're both different. Different mechanisms to describe the same thing. If you're going to use one, it contradicts the other. Do you understand that?
I don't see how they
You've got to pick now whether you want to go mass attracting mass or bendy space-time. We don't care which way you lean on. That's up to you. But you can't use both of them to describe the same thing.
Right, but it's the mass.
It doesn't matter
and the
what you want to use it for. You can't use both of them to describe the same thing. So pick one.
Why not? Why not?
The reason for it is because Jedi just spent the last 10 minutes explaining it to you, and you didn't want to fucking listen.
No, I'm listening. It's just not making any sense.
Yeah, because you don't want it to make sense because you're fucked. You know you're over a barrel and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, I mean, I've
it's not going to get out of this one. So pick one. Bendy space-time or mass attracts mass.
Why do they contradict?
Pick one, boy.
Why do they contradict? Can you give me an example?
I'll read it out to you, for fuck's sake. So because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behaviour of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the Sun and the Earth, instantaneously pull on each other. No matter how far apart, however instantaneous response would require the gravitational interactions to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. You cannot use them in the same breath.
Right, but
you can't speak about time and the oscillation and dilation of cesium atom 323 and then invoke Cavendish, which is mass attracting mass.
Newtonian gravity is an approximation, essentially, of general relativity.
Just don't speak about the two things at the same time, especially when you've been whittering on about time for the last hour.
Well, I mean, someone asked me about it, so of course I want to talk about it.
Yeah, he asked you for a scientific
experiment. Again, to my point. Yeah, so I talked about time in order to...
So which one are you throwing in the garbage?
Pissy. So
which one are you throwing
my
in the garbage?
point that I was trying to make is that Newtonian gravity is essentially an approximation of general relativity.
That wasn't your point.
All right. Well, if you don't listen to me, you don't have to listen to me. But
no, we were listening. That wasn't your initial point.
Right, but I'm trying to understand what you guys are saying.
Now you're sidestepping.
No,
that's what you're doing.
Now you're sidestepping. Got a citation for
what I was saying is that they're not incompatible, right?
Have you got a citation for that? What you just said about it being an approximation of general relativity?
Well, it's an incomplete model. We can use Newtonian gravity to explain certain things or not.
So no, then?
Do I have a citation? I guess I can find one if you want.
Yeah, like what we keep providing.
Just talking out your ass, or you read about this, or is this what you were?
Yeah, I have read about this in high school. You know,
in high school.
I never heard about that in high school.
See, to anyone listening, you'll be able to realize, hold on a second, dude. Right, to anyone listening, you'll be able to notice that whenever we claim things, we can back it up with citations, practical demonstrations, all kinds of things, right? We don't just say things, we don't just parrot information and then fail to back it up, right? Like every single claim this guy's made, he's failed to back it up. Every single thing.
I mean, I've been...
Even that second paper that you just sent me, dude, right? Once you start looking into these so-called experiments that you're telling me, right? So the one in space, right, in the second law of thermodynamics violation, right? Even among the mainstream, it's highly scrutinized, right? There's no replication of it, right? It's never been repeated, and it says here that the raw clock data has never been publicly released, right? There's massive scrutiny behind all of these things that you've been sending.
Right, but the clock. What I was talking about was that you can view it in GPSs, and that raw data is available because it transmits it constantly.
Why do you keep posting all these flawed things then, right? Why would you, if I asked you for the best evidence, right, the best experiment, why do you keep posting the ones that you seem to admit that they're flawed, right? So why are you posting stuff that you know is shit?
I don't think it's shit. I'm just not going to sit here and argue.
Because he doesn't know. That's why.
Because you're like, what's your argument over the space one making sense?
What's that?
Like not being correct.
No,
the one where they sent the rocket.
That's right. Yeah, the rocket. Yeah. Okay. So no.
But why are you saying that it doesn't?
Well, okay. So the raw data has never even been publicly released.
Right. I mean, they don't always do that.
Yeah. Oh my god. So it's just blind faith, right? Would you admit that at least? It's just you're just like trusting their word for it, even though they haven't even released the raw data.
I'm sure if you email the guy, he'll fucking give it to you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. That's why all of these academics are questioning the legitimacy of it. Right? I'm sure they didn't think about just asking them for the raw data since the 70s.
Right.
In 76. Right. So
you're saying that it's never been
I thought of that until
repeated.
You thought of it now. Yeah.
The thing that I posted was them doing the same experiment and getting the same results 5 times.
No, it hasn't been repeated, right? So this is no independent replication of the experiment has ever been conducted under the same conditions.
I'm not talking about the experiment, I'm talking about the effect. Like, it doesn't need to be the exact same thing.
It's now not talking about the experiment. What? Do you double speak for a living?
No, so what I'm saying is you don't need to, you just need to isolate speed. However you do that, it's up to you. Like, you can put it in a rocket.
Speed. The only thing you need to vary and manipulate is speed.
Yeah. Because, so you could do it in a rocket. You could do it in a fucking train.
Not scientific.
You do it in a satellite.
Oh, it's not. He's going to talk. In this not scientific experiment, all you need to vary and manipulate in this not scientific experiment is speed. Aren't you supposed to be very manipulating your presumed cause? Is your presumed cause speed?
No. What?
No.
Wait, for the changing the clock, yeah, it is.
Well, you're not very manipulating your presumed cause then. DJ politely asked you several times for a scientific experiment.
So what they're doing is they're having it at different speeds, and that shows different effects.
Speed. So
the speed would cause it.
So speed causes what? The rate of change of the vibration of the
dilation of time.
The dilation of time.
Yeah.
The phenomena of the dilation of time is caused by speed. It's the dilation of time. Is that because the cesium 323 changes its oscillation rate? You think this is time?
Are you saying that the cause isn't the speed? It's actually
the cause isn't the speed. That's the only thing that you very manipulated in this not scientific experiment. But do you think that time is the vibration rate of an atom?
Decay rate.
Or you can measure it by that.
God's sake, this person.
What? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, in your failed experiments where you had to... What did he actually not do? Have you read anything that DJ's given you? Have you read anything that anybody's given you?
I've read a couple of them. It's kind of hard when there's a million.
Okay, so not this game because you wanted to throw this away 5 years ago, didn't you? Not this.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I never said you guys want to throw it away because it disproves your point. Initially, my point was about GPS receivers, and you said, "Oh, well, it's not a scientific experiment."
Seems to be a ball around your neck at the moment. We're telling you that you should drop this, but you want to hold on to it and keep fucking asserting it for some fucking reason, and you want to vary manipulate speed.
Yeah, what's your issue with varying and manipulating speed?
So, in the scientific experiment, would you vary and manipulate?
What you're asking the same question over and over.
Over and over. Yeah, I'm hoping you understand. Even DJ pointing this out earlier. You don't know what a scientific experiment is. That's why you've been putting atoms in fucking rockets.
And can you explain that? Can you elaborate on that? What's the issue with speed?
What's
changing?
the hypothesis?
The hypothesis, I don't know. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I could find it. But the hypothesis would be something like, speed. The difference in speed would die over time. Relative to that one on Earth. So what's so hard about that for you to understand?
Yeah, your microphone shit. There's nothing's hard for me to understand. I'm not understanding why you're not getting this through your head. It seems to be taking ages to get a simple point across to you.
Which is?
You're not very manipulating your presumed cause, dude.
Right.
All
You
you're
keep
doing
saying
is-
time, but it's really a decay rate, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that speed isn't the end result. It is the end cause. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm trying to say. What don't you get about my experiment? I still don't understand. Are you trying to say that speed isn't the cause?
Okay, how does speed affect the clocks changing?
Because you're moving differently through space-time, essentially. It's
Wrong.
kind of a bit hard
It's
to
the
explain.
vibration of the device itself. Remember
The
earlier,
vibration.
motion was one of the things that affects them?
And what you
Yeah.
did was
Right.
called begging the question. Just now, you used circular reasoning.
Could you?
So, something one of you fucktards said to me about like a week ago about how when you look down a hallway and the ceiling will meet the floor, and saying that I never took an art lesson. Well, I didn't respond to that because I was trying to put it through the lens of how the fuck do you think that means the Earth is flat, right?
No, I think it was
right, and that's
you.
the problem. That's
I think
the
it
problem.
was you saying that the ceiling went underneath the floor.
Also, we don't appreciate that tone, fucktards. There's no need for that sort of negativity, my friend.
Yeah, seriously.
Bring it back to the cesium clock.
Well, the bottom line is, let's just say this, address that stupid statement that was just made. When you have two horizontal planes meeting off in the distance, that's called a horizon. I posted a picture of a long hallway in the side chat for you to take on in your mental so you can actually walk away from calling people fucktards. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. I get how when we look at things, right, how light enters our eyes, right, and it's processed in our brains, and that's the result. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what's out there. Okay. So, if it were true that the Earth was flat, right, then a lens could be created to view beyond what our eyes can perceive, and bend the light in a way, that would reveal the truth.
Let him
Go and
finish.
grab a set of binoculars.
Yeah, seriously.
Stand at the beach, look at boats disappear. The second it disappears, pick your binoculars up and have a look at the little boat that's just disappeared. Ta-da! Happy days for everyone.
Perspective vanishing point displaying itself in real life. You coming in with, just because we see things doesn't mean that's the way it is. Bro, go observe reality for what it is and stop believing the lies that they're trying to push down your throat.
Might be too painful for him.
Well, I'm trying to build a bridge here so there is communication, because when this flat Earth stuff first arose on the internet, you know, I didn't acknowledge it for a good while, because from my perspective, it was just, oh, please don't tell me that there's people actually going back over that old information where they're saying that the plane routes didn't match and this stuff, because that surfaced on the internet like late 90s, right? And this was like 2010, 2011 when it started to resurface, I guess. Maybe might be off on that. And
hey, Bright Eyes, question for you. What tells you from your vestibular system that you're dealing with a ball surface? Because your appeals that you're making are just talking about timing and trends and all these different things. I don't care about that. I care about the truth. I want to know from your perspective, what tells you that we're actually, in fact, on a ball? Go ahead. Make your appeals.
Wish I had a soundboard.
Come on, please, get with it. Let's go. Choppy, choppy.
Well, we're just going to all talk over each other, so what's the point?
No, I'm asking you to actually apply some evidence that doesn't have anything to do with timing. Stuff that tells you we're dealing with a ball.
Dude, Killian asked you a question and then nobody else spoke at all. Right, so what are you talking about? Everyone talking over everyone.
Well, there's some empirical evidence, and I know you guys have gone over this independently or whatever, right? But you got to state a couple redundancies, right, before you say something to build some kind of foundation, so we're possibly talking the same language, right? So
please cut to your evidence instead of leaving these long pauses. I want to hear what your evidence is.
We have to communicate with each other, and patience doesn't help.
Yeah, you're going to use your mouth to communicate. He asked you for some evidence. You're going to speak it or post it up in the side chat. Thank you.
You also didn't start very well by calling everybody fucktards, so I think you have some ground to make up.
It's not a popularity contest, is it?
Yeah, but if you want to build bridges, you don't build bridges with abuse. Even a child.
Sometimes you got to kick the door down.
Oh my God! It's just,
I don't need you to teach me etiquette.
Apparently, you
I think you do. I think you do. It's called building rapport. You need to learn that skill.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and ask him what kind of a bridge.
Another time, you just got to build bridges. It's just brilliant.
And I was going to ask him what kind of a bridge he was attempting to build. Would it be a suspension bridge or a pier bridge? Please let us know.
Who cares as long as it gets over the door?
Oh my.
Oh shit.
He's going to be referencing level to do that, right, Killian?
Oh dear.
That's exactly it. To sound like my one-trick pony self, you're going to be building things, you're going to be observing level, you're going to be observing plumb the entire way. So again, brother, what kind of bridge are you looking to build here between us? Bridge or pier? Go ahead. Oh, sorry, torsion.
Well, you can monitor
suspension
the fact
or
that the planets Mercury and Venus orbit between the Earth and the Sun.
Okay, so you're going to claim that there's in fact land in the sky called planets. Is this correct?
Finish my sentence. You see,
brother,
you failed. You failed. You didn't know.
Yeah, but you're proceeding under a false dichotomy already.
Period.
You started off by talking about planets and shit. We're talking about Earth. The ground beneath your feet.
Right.
And you're looking up into daydream land.
You're just here to troll. And this thing, and that's
I'm here to troll.
You're not interested in. It's like the.
Yeah, no, we don't want to listen to you cry. We just want evidence. It's really, really simple. So, how about we start again? You're going to be nice, and I'm not going to kick you out. Deal?
I got one question. This is funded by the DoD, right?
The fuck's he on about?
Wow, who's here to troll?
Is
the
it?
moderator or the person asking stupid questions? No, you're asking dumb questions.
Paid tax dollars to do this, I'm gonna doze your fucking ass in about.
Oh my gosh! Wow, you're already cussing, already getting emotional about it, eh? That's a quick way to lose a conversation. Get emotional.
Just trying to build bridges, guys.
Suspension or peer? I'm still waiting. Suspension or peer? Go ahead.
Is Bummer no he left? I was gonna say yeah. Let's go down that logic. Let's say we're all government funded here by DoD, and he's gonna doge DoD to see where he goes. You know, like
meow.
Do they just increase defense spending? Like, are you not paying attention to current events? You know, like the last spending bill like added billions to the defense budget. Where do you think that money's going? What do you think they're doing with that? But it's a bummer he ran off.
No, he didn't run off. I used me stick with a lump on the end to start building the bridge. First bit of the foundation.
So can we get back to space-time?
Well, you weren't doing a good job of it.
No, just wants to go
because you weren't.
Was
you weren't actually making.
No,
any sense.
you didn't listen to Jedi. You should have listened to Jedi. You chose.
Well, I was, but he wasn't making.
Well, just connect space-time to the topic flat Earth. Like, try that.
Well, specifically, somebody asked me about it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you misunderstood. Okay, try to connect space-time to the flat Earth. Can you do that? Is it because the universe is flat, therefore the Earth is flat? Is that what you're doing, or what?
It's because we were talking about gravity, and for gravity to exist in a way like we know it, then the flat Earth would just crumble into a ball anyway.
The way that we know it in a mathematical reification. Okay. Dependent on the R value of the mass. Okay.
It just crumble into a ball, I guess, for some reason.
I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen a flat? Have you ever seen like a flat planet?
Yeah, the whole universe is flat. The solar system is flat.
I have a question. Have you ever?
You got flat Asgard.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a flat planet?
That's a good question. Has anyone seen a flat planet?
Yeah, you got flat Asgard. You got middle.
There was the peanut-shaped asteroid.
You got the poop-shaped asteroid too.
Yeah, for sure.
The whole
one of those
all
in the
the
toilet.
rings on Saturn, flat. Solar system flat. Milky Way flat. Universe flat. Earth ball. Like really?
Right, but the rings on Saturn can look like a disc, but Saturn itself doesn't.
Flat.
Figured out the moon was flat earlier.
It's like you got all this stuff that's flat. Flat universe, flat solar systems, flat galaxies, flat. Earth, that's a ball. Really, dude?
Zero confirmation of spherical. Zero confirmation of sphericity, though. And if you're just going by optics, you can't tell whether a planet is flat or whether it's spherical, whether it's concave, just by observing. So it's just another assumption.
If you look at it from two angles,
yeah, what's that even have to do?
And you see different things, then you can tell it's a sphere.
How it's looking at another planet? How's it looking at Earth?
No, well, someone brought up the other planets. Are they flat? So
I put a test in the chat. Have a quick look at the image and tell me which one is the sphere before you open the meme and find the answer. So answer very quickly in the chat. Which one? Number 1, 2, 3, or 4? Which one's the sphere?
So I wouldn't be able to know unless I moved my head, basically.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to know just by looking?
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless I moved.
Because when you open this, only one of these is a sphere. Only one of these is a sphere. So which one is it?
Right, but that disproves your point, because what I'm saying is that I could do that if
Actually,
I moved my
it
head.
kicks you across the floor, boy, because you're claiming you can look up into the sky and prove these things are spheres, but yet you can't tell something right in front of you is a sphere.
We can, because we're looking at it from different angles. So do you understand what I mean by that? I can go into detail if you want. But if you're looking at different angles at a sphere, so if you have a soccer ball, for example,
but you're not at different angles. You're at your house with a telescope looking directly at something. Monocular vision.
My friend can be at his house and take a photo. And
I'll tell you something, kid. You're in here. You don't have friends.
So do you want to explain why we see different? Yeah. So if we view it from different angles, right? Why
so he's looking at something and you're looking at something, both with your own independent vision, but yet you can magically see what he's seeing.
No, so if you take a photo, for example, that's probably the easiest way to do it. You have the same setup and then you move it to his house, you actually see different things.
Let me get this straight. You, from your house, have got your little telescope out in your backyard or on your back veranda or wherever you have it. You grab a photo of, let's use fucking Jupiter. I don't care. I'm not really that interested. Your mate, who's 300 k's away, also same telescope, awesome vision, photo of Jupiter. You go to his house, look at my photo. Look at my photo. It's a sphere. How can you tell? Oh, because the fucking angular resolution is so wide, we can pick that it's a fucking sphere.
No, because what I'm talking about is, for example, if you're looking at the moon and you have a crater on an edge, and then you have somebody that is...
Oh, so now you've jumped to the moon.
Oh, what?
Why did you jump to the moon?
It can be the moon or it can be Saturn. It doesn't have to be any... It can be either one. It's just if you have a feature, let's say a feature. If you have a feature at the edge of the... And
you're not doing yourself any favours
the other. If you have a feature on the edge of the angle, that may or may not be visible. It may be closer center.
Is it just me or is his thing all breaking up and shit?
Yeah, it's breaking
let me move close to my mic.
I thought it was my end.
Alright, I'll move close to my microphone then. So if you see a feature on the edge, and if you are, closer to the equator, that would be, you may be able to see this feature.
Kid. It's your internet.
Leave and
I've
rejoin.
got pretty good internet. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, rejoin.
Can you permanently? Oh shit!
I've got pretty good.
Oh fuck me.
He's all right to have a bit of fun with. He's not intolerable.
That's it. You sure?
Jedi, you enjoying the sunlight? Isn't it flipping glorious in the UK?
It's fucking springtime turned up fucking suddenly, didn't it?
Can you guys hear me now?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Loud and clear. Beauty. So if you are on the pole or wherever the equivalent would be, right, and you see something right on the edge.
Wait, you're not.
Yeah, okay. I'm close. I'm in Australia, but then you go right up to the North Pole. You wouldn't be able to see that.
You were talking about one of your friends. So I'm assuming one of your friends lives like only 2 blocks away. So this is cool.
Well, I've got mates in the US, for example, so you could get them with your photos.
So now you've got to use one that's on the upside downers. Awesome.
I don't see the point you're trying to make. The point is, if you viewed it from different spots on the Earth.
If you haven't worked it out yet, I'm taking the piss out of you because I've got nothing.
I get that, mate. Yeah, I get that. But the point I'm making is that you can't explain is why do you see different features on the moon? Based on where you are, like something around the edge, you may not be able to see depending on where you are on the Earth.
Because of vibration.
Vibration. Okay, I've never heard that one before.
I'm going to explain it to you. So throughout the cycle of the moon, we get to see about, I think it's 54 to 56% of the lunar surface if you just got a sphere that's tidally locked, you're only going to see that 50% of that surface. But because of libration, we call this like the movement as it moves across the sky through waxing and waning. We get to see about 54 to 56% of the lunar surface. Awesome. Can't prove that it's a sphere until you actually go there, though.
Right, but how does that then explain the fact that the feature would still be visible? It would just be moved. Or it may not be visible, but it'll be what is essentially around the other side, but different features would be moved.
I'll go and get you the definition of libration beings. My explanation wasn't good enough for you. Give me a moment.
All right, thank you.
Either way, you do realise there's a massive assumption, right? Based on things that you assume. This is no way to verify.
Yeah.
You're not verifying any sphericity.
What the moon is. I thought this was about Earth, but my bad. I'm sorry.
Well, we were talking about someone brought it up. I can't remember who. The planets.
Yeah, probably you.
Yeah, it was him. It was him. This is his claim. His claim is that we can confirm sphericity in the sky.
Yeah, that was me. That was me who called him out on that, because he started off talking about planets, and I called him because he was proceeding under something that is yet to be effectively proven, i.e., land in the sky.
And I find it interesting how he switched to the moon, because all the planets and stars, they emit light, so we're not seeing these shadows, we're not seeing these features in the way that we do on the moon. So it's convenient that he's moved to the moon now.
It can be either. That's my point. That's why I'm saying like a feature. You know, the reason why I said a moon is because like a crater, it's very close. You can see it very easily, with even just your eyes.
Why isn't it lit up when they're standing on it? What turns it off when they're standing on it?
It is. They're using so when they take photos, they just use super low aperture. That's why you can't see the stars as well.
So you're just gonna start making up words and stuff. Oh, yeah.
So aperture is the amount of light that gets let into a camera. So if you ever take a photo, or like a video, and you move to something like the sun or something very bright, you'll see that the rest of the field in the video gets super dark. That's because the aperture drops.
Yeah, you misunderstood. You're just going to use words, any way you want, mate. You just twist it.
Like which ones? Can you give me an example of that? Or?
So how did they control the aperture whilst wearing fucking great big spaceman suit gloves?
Is that a serious question?
Well, being that I do a little bit of amateur photography,
amateurs.
Yeah,
the key
I know I can adjust.
So yeah, you can.
So how
so
did
you can just get a little dial.
So shut up for a second. So how did our fellows that went to the moon, cough cough, allegedly, adjust for this?
I don't know. They probably did it manually. Maybe they did it automatically.
Nah, not them cameras, mate. It wasn't auto.
Definitely not, dude. It's not even.
No.
To the moon.
Yeah, so you can. I mean, you can think of any number of fucking ways. Yeah, it's kind of a retarded question.
There's nobody in here.
It is because the Hasselblad wasn't configured like that anyway. So.
Yeah, and nobody in here believes that looking at the sky and making assumptions is any way to validate anything to do with the ground or surface or the claims.
Correct.
So we're just wasting time here. What we should be talking about is what direct evidence is there of the claims of the heliocentric model. If you don't have any direct evidence,
so the reason why you're switching
then you need to concede. Let me finish. I'm nearly done. If you cannot provide any direct evidence, then you have to concede that this is a belief, and you have no evidence, direct evidence, for your belief.
No. So the reason why you're switching, for those listening.
Right. The reason why you're about to sidestep is because you've had your ass handed to you 9 ways from Sunday, and now you're going to say the reason they're switching it up is because they didn't answer my question. Listen, kid, you haven't put any questions that are worth answering forward. It's all been babble and bullshit. So how about we get to the proofsies of a baltard, and everyone will be fucking happy.
Yeah, and to do that, we can also rewind the clock to about 35 minutes ago when I asked for logical deductive syllogism that links your claims of messed up clocks on the Hefel-Keating demonstration to the concept of weight.
Now you're also half an hour.
If I could jump in for just a second, just before we go anywhere.
Oh, am I muted?
Yeah, dude. Obvious. Yep. That's like when you don't have the little red thing. That means you're unmuted.
Yeah, I know that, mate.
You just look. You don't have to really ask.
Righto, mate.
So 2 minutes after the hour, right? Can you see that? I just wanted to hear you try to defend that footage. I thought that.
What time was that, DJ? You cut out.
This GIF.
2 minutes after the hour. Yep, it's a GIF. Yep, it's a compilation of NASA footage, official NASA footage. Believe it or
Post
not.
a source for it.
What's that? Sorry.
Can you post like a source for it?
Yeah. I will post the source afterwards. Right. So, what do you think about it?
I don't know, it's fucking made up.
It looks ridiculous, doesn't it? Right. So I will post the source. Right. I can post all of this, where this footage was taken from the official NASA YouTube channel, NASA.gov. Has images of it, but they do post the video formats right on their YouTube channel, and also the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum official YouTube channel as well. With that, they're the ones that have all this Apollo footage, right? So yeah, we'll post the sources, right? So at least you admit that this looks ridiculous, right? So that's cool. I'll go get the sources.
Well, it looks fucking weird for sure.
Oh, maybe they just
surely
faked
the
some
original had
footage.
better resolution. Did it?
You're a very trusting guy, aren't you? You trust NASA with all your heart, don't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're willing to overlook the.
Is that their final result? Is that their final resolution? Is this by death? What?
What Hog in the chat brings up a good point. Do you guys not?
Yeah, but we're not
believe in
talking
time
to
dilation?
We're talking to you.
Right, but that's what.
Yeah, no.
Crit, not Crit. Who's the other guy who
Listen,
said
Fortnite,
something
keep
about
up with the
35 minutes
conversation.
ago?
Don't go backwards. That was nearly 35 minutes ago.
Okay, so what did you want
You're
to talk
playing
about?
catch up.
You brought it up, dude. You brought it up, and I wanted to know how this relates to weight, because we were talking about weight, and you immediately jumped to atomic clocks.
Yeah, so it's general relativity, right? So it's the gravity.
Yeah, I know the claim. I need a logical deductive syllogism, dude. You're going in circles. Either provide one or say you can't, and then we'll move on.
So mass itself, we can see that it bends space-time, right? And the way
No, stop there. Stop there. How do you know mass bends space-time? You have to define
because
mass.
of the thing that I was just about to say.
And then formally link the two together logically, right?
So I was just about to say that, yeah? So are you ready? So we can tell that because speed affects the way that clocks, how fast they run.
I don't think that's been established, and not by Hefel-Keating, so...
So do you disagree? Because Warthog brings up a good point. You can actually have RTK GPS, and it gets up to like a centimeter.
All right, so are you running away from Hefel-Keating? I want just a yes or no, dude. Like, what the heck? Why are you bringing up GPS? Stay on point.
Because GPS experiences time dilation. That's why. And in order
That's
to
another
get that
claim. Okay, can we
RTK
go back to the first claim about time dilation and how this relates to weight?
I've already explained this, haven't I? And then
No, you didn't, dude. I asked you for a logical deductive syllogism that can logically link the two concepts together. I haven't heard Jack, and neither has the audience.
I'm trying to explain this to you. So you have gravity,
Yeah,
right?
I'm giving you a
And
framework
those
to
caused-
explain it. If you can't put it in a formal deductive syllogism, I don't want to hear you yap about it, and we can move on to a different topic, provided you concede.
So I'm talking about gravity, yeah? So what we're saying is that the gravity itself warps space-time, right?
I don't know that's true.
If we measure a warp
That's
in
one
space,
unproven
shut up.
premise.
If we measure a
Shut up.
change
No,
in time,
that's one
then there has to be
unproven
a warp
premise.
in
What's your
time.
second? Dude, let's pump the brakes, man. You just made a claim. I'm telling you, I disagree with it. You don't get to slide that in and hope the audience accepts an unestablished claim. Why don't you stop right there and say, okay, now justify that claim?
Which claim?
For
That
crying out
time
loud,
dilation
dude.
exists? That time dilation exists?
Pro tip: don't do that in the microphone again, or I'm muting you.
Yeah, if I don't do it first.
All right.
Yeah, that was
The claim is that bendy warp that things weigh things because of bendy warpy space time. And then you submitted Hafel Keating, and I predicted you would before you did. You submitted that as an example. Yeah, it's because I've had the same discussion with people like you for years. You guys are following a freaking software script inside your brain. It's predictable. So you submitted Hafel Keating, which I refuted, and then I'm going back at you and saying, what's the whole point anyway? Can you create a formal deductive syllogism that logically links the claims of bendy warpy spacetime to the phenomenon of weight, like when I step on a scale to weigh myself?
Right, but you're talking about Hafel. You're presuming that Hafel Keating didn't prove shit, but it did. What you're saying is that
I didn't presume it. I mean, this is what A.G. Kelly did in his paper in 1979.
Amish, can you expand on that a little bit for the room and just sort of highlight the issues?
Sure, they took up two planes, flew one west, one east. They synced the clocks initially with the U.S. Naval Observatory. The claim in Hafel Keating was that these clocks would experience time dilation due to their relative velocity being different from the location on Earth at the U.S. Naval Observatory. As a consequence, the clocks would shift predictably in different directions, right? But it didn't. In fact, there was no correlation at all, and there were corrections, that were applied without it being formally documented, and there was data thrown out, according to A.G. Kelly's research, whose work has been picked up over the decades, beginning in the 1980s through the 2000s, where he's totally ripped this apart, basically denouncing it as fraud. So, but besides that, I'm like, okay, so this is my refutation of Hafel Keating. Let's take a step backwards. And why is this logically evident that weight exists and weight can be variable? Because you see fucked up clocks doing different things. I want that formal logical deductive syllogism that tells the audience why they should accept one is linked to the other. That is it.
Sure. All right. I'll explain it. So you got to understand a couple premises, right? So
I understand general relativity and special relativity. You don't have to educate me, okay?
The speed of light is constant, right? Regardless of motion. And
That's a claim too, okay? I don't know if I accept that. I mean, doesn't relativity show that the speed of light is not constant?
So you're going to keep interrupting me, are you?
Well, I mean, I'm going to take, if you're going to submit a claim...
Oh my God, give me a syllogism, and I'm trying to tell you the syllogism.
You're not giving any syllogism, you're presenting these...
I'm trying to. You only let me get through point number one. It's not a syllogism yet now, is it? Because I've only got through 1 point.
Technologist, you're crying at the moment, and we don't care. That's the first one. You are claim stacking, okay? So...
Okay.
Get on with it.
That's what a syllogism is, mate.
In the process of proposing a logical syllogism, you're going to give us certain premises that we can challenge. I'm stopping you at the first one because I don't agree with it. I'm allowed to do that. Am I allowed to challenge your premises, or do I just have to accept them, whatever BS you may spew out, and wait till the very end? If you grant me these special pleading fallacies right now, it'll totally make sense, guys. Just got to wait to the end, I promise. Wait for it, dudes.
Okay,
no,
every
that's not how
time
it
that
works. I'm
light's
challenging
been
your
measured,
premise
it's been
as you bring it
measured at
up.
the same speed.
All right, go on.
So that's the proof. So did you listen to what I just said?
Who's
No, because you were talking through me, dude.
Fucking idiot.
Okay, every time light's been measured, it's been measured at the same speed.
No, it hasn't. It changes speed in different media. And this is proven by Maxwell's equations.
If you have it through the same medium, it would be the same speed. So if you have it through the exact same medium over and over, if you test it over and over, you'd get the same speed.
Dude,
That's wrong as well.
That's not even true, dude, with Michelson-Morley. So, I mean...
Yeah, and if you know anything about the two-way speed of light being unmeasurable, you wouldn't say that nonsense.
Right.
What are you talking about, Michelson?
Measurable. They've measured two-way.
Right. It's one way they can't measure. Yep, and Michelson-Morley picked up a variable speed of light, right, in two different axes.
No, he did. When did he do that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with their laser interferometry.
Yeah, this is widely known, dude. You need to update yourself. Like, they can't measure the one-way speed of light.
Can you give a proof of this, please?
What, the one-way speed of light? Well,
I can share something.
The claim is that there is a one-way speed of light. I've not seen evidence presented to substantiate that claim. It's not my burden of proof.
Well, you are. I'm saying that every time it's been measured, it goes the same speed.
Now, you need to substantiate that, and I provided some examples that anybody can look up that refutes what you said. So why should we continue accepting what you just said?
You haven't given... You said Michelson-Morley.
Right, because they set up an interferometry test where they use light on two different axes in order to ascertain whether or not the Earth was moving or that the ether was moving. And they picked up fringe shifts, which means that there was some variability along both of the axes. I mean, this is widely known.
How large was this shift?
Off the top of my head, I don't freaking know. But the point is it wasn't consistent, right? It was different, and it changes depending on where they go.
Can you post where they found that?
Don't flip the burden.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
No, you just made a claim that they found a variation. That's your.
Yeah, they did. They did. And Dayton Miller came in afterwards and did like 1 million different tests. So this is all like historical facts, dude. I feel like you're trying to slow things down by saying, no, you have to post the link. I don't believe the story is true.
So surely you would be able to post it then if it's over.
All right, well, why don't you post the evidence that it's consistent? Because that was your claim.
That it's consistent? Well,
everywhere it's ever been tried. Everywhere it has ever been tried in all instances. Why don't you post your evidence for that? Because that was your claim. And I'm saying I don't buy it because of all these exceptions.
I mean, if you just want to Google 3 seconds.
So if you're talking about like a spinning ball Earth, you're going to need an R value for that, and no one's got one. It's never, curvature's never been measured.
So we're trying to kind of get that, mate. So if you listen in, you'll...
Yep. Anyway, once we get through all this, you still have to link the messed up clocks to variable weight claims.
Yeah, so
that's still the sword of Damocles hanging over your head right now.
Specifically didn't find any meaningful fucking variation in light.
Meaningful. Okay, so just add these qualifiers in. Hope nobody notices.
No, because
meaningful.
It was done. I'm reading here. It's done in 1887.
Oh, okay, and so
why would no one ever be able to reproduce what they did?
I told you Dayton Miller did afterwards and did like 1 million reproductions.
And you
substantiating the same claims, by the way. So I don't really. You don't have a solid claim to stand on. You're saying that it's the same and measured the same everywhere at all times. Well, what about these? What about interferometry that supposedly proves that the Earth is moving? In which case, the speed of light couldn't be the same in all reference frames in order for you to make that determination. So you're stuck with the paradox.
Right, but I'm still waiting on any kind of proof.
You're stuck with stuck with the paradox, dude. It contradicts itself. It gets even worse when Einstein said you can't determine the absolute speed of light across reference frames because it's all relative. Yeah, so you got a big hole to dig out of, dude.
What you're saying.
And I'm waiting for you to
claims
say
that the speed of light is the same everywhere at all times. Prove it.
Even the mainstream don't claim that. It's an agreed upon average, and that's ridiculous.
I was going to go there next. Their scientific committees met and literally voted on what the speed of light should be. Yeah, because it is an average. It is variable.
Right. So can you, if it's so easy to prove this, can you post the Peyton
It's
Miller?
not their burden, it's yours because you made the claim it's consistent at all times. It's
No,
your
he
burden.
said. He
Step up,
said.
son.
He said Miller.
He said, I don't give a fuck what he said. You, yourself, technologist, made the fucking claim. You are going to post up your proof of consistency. Post it. Or
It's a good point, technologist. It was your claim, my friend. That is the burden of proof. We know better.
When
but
you
make
post
the
up
claim.
said proof, hold it, Roots. When you post up said proof, boy, then we'll turn around to Sporadic and hit him up for his proof. But till you've got yours, bad luck.
He didn't listen at all.
I know.
It's like unmute. Like post your proof, dude. That's the thing. You got the citation, demonstration, primary source. Let's do it. Come on, go through it.
Chuck it up.
Yep, Sporadic would have his.
So the point I was making is that Mickelson.
No, you're not listening, boy. This is how it's going to work. Post up your proof. Post
so
your proof up.
Mickelson Morley. Do you want me to?
Okay, obviously this kid's got a hearing problem. We would like you to post up proof of this. Consistency in light speed. So if you've got some kind of experiment, I don't care what their names are, post it up.
All right.
Yeah, that was a fail.
Freaking disgusting, dude. Freaking troll. Like, you come in here, you start belching, hope nobody bans you for it. No, shifting the burden, shifting the goalposts
bullshit.
all the time. What is this, technologist?
No. I told him
It's a
earlier if
coping
he'd done
mechanism.
that, I was going to ute him.
Yeah, he was warned.
Sorry, Sporadic. I know you wanted to kick the shit out of him, but yeah, I warned him earlier. I think it's disgusting. There's the one that did it the other day.
Yeah.
That's like his MO, you know, like to come in here and make like really goofy noises and act all childish and
Oh, we'll see who else we got in here. Warthog, you there? You want to ask any questions, present any globe evidence? I see you're active in the side chat.
Biggie Cheese rolling too.
I just like watching the show. It's good entertainment for a while.
Want to ask some questions, mate? It's easier than typing.
Add some content. You like the entertainment value, be interactive.
You might be able to learn some more stuff in Ari.
What do you think of the quality of Globers that we have in here? Do you align with the Globers, or are you seeing the problem that they're all facing in here?
The only problem is if you don't trust other people, which I think you guys don't trust other people.
Well, no, that's not the case because the model.
You want to do it all yourself and
no, that's
research.
you're incorrect there.
Independent research.
No, you're incorrect there because when you walk into the vehicle assembly lab for NASA, huge sign on the wall says, "In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data." So this idea of a lack of trust is built in. It's baked in to the scientific method. You don't trust it. You verify every single thing. Repeatable, observable, and measurable. The only thing you can trust is God. That's it. According to NASA, anyway. So when you come in here, you'd be like, oh, hey, flat earthers, you don't trust people. Well, duh. Yeah, like, is there a reason to trust them? What would be the reason to trust somebody?
Just blindly believe everyone. It's fine.
I mean, we're supposed to be human beings using discernment and logic, not sheep. Why do you want us to be sheep so badly?
Here, just because I bring receipts. Resolution 2 of the 3rd CGPM, Declaration on the Unit of Mass and the Definition of Weight, Conventional Value of G. 1901. In 1901, at this proceeding, this is where the scientific community, called the Conference Générale de something in French, where they agreed that gravity would be an average of 9.8 meters per second squared as a convention. So, Resolution 2 of the 3rd Conference Générale de Poids et Mesures, or however you say that crap. They declared formally here, the value adopted in the International Service of Weights and Measures for the standard acceleration due to gravity is 980.665 centimeters per second squared. Value already stated in some of the laws of some countries. So let me post a screenshot of that. Anyway, continue. It's important to bring receipts.
Yep, appreciated. Massively appreciated.
I mean, we talk about it so much, you may as well like have something ready to go. There it is. So since we talk about it, there's how to look it up. There's the reference. I mean, why would they have to average it if it was a total constant, right? Oh, the constant is an average. Well, okay, so our point is it has a ranged value, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and further demonstrations of this is like the Bremen drop tower test. I mean, there's so many instances we can go to. I've got a great paper called on the paradoxes of gravity by some astrophysicists who have like 15 objections to special and general relativity. And it goes into detail about all the paradoxes associated with accepting this framework. I mean, this isn't in contention, dude. Like these globers come in and think that reality just conforms exactly to their ideal notion of it. And it can't in any way deviate from that ideal notion whatsoever. We point out all the problems. We've documented and highlighted glitches in the globe matrix and show them, and they're not ready to be unplugged, man. This is what they do.
I sent that to Technologist, and he doesn't understand the point.
Yeah, well, he said that we are lying about this and begged for us to provide this source. So there you go. If he doesn't understand, then that's his problem. It's like these other people, you know, they don't listen to us. They just wait for us to finish yapping so that they can talk and provide their points. They're not engaging meaningfully. I mean, the whole point of this discussion is because he wanted to provide evidence of a causal agent for gravity giving rise to weight. And when pressed to give it, he said, okay, I got one. And I said, I bet you dollars to donuts it's Hafel Keating. Within a minute, he posted a link to Hafel Keating. And I asked him in text chat, and a few of you in voice chat asked him to please deductively link these atomic clocks showing variability in their timekeeping to the variability of your measured weight on Earth. Because that's the whole point, was to say, well, this is my claim. And then he has to provide evidence of Earth movement and rotation. You know, so we didn't even like get off the starting line with this, and it's been like an hour. He kept gish galloping from one thing to the next. Oh, GPS guys, satellites. Knowing how it goes, the next would be pictures from space. And then NASA, and then that's where Euclid came in, and you're like, I'm just going to cut this off at the knees. NASA's a space religion, dudes. They tried to link it with Christianity. They knew it would make it easier for the public to believe their horse crap if they appropriated Judeo-Christian themes within their mission, within their conferences, within their framework, within all of their PR. And they have. Because they knew that America was fundamentally conservative Christian. They exploited that. They exploited that to defraud the public about their achievements in space. That is disgusting.
Do you think it's fake? All the astronauts being saved and all that stuff. Fake or what? Real?
I mean,
fake.
No, he was called out for manually adjusting the data.
Yeah.
You know,
for Huckabee Keating, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, there is data manipulation, and it's admitted now, but people are still claiming it's crazy.
Right. It's the same with Cavendish. Everybody claims that Cavendish measured G, and it's not in the paper at all. He didn't measure or calculate G at all. Not even once did it appear as a constant or otherwise. He did not do that. But it shows up in freaking textbooks, right? So we point out the problem. We're like, look, okay, there's your source. I see your source. I'm not hand-waving dismissing your source. Okay, I get it. Your physics textbook says Cavendish calculated G and proved mass. Okay, I see your claim. But take a look at what we're saying over here. Let's go look at the actual paper by Cavendish and see if that's in there. And it's not. So what do you want to do with that? Are you still going to cling to your college textbooks and to these fancy people, on TV telling you otherwise? Or you want to go directly to the primary source document? We got primary sources all over the place, guys. I don't know what to say. Yeah, they used to call it kilogram force. They used to call little g, they used to denote it in units of kilogram force. Isn't that interesting? The strength of the weight, the magnitude of the weight, huh? And you're somehow going to determine that number is subject to the bending and warping of space-time by putting airplanes on clocks and flying them. Get out of here.
I liked earlier when Junior was talking about bendy warpy space-time, but the Cavendish experiment had fucking Jedi and he flipped the wheel, eh? I'm sure he fucking busted a cog then.
Yep, I mean, it's true. I mean, we're mixing up even cosmologies. This was such a train wreck, guys. Like, I'm so glad you were on top of it. I'm glad we were, but it's just upsetting because you come in, you yearn for a productive and honest discussion, and you get this, right? You get these people.
Yeah.
And then we're at fault for trying too hard with some of these people. If anyone can criticize us, it's actually that we give too much of a voice to the people who don't deserve one.
Yeah, good form on having your stuff there too, mate. I knew you would. Oh yeah, Crit. It seems you've got a favourite news article, that McClown one. Everyone's loving that. That's probably your best yet, mate. How's it going? You looked at that Jedi, you were going to say something, and then you thought yourself, nah, fuck it, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I might not bite on this. Give me a second. I
thought the same thing. That's what I just thought, how's it going? We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Sometimes better to err on the side of caution, dude.
Oh, shit.
But I like that, Matrix. You know me so fucking well. I appreciate that.
The only reason I called you out on it is I did exactly the same thing, and then I saw your mic unlock, and and then you pause, and I'm thinking, he's just done the same fucking thing that I just did.
Just give it an extra second or so, see what happens.
Oh shit! Who else have we got dropping in? We've got someone. There was a cat there, Palace Cat. I haven't heard that name before.
What was the name? Oh, Palace Cat. No. What's up, Palace Cat? What brings you to our corner of the internet? If anything at all.
AKA Peter in Ho.
Yeah, I know that name.
Okay.
Palace Cat, you are allowed to run away? Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. Yep, see ya, bye.
Not even a... Oh, sorry, guys, I clicked the wrong room. Oh. I see Biggie Cheese has got his headphones in. What do we got? Holy shit, Roto's in. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, yep, we got Roto back. Yeah, I was a bit slow on helping him out with that, but we got there in the end.
And we got Azza just dropped in, and someone else just dropped in. Don't know where. How's it going, Azza?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
And good night.
Thanks for coming.
What brings you to our happy little channel?
Seeing what we've all got to say. What's the topic? What were we just chatting about?
Well, it's been quiet for a couple of minutes. Probably everyone's just having a little moment to reflect upon the last a lot of nonsense that come through. But anyways, what's your take on it? Is it flat or is it round?
I don't know, to be honest.
Don't know?
No.
Haven't been far enough to tell?
No, not been high enough yet.
Oh. What? High as in Cheech and Chong or
Bit of both.
Snoop Dogg?
You've got to be high to go high enough. Snoop Dogg fallacy. I heard that one the other day from someone.
Well, since half of us are white and we can't jump high enough, what test do you reckon we can do on the ground to prove it?
Lasers?
Yeah? They're pretty handy.
Very long laser.
What? So something that goes like 20 or 30 mile?
Probably more.
All right. Well, we
over the longer distance, the better the evidence, right? I'd imagine.
So something like the military use, probably like 150 k's. What's that about? 95 mile?
Yeah, probably.
That'd be badass, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Boom, done.
That's a pretty solid distance to shoot a laser, but yeah, they do it.
Bendy laser.
They don't bend too much. Probably a reason why they use a tri-band.
Can you use Starlink in Australia?
Yes, we do use Starlink in Australia. I don't know what that does to prove the shape of the ground, but yes, we do use Starlink in Australia. What, did you think it was a US only thing?
Yeah, I weren't sure really. I assume it would be every country would have access to something that's up high.
It actually works quite well. I know this because my parents have got it.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, you're not meant to exist. I hear flat earthers say Australia doesn't exist.
Yeah, we get that a bit. Normally we get people trying to take the piss out of my accent, and I score them out of 10. And I've had a couple of good ones, but I think the highest score we've had is an 8, then under that it was a 6. So, because Australia doesn't exist and Australians sound like cartoons, yeah. Anyways, I find it interesting that a lot of people say it doesn't exist, then I go down the list. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count Jedi as an Aussie, only because I'm a cunt.
What do you rate my accent, mate?
Oh, that's a good one, mate. Crikey.
See?
I've seen Crocodile Dundee enough to know you sound Australian.
I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Call that a knife?
I love when people with other accents try and do it. Fuck, it's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Back to the drawing board.
Yeah. So which side of the fence are you sitting on?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I like the subject, the psychology, the thinking, the talking, the interest behind it all. Once I get up high enough, I'll come back and tell you, oh, by the way, I've seen the globe. I've seen the endless plane. And you go, all right, cool.
Well, apparently, if you can get us to the elevation of the ISS, what is that, 240 miles? Not right, is it? 240,000 miles? I don't know. Anyways, they can only see something like 3% of the Earth's surface. So
I hear that doesn't exist as well, even though you can see it with a telescope.
well, it's not that we don't think that satellites don't exist. This is some, I don't know, ball-tard misconception that gets thrown around. Oh, flat earthers don't believe in satellites. No, we just don't believe things in the vacuous environment of space. We think that's a little bit of bullshit there due to natural laws and such.
So how'd Starlink stay up there? Because I'll see if I ever say every satellite's on a balloon, even though you can see satellites with a telescope.
Why don't you show us? I don't care.
Oh, did I touch a nerve or?
No, I really don't care what Starlink is or does. It's just how it is. I mean, it's if you think Starlink is going to help you, then you need to show us how it works.
You just chimed in there quite aggressively, rather than
I know.
Just
I'm
throwing
sorry.
rubbish out there. And I feel like you're a bit touchy.
I got lots of cookies, man. You want a cookie?
How's that? Normally I get blamed for being the aggressive one. Holy shit. It's reverse day. Oh, man, that's funny.
Take a laxative and go and have a seat for a bit.
Yeah. All right, Matrix, I'll be the good cop. You can be the bad cop.
All right, we'll switch.
Yeah, let's flip it.
Yeah, okay. You probably don't want that.
What keeps Starlink in the sky? Tell me.
Oh no, I don't know people.
There's no balloons keeping it up because you can see it.
So, Azza, just so you know,
talk to me.
We don't disagree that there's things up in the sky, drones, planes, shit like that. So when you guys come along and say, "Oh, we don't believe in things up in the sky," yes, we do. We just don't see them in space. And I'm doing the meat hooks at the same time. Thanks, QE. We don't believe that
they're just up very high, right? Because we can see them. They're just up very high. Exactly.
That's it.
So that's what I'm saying. I wondered what your
how you claim they're suspended or travelling or whatnot. That's totally up to you, because 99.99% of us in here will all sit back and go, you know what? Your Starlink satellite does not prove the shape of the ground.
Right.
Which is what we're interested in.
How people claim they work is contradictory too. So, I mean, what are we supposed to do with that? somebody says, okay, satellites are doing this, and we say, okay, here's a measurement of flat Earth, and here's that measurement supported by all these other observations. What are we supposed to do with that? Flat earthers, right? They go to Antarctica to see a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Great. How did they validate their latitude, like how far south they were? Oh, they took an elevation angle to the sun. And they compared its zenith, where it's at the highest point, to its lowest point throughout the day. Okay. So that means they had to measure Earth flat to the GP of the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. Okay, so Earth measured flat underneath a 24-hour Antarctic sun. What do you want us to do with that? Like say, well, Earth has to be a globe now. So
you want to have a word with your flat Earth buddies then? That went.
Well, I disagree with most flat earthers. Like, our big problem in 24/7, this community, our big problem is people coming in hearing all sorts of horse shit that David Weiss and Jaron and all these other folks holding themselves out as true earthers, all their claims. People bring in the baggage of their claims and try to put it on us, and we say no. We're the people, we're the community that David Weiss used to send to go collect 3 Bitcoin for proving the globe. So we had a bit of a falling out.
They're not interested in flat Earth, though, obviously. They're not interested in flat Earth. They just want to get as many channel members and people to visit their flat Earth website that has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just full of merch and more merch and crypto and buy my dodgy app.
Yeah.
They're not interested in the flat Earth, you know that.
They're trying to make a buck. They're trying to monetize. Yep.
They're using a group of people that want someone who the ones that need to feel like they need a leader, and they're the ones that swarm to them type of people, and it's just abusing that position of the weak-minded.
Right, they're even selling dinners over Zoom calls. Like, for $250, you can have a Zoom call dinner with Jaron and Whitsitt to give you the secrets of the universe.
If you add an extra $200, right, he will, like, over that dinner, he will teach you to be a better man.
Yeah, because he knows everybody else but him has been stumbling through their love lives, not getting anywhere. He's got all the secrets, man. He's got the secret to love, the secret to the earth. He's got all the secrets. Just got to pay for their secrets. Go buy some herbal remedies. Go buy some essential oils while you're at it. Meanwhile, Earth is flat, guys.
Check Dave Weiss's website. It's so funny. He calls it his flat Earth website, but literally the whole homepage is just full of merch, chili sauce, and at the bottom there's some flat Earth links. It's crazy.
He probably can't help it, but I'm not going to go there.
No. But like you say, if you have your belief and you keep on your topic, that's all you can do at the end of the day. There's always going to be people that will abuse others for money. And the same on the other side, the people that call themselves the flat Earth debunkers on YouTube and that, they're doing the same the other way around, really, if you want to call a stick a stick.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Six yet again. No proof of Baltardia. I'm going to call it a night. I shall catch you all tomorrow. All right. Peace, guys.
Ciao, ciao.
Good night.
See you, mate. He must be 12 hours ahead. Or 20 hours ahead of the West Coast.
Flat Earth forums should be the most ignored forums on the internet.
Because?
Never even heard of it.
I think that's a generalization, I believe.
Well, you know, I just mean like, you know, like take this one for instance. Sorry. You know, it's smashing in the stats, right? In this server, most popular channel, right? Shouldn't be. People should come in and go, whatever. Yeah.
People like crazy. What can you say?
What they think might be crazy, you know?
Exactly.
That they insist is still crazy, even after talking to us.
Isn't it weird how the very thing that you observe and experience, right, in reality, is the thing which people are accusing others of being crazy for believing?
Yeah. You're delusional. Really? Really? I don't imagine how I think about the world. I don't run it through any filters, and I'm delusional for that? You imagine that you live on a globe when you see a sunset. Sorry, I'm not saddled with that burden. I'm not delusional.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Like if someone started up a server about blue sky, nobody's going to go in there and contest it, right? You're crazy. Prove it.
Try it. You'd be surprised.
it's just like what was that? Brave New World or 1984? Who was the guy who was in prison? They tried to brainwash him.
Oh, it's been years. I can't even remember the plot.
You know, 1 + 1 = 2 or something. Two, like saying 2 + 2 = 4 is the most defiant act of truth telling. The amount of sheer resistance we get from the modern world for declaring what is obvious and true is just mind-blowing. This creates more flat earthers than anything else. And when the audience sees this behavior,
I'll be back.
Surely there's no way there's this many people in here who think the Earth is flat. Unbelievable. No, I'm just memeing. It's only me.
Yeah, check out that article. Man. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Like, okay, so Alexandria is at risk of being submerged, right, in 100 years or whatever, right, because of climate change. And the locals are saying, what a load of bullshit. I'll believe my eyes over the weather forecast any day. You scientists are full of shit, right? They're even saying, like, this year, man, the water's receded. Like, we can walk over this area that we usually have to swim across, right? Like, fishing is down. Like, your holes are down. Like, they're giving it back to these fucking idiots.
The thing is, though, it'll be a case of climate change means the water's going up, because that's the argument, right? Climate change means the water's going up, and the locals say no, the water isn't going up. Not only is it not going up, it's going down, and we're catching less fish. To which they reply, aha, further evidence of climate change. Like, you can't win with these people.
Right, exactly.
You can't win. Like,
well, that's part of our prediction, you see.
Like, all the people buying beachfront properties, literal multi-million dollar beachfront properties, saying, no, the sea level's rising, the sea level's rising. It's like, well, I'd be inclined to take you a bit more seriously. Same with the people who fly around the world in private jets with security entourages, with carbon outputs equivalent to a small country. And if they themselves were living in the cave, saying, "Don't you understand, you fools? The standby, the little red light on your TV, the standby light, it's killing the planet, don't you know, Timmy?" But they themselves, rather than flying around the world in jets and living in mansions, they themselves were living in a cave and wearing potato sacks, so frightened were they at the very real prospect of impending ecological collapse. Then you think, well, do you know what? I am inclined to believe that they believe, might not be true, but they believe what they are saying. Whereas it's so obvious with some of them, like, they don't even believe what they're saying themselves. It genuinely frustrates me when other people can't see that. And you can explain to people, so you don't think there's a problem here? Taylor Swift lecturing the people on climate change. Like, you don't see the contradiction. You don't see the issue with this, given, how big her detail must be. And they just glaze over, and I don't get what you mean.
And then they'll point the problem at the industrialized world, which has a minority of the population and minority of the carbon output per capita, and say, you guys are the problem. India and China can just go on and pollute all day long, right? They can belch out as much carbon as they freaking want. But you, industrialized country, you're the one that needs to have your production capped.
So we did the maths on exactly how much of the known atmosphere Britain specifically contributes to. And it was a fraction of a percentage, like literally a fraction of a percentage point. And then so you say to people, so if this is how much of it we represent, explain to me the benefit of crippling our economy, crippling our domestic production. Because if you look at green manufacturing, as far as I can tell, the plan for green manufacturing here in the UK is make the cost of manufacturing here in the UK completely unaffordable. Because if nobody's making anything in the UK anymore, bingo, green manufacturing, am I right? But people don't. They don't. Even when you put to them the hard data, this is scientifically, because we know you love science, how much of the known atmosphere we contribute to. But then it's never been about facts. It's never been about the actual reality. It's feelings and what feels right. And well, I feel like this is the right thing to be doing. So
yeah, and they manipulate the statistics in accordance with those feelings. Like they won't put certain facts and figures into context with like per capita GDP for carbon output or anything like that. Or they'll make up their own way to baseline the numbers that conform to like critical race theory and Marxist Marxist labor theory of value.
Well,
Right, so they'll come in with statistics, these statistics, but they won't show you the other statistics. Yep.
You can pick and choose, can't you? Because they say that the GDP in Britain is going up, and it is. The GDP is going up, but the population is increasing by millions and millions and millions in the past 10 years. So yes, GDP has gone up, but GDP per capita is dropping off a cliff because individually we are all now less. We are all now less poor. So it's like, well, we won't use that one. We'll pick this one, and it's just picking and choosing the figures. It's like with It's like when people talk about the horrors of the colonial empire and colonization, and it gets really hammered into your head when you're at school in Britain that basically Britain was Darth Vader. And it gets really rammed into your head that there's this kind of generational historical guilt we all carry. But when you look at the numbers, because again what we've discussed there is feelings, but let's talk about the numbers. When we quote unquote colonized India, the population of the numbers of British people in India at that time represented less than 1/10 of a percentage point of the Indian population. So 0.01% of India was English, less than actually, but let's call it 0.01% of India was English during when we colonized India. But then if you say to people, okay, so let's look at what percentage of London, for argument's sake, or you pick other major cities, and then people just like completely glaze over because the maths and the cognitive dissonance kicks in, and they're like, I can't compute with this. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, I mean, in America, we get told that we're a horribly racist country. We're one of the last developed countries to get rid of slavery, and elements of slavery persisted through decades, and it's just such a horrible racist place to live. And the same breath, they're like, but we're going to open borders to all these minority groups to come to America. Like, why would you do that? If America's such an oppressive place, why would you bring the very minorities that you say are currently oppressed in America? Why would you bring more people to get oppressed into America?
Like, why, if it's so horrible, same in England, if it's so horrible, why are people flocking in their millions to come and live here? It's so awful.
Yeah, and then when there's strife, why are you acting surprised? And you told us, like, our entire lives that this was going to happen.
It's funny because the kids at school have been learning loads about like minorities, and obviously the having the little microchip installed. But if you consider that England is, I think there's probably about 50 million English people in total in the world. So how are English people not a minority? There's only about 50 million of us. There's 1.3 billion Africans, 1.6 billion Chinese people. But it's like they're minorities. But then there's only 50 million English people. And we're not a minority. We're like the oppressor. There's hardly any of us. If anything, DEI programs should be available to us. There's only 50 million of us. But that doesn't fit the, it doesn't really fit the narrative, does it? It's like, don't you need to start bringing maths into this?
Google says the number of Britons in the world is 200 million. It's still not 1.5 billion.
I don't trust that number whatsoever.
Like 2 billion. 1 billion in India. 2 billion China.
Even if we take that number at face value, and I'll be honest, I'm doubtful. There's still not that many of us. If we're talking worldwide. If anything, the people of Africa should be holding rock concerts for us, not the other way around.
So the country where the most Brits live outside of England is. Can you guess?
Most outside of England. I'm not googling it, by the way. I'm actually trying to guess because I've got my brain going now. Australia. Better guess. Well, don't leave me in suspense. Do you know what I mean? Leave me hanging here.
Sorry. So it was Australia, 1.3 million.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, so you're right. And then, like, America, 678,000. Canada, 600,000.
How's the 200 million English people in the world?
France, 400,000.
Like, the math.
Yeah, Australia, 1.3 million, and there's 6-7 million in Britain.
Yeah, but there's not 67. There's not 67 million English people in.
Well, it's sort of. Yeah.
So how's the 200 million English people in the world? That's what I mean. I don't trust that number. Like that number.
Well, UK comprising England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland has a population of 6. So that's a whole UK, 6-7 million.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not. I just don't see how there's 200 million English people in the world. When?
Yeah, well, it's from British descent, 200 million.
Yeah, interesting.
It says from British
Would that be your parents were British? I guess it's your parents were British.
I mean, everyone in Australia is also in that category. Well, not everyone, you know what I mean. Or just of descent, right?
No, yeah, like of British descent.
Changes it big. So I would be on that list.
Ah, fellow Englishman. Fancy meeting you here. Be right back.
How can anyone be sure that the population numbers are accurate anyway? I mean, how good are surveying methods for demographic studies in places like China and Indonesia? I mean, there are a lot of rough parts around those parts of the world. You know what I'm saying?
I just realized DJ's picture is Leonardo DiCaprio as an astronaut holding a frickin' old-timey frickin' copper underwater helmet. It's frickin' funny. DJ, is that an old timey like 1800s underwater diving helmet Leonardo's holding?
Yeah, bro. I just put the big picture in the side chat there.
Oh, that's good.
Anybody watch the footage of just the astronauts that had been, stranded in space for 9 months? And there was the footage of when, I think it was the other day, was it within the past week? They got rescued from space after being stuck on the ISS for 9 months. They were only supposed to be there for 6 days, or I might be getting some of the exact timelines wrong here, but I was watching the footage just out of curiosity, because you look at anything right, just let's see how.
Listen, no one has to be the best singer in the world, and that's actually subjective, whether you think it's good or not. You don't have to be the best. As long as you put your heart into it, it's acceptable. The worst kind of people are the ones that get on the microphone at night karaoke and they're not trying to sing. They want to just make a fool of themselves, and at the very end of their performance, they'll drop the microphone on the floor like they did something. Those are the worst. And trust me, I've heard enough karaoke singers throughout my 20 plus years in the bars to know that you don't have to be the best singer to be a great performer. Yeah, it's really about sharing where you're from, because the interesting thing about singing is you get to find out what people grew up with, what kind of music influenced them and shaped their lives. It's really interesting. So I hope I answered your question there.
Dude, you'd be surprised how many flat earthers are professional musicians, singers, have YouTube channels where they play cover songs. We literally got some pro musicians in here, but this channel isn't about.
Yeah, I play and sing too.
Like we used to. Yeah, Quiet Noobs is freaking awesome, bro. I listen to some of your songs, dude, regularly. Freaking awesome. It's true, man. It comes up in my YouTube feed, pops up all the time. Your songs. And there's a bunch of people in here that actually do it as a career. I won't throw any names out, but we used to actually have in the home server. Before we came here, we had events each week. We would have karaoke night, right, where everyone would just sing songs and stuff like that. It was pretty cool.
And Castle says we don't sing.
Well, I mean, I've never heard anyone besides Flatsy who sings in here.
You gotta go in the singing channel.
Yeah, exactly, bro. This isn't the singing channel.
Well, someone asked me if, the flat earthers were the most fun to be around, and I said, I can't say that, because where I'm from, we all like to sing all the time. It's like a Disney movie. We'll be talking, and all of a sudden,
that movie Trolls.
You live in a dream, and it's normal for you to live in a Disney movie. You think that you actually live on the side of a ball, spinning around in a vacuum.
So what? Who cares if I think that? What's wrong with that?
It's mentally unhealthy for you.
They say the same thing about you flat earthers.
No, it's just a measurement, flat earth. It has nothing to do with belief systems.
Castle King, I told you many times. Castle King, I told you many times. When you get in a car and you drive long distance, that's what reality looks like. You can see the landscape geography coming towards you everywhere. That's what reality looks like.
Yeah, I get that, but you have to factor in how big the planet is. it's so big that you're not going to experience the curvature. It's not like you're gonna. It's not like you're on some kind of roller coaster at Magic Mountain or something, man.
So you're saying it's so you're saying it's so big. It's so big you can't experience curvature.
Yeah, you're not going to experience curvature the
Yeah.
way you're saying.
No.
Because the Earth is
Castle, that's
curved.
correct because curvature doesn't exist.
It does, man.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Oh my God!
Trust me, I'm
if you look-
Castle. Trust
all you have to
me.
do is observe the ocean.
No,
The towards
ocean?
the sunset, and you'll see
No.
the sun slowly dip behind the ocean. You'll see that.
Castle King, you're not being honest. The water always lays flat.
I'm saying if you were to observe a sunset at the ocean, you'll see that the sun will appear to dip below the ocean. That's the curvature that it's.
No,
Sunsets. How come so often the sun sets well above the horizon?
Where?
There's tons of videos of the sun setting well above the horizon, right? There's also tons of videos of the sun appearing like it shrinks into a tiny little dot into the distance, right? Depends on the weather conditions. You haven't seen them?
No, come on, man.
Yeah, so you probably haven't been to like a desert where it's very, very dry. You don't have the lensing, right? You don't have the atmospheric magnification effects that are present in more humid environments, right? But yeah, I can show you videos right now of those things happening. But
that would be a fake video, I bet. The Hollywood productions you guys.
What if they're not fake? Yeah. Okay, so if I pulled a video out of a David Attenborough documentary, you think David Attenborough's crew's faking the footage?
Who is that again? Is that the narrator dude for National Geographic?
Yeah, it's the guy that makes the narrations for the National Geographic videos. Yeah, so you think that Flat Earthers are trying to expose lies by faking high-end CGI fakery of sunsets where they're having the sun like perfectly light up all the clouds and CGIing in the sun, right? This extreme operation, but you just blindly believe anything from the globe side without question.
Video. I want to see the one that you're saying where the sun turns into a little tiny dot and
Post
then
it up
comes
already.
back.
Why aren't you looking in the chat?
Jeez. You know what? I see it happen more the other way, with the sun just fading into the thickness of the air than seeing like a half circle sitting on top of the horizon. So
Okay, we'll post some into the chat, and then you can just pretend that it didn't happen.
How do I know this is real?
That's why you don't even know if you're real. You think you're a brain in the jar. Everything's fake to you.
Castle King, I've got a good idea.
Different standards.
I don't know if I've ever actually seen the sunset like that, where it's depicted as a circle that descends downward into the horizon like that.
Depends where
I
you
don't think
live.
I've ever
It
seen
really
that.
does. Yeah.
But I'm Castle. I don't think I can do that.
I have seen sun flatten. I've seen it flatten like a football shape and then like turn into a line and then disappear.
Man. I don't believe
No,
it.
guys. I'm just here to ask questions. I'm Castle. Where's the globe? Believe me.
Yeah, so see, okay, Castle King, right? So there's countless amounts of these videos like you're seeing in the side chat, right? So when you have like a very dry environment, right? Like some of these are from like Afghanistan in the desert and places like that where you don't have a lot of humidity. When you got a lot of moisture in the air, it acts like a lens, right? You can look it up. These are mainstream things that that happen. Right? Look up atmospheric scattering, atmospheric
Well, I got a
lensing.
question
It's a
then
similar
for
thing.
the video that you posted. Why does the sun, even if it turns into a little dot, why does it descend? Why doesn't it just go straight out into
Okay.
the horizon?
I gotcha. Okay, so how come the streetlights appear to descend even though they're all the same height?
Perspective.
Yeah, okay.
From the flat Earth.
Exactly. The same thing happens in a hallway with the roof of the hallway, right? It's not just the ground also appears to ramp up, right? If you're standing on the globe, the ground should curve away from you, right? But it doesn't. It ramps up and meets at the horizon at your eye level, right? And the sky ramps down. Same thing happens in a
But the
hallway.
problem,
Same thing
you know,
happens with the same thing happens with streetlights. The same thing happens with airplanes and suns, right? And moons. The
Come
same
on,
thing happens with
Catho.
all birds, right? Anything that goes off into the distance, right, converges into what's called the vanishing point, right? And a horizon is a straight line between vanishing points.
the problem
It's
is
funny,
that
DJ, is you could watch an airplane take off and the airplane will ascend and keep ascending. And even though the airplane is ascending, your perspective will force the airplane into the horizon vanishing line. So it looks like it's going down, but it's still gaining altitude.
Come on, Catho.
the problem is the sun is way above any airplane.
That's why you
What?
see it farther away than airplanes.
No, you see it farther away than airplanes because it's actually humongous.
Yeah, dude, streetlights are closer than airplanes. The sun's further than the airplane. Streetlights, the hallway, closer than the streetlights. It just depends on what you're looking
I'm
at.
saying, why does the sun turn into a little dot and dip below the horizon
It's
when it
going
should
away
just
from
be a
you.
little dot
It's going
that
away
joins
from
the
you.
rest of the
It's going
stars at
away from
night?
you. It's going away from you. It's not a big giant ball in outer space like you claimed.
It is because none of you guys have even taken a plane to go see it, just to see how far it
You
is.
took a plane to go to the sun,
Neither
you
of you.
idiot.
If the sun is local to the Earth, why has no one even thought about taking a plane to go see it?
You're an idiot. That's why.
If it's so close and so nearby, why don't you guys chase it as it's setting below the horizon?
See, now you spaz out,
He's
Castle King,
completely-
instead
yeah,
of.
he's completely gone. His mind is
I'm
gone
saying,
now.
no
It's
one's
all
ever
the way
thought
down
to
to
go
he
check
can
out the
only work
sun.
in bars at night. He has nothing left.
Yet no one's thought about checking out the sun when it's lowest, when it's about to set.
Dude,
No
no
thought
one's
about
saying
it?
that you can get to the sun. Have you not seen footage of when it looks like the sun, right, is embedded within the clouds? Obviously, it's not a physical object, right, embedded in the clouds, but it appears that way, right? The sun that we see apparent due to all sorts of different causes in different conditions, right? I can show you footage of it right now where someone's up in a plane, right, and they're looking down and it looks like the sun is embedded like in the clouds and it's only lighting up that little section of clouds around the sun, right? It's very much apparent. Someone else will see the same sun not in those clouds from a different location, say 100 kilometers, 100 miles away, right? They won't see those clouds lit up. They'll see the sun in some other clouds lighting up a little section of those clouds, right? The sun is extremely trippy, right? It's a mystery.
Okay, so I posted a picture of an airplane following the sun. How come they're not catching up to it, you retard?
Let me go look at your picture real quick.
Your sun is supposed to be standing still.
Yeah, that's because the sun is actually not local to Earth. It's in outer space.
There's something wrong with you, dude.
Space.
Oh, no, let me take a look.
Guess.
I remember conversations I've had in the 3rd grade. Castle King can't remember last month.
I know,
Hey,
right?
don't say that. I'm just Castle.
I don't
Come
even
on,
talk
man.
like that, you.
Oh
Looney
man, I'm
Tune.
the castle queen.
Come on, man. What you gonna
He's
do,
the
man,
queen of the
like that?
castle.
Castle queen.
You know what's funny about you guys? You're so quick to
Everything.
insult people, but none of
Yep.
you cowards have the guts to show your goofy faces.
Why do you want to
That's the
see
funny
people
thing.
so bad?
Because I know in real life you don't disrespect people like this.
I definitely do.
What I do
No,
in
you
Yeah, when
don't.
people
Because I'm
act
that
this
cat that do
dumb,
it.
I actually
Act
tell
out.
them to their face
I
that they're
put
acting
money on
dumb.
that. I put money on
Hey,
that.
what
You
you
wouldn't
say,
go to Riverside,
man?
California and disrespect me to my face. I put money on that.
Hey, listen, if
What
you
you
worked for
talking
me and you
about?
forgot what I told you to do, like within a day, as you seem to do on a daily basis here, I'd probably fire you
You what?
because you're incapable
Fire
of
me?
remembering things that you did the previous day.
I remember the other day I was in here and I had the same treatment.
Because you bring up the same conversation over and over and expect a different result.
No, I don't. I was talking about singing. You guys wanted to bring it back to Flat Earth. Y'all don't have any personality besides that.
Well, that's
This
what
isn't
we're
a
here
singing
for.
channel. How many times you got to be told that?
Did you forget what room you're in too?
He doesn't remember.
That's what we're talking about. You don't remember anything. All the shit you've done
Castle.
in your life makes you forget everything.
I understand the game. You know, this is the internet. You guys are free to troll and live out your fantasies, your
No,
little
you're the
power
one trolling,
fantasies
dude.
of
You're the one
talking
that comes in here
disrespectful to a
rehashing the same
lion or
conversation day after day,
talking
like a
disrespectful to
goldfish
an S
that
tier
forgets what he was
warrior.
doing 5 minutes
I
ago.
get it. You guys want to project these little weak fantasies of yours. I understand that. That's why I don't get upset. I
That's
already know
we
the
can't take you
game.
serious. You're Samoan, but you live in California, and you
I'm a
can't name
Samoan from California, bro.
That's funny.
You don't think Samoans are all around the world now? Less than 1 million of
Oh,
us,
they're
but we're out
all
here doing damage.
worlders. Yeah, then they live somewhere else.
There's less than 1 million Samoans, and we're already worldwide, recognized worldwide, man.
Recognize Samoan, man.
Yeah, the only damage you're doing is at a Krispy Kreme's, bro.
I've never even been to Krispy Kreme's, homie. I never. You're projecting your fat ass on me. I've
Just
never
saying,
even
bro.
been to Krispy Kreme's, man.
Back of the neck looks like a pack of weenies, brother. You
I've never
gotta,
even
you know what
been
I'm
there. I
saying?
don't even know what that's like. You do.
I'm sure you do. You know the
I'm
inside of
pretty
that
sure
place
you
like the
do.
back of your hand, brother.
Listen, homie, I'm just saying,
Me
405 for
too.
16 reps. Let me know when you get close to that, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know
So
when you
why
get
gotta
even
do a
close to
man
that.
like that?
You doing donut curls, bro?
405 for 16, homie. Let me know when you get close to that kind of strength, homie.
You doing donut
Let me
curls?
know.
Come on,
Is that what they
man.
call those?
Let me know when you
Yeah,
get
they're
even
not
close
preacher
to
curls, they're
315,
donut
homie.
curls.
Hey, homie, let me know if you can even do 225 on the bench, homie. Let me know.
Mm-hmm. It's cat, bro.
Yeah, I know. You guys over here trying to
Donut
get your crown
crushers.
on, but you can't. I'm S tier. I'm
How
above
many
all you
donut
tier.
clowns,
crushers can you
man.
do?
I don't think so.
How many what?
Hey,
Donut
Castle
crushers.
Queen. Castle
What's a
Queen, can you
donut
move some
crusher?
furniture?
Like a skull
Castle
crusher with a
Queen,
Krispy
Why
Kreme.
don't you turn on the
Castle
camera and
Queen,
show us how to do the donut crusher?
Castle Queen, can you move furniture for me?
See,
He says he's S tier, but all I hear is Glober
S
tears.
tier, homie. S
Really?
tier
Somebody
power,
should
homie.
rename him Krispy Kreme side.
I'm just saying, who do you know that walks onto a JC football field, never played football before, and starts as a nose tackle? Who do you know?
Probably the fattest guy in the school.
Yeah, for real though.
See,
Always the
that's what I'm
fattest guy
saying.
in the
It's funny that
school.
you guys always revert to this fat thing, but
Yeah,
I bet
somebody put
you
that house in
over half of
on
you guys
center.
are morbidly obese in here. I bet.
They should stop calling that a wide
Oh,
receiver.
come on, man.
Come
I
on.
bet.
Are you an ultra wide receiver?
Shoot,
I can
man.
do it all, man. I'm Castle.
You can look
Even
for
with my hot
yourself to
dog
find
That's
out
a
if you
good
don't know what I look
impression,
like.
bro.
even my
Look
hot
on
dog
YouTube
fingers can catch
405 for
up.
reps, homie. That's me.
Krispy Kreme side,
I'm
everybody.
telling you. The donut curls are really working
You
you out,
guys,
huh?
You guys are over here projecting your little weak fantasies on people, man. It's just sad.
Hey, I played linebacker, man. I used to be center
Yeah?
though.
For
I was
who?
good.
For who?
Oh yeah.
Who'd you play linebacker for?
They used to call me the fridge, man.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. You can't even take you guys serious.
Well, you're the one coming in here acting like this, man. So I mean,
No,
it's
I'm
like a
not. I
mirror.
was chilling. You guys started trying
You
to
get what
insult
you
me.
give.
I
You
had to
get what
clap
you give,
back.
bro.
Hey, I
We were
clapped
all
back
taking you
because
serious,
somebody
Castle
was
King.
trying
We were
to
just making fun
insult
of the
me.
fact that you don't remember the,
I'm
the
saying,
previous
The only
conversation.
I get
You didn't
respect
retain
wherever I
any of the
go, man.
information from the previous conversations,
I
Castle
get
King. That's all.
respect where I go. You guys are the
Yeah, I'm
ones
pretty
over
sure,
here using
man.
the internet
Dude,
to try to troll people.
nobody wants to mess with the house, man. That moves. So
Hey, man,
nobody's gonna be trying to talk to you.
Hey, the problem is you guys get
Yeah, dude.
so
Look,
used to
Castle
disrespecting
King,
people
I don't
online.
respect people like that have to brag all the time, right? That are so
It's not even
insecure that
bragging. I'm
they
just
have to
telling
try
you
to
the truth. These
brag
are
and
facts.
talk themselves
bragging,
up,
man.
dude. It's
I'm not
sad,
even
right?
bragging. These are facts.
That's all you do. You try to
I thought
big
you
note
guys like
yourself,
to
right?
talk
It's
about
like
facts
some
when it comes to
insecurity
the Earth
thing.
and the flat Earth and the sun and all this. I
That's
thought
not
you
what
guys
you're
like to
talking
talk about
about.
facts.
You're talking about
How it
lifting
is,
300
man.
pounds and such. That's not what we're talking
Yo,
about.
I'm just
Don't do it,
saying,
man.
nobody in here has the kind of strength to disrespect me in real life. But on here,
I
online,
definitely would.
Dude,
you guys talk
Eyes,
about my
nose, and
name
throat.
all
guys
the
like
time.
you,
Eyes, nose, and throat. What are you talking
guys
about?
like you get their
What did you
asses
say?
whooped in our jiu-jitsu school.
What did you say? And who's talking? Who's the black
I
guy in
say
here? What did you say?
Castle.
Welcome to
Oh,
Fat
we-
Girth.
What
I
did you
said
say,
eyes,
buddy?
nose,
What
and
did you
throat.
say?
What are you
Right
talking about?
there.
I'm trained. I'm highly trained. I will destroy you. I don't care about
You
your
highly
size. That
trained
means
in
nothing.
what, homie?
Yeah, doesn't mean anything.
You're highly trained in what?
Yeah, your size means nothing. It doesn't matter.
What are you
Especially
highly
on the
trained
internet,
in?
don't mean anything.
Wait, well, what are you highly trained in, buddy?
The art
Yeah.
of kicking ass on the internet.
What are
Just
you
like we do
highly
now.
trained
You
in?
haven't seen the pictures he posts in here, dude, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I
okay, let me
boxed before I
see.
joined the army, and then when I joined the army, MMA.
Yo,
So I mean,
does that matter? I mean, have you ever
yes, it
seen
matters. Your
professional
size
boxers
means
get knocked
nothing to
out?
someone who's highly trained.
Have
That's
you
all I
ever
said.
seen professional boxers get knocked out?
Yeah, I said your size
You'll
means
just be like
nothing
one of
to
those
someone
guys
who's.
to me, bro.
Yeah,
You
the
can't
world
tell
boxing
me
has
nothing.
rules. He's from the 25th ID.
What is that? What is that?
That's Castle.
You act because you got the training that you're gonna withstand the force of a 300-pound, 6-foot Samoan. Think again, homie.
Yeah, of
6 foot's not that tall, bro.
And it's
That
on.
picture at the bottom, that's me
that
right
makes me
now. My real
compact.
face, Castle King. Look in the chat.
That
That's
makes
my
me
real face.
compact, homie.
That's my real face, Castle King, right there in the chat.
300 is kind of a lot for 600.
Oh man, bro.
Yeah,
it
is.
Is
That's not a lot of muscle.
Right there?
that can't be that much muscle. You just be like a crazy, like He-Man looking dude.
Yeah, I had some blown out my mouth in Iraq.
Yo, you take those out before you fight me, homie. I'll knock all those things out of your mouth.
Yeah,
homie.
they're solid. They don't come out.
I don't think you will. That size you just described is not a very fit guy. You're not very agile.
yeah,
you know, you
picture of
can
your
pushing
boy.
people around, but as soon as you fall down and this guy gets on top of you, he's gonna have his way with you, dude. That's not good.
It's like a turtle on his back, bro. He wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
Like, my
A
name's
lot of big dudes on the internet talking shit lately. Just like don't understand how fights actually.
I can't
Windmilling
knock
and shit.
out a nut, but I'm gonna
He's like a
knock
big-
out that ranger.
He's like a T-Rex, dude, with his scrawny arms. He wouldn't be able to move them, just flailing everywhere.
He said, "Knock out that ranger." That's hilarious.
That's right.
But if he does play football, you got to watch out for that dude grabbing you. Grabs you.
I can't knock out that nut.
The bigger you are, the bigger you are, the harder you hit the ground.
But six foot 300, you're gonna gas out pretty.
All I need is less than 2 minutes.
You ain't gonna have 2 minutes. You're gonna have about 15 seconds of power, ultimate power, and then you're gonna gas out because you ain't done this in about 10 years. And you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, where's my breath? I can't breathe. Ah, please stop choking me, sir." That's where you're gonna be.
Oh
Yeah, the funny thing is, you
People
think
people don't exercise and talk a lot of shit on the internet. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
You got hands.
Castle
You don't got
King.
hands like my boy right there. I tell you that.
Yeah, that's great. You know, the problem that you have right now is that you think that means something where we're at here right now, and it doesn't.
Yeah, no,
That
listen,
means
I already
absolutely
told you, I
zero,
know
bro.
the game. You guys disrespect people online because you get away with it. I'm saying in real
Dude,
life, you don't
where
talk
where
like
do you think you are? Do you think that this is a place that your muscles do anything to anybody?
What is it, the Matrix?
Well, answer the question. Do you think
You're
this
breathing.
hold on, Castle, do you think this place has anything to do with your muscles? Where we're at?
Look at your boy when I was
Answer
in
the
my
question, bro.
prime.
You see, how come you're avoiding it, aren't you? Because your muscles don't mean shit, bro.
Absolutely not.
They
Just
don't
your
mean
brain,
shit
just
right
your brain
now.
muscle right now. Just your brain
And
muscle.
it shows that in this realm, you are the scrawny one. You running around here like, yep, you're the 110-pound person thinking that you're 10 feet tall, and this place is not doing anything with people that act like you.
Yeah,
it just does nothing, bro. Nothing whatsoever.
You're getting drugged in the dojo, man. You getting.
If it was about muscles, Honey Badger wouldn't attack wolves.
Just saying. That's what this realm is all about.
Look at
And
your
in this
boy
realm, like
right
I said,
there.
it doesn't matter how tough you are and how big and bad you are. That's not what this place is made for, man. This place is made for people who can articulate points and sound coherent. And you are just not that guy. So,
You guys
unless
are the
you
ones
got
that started with the insults, remember?
yeah, unless you can come up with any real coherent points, you really got nothing to say, brother.
You
Nothing.
guys were the ones that started with the insults.
Yeah, because you acting like a fool, bro. Listen, you act like a fool and you get what you give, bro. You act like a fool, you get what you give.
I'm a fool because I believe the earth is round.
No, you're a fool because you're trying to mock this forum. That's why you're a fool. You're mocking the forum.
You guys started with the insults.
All right, well, put forth a coherent effort. Put forth a coherent effort to say that the earth is a globe and in a concise manner. Do it. Let's see if you got what it takes. What? What did you do?
Example.
Like what?
You weren't here when I was explaining it?
Debunk it already.
No, I was here last month.
What'd you
when
put-
you understood, and you had a lot of things to think about.
What did you say? Are you afraid to even rehash the thing that you? What did you forget? Your point? Is that what this is?
The sun wouldn't set the way it sets every day if it were local to Earth.
So who's talking about it being local, man? We ain't. No, there's nobody talking about the distance.
You guys
There's
don't
no
believe in
linear
outer space. Remember?
Yeah, there's no linear distance to the sun. Nobody's able to tell you how close it is to the Earth or how far away it is. Now, are you making a proposition? Are you making a proposition that the sun is a distance away from the Earth, a specific distance?
I'm saying it's millions of miles away in outer space.
Okay, how do you know that?
That's what the scientists have said. Man.
Who? Which scientist?
The
Point to
ones
one.
that don't believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, which one, dude?
99%
I told you.
of them.
I told you your muscles don't work here, so you're gonna have to think. Which one?
I just told you all the scientists. Basically,
Yeah, that's ambiguous. You're just pointing to anyone. We want to know specifics. Be hyper specific. Which scientist?
You want me to start dropping names of scientists?
Yeah, if you were capable to do it, do it.
Oh, let's see. Michio Kaku.
What does he say about the sun?
Neil
Tell us, quote.
You got Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Quote Michio Kaku on the distance to the sun. Quote him. Let's see if you got it right.
Oh, why? Listen, go do a Google search for that.
No, we don't need to do your job for you. You need to come in here prepared, homie. Now, tell us what Michio Kaku said about the sun. Stand on your 10 toes and tell us what you got. If not, man, all this tough guy talk ain't shit. What did Michio Kaku say about the sun? Let's see if you got it.
Man,
let's see if you got it. No, go for it, man. Take your best shot. Yeah, oh, you're goddamn right, I am. Take your best shot right now at Flat Earth.
You're not that guy.
Take your best shot at Flat Earth using a Michio Kaku quote. Tell him.
If the Earth was flat and the sun was local to
no, it ain't about the Earth being flat. Sorry. It ain't about the Earth being flat. Nope, it ain't about the Earth being flat, Castle King. You got to tell people here what you know.
This room is 24/7 flat Earth.
Okay, so Michio Kaku said something about the sun. What did he say? I'm gonna follow you. See if you got this.
It's a star.
Yeah, he said it's a star, but the distance to the sun is in question, which is what I was asking you right now. How do you know the distance? You said Michio Kaku said something. What did he say?
It's out there, man.
What's out there?
He believes.
Did you run out of gas
space.
like you would in real life? Look, you need to follow up. Yeah, he what?
He believes in outer space.
Yeah, but the distance to the sun is what's in question. Once again, second attempt. How do you know that the distance to the sun is as far as they tell you it is?
I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you that.
Well, if you're quoting a scientist and you want to put forward anything that they said, we want to know what they said. What did he say?
He said it's far away,
How far?
farther than
No,
an
man.
airplane can
What?
go.
Farther than an airplane can go. Did he say those exact words?
No, I didn't. I'm saying that.
Well, then we want to know what he said because you said you're not a scientist. So put forward efforts in here to make a case for the sun being far away. Do that.
I'm gonna look it up on Google right now for you, since you're too lazy to do it.
No, this ain't about me being lazy. It's about you supporting your claim. When you come in here and you make a claim, you got to support your claim. So you're not doing that. It's not my job to support your claim, Castle King. You need to come and do that yourself. Don't be lazy, dude.
Hey, man, I'm just asking questions, man.
Scientists determine the distance to the sun primarily using triangulation.
Yeah, Michio
methods and
Kaku?
radar measurements.
Is that Michio Kaku? Is that Michio Kaku?
This is he's a scientist.
Well, quote him then. Let's hear it. Quote him. Go on.
Michio Kaku. I know he's about string theory. That's what I know about him.
Okay, well, you said that he said something about the sun, which that's not. We don't hear that right now coming from you.
Not the sun, then. String theory, not the sun. There might be something mentally wrong with you, kid.
I mean, we're waiting for your best, dude, and it doesn't sound like you're coming up with your best. Is this all you got?
Yeah, no, this is not all I got, man.
Well, let's
I'm
go
not
then.
limited to these ideas of the flat Earth like you.
Well,
guys.
let's take the premise. Let's take the premise back to a claim
Far
that the
more
globalists
diverse
say.
than
The
that.
globalists are talking about distance to the sun. How did they figure that out?
I just told you triangulation methods and radar.
Okay, let's see that. Put something that you can in the text channel that we can see that you have some sort of intelligence about it.
What? Oh my
Well,
God.
if you're making a claim, support it. Radar, triangulation, that's how they found the distance to the sun. Let's see it. Support your claim.
Even if I showed it to you, you wouldn't believe it. That's how.
Well, that's not
dense
what this
your
forum's
head
about.
is.
It's about you actually supporting your claim. This is your job. You got to come in here and
This is
support your
my
claim.
job.
Yeah. If you think you can do it, if not, then why bother?
My
You know?
job is to show unruly customers the door at night. That's my job.
Okay, so you have nothing to do with the conversation about what we talk about in here. Then why would you complain?
I said because I started having to clap back because people were disrespecting me so freely out here.
That's because you're on. Listen how you talk to people. No wonder why they're unruly.
Yeah.
Oh,
All you got to do, if you want to take this forum seriously, then you got to come in here and provide evidence of a claim for the Earth being a globe. You're not doing that. I'm giving you an ample opportunity to use this forum for what it's designed for. Even you, Castle King, it doesn't matter if you're a meathead, but try your best, at least. You can look things up, you can put things together. If the Earth is a globe to you, then provide evidence to everybody listening. We want content for the people that even you can provide evidence, but it doesn't sound like you even want to make an effort for it, dude. Like that's embarrassing for anyone.
And it wasn't an
Even
insult,
if I
Castle
was a
King.
meathead, I'd be
Castle
far
King, Castle
beyond
King,
your
Castle King,
capability.
Castle King. It wasn't
is
an insult earlier. I was just recalling the last time you were here and you left and you said, "Yeah, I have a lot of things to think about." Yeah, you guys taught me some things. I need to go look into it. I remember you saying that last. So I said, it seems like you don't remember the prior conversation. It wasn't an insult. It just seemed like you didn't remember what we talked about last.
Yep, we're only interested.
Tuesday, man.
We're only interested right now in people putting forward their best effort to show that the Earth is a globe. We want to demonstrate to everyone that it's not possible that they can conjure up something in the physical and natural world, that it actually is a globe. Now, if you don't want to attempt to do that, man, just, allow the conversation to happen. You don't have to participate. I mean, you could think about it, come back and try your best. But if you don't got it,
pictures and videos of
relax.
the Earth from outer space, but you don't accept it.
It's not about accepting evidence like the one you're going to present with pictures. You have to demonstrate that what they're doing is an actual thing in the physical and natural world. How do you know what they're showing you? How do you believe
Idiot.
what they're
You
showing
have
you
to
like
be
it's true?
far off to see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. So you make the claim. How far do you have to be, Castle King?
In outer space.
Yeah. How far away from the Earth's surface do you got to be?
That's, man, hundreds of thousands of feet, man.
Oh, it's not hundreds of thousands. You gotta go more than that. It's way higher than
Fine.
that.
Until you're in outer space, in the black void out there.
Yeah, how far? See, if you had some cowbell with what you said, then maybe perhaps people can argue a point, but you don't, man. Like you're very ambiguous.
We see the night sky every night. It's black.
Yeah, just relax, dude. You're gonna hurt yourself. Let me talk to this other gentleman in here. K2, what's up, man?
What's good, bro?
So, do you have a claim to put forward that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I would say it's a globe.
Yeah. What's the? Let me ask you a question. Do you have any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
You go on NASA.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop. Now, what you should have said was, no. Miggy, that's a malformed question. You see, because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on the second grade retard altar.
What the fuck are we talking about? What are you saying, bro?
We're talking about the fact that when I asked you the malformed question, you didn't identify that it's a natural science question.
Okay, so
It's not a natural science question.
Okay, because the way I look at it is, what reason would they have to fake the shape of the Earth?
Brother, yeah, so I guess what I want to talk to you about is that the fact that you've been hearing that it has to do with science, the Earth being a globe.
Well, it's natural physics. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you think it's natural science. Like everybody there's this assumption that it's natural science, but it's not.
Apollo 13 is fake. We're saying that all these missions are fake. So you can't just pick one and say that it's fake. So are you saying
No, they're not. They have to be fake because they're going to a second law of thermodynamics violation. So either the second law of thermodynamics is false or Apollo missions are true. Which one are you going to pick?
I'm definitely going to pick the science route, and I'm not going.
Oh my God!
Well, do you understand? Do you understand why he's saying the second law of thermodynamics is being violated? K2,
bro. Whatever you're going to say the Earth is flat, I'm not going to believe you. I don't care.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we identified that.
In this case,
no evidence that I've seen. I mean, show me some evidence.
In this case, okay, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah. Let me say something. K2, you said you're picking the science.
How the Earth is flat.
K2, why are you talking over me? So you said I'm picking the science route. You didn't pick the science route. You picked I can't believe they would all lie to me. So that's the route you picked. You didn't pick the science route because the second law of thermodynamics is a science route.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the Earth being round?
It has to do with whether space is fake.
So you're saying space is fake, and we're just living on a planet with nothing.
Outer space vacuum. Outer space vacuum can't exist because of
what?
Because
evidence?
Listen,
you're saying thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so
high pressure goes to low. The high pressure goes to low pressure, right? Is that always true?
Yeah, maybe it could.
Maybe,
but I don't think that decides whether the Earth is flat or not.
Oh boy!
No, because you're trying to red herring. You're trying to move the goalpost.
If the Earth was flat,
you're trying to move the goalpost. You made us listen. Try to focus. We're talking about whether space missions are true. Okay, that's what we're talking about. So focus. Okay. For the space for space missions to be true, that means there has to be a vacuum out there, and that vacuum has to be adjacent to high pressure air, and there also has to be no barrier between the two. Correct? Is that all correct?
Bro, I don't see your point.
Is there air pressure?
You're trying to say that these space missions are fake, but that has nothing to do with whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God!
agree.
Just follow him.
You're trying to
I
bring
agree.
up
I agree. So listen,
missions that where they
it was
fake
your argument.
the shape
It was
of
your
the Earth, bro.
argument. So you're running away from your own
Because
argument.
think about it. Okay,
You're
you
running
all
away
bring up
from your
the
own
stars and
argument.
all this shit, right? You bring up all
You're
this
running
stuff.
away from
Okay,
your
the
own
cameras
argument.
were adjusted
Now
with the
he's
Oh my
violence
god,
of the
shut
moon.
up.
That's why you can't see
Shut
the
up.
stars, bro.
You're the dumbest person in here. Shut the fuck up.
That's a
Like,
fucking.
God.
I'm sure Castle
no,
King
the
could.
cameras back then were not good. You're not going to
Shut
see the
up.
stars.
Cameras. Now he's on cameras. Where's the Adderall drip at? You better get that
Like,
shit
y'all
off
are
our
so
central
bored in
line.
life where you have to
Shut the
worry
fuck
about
up.
something that
Shut
doesn't
up.
even fucking
Shut
matter.
up. You're the dumbest person in here. Holy shit. What's
Yeah,
next?
you-
Dan
yeah.
Jennings
Earth is
play
flat.
Summer Tomato Hall?
You believe the Earth is flat.
Shut
When
the
you
fuck
tell
up. I don't
somebody that,
believe
they think
shit.
you're a potato.
I don't believe
They think
shit.
you're an idiot. They
You're
laugh
an
at
idiot. You don't know what the second law of
it's an idiot
thermodynamics
thing to
is.
think about.
You
I
can't
think you're
even
honestly
focus.
trolling. I
You
genuinely don't
can't
think
even focus.
Say too, if you don't fucking control your goddamn emotional spurging, then you're gonna just stay muted.
Fuck.
yeah, they never
No,
got
you're
to the Earth
muting
being
us. Well, hold on, K2, you're muting us by talking over us. You realize that, right? But since we control this room, that shit ain't gonna happen. You're gonna be the one muted.
Well, see how quick that escalated? It wasn't long until the insults started flying.
Shut the fuck up for your nasty color commentary.
I
My
insulted you.
God.
Oh man.
if
Oh
you
my
explain the
God.
whole
What are
thing,
you?
Kessel,
Can you change his name to Nancy? Nancy Kingside. That's all you can appeal to, you
I'm
globe-trotting
making an
idiots.
observation.
Oh, he's talking harsh to me. There's insults in there. What about the second law of thermodynamics that he just took back to the woodshed and adulterated like a stepchild?
What about it? I'm making
What
an
about it?
observation here.
You got an observation here. I think
Yeah.
Miggy took care of that.
You're the one. You just made the same argument he made the second before, right? You were like, all the pictures from space of the Earth, right? Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Those pictures
You
aren't
guys don't
possible.
believe that. You don't accept
Well,
it.
yeah,
Because it
because
came from NASA.
why should we believe it?
Because they sent the rockets into outer space for a reason.
it's like
Okay, that's not a reason to believe it. They have a reason to shoot rockets up, so we should believe what they do because they shoot rockets.
No, because
Yeah,
the
because
sky's
they
make any
put
black.
sense.
cameras on the rockets so you
No,
can
because the
see.
sky's black.
Yeah, like, dude, that's
Yep.
just circular, right?
Yeah.
You're saying we should believe it because we should believe it.
No, I'm saying you should believe
Yeah.
it because they had the cameras on the spaceships.
Yeah, but we would have to believe that, dude. Do you understand? We should believe it because they have. Dude, are you slow, man? I say, why should we
No, I'm
believe
not
there's cameras on
slow.
rockets that go
What
to
it
space?
is you guys
And
are
you
in
say because there's
disbelief.
cameras on rockets that go to space.
Yeah.
Fucking A, dude.
Cameras on there
Oh,
so you can
man.
get a view of what they're looking at.
Yeah, how do you know any of that? Why should we believe any of that shit, dude?
That's what I'm trying to say. You don't believe it.
Why
No,
should we?
it can't exist. You're not getting it. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation where you're saying that these rockets are going. That's Narnia. They can't go there. It violates second law.
What's the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh my God! Can somebody
Oh my
go over
God.
the timeline where the guy came in and his proof was the outer space? Then QE destroyed outer space, and then he sprawled into talking about the shape of the Earth when we couldn't get over the fact that the pictures, the things you're still talking about from outer space, isn't real. It's like, oh my God!
Yeah, that was seconds ago. So, Castle King, I would have to believe that the second law of thermodynamics is wrong to believe that pictures from outer space exist.
Yeah,
You
I'm gonna have to
understand?
look up the second law that you like to talk about.
Yeah.
Second law of
Well, high
thermodynamics.
pressure goes to low pressure is the simplistic form, right?
I'm looking at.
You have a car, right? You have a car?
Yes, I do.
Do they have tires?
Yes, it does. 4 of them.
Hey, if you stick a hole in the tire, what happens?
Well, your tire's gonna go flat.
Yeah, what happens to the air inside the tire? Where does it go?
Goes into the atmosphere.
Why does it rush
Anyway.
out of the tire?
It rushes out of the tire because it was sealed in the rubber tire.
No, but
And then you
the
release
reason why
it.
the reason why it rushes out violently from the tire. Why?
Because of air pressure.
It goes from what to what? High to low?
It goes from high to low.
Maybe you should have used a can of soda. He would get that
So
one.
what do you what do you think we have on the surface of the earth?
Yeah, where's the
Land,
tire, dude?
We have water. We've got a lot of stuff on
the air pressure. We have high gas pressure on the surface, yeah?
No, it's low.
Really? Compared to the vacuum of space?
Well, I can't tell you. I haven't been in outer space yet.
No, we're not talking about what you think it is. There's a claim on the table of what the gas pressure is, said to be right at the Kármán line, where they say space begins, or low Earth orbit. There's a claim on the table. Now, that place that they say they transition over into space, the vacuum of space, is a place said to be a pressure that's really, really super low. So if they're giving a high pressure differential from the surface to that place, then what happens to the high pressure on the surface would go out into the void, onto the vacuum of space. It would equalize. It wouldn't stay pressure the way that we have on the surface. It would just go off into space. Just like the tire. Just like your tire. Yeah, when you puncture when you puncture your tire, all the air rushes out violently. What do you think would happen to the pressure on the surface? It would rush out violently and to fill the available space. That's what your air in your tire is doing when you puncture it. The air inside is high pressure and there's low pressure on the outside. The air rushes out violently. That's what it does. It equalizes with the pressure outside. What do you think with the pressure, what that vast pressure differential would do? If it were the case that there was enough space for the air pressure to go to, it would rush out into the available space. But why doesn't it do that?
Because of gravity.
Yeah, if you're saying that, is there an instance that you could demonstrate gravity being a container that contains gases like your tire?
Gravity
your tire
does
can
that,
contain the air pressure, right? Can gravity do that?
Gravity contains all the atmosphere on Earth.
Okay, then. How do you know that's true?
I just believe it.
Okay, then.
Well, in the jungle, they have
And hold on. And why should we believe that bullshit?
Why shouldn't you?
Because of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's
Doesn't
why the
have
second law
gravity in it.
high pressure moves to low pressure, man. We just told you that. And you understand it by the tire example.
And there's no experiment, no matter how much, there's no experiment that you can demonstrate that this is not true.
But
Gravity or not
the
gravity.
air out here that we're breathing is low pressure.
Yeah.
Well, maybe where you live, and that's why you're oxygen deprived, but not where I live.
What's the air pressure value? What's the value at? The numeric value.
I don't know.
Go look it up. You can find that information out. Not hard.
You guys just cherry pick stuff from.
Go look it up, Castle King, because you're gonna stay ignorant the rest of your life until you start applying yourself.
I'm ignorant. You believe in a flat Earth.
No, at this point, it's willful ignorance. You don't even want to know.
Not even that. It's just
it's even that. No, it's even that. Because if you really were concerned about it, this whole argument, you would look it up and learn these points. We're kind of handing them to you on a silver platter, and you should just take what you get.
Remember last night, I was saying no matter how well constructed the argument is, they don't like the conclusion, so they'll reject it. So
there's no scientists in this
you're
room.
arguing, Castle King. What?
There's no scientists in the room.
Are scientists the arbiter of truth? Are they the ones that decide what
that run the experiments?
Yeah, and I gave you so give us an experiment any scientist has done which has shown the second law of thermodynamics not to be true.
Gravity, man.
He doesn't know.
I'm going to give you quotes from scientists about the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah,
He doesn't.
listen,
You don't.
man.
You don't
You
pay
guys
attention
are
to
the
you. No, we're
odd
not going to
ones
listen
out.
to you, bro.
You know
You don't
that.
pay attention to anybody in this room. So why should we listen to you? It's pointless.
You guys are
You don't.
the
You don't
oddballs
offer.
here.
You don't offer an up. You don't offer up at least some kind of resistance so we can challenge you intellectually. You're just sitting there like a potato, dude. Like that's not useful for anybody. You know what I mean? You have to apply yourself at least. I already told you, man, your muscles don't work in this room. You have to apply yourself, mentally. That's how things work here. I don't give a shit about your images of you being a tough guy. That means nothing here.
That's because you're
Yeah, no one cares, bro.
goofball. That's
Yeah,
why.
no one cares. Yeah, goofball. That's all you
So now
got. Yeah,
he's the
good
one
job.
insulting people. Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm saying
Yeah, we're a goofball now.
only people who don't have any kind of power talk like how you're talking right now.
Yeah, really. So what,
Yeah.
dude?
He's one of those confused big guys.
what,
ones.
man?
Hey, get him, Castle. He just.
I'm just saying, only weak
me that.
dudes talk like that, where they say, "Oh, it doesn't matter how big and strong you are. It doesn't matter this and that." Only weak men talk like that.
Yes. Okay.
Oh God, no! He's
Weak
saying, hey,
man.
listen, he's saying you're a one-trick fucking pony, bro,
No,
and your
I'm not.
one trick don't work in this
I'm
room.
super diverse. I'm a gifted singer and an
Super
artist,
diverse.
Yeah, good for you.
Okay,
and I can
here's the
write
diverse.
too.
Yeah, that's fine, Castle. Just
and I sing.
Let's sit down
And I
with
sing.
patting yourself in the
And
back.
I
We're gonna talk.
and I whoop
Yeah,
ass.
well, nobody cares. Hung like Tic Tacs. Did you have something to add?
Hey, and he whoops ass.
Yeah. Your big tough guy attitude don't work here, man.
Hey, listen.
You have no intellectual
no, we're not
prowess,
listening
man.
anymore.
I
We're not listening
understand
anymore. Shut up.
you
Shut
haven't
up.
done much in your
Shut
life
up.
yet.
Shut up.
Quiet.
Thank you.
We got Hung like Tic Tacs that wants to ask a question. I heard him earlier. Go ahead. Hung like Tic Tacs, are you there?
I didn't have a question. It was more like I was trying to help the poor guy out. But
Not
because you think about how different gases have different
you
pressures.
trying to help him out, or are you
caves in
qualified?
the jungle.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You said you're trying to help him out. Are you qualified in frontal lobotomies?
Okay. Yeah. See, this is why.
This
Fix
is
your
why
mic.
what?
Mic his ass, dude.
Who are you helping, dude? Like, this room doesn't need any help. Like, I think what you need to do is state your position.
How are you going to help out somebody whose argument
Is this
was?
guy a flat earther, or what is he?
the second law of
Globe earther?
thermodynamics.
Concaver?
Not. Hold on. And, like, how are you going to help out a guy that just said the second? I don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics because you guys aren't scientists.
Yeah.
What is Hung like Tic Tac? Does anybody know? Concaver, flat earther, globe earther?
I think his alternate name is Needle Dick Bug Fucker.
I don't. That didn't bring me closer to the answer I want. Is he a flat earther, globe earther, concaver? Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Because I don't know who he was. I don't know who he was helping. That's the problem. Because is he helping us? Is he helping Castle King? What? It's a bit
I think he
ambiguous.
was helping Castle. He said the poor guy. He was simping for Castle King.
Oh, got it. Okay. So he's that fee then? Yeah. Get hung like Tic Tacs. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. What is your evidence to support the case that it's a globe?
Well, I mean, Eratosthenes is something that I can easily prove in my backyard, following through his examples. The idea that I can see two sunsets with my drone on the beach. The idea that, when I went and chased the solar eclipse, or the solar eclipse
Yeah.
or something like that. They
All right.
accurately mapped that out on a globe Earth, but not on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's
In
fine.
the fact that right now I'm
Go one at a
driving,
time.
and I'm using
Hung, relax, dude. Like we're just gonna talk to you. Sounds like you're driving. Just one at a time is fine. So you're talking about Eratosthenes providing evidence that the Earth is a globe, yes?
Yeah, just that idea that I can go to the mountaintop and I can see the sun setting beyond the horizon.
God.
Yet,
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, bro. Eratosthenes. That's what I'm asking about.
Well, I understand that Eratosthenes was, okay, this is 600 miles away from this point, and now the shadow casts a different angle.
How'd he get
what is
600
that
miles?
angle? And now we can measure the circumference of
How'd he
Earth.
get to high? He didn't measure shit.
I guess I'm bringing it down to a more basic level because I like these experiments that you can kind of run yourself. And if I go tell my friend, at the
I don't think. Okay, what's in Hung? What's in contention is, do you know what was done? Because it sounds like you don't. I think that maybe you're starting.
I do.
Okay, what did he do?
So when I guess this is
what did he do? Hung, just answer the question. What did he do, sir? Sir, I'm only asking for your supportive information. Yeah, I'm asking.
He measured, two distances. He hired
Which were? Yeah, hold on. Wait, stop. Dude,
and
relax.
somewhere else, it was like 600 miles.
He's a
And if
runaway
I held
train.
a stick, I'm trying to answer. You guys are the one.
Yeah, but you're okay. So it's Alexandria and Syene.
Right here.
It's Alexandria and Syene, right? Okay, so what was done? What was done, bro? Hello. What was?
Am I correct in that it was like a well, or was it a stick? But it was sitting straight in the air, and the.
I don't know.
No, incorrect.
But
Yeah.
600 miles away.
Wait, dude, wait. God damn it, dude, wait. Fucking hell. If you just said something and it sounds like you don't really know, you're not sure. Is that correct?
Well, I think that you guys are splitting hairs.
No, it's not splitting hairs. Wait, dude. Okay, it's not splitting hairs. Okay. Definitely not splitting hairs. The only reason why we're asking this is because you're putting forth effort to say what Eratosthenes did solidifies the point that the Earth is a globe. If you don't know the example through and through, then we're going to question the method by which you're attempting to say that it's exactly correct to provide evidence of the Earth being a globe. Now, if you don't know specifics concerning Eratosthenes' method, then how do you know you're doing anything to apply a knowledge claim to the Earth being a globe? And that's what I'm asking you.
Riddle me this.
No, I'm not going to riddle you this, dude. We're not going to riddle you this. We're going to identify if you know anything about the specifics of Eratosthenes to support your claim of the Earth being a globe. That's all.
It's not a test of who knows the Eratosthenes story the best.
Okay. So you're sidestepping. You're sidestepping.
Bro, it was your evidence. It was your evidence. It was your evidence. You brought it up, not us.
Wasting my time by trying.
No, we're not wasting anyone's time.
Was it
Dude,
Alexandria and Syene, or was it two different cities? It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Specifics in this case. Yeah, specifics in this case do really matter, man. Go ahead.
You said two distances. What two distances did you measure?
Okay, my understanding it was the distance between these two cities, but then you're measuring the angles in which the shadows were cast. So only one distance, right?
Dude, your mic is it me or his mic is hot shit?
That was Mike.
Yeah, it's trash.
We're trying to work
It might just be because I'm in the car.
That's hot trash. We're trying to work with the best we can.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, what you're doing here. Okay, go ahead.
Great.
I got
we're gonna get way off, dude. So it's hard enough to focus with this guy. So
no, I got a good framework for him to use, if I may. But go first.
So we asked you what your evidence is. You said Eratosthenes, two sunsets, and eclipses work on a globe or something. Okay, which is wrong. Second one's wrong. First one's wrong. But we're just gonna go with the first one. If you don't know what it is that is the evidence, then you can't use that evidence as evidence of a globe because you don't even know what that evidence is, right?
I understand
You need to know
the
the
principle
details,
of laser. If I don't remember the two cities, I don't think that matters to the example of like.
Yeah, it does because you need distance. You need distance. You need to figure.
You guys jump in.
Yeah. Dude, you understand that specifics in this case are extremely important. You want to figure out the reason why he was coming up with the fact that the Earth is a globe in his case, and you don't have this information to support the claim that Eratosthenes did something to provide evidence that using distance, it's important, right? You need to know the specifics. It is extremely important for you to provide evidence of your points.
Oh, number one.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, number one, you have to show the measurement how Eratosthenes measured his distance between Syene and Alexandria. Go. Measured distance, by the way. Go.
Well, it was way back in the day. Didn't he just like pace it out, or he hired somebody to pace it out?
He paced out 500 miles.
Try that 100 feet army pace count.
He had some large pipe hitting surveyors, eh? That's stupid shit, dude. You don't know.
How much
You don't have
Olympian march?
he doesn't have a first friggin' clue about pace counts, and you'll lose it after 100 meters, probably less than that. So you're a pretender clown. Can I kill him? Can I just kill him forever? Can I make it quick?
Yeah.
So be less painful for everyone in here. Hung like Tic Tacs. That shit cracks me up, dude. Do you understand that one of the major assumptions about your Eratosthenes train wreck is that he required parallel sun rays? Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, there's a problem because when we look at eclipses from Rice University, NASA, and Smithsonian, there's a problem here because they show convergent and divergent sun rays. So what happens when you change the argument? Does the nature of the Earth change and the sun? Look over inside chat.
I can't. I'm driving.
Well,
I guess
everyone
in
else.
my head, off the top of my head, isn't it like the sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, and while sure, the rays aren't necessarily perfectly parallel, but they're within the margin of error.
No, they're not perfectly parallel. We've got convergent and divergent rays being quote unquote modeled by NASA, Rice University, and the Smithsonian. They are converging and diverging. So which story are you going with? Eratosthenes or solar eclipses?
Well, the Smithsonian and NASA, would they say that the sun rays are converging and diverging because there's two suns?
No.
Or is it something else?
What? Two suns? What?
Very.
Or is it something
There's actually a third option. There's actually a third option. QE. You have reality and those corpuscular rays we only ever view.
Yeah, it's like the apparent sun, the actual sun, the deviated sun, and then the sun.
Yeah, let me just tell him it's a cartoon diagram that QE's posting up in the text channel. If you had the ability to see, it's putting the sun, the Earth, and the moon kind of in a syzygy where it shows how there's divergent and convergent rays put upon the Earth. So this is what he was saying, that as an example, this image is being shown to everybody to think about the syzygy between the sun, moon, and the Earth, what it looks like with those sun rays. So it flies in the face of Eratosthenes' method, showing that you need to have parallel rays.
Yep.
Hung like Tic Tacs.
Is that good, Indio? Did I just killed it quick?
We hope so.
He's still probably scratching his head while he's driving.
Who, Jetty?
Oh,
no, hung like Tic Tacs.
I mean, if he's still scratching his head, we can perform the same Eratosthenes measurement with the moon. What's the difference between the moon and the sun if you're going to say that the sun's light rays are parallel? The moon's a curved sun, so the light rays are going to be...
You're piling on, Mr. Cavendish Space-Time.
He hasn't unmuted himself yet.
I heard you earlier. I laughed my ass off. You waited that long to come in?
When was this?
Earlier. I listened to the live stream earlier from this morning. Was it this morning or was it another day? Sorry.
I don't know when it was.
It was Cavendish Space Time.
Oh, yes. That was a couple of days ago, I think.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. All right. Where's Hung Like Tic Tacs at? That he had the Vamoose boot scoot.
Yeah, most Ricky Tick.
He needs to say less things.
Well, yeah.
More often.
We can unmute Mr. Tough Guy.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, I don't know. Comes out sounding like he wants to.
Yeah, you know.
He wants to provide evidence that his, the way he looks and his stature as a person is going to change people's minds on the internet, and not his intellectual prowess, which it's just bankrupt. It's crazy.
How he looks. Doesn't bro have like a rat tail or some mullet type shit?
Yeah, who knows?
He's a 304, man.
Yeah, he is.
Beta!
Who is Make Executions Great Again?
That's Fox. Yeah, he's a guy who cracked at the town hall a couple years ago, where he just was a laughing stock on the whole server.
Yeah, we spoke to Learning Electronics last night. Had something in the way of resistance, so you might want to talk to that guy. Learning Electronics, are you there? It came in with like two other guys, so
we can hear you breathing.
Yeah, bro. We literally hear you breathing, bro.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute.
Hello, somebody here?
Yeah, we're all here. Go ahead.
What up? What up? What up?
Zed is huge.
Ankles, your sister's ankles, your sister's ankles.
Ankles.
How you doing?
Pretty good. You know what this room's about, right? You just came in?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Okay, well, let's just see if the position that you hold is able to be articulated. So, we asked people, brand new, the question, is there any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, probably.
Can't stop him, Maggie.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you should have said was Meggie, or I'm sorry, you don't know him as Meggie. What you should have said was alpha, alpha, alpha. That is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on the second grade retard altar.
Damn, man, you slaughtered me, man.
Well, it's important to know that natural science has nothing to do with the question I asked. So identifying it right away helps your position. So
sorry about
that. Now that it has nothing to do with natural science, do you think there's any evidence that you can support the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
Well, what evidence do you have, sir?
No, I don't have any evidence, man. I'll be honest with you.
Yes. No.
I can actually astral travel in my dreams, and then I fly in the universe and I see the Earth as a globe. So that's my only evidence I have.
So NASA photos, right?
Yeah,
I dream and then I astral travel. You know what it is?
Oh, I'm sorry, you astral project. That's all you, Maggie.
Yes. And then I see the globe, and then I see the Earth, and it's a globe always.
All right. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. It's the transmission.
Is this Robert with a voice changer?
Nah, Robert would be a bit more obtuse than this guy.
Oh,
He would
jeez,
be-
yeah. Robert would said, "Science, my brother."
Yep, he would. He would.
Okay, the thing is, I don't understand is how you basically claim the top scientists of the world. The whole science field is
Oh my
completely
God.
bullshit. This is
Name
basically
one.
what you're saying.
Wait a second. Wait a second. We just got done showing them that this isn't a scientific topic. Everyone in the room, get the Adderall dripper. Don't chase after what he says. Chase after what just happened. He showed that
Okay,
he had
so
no
I have a
science
question.
acumen.
And-
And he's back with the scientists.
I have
he
a
agreed
question
with it.
though.
No, you agreed with it that it's not a scientific question. So why are you
Okay, so
feeling,
so what
why
about
are you feeling
the
science then? And
so what
how
about
dare
the
you claim we're being ridiculous when you said you astral project?
so what about the final project where
A
the
new
sun is
point. He
visible
didn't hear a word you
24/7?
said. He wants to move on. He didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah, of course.
He said, what about the final project as his neck shot off across the bow? The final
The
project.
final project.
I mean the final experiment, man.
What about it?
So the sun is visible over there 24/7. How is it possible on a flat
Well, was
space?
it an experiment? Hold on 1 second, Mickey. Sorry. Was it an experiment, first of all?
Yes.
Really? What was the hypothesis?
That on a flat surface, the sun wouldn't be visible on this in Antarctica. This was basically the.
So that's an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. I asked you for a hypothesis. That
Man,
wasn't it.
speaking easy English, man. I don't speak this English, this expert English. I speak easy English.
Yeah, you're
Easy.
talking. Yeah, he's.
Okay, before you conduct a scientific experiment, you need a hypothesis.
Yes.
Okay, that's your prediction, the outcome of the experiment.
So you guys always said that it's impossible that the sun is 24/7 up in
No.
in a.
Who said that?
Just stay in the moment. He asked you a question. Just stay in the moment. Just follow him, right?
No one ever said that. That's what you guys say.
All you got to do is follow the conversation, Zuj. You don't have to think forward.
So hard.
Just listen to what the person's telling you and don't think it further ahead.
Yeah. So what Indio is trying to tell you there, brother, that there is no hypothesis, so there is no experiment. Is that easy
it?
enough?
Yeah.
Is that easy English?
Yes, I believe now in the flat Earth, man. You got me.
That's the second time. Only one more. I get the trifecta. I get a new watch.
Dude, you're being
Presidential
dumb there.
Rolex.
No one asked you to believe or not believe in anything. You're going into these weird tangents, emotional responses to information that wouldn't cause that. It shouldn't. By you identifying the final experiment was not a final experiment, should not lead you to, oh, I believe the Earth is flat. There's people who think the Earth is a globe who said that was dumb as fuck. Okay, globe people. People who say, yeah, the Earth is a globe, calling it the final experiment is about as dumb as you can get. It's just marketing. And it's just damaging scientific understanding because it's taking these words and having them mean something they're not. It's fallacious. It's a law of identity.
That's crazy, man. I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay, what you're doing here is you're jumping the shark. Take a breath, slow down. Don't get into your emotions, your ego here. Do you understand?
Man. I have an ego problem, man.
The final experiment was not final. It was not an experiment. Check or hold.
Check or hold. I'm gonna pin that ego. That
He raised quick.
I'm gonna pin that ego above my friggin' fireplace.
He's done.
He ran away.
He ran off.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, holy shit. It's like you tell these guys like a simple fact that they know it's a fact. They're like, okay, well, the Earth is a flat. I go, or a simple fact is a simple fact. How about that? Oh, bye. Scared, man. Fucking shit scared. Thought he was going to come in here and take the piss. Ended up like, dude, you're just a dumbass with an internet connection.
That's what's up, Crit.
Dan, Crit is on one this morning, isn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't like Sonny though. Sonny had a bit more on him. On the other day, Sonny came in. He was picking on people who weren't even speaking. He's like, "Open up your mic, or I'm gonna ban you." I'm like, "God damn, Sonny, chill, bro. They have to engage for you to fucking go that hard." He was going hard, man, on the chat. I was like, "Oh, dude, just relax, bro. Slow down."
Sonny, he's so impatient, right? Somebody will speak up, somebody will say gravity, and Sonny will go right into just naming his claim without him saying anything.
Sonny, you gonna let them talk about you like this, bro? No way.
Yeah, he's here.
No, hell no. You're exaggerating that. You're exaggerating. So, you know what?
Yesterday, I heard it yesterday. I was pissing myself laughing.
Well, I mean, sometimes I go with that. I mean, if it gets boring, like, I'll try to pull the suckers in, come on in, suckers. To make your claim.
It was you and Miggy. Miggy was trying to calm this dude down and telling him about his gravity. And you came in and you said, "Oh, this is mass attracting mass, you fucking weasel."
Oh, shit.
He was trying to.
I have to apologize.
He's trying to club baby seals, bro. Like we're.
Miggy's Sonny, calm down. He didn't make a claim yet.
I know. You know what? I'm not always that impatient, though. Like, I've been doing very well lately. I think that several people can attest to that. But anyway, you know what? I wanted to say, like, when I astral project, I fly out there and I see a flat Earth. So what the fuck? That was funny, that last guy, though. Right on, man. Keep up the good work.
That's Miggy's. I hand that over to Miggy.
Good job.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. It's been a good conversation the last week, though. Really good. I just apologize. I just wish I could stay up later because I know Miggy comes on late at night. I'm like, shit, it's fucking past my bedtime.
California,
QE,
for fuck's sake. He's in Omaha.
Yeah.
When QE goes to bed at midnight in Central, I'm like, it's freaking 9:00. I'm fucking beat. Time to go to sleep.
Don't worry, man. I'll be joining you guys pretty soon. They're changing my hours to day shift.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll be doing prime time, baby.
Get ready. Is Jedi still in here? Jedi, get ready because we're having a little influx from the land of misfit toys. They're going to start coming over here and telling you what science is, what's what. And it isn't about cause and effect relationship. So you better get ready. They're coming for your ass.
Uh-oh. That ought to be fun.
It's descriptive.
It's descriptive.
In other words, you better bust out that Old Spice, bro, that you've been holding back.
Yeah, they're going to
comb your hair. Fucking.
His name is Lion.
He was here this morning, or he was on PNR this morning, and it was like, "Hey, Lion, stick around. Where QE, hopefully QE's up. Get him in here. Like, he wants to talk to you." And he's like, "Who, me?" I'm like, "Yeah, you." Yeah, little old you. You got an invitation. Your presence is requested in the arena.
Oh shit! We gonna do the arena with him?
That's funny shit.
Well,
we got
can't
the
make
arena right here.
Yeah, we can't make the square on that level. He's more like an undercard. Like he's not really a main event kind of guy.
Yeah.
Are you talking about?
I want to save that for an academic. When that happens, we better fucking have some like high quality fucking academic coming in here with some fucking like a 4-star general or something. Like it better be fucking A1, you know?
Are you talking about Lion of Yah?
Lion, yeah, same guy.
He's a concaver, isn't he?
What?
Well, he's got his own shit. He's got his own.
No, he's not a concaver.
No, he's got. It's hard to tell what he's talking about because his concepts go very long form and they're his own ideas. They're not like. He's kind of like I would say when I describe him, he's like you take a little bit of ether cosmology and a little bit of flat Earth, and he's kind of like right in the margins there.
Oh, that's his ass.
I think I don't know. Maybe it's because there's a guy that sounds just like he sounds like someone else. The other guy sounds like him,
but one of them's a concaver. I always get
Yeah.
confused too because they both sound alike, like almost identical. It's weird.
I forget his name, but yeah, there's a concaver that sounds like him.
They were both in here Friday.
Well, I got 2 guns, one for each of you.
Yeah.
Jetty, what did he? Is he off getting his scones or something?
Did he boot skit?
That should be 5 o'clock in the afternoon for him, or rather, for the whole world. We're on his time.
I think it's crumpets and tea. You got it wrong.
Trumpets and tea. Get it right. All right, slowing down.
Yeah, I send him a message, see if he comes in.
I got a show today.
Right on.
In case you got, well, it's going to be James tour, so it's sort of, it's not going to be flat Earth per se, Your Honor. And then we're going to take a look at the literal booger eater.
Oh, the literal booger eater.
Literally. I'm on a train right now. You know what? These tracks are absolutely horizontal.
This is Mark J. for Glover. Hey, Mark J. Aren't you a Glover?
Is he?
Seize him.
Guards.
Guards. That's old school, Maggie, ain't it? Remember those days?
Yeah, I do. He's FE DJ says so. Okay.
Oh, DJ, hey, DJ, just want to let you know that clocks aren't time. Just FYI.
I said something like that.
No. There was another guy say you didn't do anything wrong. He said that he was saying that time was dilating. His example was clocks, right? Clocks. I just wanted to let everyone know that clocks aren't time, just like a football field isn't yardsticks.
I remember that conversation now. Yeah.
Did he argue with you that way, DJ?
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's so many of these people. Few of them have been bringing up this time dilation recently.
And
Doesn't
PNR?
really go anywhere for them though. PNR here, yeah, both.
I've yet to hear him actually use it in here like that. That's pretty stupid, actually.
They had time dilating Cavendish experiment.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I was talking to Jetty about. He came in, he was laughing so hard he could barely get any rebuttals out.
Unmute me now, you flat brain cowards. Castle King. You sound like a fucking old Scooby-Doo villain, dude, was saying that shit. Curse you, flat earthers.
He would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those pesky flat earthers.
It's okay, Castle King.
Learning electronics.
Yeah, he's definitely a Glober. He came in last night.
Oh, really?
There
Guys,
might be
get your
something
picture-
there, but he doesn't. He's basically giving us the cold shoulder, and it's pretty cold.
Stonewalling us.
Yep.
See, now CB is calling him out.
Come off mute or you're banned. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Sonny was it was on a rampage that day.
Yeah, was probably ready to pounce.
Yeah.
You got 15
that's what
seconds.
happens. That's what happens. You step into a lion's cage, you might get attacked.
Yeah, but we need some of these guys to It looks like there's activity when their body's just here, even though their mind's not. And some of them, they could even be speaking, and it sounds like their mind's not here. That's beside the point.
What did Crit say? They're a dumb fuck with an internet connection.
Damn.
Yeah,
that was classic. That was classic. That was.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying is let them speak first. Okay, got it.
Yeah. You kind of want them to put forward a claim.
I'm not usually in here before Ball Busters. This is kind of invigorating.
Yeah, man. Pre-show.
Get some juices flowing. We could let the Samoan come in.
This is kind of invigorating. Listen to you.
I'm talking to these fuckwits on another server, and I've been waiting for them to trigger out, and they finally timed me out. And the owner, I knew that I had he used to get beef with this other guy in this other server who was like a drug addict, and he would always we didn't know it at the time. It was kind of like a just social thing. So anyway, I said, hey, you're acting just like Corvo. You're like using mod perms rather than just engaging. And then he said something along the lines like, you're posting walls of text. I'm like, okay, well, would you rather have walls of text or walls of admin perms? He's like, listen, Crit, I don't care. So I said, just go piss on the street again. Because he got caught. He was drinking and driving. He pulled over the piss, and the cops saw him. And then, started talking. The cop started talking to him. He thought he could talk his way out of it, and the cop started a DWI investigation. And I told him at the time, dude, if he just saw you pissing, just walk. Don't go back to your car. What the fuck's wrong with you? We'll see if I get banned now after calling him a public pisser.
You dumbass.
I said, as long as they stay somewhat normal, I'll stay normal too. You start doing these cringe ass mod perms. Let's go. Gloves are off.
We can talk to Anubis. Anubis, what's going on, man?
Is he from Egypt?
No, he's in Egypt.
Bumfuck Egypt?
I don't know. Anubis, are you there? Hello? Yep, Stonewall.
Get him, Sonny.
Yeah, he was counting down too. Sonny was counting down.
10, 9, 8.
Oh, man.
All right, who's next?
Oh, the only ones are learning electronics and make executions great again as far as opposition goes.
Yeah, like Fox, sound off, Fox. Where you at? Let's do a buddy check. Let's get a 10-20 on you.
10-20.
Are you still just as freaked out as you were just a few years ago? Or are you a little bit better or what?
I don't know. I think you should ask Black Mage. He just joined us. Go ahead, Black Mage.
What was the question?
Oh, they're asking, right? And I was just like, well, Black Mage probably can give a good rebuttal for the Earth being a globe. He's one of the ones. So just tell him how you know the Earth's a globe.
Oh, you had mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not such a skeptic, If someone shows me a picture from space, I'm generally going to be like, all right, you went up there and took a picture.
Generally, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I've been a skeptic of a few things, but not of space travel.
Really?
No.
Oh, so it's kosher to you to have a ultra-high vacuum next to gas pressure without a barrier. That's kosher with you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're just in standing violation of the second law of thermodynamics. How does that feel?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, he says.
You also got problems with Brownian motion, Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Dalton's law, and Avogadro's law. You still good?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I think I remember this black mage. He's got the Final Fantasy figure, right? Is his profile, or is it someone else? I can't remember if it's the same guy. Because there's another guy
Mage?
called... Yeah, I'm tabbed out. There's two guys called Mage. One that is like he's dressed up like a wizard. And
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, yeah. Okay, it's a different guy than I'm thinking of.
Yeah, learning electronics. All you got to do is unmute your mic. He's complaining in the text. You abuse your powers enough. You silent speakers and debaters, bro. Then you got the ability to speak. There's nobody silencing you, man. Put forward a claim and see if it stands up to any scrutiny.
Yeah,
Look at what you got to offer. Yeah.
If you think we're gonna mute you and then you stay muted, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy, homie.
Let's see what you got, man. Go ahead.
I would talk, but you guys would mute me, so I'm gonna stay muted. All right. Shit.
Yeah. Like what?
So, dude is like, I'm not skeptical of space picks. Dude, that's your conclusion. It's like, I'm not skeptical of the claims of space picks. Get it right.
We got another meathead in that room. Rob has just joined us. Him and Castle King.
Oh man.
We don't need any more meatheads, man.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking, what if we do for Fridays now, like a conspiracy show and get like these anti-flat earth but conspiracy people who like want to say something, but they for some reason were like, hey, bring that up on Speculation Sunday. Do like a conspiracy Friday.
Oh God, please no.
Did you say Conspiracy Friday? What?
Or something like that. Yeah, like, Friday morning, listen to the flat earth hoverers who like to tell you they're conspiracy theorists, but flat earth is too much of a conspiracy for them. So let's hear what they really think about the topic.
Yeah, that sounds like a good angle for a piece on the show during prime time. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, because it's like like they'll tell you something like, "Oh, I'm not in on flat Earth, but robotic pigeons. Now that's my shit."
Or they can tell you how they can take pontoons to Antarctica. Like just crazy shit.
Yeah, just like crazy. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah, it's like, I don't know about all this, like whatever, but you know what's really going on? Hidden caves through the middle of, or direct energy weapons, or something like that.
I don't know if the Earth is a globe or flat, but I'm from Samoa. Yeah.
Oh man, don't you want me
I got pics of myself, bro. Don't you know that I'm strong and I'm from Samoa? Man.
I could sing, I could dance, and I can whoop ass.
Science? Nah. Man, homie, who needs to know about that? No one. Huh?
What do you mean, man?
Me, meathead, find it funny.
You do. It is.
There it is. And we
Y'all just jealous.
Jealous of what?
Jealous. I can hear it in your voices.
I know, man. I wake up every day crying because I'm not like that fucking flat
Because you're not him.
Just saying, man. You guys wish you had a fraction of my abilities, man.
Yeah.
I do. I would suck my. Oh, I can't say that.
Whoa, man. Hey, slow down, bro. Like, come on, dude.
I stopped myself.
No, you don't. You're one of those individuals Kurt was talking about before. You, Rob. He said dumb fucks with an internet connection. He identified.
What are you, a psychic?
Yeah.
What are you, a psychic? No, he's not. Crit hates me.
What are you talking about? What
Dude,
do I?
Crit, I'm just joking. I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
like
he's on
I
the
say,
phone.
like our relationship's like a roller coaster. All the ups and downs, loops and turns through all of it. We always stayed on track.
I just can't tell what the love-hate relationship he has for you, man. Like that one time you were telling him, you coming from Gems and, you can come for shelter here because we're not going to be doing what they do to him over there. But yet, he's like, fuck you, Crit. Like he was really adamant about that point.
Yeah,
Just- he
I'm
didn't wanna
psycho.
talk to you.
Sorry, I'm crazy too, guys.
I think it has to do with like maybe in his past, like he had a grandpa that reminds me. I reminded him, but he really didn't get a chance to really enjoy his grandpa when he was around. So now he's kind of like,
Exactly.
yeah. So here, Rob,
Hey,
let's hear it.
Take me fishing, Papa. Take me fishing.
Yeah, so let's hear it. What is your bestest conspiracy theory without, okay, a little bit of caveats. Don't go into anything medical and nothing JQ. Other than that.
Oh yeah, I don't break into service. I don't break into service. My favorite one, honestly, the one that I think is the truth, but no one really wants to hear it or believe me or talk about it anymore, is the fact that I think humans are aliens. We're seeded. We came from somewhere else, and we were created here for a reason.
100%.
So we came from somewhere else, but we were created here.
No, well, I'm saying our origin of our species. I think aliens came here, spliced their DNA with some kind of life form here, created us to combine something.
Cret. That's what I was talking about with the dumb fuck with the internet connection.
and tape.
So what's your proof of this? Where do you get? Where are you getting it from?
I call it the water hole fallacy. Water hole fallacy.
Well, I mean, what about like blood types, or is it because like humans have different eye shapes, or what do you got? What's some
second box?
Cowbell? We're looking for cowbell. Yeah. How do you know that?
Hey, my number one proof is this, and I made it up myself. It's called the water hole fallacy. So, if we all
the water boy?
No, the water hole fallacy. So we've all watched nature videos on National Geographic where they see the water holes, and you'll see all these animals of different species gathered there. There might be some, anger, or there might be some, some roughed up or some fights every now and then. But for the most part, these animals all go to the same water hole and drink and coexist. Now, if you put a human in that water hole, the animals run away. And under my logic, I'm saying they run away because we're not like them, and they know that.
Thanks, Cret.
Yeah.
Yeah. You signed you guys up.
Everything you said is horseshit, dude.
I don't even know what he said.
Hey, he's talking about water hose, water 304s.
Water
Dude, you can literally you could build a house and live in it next to the water hole. And animals are gonna come drink out of it. That's just dumb as shit.
Yeah,
bro.
but if you go outside, those animals will scatter. But all the animals gather together. I see deer together. I see raccoons.
No, they
together,
won't, dude.
squirrels.
Have you ever been in the
That's
woods?
so
Dude,
true,
leave the
man.
house.
Yes, I'm from Michigan, bro. I'm a Michigan man, dude. I'm born in the woods.
Deer don't run away from you in
Dude, so
Michigan.
animals don't come up to you. They're scared of you.
Wild animals, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Wild animals will usually run from you. Yeah.
So wait, the home run, where we running it to?
What?
That was Vitaly Z.
Yeah.
Vitaly Z, you're unmuted and you're hot micing.
1 second.
It's just an idea. It's just an idea.
It's a good idea.
I guess it's
The
better than
Astro came.
my
The
granddad.
Astro came.
Gorilla.
Black Mage, you had
Yeah.
your chance a couple seconds
wanna
ago.
help this
Dude,
dude.
you're
This
talking
is-
over
this-
Indigo. Now you're
this
over
is
talking
true,
me.
though.
What's up, man?
I'm sorry. I thought that this guy was done with his humans are aliens conspiracy.
Oh, you were on to your own?
Yeah. The asteroid
Well, you
came and
think
brought alien
Don't you think
DNA.
humans are apes?
No,
Isn't
not
that
even
worse?
close.
I think
Well, where's
Yeah,
Sulfur?
I don't believe in evolution or evolution.
Sulfur is muted. Hold on, Rob. Sulfur is muted. He's wanting to say something. Sulfur,
what's
are you
up,
there?
my fellow flat Earth brothers? I'm finally freed from my chains, man.
So, yeah, I don't think I've heard you yet. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
No.
Are we starting a car here? No. No. So is the Earth a globe? Yes or no, sir?
No, definitely not, bro.
Okay, thank you. That'll be all.
We got make executions great again. I think they're gonna come off mute. No, they said they were gonna come off mute. So go ahead.
Is he?
Oh.
And that
No
was more
more
like trying to kickstart a two-stroke.
No more water hose.
Water hose. That was good, dude. The water 304. Nice.
The water hose fallacy.
Hole.
Might have to get me some new merch. I had
How
all the
about,
water.
like, how about something better? Like, is there anything that is like substantiable, like where you could say, hey, like, this was a conspiracy theory. These are the people who did it. This is how they did it. This was how it was exposed. I mean, you got anything like that?
Oh my God! Hold on. Look at what this guy's put in the text. Only thing worse than an ape is an ape that denies that it's an ape. Wait, what? Wait, that's profound, bro.
Too funny.
Yeah, I don't believe in evolution. I don't think human beings come from
Evolution? What the fuck is that?
where they say that we all have the same ancestor somewhere far back. I don't believe that one.
Nah, that was debunked years ago. They just said it, and then they got their asses ripped up. You know who ripped that up?
I agree with you, man.
You know who ripped that? Not a case of agree or disagree. You know who took that to the woodshed and just beat it like a redheaded stepchild? Right in front of God and everyone. Even Richard Dawkins, right in front of him. Guess who did that?
Who?
Dr. Craig Venter.
I'm not familiar with that guy. I have to look him up.
He's just the fucking grand poobah of geneticists, the geneticist of geneticists.
Yeah, I know some scientists have different ideas of what happened.
No, not ideas. He took them to the woodshed and just started dragging them around right on the friggin' right in front of him. He was real nice to him, but Dawkins and that Krauss idiot turned different shades of green when he said it. Whole auditorium. It was like thousands of people in the auditorium. You could drop a fucking needle and hear it.
Hell yeah.
I got that shit, man, if you want it.
Yeah, you
And you know what? And you know what? After he cooked both of them, the next day they just went and kept making the same claims that they had been making for the previous 20 years, just like it never happened.
Yeah, just like Baltards, just like you know, dumb fucks with an internet connection.
Oh, jeez. My whole thing is this, and I have actual evidence to back up my claims to it. But in my opinion, the simple fact is that all the continents of Earth have a pyramid on them. At a time when human beings did not travel around the Earth, they did not have any idea how to build these things, but yet they exist. And I think they're lying.
If you believe the narrative and watch Ancient Aliens, maybe.
Well, you know, hey, listen, I know it's not as exciting as the flat Earth stuff. You know, this is all I can get. I got a couple more different.
Is it me or is this Mike water hoe?
It's shitty.
Oh, hold on. Let me fucking fix my mic. Kiwi, you're a tough nut to crack, man.
Water hose.
Yeah.
Shit. All right. Did Mickey leave again?
Mickey, come back.
No, I'm here.
Hey, right before I left last night, you said be right. You said BRB, and I put a friggin' eyebrow raised. Then I left.
Yeah, then you left. Well, I came back a little bit time after that.
I figured you'd get a little kick out of it.
Yeah. There you go, ball busters.
Mic check.
Mike, you checking Mike?
Is it better?
You friggin' hoe vixen, you.
It's hoe.
You need to go get
Almost
that checked out.
died.
What?
Oh, vixen, you.
No, I was like, sounds like someone just died there for a second.
It's a hoe vixen. That's what it is. Hoe vixens are fucking pugs.
Oh, there he is. Whoop, there he is. Lion of Yah. Welcome.
Who?
Lion of Yah. The one and only.
Lion of Yah. Who the fuck's Lion
It's
of Yah?
Lion.
That's Lion. This is the
That's
guy
Lion.
This is the guy you want.
Right here.
Oh, from the land of misfit toys yesterday when
Yes.
he train wrecked himself with natural science and the scientific method isn't about cause and effect. Is that dumb fuck?
Yep.
Where did you
In
get
the
that
flesh.
dumb shit from, moron? What the fuck is that? Define a scientific hypothesis with citation, by the way. We'll end this quick.
Remember, he is a long haul driver, so he might not be able to put stuff in text chat.
Oh, that's a fucking bummer. That's a fucking cop out, man.
No, I mean, really, I've never seen him type in text, not once. I've even sent him DMs, and he'll respond like in voice.
Hey, Crit, does he
Hello?
mute his mic?
Yeah, he will. Give him a second. He might be in a dead space because he does drive. Like it could.
Does he like
The dead
at least
space is
verbally
between
give his
his ears.
citation?
The dead space is between his ears.
Well, I can see you guys want to talk about flat Earth, so how about the picture I posted? in
Yeah,
chat?
sit down, Rob. We're not
Shut
talking to
the
you.
fuck up, Rob, you damn hoe vixen.
Fucking
Yo,
conspiratard.
So if this dude never posts or texts in the chat, how does he provide evidence for his claims?
He doesn't.
No, yeah, it goes right from his mind. Maybe he's posted in the past. I don't recall him ever posting anything.
So he's between flat Earth and concave or some bullshit like that, right?
Yeah, like if you were to take a Venn diagram and you've got like flat Earth and then you've got ether cosmology, and if you were to somehow push them together, like with a collider, or something, like he somehow is able to like thread the needle and then go in and out of these different frameworks. So yeah, well, I mean, maybe get your take once he mics up, but he will. I mean, he's definitely not a wimp. He loves the verbal judo.
Verbal judo.
Yeah.
How can you have ether in a concave Earth?
Yeah, let's see it. Let's hear it. Lion, what's going on, man? You're like letting me down here.
You're
In a verbal judo. I'm a kung fu master.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we'll see. I mean, just want to see him.
It's gonna get bad, man. He better not come off moot. It's gonna get.
Is he
bad.
here?
Yeah, he's here.
He's just down there.
He's just down there.
Got some like his name is a bunch of special like Norse characters. Sorry, at the bottom.
Dark character.
No, I think it's. I'm lagging in. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Norse characters. Yeah,
Okay.
I heard you. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's Norse. It might not be though.
Is it Ubonics? You gotta hurry up, dude. I got a friggin' show coming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, go ahead and pull over.
I think he's biding his time, man.
Quick, there's
Don't
20
do that.
people waiting.
He's waiting to see the green-eyed Terminator leave the chat, and then he's gonna. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm able to unmute now. He's gonna watch. Watch that.
He's like, oh wait, what? You're talking about QE wasn't here? You want to talk to me? No one told me that shit.
You know that's gonna be the whole. Oh, he wanted to talk to me. Well, I'm here. What's up? Like it's.
Get him, get him on back. He's doing a live show now. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, he knows that he's gonna do a show.
Yo, what are you on, bro? Creation Bear keeps telling me to VCR goodbye. I'm literally here.
There we are, and we.
You're really not the guy, Sulfur.
We could
But
be
they told me to
filler.
mic up. What's the point? I don't know.
Really not the guy.
Sulfur, hold on, just take a breath. You mic'd up, okay? Now, what is your bestest evidence for your globetard?
Bro, I'm a flat earther, bro.
That's cap, bro.
Yeah, stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
What do you mean? I changed my mind, bro. I'm not allowed to change my mind?
No, you're not.
So what's your bestest evidence for a flat earth?
Bro, the Chinese space station video.
Bruh.
Oh, God.
How would you rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
Negative
Why
4.
not that good at acting?
You said what? Yeah, it's definitely negative.
Negative 4.
Yeah, I would not recommend acting, Sulfur. So, why are you a globetard?
I don't believe that the Earth is a globe. I don't know why you guys are under misconception. I used to, but I changed my mind.
No one's buying that, dude.
What's the point here? If you guys don't want to believe if someone changes their mind, what's the point of trying to
Even
convince
the Loki's aren't buying that, all right? So,
I literally changed my mind, bro.
nah, dude.
Yeah, he
I asked
changed
you a
his
question,
mind and he believes that the earth is flat. He
Ask me a
believes that he
question. Only a
don't.
flat earther could
You
answer.
didn't change your mind, dude. You're capped,
I
dude.
did
I'm gonna
change
tell you
my
why you
mind.
didn't change your mind. All you did is go from Earth's a globe because pictures from space to Earth's flat because pictures from space. You didn't fucking change anything.
Yep.
Bro, you guys are just like, I don't know why you guys deny me, bro. I'm like literally one of your brothers, and you guys just gonna like let me in,
Your
bro.
brothers.
Like, come on.
You gotta earn that shit, bro. That ain't
How do I earn
something
it?
just handed
How do I earn
out
it?
to you.
Dude, read out your top flat earth
Why-
proofs that you
why
put
do
in
you-
the side chat.
Why
No,
would you
tell me
know
which
You
one
wrote
is
Antarctica.
Oh, DJ's
Antarctica
on.
is an ice wall.
Yeah, it is.
Fake schools. Fake schools?
Yeah, because there's
What's that?
no, there are actual schools, but you know the teachers they don't actually know the truth. They just teach you what they're taught, and that's how the truth the lies get passed on.
What do you mean by the sun spotlight illusion?
Is that the
You don't know
water
about
hose
the sun
fallacy
spotlight?
again?
Do you know about the sun spotlight illusion? Like multiple suns were multiple suns spotted in China.
Hmm.
There were 3 suns.
In China.
Multiple
Yes.
sons.
In China.
China.
Yes.
You're a bad actor,
Yeah, and that,
bro.
means what, dude? Like, what does that mean?
I don't know, but it just means that the Earth isn't a globe.
I don't
That
know.
ain't multiple. Oh my god.
I don't know, but it means the Earth is flat.
Look at his
legit
evidence for multiple
quantified.
sons, Indio. In the text.
Yeah, I
Look at
heard him,
that.
and I asked him what,
And it's
it
really
means. He
multiple.
said, "I don't know. It means the Earth is flat." He's a fucking dumbass.
No, what
I
he
said
posted
it
in
just
the.
means the Earth isn't a globe, bro.
Which one is it? Is it I don't know, or it means the Earth is flat? Which one, bro? Pick a struggle.
I can't pick a struggle, man. I'm sorry.
You dumbass.
Huey, that's yours. I got that from you, bro. Wait, where did you get that from?
Kick off going flat.
Sulfur, dude.
What's up, Dad?
You're trash, bro.
You're trash.
So you still think I believe in the Earth's a globe?
Of course.
No, I mean, you can do whatever you can believe whatever you want to believe. No one's gonna be like, "Hey, you can't hold
Yeah,
your
I
own
still believe the Earth's
beliefs."
a globe. You got me.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
there
saying.
it is.
This is the best part that you won't know.
Where are my
Why-
globe evidence? Buddy, give me like 1 second, bro. I'm trying to pull it up. Holy crap, bro. Will you give me like 1 second? Okay, sure.
You have it ready
Give me
already?
1 second.
Bro, okay, well, there's not
We're
even
here
5
20
seconds. You're
Dude, we're
counting
here
down super
24
fast, bro.
Hey,
Holy
relax,
shit.
dude.
I'm
We're here
glad I didn't
24/7.
I'm glad I didn't pick bro out of the drinking game. I'd be fucking in the hospital by now.
Bro, give
Getting
me
my
5
stomach
seconds,
pumped.
bro.
So
There you
true.
go.
Sorry. Okay, bro? Good, bro. You know what I mean,
Hey,
bro?
No, bro.
2025, Kiwi. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
All right, bro. You know about the water hoe fallacy, bro?
Look at that. Trinity failed, bro. Can't even. It's crazy. Level water, bro.
You know, it's weird though. People say that if this place is an echo chamber, I think this would be the most.
Show me a curved
like
ocean.
basic evidence that it's not fucking having these meatheads come in here.
All right, hold on. What do you mean? Show me a curved. Okay, sure. 1 second. Here.
What is that, dude?
That's a curved ocean.
That's
Oh,
legit. I can confirm it.
Literally, look at this. You can see the ocean's actually curving, bro. You can literally see it on the live stream preview, bro. Like, come on.
I see why he was muted.
You're trolling,
This is
bro.
bad acting.
CB identified.
Bro,
It's
I'm
just
not.
bad
I'm not even. I'm not pretending to be a flat earther anymore. I'm not acting.
No, whatever you're doing, it's not even. Yeah,
so
you're trying to be funny. You're trying to do all this. Dude, you're trying too hard, bro. You're just not being.
How are you gonna say it's CGI when it's a live stream, bro? What are you on about?
You fucking weenie.
Damn, even Mick says you're a weenie. That means something.
He's pretending to be a comedian.
We're not this bored, bro.
You're not
Thank you,
clever. You're not funny. You're not like fucking. All the boxes are being checked off right now. It's so bad, dude. Yeah.
What happened to Lion?
He's waiting
Think
for
he got-
Huey to leave, dude. As soon as he leaves, he's gonna be, okay, I'm on my mic. Where's Huey at? Like, he's gonna do that shit, dude.
Is he still here, actually? I don't see any boards.
Is he still
I
here?
don't see-
Nah, he left. Fuck's sake.
Fuck Sulfur. Took a spot.
I had bad internet connection, and yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
Sulfur took his spot. Piece of shit.
What's up, Trinity? Mic up. I want
Who?
to talk to you. Trinity is good and loves everyone. Turn your microphone. I want to talk to you. I'm curious.
Get him, Trinity. You got it.
No, we'll talk to Adam because Adam looks like he's a guy that might know the Earth is a globe.
What?
He's got
Hello?
Yeah. What's up, Adam?
What's up, man?
So, is it true that you're the guy that we can speak to?
Depends on what.
Well, the question on the table right now is that is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? What say you?
Well, I mean, I believe that there is.
Stop.
But
Okay,
if I
hold
come
on.
to
Stop, Adam. Adam, what you should have said was Alpha. That is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shape.
Bro, they're about to ban me, bro.
Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing on a second grade retard altar.
Whoa.
Yeah, pretty heavy. Well, the fact is, you didn't identify that it's a malformed question, which is kind of curious on our part. The reason why maybe you didn't realize it was a malformed question. Because maybe you thought there was scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Adam?
I believe that there is, but my opinion might be rejected by people that think
opinion?
that. Hold on, please, 1 second.
That's not an
One
opinion
second.
question.
Please,
That's not
1
an
second.
opinion.
Please.
That's not an opinion question.
Let me
sir.
just. Okay. Let me
It's
just.
not an opinion question, sir. Let me just screw my science acumen down to
Can I
below
finish my
second grade.
Can I finish my sentence?
No, you can't because you just
Dude, you didn't listen. You
yourself.
didn't listen. What was listen? You
That's
didn't
kinda
listen to
crazy.
what was said to you. You didn't listen to what was said to you. So why should we let you talk? You either didn't comprehend it or you didn't listen.
All right, man.
What did they say to you? Tell us back. Tell us back what they said to you.
Listen, man, I was invited to speak. If you guys don't want me to speak,
Tell
just
us
say it.
back
Here, I'll
what
mute
they
myself.
said
No
to
problem.
you. Tell us back what they said to you about science and how that's a malformed question. Yeah, you weren't listening.
Yep. He had your full Dunning-Kruger deflector shields on full power, Captain. You just got compromised. You haven't been keeping up on current events. You're compromised. So when you want to speak, everyone knows you're suspect right off the bat. You're screwed. Your credibility's gone.
Follow? Oh, it's called paying attention, Adam.
Okay.
In a conversation,
so
it's
really
important.
simple.
I believe that the person that must pay attention is the person that was insulting me the entire time. I was going to say that my opinion on those. Can we just allow it?
No, we can't. Can we just no?
I'm going to say one sentence and I'll mute myself. Can I just say the sentence, please?
Adam.
No.
Adam, it's the definition of science and opinion.
Sure, man. All right.
Is the definition of science and opinion, Adam? Yes or no? Is it an opinion? What the definition of science is?
Yes, it is an opinion question. I'll go in depth on that.
Oh, so definitions are an opinion. Really?
Oh
Since
my
when?
God! I was going to say my opinion on the definition, but you don't allow people to speak in here, so whatever.
Opinions on definitions.
Definitions are not subjective. They are only context.
Sure they aren't. But my man, when you go into space and take a picture of a globe, that picture can be believed by people. Hold on. That picture can be believed by some and not believed by others.
Really?
Absolutely.
All in the face of a second. Yeah, see, we're going down another road, though. See, your science acumen was compromised initially. We'll get to your natural law problems here in a second. Let's go back. You compromised your natural science acumen.
Adam, let me tell you how by analogy. You want to know if the room in your house, your kitchen is square. Would you call a scientist to tell you that?
No, that's exactly why I'm trying to tell you that taking a picture of a globe from space does not require you to believe in science or whatever.
So
if it's a picture.
When you claim the Earth is a globe, it's a shape question, right?
Yep.
So you wouldn't call a scientist for that, right?
Why would I? There's a picture provided.
So what would you call a photographer?
If there's an actual picture taken of the globe from space, I would. Hold on, 1 second. Let me just finish.
No, you're bypassing the important part, Adam. Adam, you're bypassing it. No, dude, you can't hold on. You're bypassing the most important part, bro.
With all due respect,
you can't bypass this.
With all due respect,
no, you can't bypass the fact that this has nothing to do with science, bro.
That's disrespectful, man.
Talk right to you. He's come unhinged.
Have a little decency.
No, decency is for you to understand this has nothing to do with science. So, according to what you're trying to explain with your opinions, you don't identify that has nothing to do with science. You need to acknowledge that.
Oh my God.
We need to hear you acknowledge that.
Right. Simple as this, and I'll say this again. Somebody taking a picture from space of the Earth's shape being a globe. Let me finish this sentence and don't be a retard.
Stop! Yeah, he's done. He's done. Bye, Adam. Taking a picture from a second law thermodynamics violation. Taking a picture from a second law thermodynamics violation is not going to skate past your dumbass science acumen. That's what India was trying to say.
Well, I was going to say anybody can come and chant. People said there's pictures from space, and I believe them. Any idiot can do that. Like, you're not telling us anything. And why you're, insisting on ignoring us, talking over us to tell us over and over again, people claim there's pictures from space. What's the point of that? Honestly. You don't think we heard that before?
To get you off his lack of science acumen?
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, you can't skate past that point, Adam. And once you identify it, then you can say, okay, it's not, you didn't say this. So.
Miggy, may I propose that every time we ask that question again, I get a wry smile every time you do that, by the way. That once we say that, once I end my little spiel, that we hold them to task with identifying that they have no science acumen before we move on.
Yeah, he was a bit squirmy, for sure.
I'm saying in the future. From here on out.
Mind.
The Earth is prove me wrong.
Shut up. What?
The Earth is a sphere.
Shut up! I wasn't done with Miggy yet. Wait till your sphere tart for a second. Miggy, I'm serious about this. We need to hold them to task and have them recognize and have them verbally state that they understand that their science acumen is below third grade.
Yeah, they're compromised. They don't acknowledge that. I think that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
I think with this last case, it was anyway.
Yes. But from here on out, let's just hold them to task and let them recognize that they just compromised themselves and they're suspect. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, King Kui.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Spheretard, go ahead. Mickey has some questions for you.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm this Spheretard?
Well, you do believe you live on one, right?
Yeah. Then full blown. Ask
Full-blown.
away. Ask away.
Oh, excellent. Is there any scientific evidence for this globe you believe you live on?
Is there any scientific evidence for the flat Earth?
No, you said you would answer
believe
the
there's-
question.
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
said- You said you would answer the question.
I
so
believe
do it.
I believe there is an abundance of scientific evidence, including photos.
Good.
Including photos.
Yeah,
And,
we have
well,
to.
you guys are laughing. You're asking me to answer the question.
No,
Oh, yeah, just hold on. Just wait. Just wait.
Hold on, Dick. That
Pause.
means you didn't listen to the entire previous conversation.
Oh, I just hopped in. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's no problem. What you should have said, see, you fucked up. You should have said alpha. That is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below third grade and sacrificing it on the second grade retard altar.
Okay.
Make
So,
it a
I'm gonna-
pyramid.
Yeah. Hold on. You're still talking. There's a red mic by your name, Thick. See it? Yeah, we're doing that to get control of the conversation, just so that you can acknowledge the fact that the question that was asked deals with your science acumen. So therefore, did you acknowledge that the question was malformed when I asked you the question? You should have been able to
didn't think
spot
anything
or
of it.
well, you should have been able to spot or identify that the question I'm asking you has nothing to do with science. This is important, right? Because if you want to have a conversation here in this forum, you have to identify that, you know, the shape question of what is the Earth has nothing to do with science, which is why QE went into saying what he did. Do you realize that?
Sure. So how are we supposed
Okay.
to answer it then?
Well, this is the thing. If it has nothing to do with natural science and it has to do with shapes, what do you think would be the appropriate way to go about it?
Math.
Well, I mean, if you're saying that,
Technically, yeah.
if you're saying that, how could you derive the Earth that you think you live on with using math, knowing that it's not science?
Well, again, pictures. That's
math. Remember,
first
math.
Given one, I do think there's a lot of math involved with how storms circulate, and because of the Coriolis force, that is why.
Whoa, dude.
That's math. That's math.
Yeah,
There's literal equations to describe why.
I understand,
storms
but
spin.
Coriolis in your paradigm is what something's happening on already a spinning globe. Like you can't have a spinning globe. You got to
If
first.
you want a more complicated way to answer the already obvious, like I said, I guess you could do it through math. Easier ways would probably be our satellite
let's go
images
math.
and our.
Let's go math.
Do it from the math point.
Let's go math. And I just said, you could look at it in a weather perspective.
No, a
talking large scale.
ball. Let's go with your globe, not your spinning globe. Globe first.
You
What's your maths?
Yeah, you got to initiate the Earth being a
My
geometric
math,
shape. Yeah, the
okay.
Earth, Thick. Listen, the Earth is a geometric shape. It's a sphere, right? Now you're gonna have to derive in what way they came up with how they know it's a sphere of the dimensions that they say it is. How do they know that? And for you to advocate for that position, you have to at least have some kind of coherent way of putting together of how they came up with the math for the size of the Earth.
Well, you tell me.
I'm not gonna tell you. This is your claim, Thick. You gotta tell us.
Well, what math are you coming?
Counselor, you said maths. That's your evidence, counselor, not his. He's the prosecutor.
Okay. Well, then let's choose a different evidence because, again, I think it's pretty obvious what is true, and there's a lot of math. Like I said, it's not pertaining to. It's not pertaining to
reset.
Dick, where is it obvious?
Where is what obvious?
You said it was obvious. You just said it was obvious.
The
In
Earth
what way
is
it
a
obvious?
sphere. It is obvious that
How
the
is it
Earth is a
obvious?
sphere
How
because
is it
of
obvious?
because of human experience, photography,
Which
imagery
human?
from our satellite.
Which human? Which
the
human?
law of
Which human? Which human?
Neil Armstrong.
Are you? How about you? How about you?
Neil Armstrong.
I've never been to space. I wish I could go to space.
So you just refuted yourself, because if it's a select group of humans, it's not fucking obvious.
Okay, well, I've never been to Montana. Does Montana exist?
Acknowledge what I just said. If it's
Acknowledge what I just said. I did just acknowledge what you just said.
If it's a select group of humans, it's not obvious.
Okay.
Obvious would be obvious to everybody, right? It doesn't even require explanation. Hey, boom, that's the way it is. It's not obvious. So stop it, dude. That's rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
Sure. Again.
Okay, and if you want your answer about why don't fucking hurricanes cross the equator, it's because of Hadley cells.
That's not what I was talking about. Why do hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere versus clockwise in the southern hemisphere?
Because that's how we name them.
Saying that we can describe.
Because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to answer your question, because that's how we name them. When they spin the other way, we call them anticyclones.
Okay, but
and they do spin the other way. And they do spin the other way. They do spin the other way, dude. They spin the other way. But we call them anticyclones. The high pressure's on the inside and the low pressure's on the outside, instead of vice versa.
Anticyclones are an anticyclone is an area of high pressure, not low pressure.
Yes, and spins the other way, right? So it's reverse. It's reversed and spins the other way.
Yeah, because of the Coriolis force.
Because of what? Because the high pressure's on the inside and the low pressure's on the outside, as opposed to low pressure on the inside and high pressure on the outside.
Yeah, I'm not here to debate whether. I'm here to just say that there is, if you want math to try and to explain the sphere of, the Earth is a sphere, then there are things that the sphered Earth impacts, like spinning cyclones.
No, it's not impacting. Listen, wait. You can't go to.
Ignore what I just said. I gave you a counter example where they're spinning the opposite way, and you fucking ignored it.
You can't talk about a spinning globe when you're. Vic, I'm gonna have to hold you because you're not listening. Dude, you cannot talk about a spinning globe if you haven't proved that the Earth is a globe in the first place. You're talking about what the spinning globe, or excuse me, what the globe is doing. It's not doing anything because you haven't proven that it's one. You have to prove that it's a globe. You haven't done that. You're arguing from a derivative topic, which is that it already is a globe and it's spinning. You have to prove it's a globe first. How are you doing that?
I guess I can't, put. I'm not an expert on certain things.
Okay, so you can, right?
Like a proof that the Earth is a globe, right?
So you can't prove it, right? Dick, is that what you're saying? We'll take that. If you can't prove it's a globe, right?
I personally can't, but there's a lot.
Okay. There you go. That's all we need. Thank you.
But let me ask you this. May I ask you a question now?
Thank you. We've reached the conclusion of the discussion portion.
I'll ask. You're scared of the question that I'll ask.
It's not that I'm scared, dude. You've already admitted. You've admitted.
You are scared that your flaws are.
Or you can just keep talking louder and over people.
Shut up. Moderator talking. Well, hold on. Moderator talking. How did you adjudicate he's scared? Let's follow this claim. What if you think so? Why would you ask again? See, your worldview is coming apart. It's shattering.
Your worldview is coming apart. That's why you don't want me to ask the question.
Okay, what question do you want to ask?
My question is, how can you prove that the Earth is flat?
Pause for a second. You said that we're scared of this question.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Did we identify that he gave up the ghost?
Your logic, if we're going to use your logic.
Your logic. We're using your logic. The reason why you can't ask your question is we're scared of it. Ask your question. Now this will destroy your worldview. Now we can help you rebuild it.
Yeah, he gave up the ghost when he said he couldn't prove that the Earth is a globe. I just want to identify that everybody recognizes that he gave up the ghost.
Yeah, he's fine with that. So now he wants to talk about the flat Earth. So let's do it. Look, so what's your question?
I'm here to learn. I genuinely am curious what you guys' logic is, or how you prove the Earth is flat then.
So what would you do? Would you use the surface of the Earth or not that?
You tell me.
No, what do you think? We're inside your worldview right now. These are your adjudications, your balls and strikes, your claim. We're afraid to answer the question. So now we have to go through this. We have to go through step by step. So air is parsed out, defined, and fully categorized and understood. So then when we answer the question, we kick it through the goalpost, and you can't run from it. So otherwise, it would show you're the one who's shit scared. So let's get it on record. What exactly are you looking for in proof? Is the surface of the Earth?
Okay, may I add? My question is where is, if the Earth is a disc, where?
No one said disc.
No one said it's a disc.
Okay, sorry, but it's
flat and disc identical.
No.
Okay,
it's
then.
not. But you know the primary going theory that I know of, like mainstream, is that the Earth is a disc, right? That's
no, it is not.
No.
Okay.
No flat
All right. Well, then, again, that's why I'm here to learn. But my question is whether it's a disc or not flat. A flat Earth.
Nobody thinks it's a disc. That's how it's portrayed in the media.
Flat,
right? So listen, bro. So the media and everybody else straw man's our position. They show the Earth as a disc in space. No flat earther believes that. No one. Not a single one.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know. I'm sure they generalize as well, so I get that.
They're not even generalizing.
Still applies. My question still applies.
It's not even a generalization. It's just a straw man.
My question still applies. Where is the tip of the Earth then? If it is flat, that means there is a tip.
What is that? No, it doesn't mean
the
that.
Earth.
No, it doesn't mean that.
This is why we have to go through your worldview. If the Earth is flat, show me this if. You can't do it. There'd be a tip.
I'm looking at a table right now, and it is flat.
So how is the Earth also a table? Let's go through it. We got to go through your worldview.
But a flat surface of any sort is going to have a cutoff point.
Because?
Unless it's infinite. Unless you believe the Earth is infinite, then holy shit, I didn't know that either.
Okay, so what do you think the universe is? Is the universe infinite? Because you know what they say? They say the universe is flat. Does it have an edge?
You contradict himself.
No, you don't know. You don't know, but we need to know.
He also contradicted himself because a globe would be an infinitely flat. A globe of this size that this presents, like how they say it does, would present as an infinitely flat plane. And then he said, "It's also not."
You can walk in the same direction that looks flat for, again, how many miles it takes for you to get back to the same point.
Yeah, so you just said it can't be an infinitely flat plane, and it can be an infinitely flat plane at exactly the same time. This is why we have to go through.
It's a seemingly infinite flat plane.
You're going to keep running shit scared from your own ideas.
It's a seemingly flat plane. And then not
that
connected
at the same time. It's seemingly and not seemingly at the same time. You are shit scared to face your contradictions.
Is it seemingly curving?
So let's get to the point, though. He asked, "What's the proof of flat Earth?" It measures flat, dude. The thing that you don't have, measurements of surface curvature, you don't have those because they don't exist. Because the surface of the Earth, it's not curving.
So I'm guessing you guys still believe in like tectonic plates, like because we have.
What does that got to do with the surface of the Earth curving or not?
Well, tectonic plates have a lot to do with the Earth being a sphere.
Okay, yeah, that's a cool story. But how does that demonstrate the Earth, the existence or non-existence of tectonic plates? How does that prove?
Technically, it's not flat. Then I mean, there's hills and mountains. That's not.
Oh, tectonic. There can't be tectonic plates on a flat Earth. No way.
Plates?
Yeah. See what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. What you're saying is dumb. Get to the question. Okay. The question is the surface of the Earth curving? Are the oceans fucking curving into a ball? That's the claim on the table. Okay. And we know from measurements that that's not the case.
My actual question right now, though, is where's the end of the Earth? Do you guys have any theories on that?
You asked to prove the Earth is flat. It measures flat, dude. And now you're running away, as Chris said you were going to, from the answer.
Shit scared.
I agree with you that it looks flat from our perspective.
I didn't say look. I said measure.
Yeah, I could. I can't get your point. I don't have to measure to get your point. I don't have to measure it to get your point. But yes, like physically measure. But yes, yeah, I see your point. But is it too much to ask to look at a bigger perspective?
You can't do it. How?
Just because unless you're physically
looking at something. The reason we have things like tape measures is because if you go to build a house and try to eyeball all the boards from your perspective, the boards aren't going to be the same sizes, right? One is going to be 10 feet, the other one's going to be like 10 feet 2 inches, another one's going to be like 9 feet 6 inches, right? So we don't look just eyeball things. We measure them because the measurement is objective, right? It's the same between me, Crit, CB, and you. So we measure it. So the Earth measures flat. We're not talking about perspective in the way it looks. According to the globe model, the Earth is supposed to curve down approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Okay? So in 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop 66 feet. Right? That's a 6-story building. But you can go out into the ocean on any given day and easily see 10 miles.
I think that's incorrect.
That is correct. It is correct.
Earth drops 66 feet every 10 miles. But again, we have mountains and
it's 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so it's an exponential function. In 10, it's 66 feet in 10 miles, but in 30 miles, it's 420 feet.
Okay, so here's my question, because I have looked at telescopes before. Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you're going to just
here's another question.
run away.
He's leaving the surface and going to the sky.
Do you believe that...
Stop. I talked about the surface of the Earth. I said from the very beginning, give me a goalpost. Is proof of the surface of the Earth, or everything other than the surface of the Earth?
And your
you agree.
Your reaction was to take a telescope and look away from the Earth.
No, he originally said, look at my table. So now he's running shit scared. You are shit scared to face your worldview.
You just keep saying I'm shit scared because I said that to you, and you think it got under your skin, and now you're trying to get under my skin.
No, it didn't get under my skin. It's because I wanted to. You made a claim.
You're a Nancy.
You made a claim that we would not field your question. So now we're fielding your question.
We can't just have a conversation about something.
We're fielding your question. Shut up. We're fielding your question with pointed, targeted details, and you keep running away from it. Inside your worldview, you said I could use the surface of my table to describe the surface of my table, and now you've run away from that. You are shit scared to face this observation of your own table. Come back to what you said originally, or admit you're running shit scared now.
He's running for a telescope in the sky now.
I was going to link it back to Earth, if that makes sense.
No.
Yes, I was.
It doesn't.
Why can you look at Jupiter and see that it's a sphere, and for some reason we are? Well,
okay. Now link it back to Earth.
Well, my question is, why would the laws of gravity? Why would gravity apply differently on Jupiter?
So when you look at Jupiter and see it's a sphere, you see the laws of gravity.
You can look at other things to learn things about what, if I want to look at somebody who is a bad person, right? And I see them.
Oh shit!
Shut the fuck up.
One analogy.
You took a telescope, you looked in the sky.
You are trying to argue 2 + 2 = 3 with a broken logic.
That's literally what you're doing, dude.
Yeah,
and when broken logic.
No, you project
when you looked in the sky. Listen, bro. You just said I looked in the sky with a telescope. I saw Jupiter, and I asked you to tie it back into Earth, and you said the laws of gravity. Now, and then you said you didn't see him through the telescope in the first place. So, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Well, kind of my first question is, do you guys believe Jupiter is a sphere?
Oh, shut up.
That we can see? You can't answer the question.
Shut up.
Every time you can't answer the question, you say, shut up.
Sniffing moron, dude.
Yeah, okay.
You can't tell.
Yeah, okay.
You can't tell objectively through a monocular telescope. You can't tell objectively through a monocular telescope if Jupiter is a sphere or not, because you don't have parallax, right? You don't have stereoscopic vision. So you can't tell objectively whether it is or not. Period. This isn't.
Same thing applies if I'm looking at a basketball through binoculars. Like it looks like a circle, right?
Yeah, listen. Yeah, exactly.
But I know the basketball is a sphere.
So how do you know
Yeah, yeah,
Jupiter is one? Did you bounce it up and down the court, you idiot?
It's a giant basketball.
It's a
How
giant
do you know that?
basketball.
How do you know that? Because it's a circle.
Yeah, because it's a
When
circle.
I see a circle, I know it's a sphere. Because it's a sphere, because it's a circle. You just, dude, you just fuck spherical logic, dude. Infinite circles.
Spherical logic.
Yeah, but okay, when you guys I could do the same thing to you guys about the
No, you
planet
can't.
Earth.
Yeah,
you already tried that. You already tried that shit.
Go
You're
back to primary school, dude. Shut
You're
the
like,
fuck up.
you're
Shut
like,
up.
oh, I can measure it.
Shut
I
up.
can measure the Earth is flat in
Shut
front of
the
me.
fuck up.
That's it. That's your
Now,
logic.
stop
Period.
embarrassing yourself, dude.
Yeah. That's the logic we use in reality to actually objectively know the dimensions of something. We measure shit.
And we take pictures. Like, what about our satellite images or our images
And the
from
second
space?
law of thermodynamics violation.
Images from space violates the second law of thermodynamics?
You bet your ass they do. Yep. Where are the satellites at?
How?
Where are the satellites at?
In geostationary orbit? No,
in
not all
a
of them, but
vacuum connected to what? Earth that has gas pressure with no barrier? How are you still fucking breathing?
wait, so, I'm confused. But so you're
saying,
but then where do those pictures come from? Where do those pictures
From your
come
sister.
from? Okay, but where do those pictures come from, though? I mean, like,
Where do the pictures come from? But okay, where do those pictures come from? I'll tell you where they're not coming from. A second law of thermodynamics violation.
it's an interesting claim. But again, we have proof. We have.
It's not a
gone
claim.
to space.
It's
America,
not
the whole
a
world.
claim.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Can you falsify the second law of thermodynamics with a photograph?
Can you falsify?
He doesn't know what the second law is.
I'm just trying to connect the two. Like, can you explain to me how that violates the second
Connect the
law?
two. Okay, I'll tell you. We'll connect the two. What is
Yeah.
the second law of thermodynamics?
Energy transfer of transformation always leads to an increase in entropy.
Negative, sir. You can have entropy change without energy or temperature change. You just Googled that, and they
Yeah, I did. I'm refreshing myself on this.
You're refreshing, you wiki Google dumbass. You're
well, not every,
nothing to do.
Most people. You ask most people, they don't know the second law of thermodynamics.
You should. You claimed it. You claimed that you can have a second law of thermodynamics violation. You claimed it, not just anyone.
Now start with the ABCs without googling it and without the song.
So the second law of thermodynamics claims that entropy goes up when energy goes up, right?
No.
What? How would you math?
How would you
tell me, so we can?
That's not the second law of thermodynamics, son.
Well, then freaking tell me, because I want to start there and then move on.
Tell me what my claim is against.
Your claim is against the images from space for some reason, or the existence of satellites in space.
Yeah, because that's impossible. Yep.
How?
How? Because the gas isn't filling the available volume.
You don't.
That's how. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation. The entropy's not increasing.
Space is a vacuum.
Oh my God. Okay, say goodnight. 30 minutes after the hour, your time of death. From Professor Frank Lambert, the legend in the second law of thermodynamics. Listen to this closely. Gas expansion into a vacuum. The mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy, whereas your point has a decrease in entropy, violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Fatality.
Have a nice day.
Feel pretty dead. Okay, let's move on to a different thing.
Let's move on. No.
So hold on before we go away from this. Are all pictures of Santa fake?
Are all pictures of Santa fake? Like, are you saying like is Santa real? Like, is that?
No, I'm asking you. If I say we have a shitload of pictures of Santa,
they are real.
They can't all be fake. They can't all be fake. And then you go, well, Santa's not real. And I go, well, where do the pictures of Santa come from? That's your argument, dude.
He didn't get it the first time.
That's the same form of your argument.
No, but then that logic that you're saying applies to your logic. Like
the logic that you're trying to say applies to your logic, Indio.
Logically,
you guys are just like doing some crazy mental gymnastics.
You've been exposed. You can't recover. You've been exposed. Bye bye.
Bro, it's really simple. Your evidence was there's pictures from a place that can't exist, which is the same thing as saying there's pictures of a person that can't exist, right? We know all the pictures of Santa are fake because Santa can't exist. We know all pictures of claiming to be from space are fake because space can't exist. You understand?
Oh, so you don't believe in space?
He did it again. No, you are, but what am I? He didn't hear a word you said.
No, I'm so. I hear what you're saying.
Of space.
We know Santa doesn't exist.
The vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. You already been exposed. You cannot recover. Thank you.
Exposed.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand. That's all I'm trying to do.
Is blushing in the corner, sunshine.
You know, I've noticed that people get aggressive when they know they're wrong about something.
Yeah, when they're wrong.
They know they're wrong about something, or that
they get upset. What color is my mood ring changed to?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Well, how are we wrong? Like, literally,
what color did it change to?
Like, how are we wrong? We're like, oh, this is the thing.
I bet your mood ring.
No, he wants to answer and stay on that mood point. He doesn't want
your mood ring changed to blue.
Shut up.
Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Sorry, go ahead.
So, dude, how can you dare say, oh, we're giving you an attitude because we're wrong, when we're like, bro, there's this thing called the second law of thermodynamics with no known violations, and you're like, well, people claim they took some pictures from some place that can't exist and would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
But you shut me down. You shut me down when I started talking about the Coriolis force. There's something, called like our momentum equations that include the Coriolis force. Yeah,
you
exactly.
You wouldn't know what the Coriolis.
If you want to talk about this,
you wouldn't know the difference between Coriolis force and a damn chartreuse windsock. You glue.
You're the one that brought up the second law of thermodynamics.
They asked you for shape first. They asked you to prove the curvature first, and you started talking about it spinning when you haven't proved the curvature first. So yeah.
But you're trying to say that space doesn't exist because of the second law of thermodynamics, and I'm just saying that our laws of the Coriolis force
is the Coriolis force.
So give us the law of Coriolis force.
Your law has nothing to do with space being made.
It's the force applied on the momentum of air because of the spinning of the Earth.
No, that's not the Coriolis force citation.
That's it. We know what
Coriolis force. That's not it. That's not the Coriolis effect, you glue sniffer.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
You're
not.
wrong.
You're
Look
a dumbass.
Look it up.
Look at
you. Read it to me.
Did look it up.
Read it
10
to me.
years ago. You fucking glue sniffer. Citation, please.
If you were to throw a baseball,
citation, please, for the Coriolis effect.
Throw a baseball. Oh my god.
Coriolis effect.
You're like, oh my god, I'm dunking on him.
Effect.
That's literally a baseball.
Glue sniffer. Coriolis effect citation inside chat right fucking now.
Okay.
Right now for you.
What
is the Coriolis effect?
I just said it is the force given off by the spinning of the Earth. Citation.
Citation.
For what?
Coriolis.
Cite Coriolis.
I'm citing it to you right now.
No, he doesn't know what a citation is.
Post a citation, not from your words, not your words. Post a citation.
Stupid.
Go to Google.
Yeah, wiki Google scientist, you're dead. Let me post the time of death.
I never claimed to be a scientist or anything.
This isn't science anyway. From 135, your time of death.
This is from
Physics
Wikipedia.
About. Used to be Physics About. Shut the fuck up. Shut him up.
From Wikipedia.
Shut him up. Shut him up.
Shut him up. He's going to prove me wrong.
Shut him up. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Coriolis effect. From Physics About. The Coriolis effect is an apparent effect, an illusion, produced by a rotating frame of reference. You dumbass. from Utah State University. The Coriolis force, it's imaginary. You glue sniffer.
Well, so is the second law of thermodynamics.
All right.
What?
No, exactly. Exactly.
Right. Later on, guys. I got to take off, man. Have a good day. Catch you on the flip side.
All right, take care, Green.
Yeah, he's leaving because he lost.
Oh, he's got a live show. He does. This is what, you're always wrong. You are always wrong. You are always broken. He has a scheduled live show he does every week at this time.
How do I know? How do I know that's true?
You speak from complete ignorance.
Prove that to me.
Ago, you would have heard it. Listen, if you can go watch it in about 20 minutes. But an hour ago, he said, I have to leave in an hour to do my live stream. And 2 hours ago, he said, I got to leave in 2 hours to do my live stream.
Okay, but I could see you send me the stream. I don't believe he has a stream. You know, and if you send me a stream, how do I know that's even him? That's you guys' logic. And
no, it's your logic. That's your logic.
No, that is your logic.
That's your logic.
Listen, you have a big dilemma, dude, because he has a big dilemma because he's saying that the thing that he cannot check or demonstrate, like the outer space, or the things that he doesn't believe in, like QE's live stream that he can go and check that it actually exists. He's saying that his belief in the outer space debunks the thing that you can actually demonstrate, the second law. He's saying the thing that you cannot demonstrate debunks the thing that you can actually demonstrate. Okay. The outer space you cannot demonstrate or check or verify debunks the thing that you can check and verify. You see the
second law of thermodynamics? Who can quantify entropy?
Does it need to be quantified?
Entropy is kind of like from what I understand, again, I'm not a freaking expert or anything, but entropy is kind of like just chaos. Like, it's something that I guess
generalization.
So I don't know anything about it, but I'm going to guess right now. That's all I heard.
So the second law of thermodynamics has lots of forms, right? But they all state the same thing. Entropy is like one form. Microstates would be another form. Temperature, pressure, volume would be another form, right? So it has different forms, but it's all the same thing, right? The laws of thermodynamics, zeroth, first, second, third law. So the second law, in a general form, states that high pressure goes to low pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High pressure does go to low pressure. And when high pressure goes to low pressure over the size of like a hurricane, then it starts to spin because the Earth is spinning and it is a sphere. So that's my point, is that we can demonstrate the Coriolis force.
Okay. You don't
it's
even
demonstrated
know what
every day. Yes, I did. I literally said that.
No, listen, you don't understand. Did you not listen to what Huey read to you? The Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection.
Yeah.
You brought it to baseball, right? You throw the baseball. Now, does the baseball curve?
Yeah.
Does the baseball curve? No, dude.
If you were to throw it, towards the equator, obviously you can't, but if you could, an object you have to start taking into account the Coriolis force. 100%.
Okay, cool story, but you got it wrong. So the baseball goes straight, and the Earth is supposed to spin underneath the baseball, making it apparently deflect, because you, the person observing, is in the rotating reference frame, but the ball is going straight.
Sure, in its direction, yes. In the POV direction, yes.
Yeah, so if say you're on a merry-go-round, and you're in the center of the merry-go-round, and you're spinning, you're in the rotating reference frame, you throw a ball. Now, from your point of view, the ball appears to curve, but it's not actually curving because you're in an external view, right? The reference frame the ball is in, the ball will be going straight.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying Coriolis effect causes hurricanes to spin.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying.
No,
I
don't. If the Earth was flat, then you tell me why do hurricanes
from the external reference frame, the reference frame the hurricane's supposed to be in, it's curving when it's supposed to be going straight.
If the Earth is
It's
flat,
only just
then
a
why do
curve when the
hurricanes
reference frame of the
spin? If the Earth is flat, then why do hurricanes spin?
Okay, I already gave you the answer.
What is it? No, you didn't.
Yes, because when they spin the other way, they're called anticyclones.
You're just saying a random fact that is not that. Yes, I agree with you. Anticyclones
Okay, so why
are
do
going to spin the
anticyclones
other way.
spin the wrong way? Why do they spin the wrong way?
Why do they spin the other way? You mean?
Yeah, why do they spin the other way? Why do 51% of the hurricanes in Mexico spin the wrong way?
What do you mean the wrong way?
The wrong way, according to you guys, is supposed to spin in one direction because of the rotation of the Earth, right? But they spin the wrong way.
According to us in Mexico, they spin counterclockwise. If you're looking at from space, if you're looking from space.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Most of them spin the other way. There's
half of the time, bro. I don't know why you're arguing this. Pull up a video of a hurricane, like a satellite imagery of a hurricane.
A tornado.
Oh, a tornado?
Yeah, and listen, I can pull up a satellite or
tornadoes are too small for the Coriolis effect to apply.
Would they apply to baseballs on the ground?
At what scale? At what scale does it start to apply?
It's like hundreds of kilometers, not a mile-wide tornado.
Hundreds?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific? Can you quantify it?
Yeah, hundreds of kilometers. I'm giving you a scale, not tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers,
100 and 900?
and thousands of kilometers.
So anywhere between 100 and 999.
Or I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. Look it up.
Because it's made of bullshit. That's why.
It's not made of bullshit.
It's made of bullshit.
Toilet bowl doesn't spin. It's why your toilet bowl can spin either way, just based off of the geometry of the toilet bowl. Like the whole toilet bowls spin. The water in toilet bowls spins differently in the southern hemisphere than it does in the northern hemisphere. That's false. Because of the same theory, not even a theory, a fact that is too small of a scale for that to apply. If you're talking about,
it's not a fact or a theory. It's a hypothesis.
If you're talking about the ocean, it's not a hypothesis.
It's a hypothesis.
You can physically see these.
Okay, if it's not a hypothesis, what experiment determined that made it a theory?
It's not an experiment. You can see ocean currents, right? Like we know ocean currents exist, and they spin certain directions because that's a large scale. You're talking hundreds and thousands of kilometers.
Cool, dude, but the causal mechanism, what you're saying is causing that, is a hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis.
Okay. So
literally, ships travel ocean currents. Ships travel ocean currents, right?
Yeah, that's great. I said the causal mechanism. What's causing
the causal
that?
mechanism is the spin of the Earth on a sphere.
Okay, so that's the hypothesis. That's your hypothesis. The causal mechanism for ocean currents, my natural observed phenomenon is ocean currents. My causal mechanism is the spin of the Earth. Now, what experiment determined that?
I wouldn't even call it an experiment, but I would say whenever,
so you can determine the cause and effect without an experiment. Is that what
whenever merchants in the early days discovered the Gulf Stream?
Yeah, can you determine the cause and effect? Yeah, cool, dude. You're just going back to the same bullshit. You're just describing it. You're just describing the effect. We want to know the cause. How did you determine the cause?
The cause of ocean currents spinning different directions or moving different directions has a lot to do with topography and also the thermal change within the oceans.
How do you know any of
that? Because that is
but they use
what it is.
Use your logic here.
Because there's people that go on boats and rely on ocean currents. Again, people, yeah, people there's people that say they live in Montana, but I've never been to Montana. That's your logic.
No, your logic.
You threw that at me. I'm throwing that at you. Oh, Montana doesn't exist because I've never been there.
You went right back to the effect.
I just told you the cause.
You went right back to no. I want you to. How do you know that that's the cause? Okay, that's what I want to know.
We rely on ocean currents. Like if you ever go on a cruise, sometimes they'll hop in the Gulf Stream.
That's a statement about human beings. Okay, that has nothing to do with the cause.
That are utilizing the cause. You, I'll
In
be
what way?
nice. I'm not going to say
How do they
anything.
how do they utilize the cause? Tell us, describe it to us. Please.
Utilize the cause being, or utilize the effect, with the cause being the spin of the Earth. Its effect is
Yeah, so you're just reasserting the same thing I asked you the evidence for. How did you determine the cause?
You could use this same logic and run in loopholes every day. That's the sad thing, is that instead of utilizing your time to like solve real
scientific
problems,
method. You don't like the scientific method. You don't like
I
that.
do like the scientific method. Why not? Why wouldn't I?
So how do you determine the causal and effect using the scientific method?
How to use the cause and effect and the parameter of the thing. It's like you're using complicated things to say to try to make it like, and you're saying it in a certain way to make yourself sound so correct when you're actually saying 2 + 2 = 3.
Like you're spurging, bro. You're spurging, and you already tried that freaking catchphrase. You already tried that. Your mate's saying 2 + 2 = 3. Yeah, you already tried that one. That
Bro, and
work.
you are,
let's try
you
again.
are, you're trying to say to me. We can see ocean currents. We can see ocean currents.
So
that's the
That's the
experiment.
That's the effect.
That's
So
your
the effect is
scientific
the experiment.
hypothesis. That's the scientific
that's your
method.
observed, bro. That's your observed phenomenon. Okay.
Yeah.
We want to know the cause of the observed phenomenon. How do we determine that?
Because of math. The math involved that.
Because of math. Because of math.
Because of math. Oh, like, dude, it's math, bro. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No, I understand math perfectly well.
No, you don't.
That's why you're just.
Bro,
that's why
both of us don't. Both of us do not know some of the deep math involved to come up with these things.
Don't let me into your own boat, dude.
The only difference between you and I is that I'm not afraid to say that, like, hey, there's smarter people than I am.
The thing is that you're using logical fallacies to affirm consequence.
Like you should actually have that tattooed on you.
Yeah, sure. I stand proud with that. I'm okay with knowing that there are experts in certain things, like bugs. I don't know shit about bugs, but I trust people that do know about bugs, know which ones are scary, know which ones are, beneficial. Like, do we just? How do you prove it? How do you prove it? Like,
you say you're here to learn. Yeah, why did you say you're here to learn if you just want to remain ignorant?
What? What did you say?
Why do you want to remain ignorant if you said you were here to learn?
I am here to learn, and I have not learned anything other than being attacked for my own flaws.
Coping and yapping.
You've been putting me on this. You've been putting me on the podium, instead of trying to explain it yourself. Because you know.
Take a deep breath for the love of God.
Listen, I'm going to fucking ban you just for lying. You fucking asked us a question. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, you asked us a question. Prove the earth is flat. We did. And all you did since then is run away from it. Now you're going to sit here and try to pretend that we can't answer questions and that we're sticking you on the podium so that we're not under the gun. That's bullshit, bro.
Yeah, but your proof is as simple as saying, look in front of you, you can measure it's flat.
No, that's a straw man.
Because when I look, I actually measure it.
That's a straw man.
I can measure. Like, I just did a measurement and I found that exact curvature gradient that you guys talked about.
Great.
You're an idiot.
Okay.
Would you like a hostile witness?
What measurement did you do? What did you use? What were your instrumentation?
I used a ruler.
That was a lie. That was a lie.
Okay.
I can tell.
He's fucking spurging, dude.
Dude, it's like, my point is that you have not proved it.
You're spiraling. No, you're just spiraling. I used the ruler, man. You're just spiraling.
That's like me saying,
scared. You're scared.
If let's say I live in.
You already said what you had to say. You said that you measured the radius.
I've been very tolerant of your nonsense, but I'm about to not be so tolerant.
I
just happen to be in a good mood.
You're going to ban me for coming in here and having a discussion?
No, I'm going to start insulting you, and then I'm going to ban you.
You can insult me. I haven't insulted you, so that just shows your character.
Lying, gaslighting, straw man, using sophistry, trying to mischaracterize the conversation.
Okay, the thing is
talking over, like all sorts of fucking tactics, dude. Okay, and I've been very tolerant of your bullshit, but you're about to get what's coming to you.
And you insulted everybody by saying you measured Earth curvature with the fucking ruler.
I was joking, obviously. Can we not actually have any sort of sarcasm? Or does everything have to be logical? Oh, nope, you didn't prove it.
Sounds like you're using humor as a defense mechanism because you can't cope.
Okay, so check this out, dude. How would you prove the Earth is a globe? Actually,
how would I prove the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. So the claim the Earth is a globe, claim is.
I would say I personally can't, so I rely on other people.
Well, how would they prove it?
With satellite imagery, with.
So that's what they would do. So
with how ocean currents, with how ocean currents work.
So you can prove the Earth is a globe with ocean currents. That's dumb as fuck, bro.
Isn't that a logical fallacy, like affirming the consequences, saying, "Oh, there are currents, there are sea currents, therefore the Earth is spinning and it's a ball."
What?
How do you, bro? How do you
to back that up?
Hold on, dude. Listen. How do you prove a shape generally? Just generally. My table, what shape is it? I want to know. How do you determine that?
Your cable?
A table, yes, a table.
Oh, a table. I would call it a rectangle. I would call it a rectangle or a square or a circle if you have a circle table or something. That's just how I would do it.
Words you said. He said, "How would you
prove it?"
How would I prove that the table is a circle?
Is a square.
Or is a square? I guess 4 90-degree angles.
Okay, that could also be a rectangle.
Okay, 4 90-degree angles with equal distance on both sides. There you go.
Okay,
that's a square.
How would you determine whether they're equal distance?
You measured it.
There we go. Right. So if we want to know what the shape of something is, you measure it. Right?
Okay, but then how do you measure a...
So stop saying, look at it.
I see your point. I see your point, but again, we can measure the Earth. We have measured. Okay. We know how round, or we know the circumference of the Earth. We know the radius of the Earth.
That was measured.
Not with a ruler or a tape measure, obviously. You can measure things differently by using different things.
Okay, tell us, how was that done?
Well, if I pull up ChatGPT or something, or if there was some AI-based measuring tool, on my phone or something, I could say, hey, how long is this table? And if it had the right equipment or something, whatever, of good accuracy, then it could do it through visual representation.
You could
also measure, but if I were to take a plane around the world, if you could somehow get a plane to go completely around the globe without having to stop, then that would be a measurement, in my opinion, as well. If they were looking at how far were we going or something, or if you could drive around the Earth, that to me is also a measurement.
Yeah, it was a lot of ifs in here, dude.
A lot of ifs, I guess, but you can. It's not if, you can. Which, oh my gosh, I can't get around if.
Difficult, isn't it, dude? This is not the first time it's happened, obviously. So we asked you guys, is there any measurements of the Earth being a globe? And you guys come up tits every time.
Well, then how long is the Earth if it's flat?
That is not evidence. My ability and inability.
You didn't measure it. No, you didn't measure it.
No. We measured that it's not curving. So if it's not curving, we can eliminate one possibility. That means it's not a ball.
How did you measure it's not curving?
Lasers. Long distance observations.
You did?
You did yourself? Yeah, I've done my own observations, yeah.
You did did you use these lasers? Because how
I didn't use lasers.
You're relying on other people.
I did different observations.
Then what observations?
Yeah, these are people I actually know. These people I know.
What observations did you personally do?
I watched ships sail out of Boston Harbor.
Did you? You watched. Oh, you didn't actually measure.
Yeah. Did you measure to the? Did you measure to the ship?
Yeah, they actually are measured. The distance of the ship is measured by radar.
Well, okay. Again, yeah, and you can use
Marine
satellite
radar.
imagery to measure the sphere of the Earth.
Yeah. Satellite imagery to measure. Yeah, how was that measured?
Just as radar does. It's electromagnetic waves.
Just radar does. So just as radar does.
Yeah, radar. You said you relied on radar. How does radar measure?
Radar. Yeah, it measures the time of flight, the bounce of the signal. How long
Exactly. Exactly.
So they
And if you were
measured
to,
the Earth by bouncing fucking light off of it. Or
and if it
radar
never
off of it.
bounced, and if it never
You're
bounced
making
off
shit
of
up.
anything,
Okay.
You're
And
making
when you add up all,
You're making shit up. You're making shit up, and you know it.
oh, I think I broke your. What about with
No,
the tape
you're
measure?
making shit up. Nobody ever measured the Earth with radar. No one ever measured the fucking Earth with radar. Just stop it, dude.
No, I
Stop
never
it.
said they did do that. You don't have radar on a satellite. You know, they use LiDAR and they use like whatever channels that those brilliant scientists
whatever they
use
say,
to measure.
They use unobtainium freaking Books of Witches, Harry Potter fucking magic. They could say anything and you'd believe it.
Same thing with radar that you're talking about. They could say, like, can you prove
But
to me
radar's a
that?
known thing. It's been around since the 20s, dude. It's a known thing. It's not fucking complicated. It's called
Yes,
marine radar. You
exactly,
can buy
and
it
that's
yourself.
the issue with this whole problem is that it's really not a complicated problem, but for some reason, there's
It's
a
not
lot of
about
people that
complexity,
make
it's
it a
about
problem.
It's not about complexity. It's about evidence. So you're still fumbling around trying to give us global Earth measurements, and you can't find any.
You can't find any
claim that-
flat Earth measurements. I asked you how long is
Yeah,
how
I
long
gave you one.
is the
Laser.
flat Earth? How long is the flat Earth? And
Yeah,
then
laser.
okay, then
We don't
what
need to
measurement
know
did
how
they
long it
come
is.
up with? What
Dude,
measurement did they come up with?
We don't need to know how long it is because the length tells you nothing about whether it's curving or not.
But did you
There
have you
isn't
ever
a length.
walked
There isn't
have you
like
ever
a
walked
line
from one end to the other? Have you ever walked from one end to the other? Because
Well, I
if
can't
I
walk
were
on
to,
water, so no.
yeah, then you don't know it's flat.
Look, I know that most of the surface of the Earth is water, and that water is not curving, and that you can't have a majority fucking flat ball. Okay, that's what I know. I know that whatever the oceans, the surface of the oceans are doing, that's what the Earth is.
If I were to walk, and there have been people that
He doesn't
have
listen. He
failed.
just waits to talk.
No,
Did
he
you hear? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Did that sink in? What was just said, bro? Do you even know what was said?
Yes.
What?
He was saying that you don't need to measure the entire distance.
He was
to know
talking
that
about
the Earth is
water.
flat.
He was talking about water. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, he's saying that water should not be flat or something. Or
You didn't hear a word he said.
you
You
must
didn't hear a
have-
word he
Yeah,
said.
because it's nonsense.
Yeah, but you have
Because it's
comprehension
nonsense.
issues.
So
Okay,
the
well,
thing
tell
you
me
did,
what you know about water.
hold on, dude. The thing you didn't hear is nonsense. That's crazy. How'd you determine that? You didn't hear it. Fucking dishonest motherfucker, dude.
Because whatever point you're dishonest, dude, you're the one
You won't
calling me
everything
names.
was
You're the
nonsense.
one calling me
Everything
names.
You claim something that you didn't hear is nonsense, dude. How did
Okay,
you
then
evaluate the nonsense?
say it again. Say it again.
Say it again. You're gonna listen? I mean, dude.
I'll listen. I'll listen. We've had a long, good conversation.
I'll
I
say it
thought.
again.
I thought we
No,
had a majority.
it hasn't been good. You've been spazzing the whole time, dude.
I've heard a lot of. No, I haven't called anybody names. This is the guy. Like you guys have been
Spazzing. You've been
attacking me.
spazzing, you have instant response. You don't listen. You wait to talk.
Am
You're
listening.
coping.
So far, the evidence that I've heard is one.
No, dude. The last thing we asked if you were listening to, it turned out you weren't listening.
Okay, well,
And then you're going to
say
talk
that
about
again.
the evidence you heard when you're not listening. What evidence did you hear? None, because you're fucking got your head up your ass. You can't hear anything.
There's no way you go. There's no way you go around in the day to day acting like this, bro. You go grocery shopping like this. Where are the kiwis? Where are the kiwis? Where's that grapefruit? I got a grapefruit. Where's the corn? There's no way you do this.
What? Doing what?
You're just saving it for us? You don't act like this in the real world, do you?
Like what? This? Like me being frustrated?
Well, why are you? What's there to be frustrated about, dude?
Bro, you have to think about the setting. You have like 10 guys here that believe in this same thing, and I'm the only one. Like, you guys are white knighting each other.
No, if you're frustrated that you're not able to take, if your frustrations come from not being able to have the conversation, it's because you're not listening. You're waiting to talk.
Totally been listening. That is, yeah, and I agree with that. I apologize, but we've been talking now for like an hour.
Okay.
So again, maybe I'm not.
What do you know about water at rest at its surface?
What about it? What do I
What
know
do you
about
know
it?
about it?
It's at rest. It looks calm. It looks flat. If there's no wind, then it.
Would you be able to measure it? Yeah. Would you be able to measure its surface being flat?
Personally, I couldn't. That's.
What, you don't own a ruler?
Why not? Why can't you measure it? Are you crippled?
Because it's a liquid. A ruler would be much more beneficial for a surface.
Put it in a container and measure. See if the surface is curving.
Hey, old hoss, you know what I heard in the audience heard earlier? They heard him insist that baseballs experience Coriolis. And then he said toilets don't because it's at too small of a scale.
Yep. So my point there is.
Yeah. So which is it?
I'm talking about if you could throw a baseball for a long distance, like say from
what, like 100 kilometers, like a hurricane that you needed earlier for a larger scale.
Yep.
That's exactly.
Right, you're dishonest.
No, hold on.
You're dishonest, dude. What are you saying? Storms don't spin or like anything like that? Are you saying that just doesn't exist?
Why did you say he's dishonest? He didn't even make a claim. He just stated what you said, which was a lie. What the fuck?
I just stated what the fact.
You are.
A tornado does not spin.
What's up, my
according to
neighbors?
the Coriolis.
Yeah, but a baseball is okay.
Hold on. First point.
A tornado's not traveling hundreds and thousands of kilometers.
Wait. Someone was asking for his dad, but his dad is not here, so he's gonna get banned. So he can go to a different channel and find him.
Who's dad? My dad?
Dude, no, not you. Just relax, dude. Have a moment of reset here. Get your bearings.
But it all.
So when it came to the Coriolis, all I was saying is that
it also helps if we stay on one point, right?
Sure. Anyway, well, I hope you guys have a great day. Seriously, I'm just an.
Oh, before you go, how do you have gas pressure without a container? How do you have a horizontal on a globe chart? How much is two?
Gas pressure.
What's the favorite color?
Oh, you mean like?
I thought you were leaving. You should have gone already.
On Earth. Where's the container then? How is the flat Earth container?
I thought you were leaving. Dude. I thought you were leaving. I can't trust you anymore. You're not a man of commitment.
Well, no. Now I'm committed back to the conversation. You're trying to say I'm a bad person. I'm a liar. Like for what? I'm the only person that I've heard being mean and a bully have been you guys.
You've been spazzing the entire time. I was driving around listening to you.
I'm spazzing?
Literally pointless combo. No, I'm going to have to mercy ban you, dude. You're too dumb to look out for yourself. So I got to do it for you. I don't know. We were about to get to the measurement of water there. Then we had to go off on two tangents about his emotional state and then Coriolis. Kind of a diversion that wasn't really necessary. So I never got to hear him get flat smacked about water being flat.
Yeah, and his Coriolis thing was his first globe evidence, though. That's where he started his circular spinning reasoning. So
I wanted to bring it home by pointing out his contradiction. So.
For care less. That's great and all, but when we're getting to the crescendo where the Earth is actually being measured flat, right? Like that's like we all should support that, right? Instead of divert from it, right?
Well,
that's the point of this channel, right? So, like real quick, the point of this channel is flat Earth, right?
Yeah, Thick. Why'd you start tap dancing when we started getting to the simplest of the simple things?
Dude, he's done, dude. I'm not listening to him anymore. I care less where he's tap dancing. Just mute his ass. Say what you have to say, then unmute him so you can reply. Like, why do we need somebody who's given really good exposition and carrying him down a logical point to a conclusion to be interrupted so that that person can tell the other person that they're not listening? When the other person who already was speaking to him already did it adequately. Food for thought.
At the beginning of his point, he said that I'm not an expert about that point, but he started arguing against people like if he is an expert and tried to interrupt people, like if he is really an expert. So that catchphrase was just thrown there without any meaning.
Okay. And then what happened? Nothing. The actual exposition of a demonstrable evidence that the Earth is flat, that it can be directly measured by a person and a methodology that's effective to do it, wasn't actually played, right?
Well, we blew right through it when it was presented to him in the first place. But that's when he said, what you said made no sense. What'd you say? I don't know. When Indio brought up the whole...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean...
covered in water is a problem.
I think that interjection that he wasn't listening, because it was right at the key point, right? And if like this, the most primary, most important piece of evidence is ignored, what's like even the point of going on, right? So it's like right at the final point, like, hey, this is the actual argument to why the Earth is flat, that the water's flat, and the Earth surface of the Earth is mostly water. So, and if that's the case, then it can't be a ball. He didn't hear any of that. You really didn't hear a fucking word.
Right, but you reeled it back and said you agreed with him that you were going to say it, right? You said, okay, now I'll say it, since now you're paying attention. Yeah. And as soon as you said that, you got steamrolled. Rather than the other person who, just like putting that kid on mute and being like, hey, bro, I put you on mute so you can, pay attention, listen. Then we'll have you rebut after. Like, we really don't need three people telling the same person they're not listening. It's literally painful for the audience on YouTube, dude. I literally want to, take the hammer and hit myself in the dick.
Well, I mean,
I could tell he wasn't. Yeah, I should have dropped it after. Yeah, but the guy was in a spiral.
Dude, like seriously though, but you did continue my line of questioning, right? Because you asked him, you know what the surface of water, still water, is doing, right? And it kind of got interrupted after that because like you were leading him along the most basic freaking first grade level, rationale, and then it got somehow, I don't even know where it got fucking muddled up.
Yeah, what blows my mind is this whole water-seeking level was never a controversy prior to this flat Earth conundrum, and now they see the writing on the wall and they won't talk about it. They play stupid. I don't know. It spills. It's...
Yeah. You see how fast you tried to say, well, it looks flat? You just tried to, like you said all the other words, right? It's calm, it's still, looks flat. It's, these people are funny, man. It's just so much cope.
I mean, is the water not the? It's the simplest way to get to it, and it ends the whole thing before it can even begin. I guess it's just too simple. I mean, it was I was right under my nose my whole life too. Hell, I used to say that. My dad, that was like one of his dozen sayings. It was just part of human existence until now. Well, that means it's equidistant from the center of a sphere and it's actually curving. I mean, it's I don't know.
Yeah, but they just say that. They don't actually believe it. Nobody actually believes that. in any like real sense.
Well, it's fun. Someone brought up Scott the other day. I guess he's reappeared, and that's what he used to say in his bathtub. He said he wouldn't even say that he could measure 4 nanometers or something, as he said. He said that's what I would expect.
Well, no one ever took like self-leveling concrete and was like, I'm going to pour this and make this equidistant from the center. Like no one ever did that, right? You're trying to pour a flat slab. No one ever was ever like, oh, I'm going to make it an equidistant curve from the center.
That's a good way to get fired, dude.
Dude, you know how fast you get fired?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. Dude, they just leave you at the job site, right? They'd be like, we're going to bring you, we drive out with us to the job site today. And like, when they leave, they would just leave you there.
Yeah. But one of my favorite memes is that one where they're on the construction site and the guy's kneeled over, he's got a level, and he's trying to scoop the water up to the other side to level the water. Like the pranks you play on the new guy.
I always think it's a lot to be said that a lot of flat earthers are in the trades, and a lot of the globe earthers are in the pie in the sky version of reality, right? They're play video games and they're coders and their heads in the fucking clouds. They do nothing like they don't use anything in the world in a practical way. So everything to them is just abstract, right? So, I need to make a flat slab of concrete. It has nothing in their reality. Like there's no practical connection to their existence to that slab of concrete because they're going to take money and pay somebody else to do it. And then just a slab of concrete is just going to appear where they said to put it, right? They don't know anything about actually doing it.
Dude, that's actually almost like a video game. You know, you click on slab of concrete, you drag it to where you need it to be, and then it appears.
Yeah, exactly, bro. They look at the bank account just like you have the money, like on the side, like it's up in the side window. Oh, I got that many dollars. I can buy a concrete slab for my little house. Like that's what they do in real life. They click the Bank of America tab on their fucking cell phone, see if they have enough money, and then they fucking order a concrete slab.
Well, someone the other day asked somebody, a Glober, if they had ever hung up a shelf, and they wouldn't even. And I felt like he was lying. I feel like maybe it's a generational thing, but at one point in time, everyone who walked the earth had hung up some sort of shelf on their wall. Yeah, he goes, I hire people to do that. It's like, okay, so you can't even. It's like, have you ever set your toothbrush down on your countertop? I have a holder. It's like, I don't know.
Dude, he also hires Tyrone at 100% discount to take care of his wife's needs.
Look, when I was like 12, me and my friends made like a 4-story fucking treehouse, like 40 feet up in the air, out of scrap lumber and fucking unbending fucking nails and shit. I would hit like, cause we didn't have no money to buy fucking lumber, so like people would have fucking piece of plywood behind their house or something, or fucking scrap wood, and we used all this scrap wood to build like this fucking gigantic treehouse that the municipality didn't fucking like, and then some fucking older teenagers destroyed. But the point is that even like at a super young age, like everybody, at least my generation, knew how to build shit. Like it's crazy. These people don't even fucking. They think there's such thing as a left-handed hammer. Have you seen that video? Dude walks into Walmart and asks the kid where the left-handed hammers are.
Yeah, I've seen things to that effect. Yeah, once upon a time, every yard had some sort of remnant of a treehouse in them. Yeah, treehouses were nice.
There was a lot of fornication in that treehouse. Well, I mean, we were young, near fornication.
That's what I do my baseball card trading.
Oh, so basically, like freaking, like, what would you call it? I don't even know, man. Were they like legit baseball cards? Were they like knockoffs? Were they counterfeits?
No, they were. This is mid '80s baseball cards, so there were some treasures in there. They're all gone now. They all got lost once upon a time. So
Yeah. When I was in kindergarten, we used to flip for baseball cards. You ever do that? Like a game?
yeah, I mean, I knew it. I knew of it happening. That was probably a few years before me, but yeah, I would get them and treat them as if they were gold, but yeah, I remember you get the pile going, and then I've witnessed it.
Dude, I probably had like freaking at least 3 Ricky Henderson rookie cards there.
Oh, yeah.
Because like when you're in kindergarten, you don't care, right? Like I just remember the only thing we cared about is like who's got the biggest pile of baseball cards. We did not give a rat's ass about like who.
Yeah, there was a point, I guess, where I was carrying my baseball cards around with a rubber band and that kind of thing. So. But yeah, the Ricky Henderson. Yeah, there's very few of those mint Ricky Hendersons out there because of all that, which is kind of beautiful. Same with the Mickey Mantle 50s cards; those were put on bike spokes. I mean, they were truly abused. I feel like there's some weird lull though with the Globers where they don't want to even. It seems there's a lot of pictures from space making a renaissance, which kind of died out. Oh, boats going over curve and pictures from space, 2 things that had sort of died out. Run their courses a few years ago. They're back. And pictures from space are the weakest ones because they won't even, if you say, hey, which picture are you talking about? They won't. Well, the last guy did pictures from space. Photographs, he said. Yeah, he was all over the place. It's funny, he thought he was having. Yeah, I mean, I know I get a little spirited from time to time, but he was the entirety of his thing. Just, I was driving around listening to this. That's why maybe it was a little impatient getting in there, but I could tell. You can just tell when there's a pause and then they just say something completely different direction. Why are the simplest things? I guess that's the cog. Well, I don't even think it's cog dis because the cog dis he would have had to have heard it and think about it and then reject it. So I don't know where that's coming from. When the simplest things are brought up, they don't even hear it. They're like, yeah.
In retrospect, I mean, you're right, dude. Maybe he was being coached, and that's why he kept switching topics like that. Like, because you said it. Like, I'd make a point, and then he would pause for like 5 seconds, and then he'd bring up something completely different.
Yeah, and the Rob Noxious parachuting in. I don't know. Who else is here? Brian? Dead internet? Vic is still there. Or I don't know if he's back or I didn't mute him. The way he was carrying on was ridiculous, but maybe he can get it together. I don't know.
That convo
Well,
was
if you hear
basically over
this,
20 minutes
so
before.
you could- Yeah, but if he's here and listening, or anybody else, you could tell him about the lasers. You tell him about direct observation. You tell him all kinds of things. Remember, they always said, well, you can't do it over water. You got to do it over land. And then we got a 35-mile one over land. And they're like, oh, well, you can't do it over land. You got to do it in the air. I don't know. I think I got to check myself in a clinic, get some flat earth therapy. It's getting too frustrating.
This is not a therapy session.
Well, you know that's part of the plan, right? These guys' plan is to frustrate you. That's the point. You know, to break your spirit, break your morale. So I'm sure you've experienced the guys that come in, right? And they come in and they ask questions and they push back a little, but not too hard. Then they're like, well, I have to say one more thing before I leave. You didn't convince me the earth is flat. Bye. Fucking the gayest shit, bro.
He said something like that. I came here to learn, but I didn't learn anything. You can't learn when you're Yappuccino. I heard that somewhere. Wise man once said. My pet peeve when it comes to listening to private content is right when there's about to be a point made, and then somebody on our team comes in.
I mean, so like anyway, there was
Takes off that point.
like that. Like that.
What? Yeah.
Yeah,
no matter how small, like we're talking about optics, let's say, and somehow the kid that we're talking to about optics mentions gravity, and then everybody from the FED server has to leave their zone where they don't get good internet, race their car to the library so they can log into some good internet, get on the mic and be like, how do you have guest plus without a container?
What about eclipses? Explain eclipses. Yeah, just ridiculous interjections. So, hey, I don't want to turn this off topic. It's going to be a question. That's going to be the end of it. My understanding is Nathan is permabanned from here. I do not know the reason.
Yep.
You want to tell me?
Massive POS breaks.
He's got to go.
Oh, TOS.
Yeah. Like we'll get super.
I'm not here to white knight for him. I just don't know why it happened. I just know it happened.
You need the clip, Indio?
Do I? I'll take your word for it, man.
Yeah. TOS thing could get the whole channel struck, so.
Discord TOS or YouTube TOS? Or both?
Both.
Oh, jeez Christ. You want
If
the
someone
rails,
has
huh?
the clip, it'd be fun to keep for historical sake. Like, it was pretty epic.
It was gold.
Helio, there's an unlisted, I mean, Helio posted a link in our admin chat. It's unlisted, so yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I can disseminate the link. I can disseminate the link.
I would.
He saved it just for that reason too. He said, "I'm saving this for archival purpose."
Yeah, it's too bad.
I mean, to be fair, I wasn't really fond of like the technical setup, where it's just like Nathan on like, so he's joined as a user.
Yeah.
But, like all the other
whole
people
panel.
on his, the whole panel comes through his speaker. I just think that setup's lame.
Yeah, just get on their own Discords.
Well, yeah, and it's also problematic for us moderating. Like, I had to kick his whole show out because one of his panel members wouldn't behave. They wouldn't even listen to him.
What do you guys do for? Don't you guys have like a show every Friday or Wednesday with that guy?
Friday.
I mean, he can go into politics and religion on Friday and get kicked out of there next.
We're gonna have to replace the show.
He started losing subs and members immediately on his channel. They're coming in with the comments saying, I'm out of here.
Now I have to listen to it. Shit. Right.
But so Helio's clip isn't the whole ordeal. It started before he went live. Helio's clip starts from when Nathan's show is going live, but there was a pre-show.
I sent Indio the real deal.
All right.
Was he arguing with like a Glober? And then
Hey, bro, can you send me the real deal as well so I can hear it? Because I heard part of it, but not all of it. Please? Jemsy, can you send me the real deal?
All right.
Thank you.
Jemsy, you can drive over to my house and sit on my lap and we can watch it together.
I'll be there in 45 minutes.
Weirdo.
My. Well, you only need to stay there for 2 minutes.
Nah, India is more like a 3-minute guy.
Hey, yo, pause.
Yeah, I'm a slow starter.
What's your secret?
I take a Janet Reno.
You.
Exactly.
He's almost like Pat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, MTV kids.
Kicker, dude.
I actually saw X post with like a lot of like high-ranking politicians, and their wives are so fucking manly ugly, dude. Like, so it's unbelievable. It's ugh.
Dude, kind of like that chick from Blue Origin. Did you see the Blue Origin chicks? It's like 4 chicks and then this one thing you can't tell what the hell's going on.
Chicks? You checked?
I'm just saying like what they look like. 4 of them look like chicks, and one of them who looked like, to me, it was like Blair White. I'm like, dude, I thought this was supposed to be the first 5 women in space. Like, why are they sending this thing? But I guess it's just like, I guess she just like swims in a pool of Botox every morning or something.
Bro, I posted a screenshot from someone shared it, and this is the normies sharing this stuff, and it was like a photograph from the outside, and inside it showed you can only see a hand, and that hand looks like it's from from a mannequin, like one of these fake bodies. Like it didn't look like a hand of a person actually. Of a woman. It looked like a. When you go to the store, those mannequins that have clothes on, looks like that. Well, I guess it's history in the making. They made it to fake space, so shut it down.
They made it to real space.
The only real space is the empty space between my ears. That's the real one. That's the real empty space.
Was Nathan arguing with that motherfucker Matthew Learns? Was that what set him off? Who was it?
I heard him arguing with Lion, and Lion wasn't arguing for gas pressure without a container. Nathan was yelling at him, "You're claiming gas pressure without a container? Can you?" Something like that. But Lion, I never heard Lion arguing for gas pressure without a container. I don't know. It was kind of confusing.
Lion's that slope, like the dude with the lion photograph, and he's a flat earther.
Nope.
Okay. I don't know what that is then.
It sounded like a, I don't know, silly argument at that moment.
I thought it would have been Matthew Learns. That guy pisses me off, man.
Who? Matthew?
Oh, yeah.
He's a good pretender. He's pretty good at it.
Dude, what I think Nathan needs to do is after his book comes out, purge his panel and get a new panel.
He could call you. You can install the new panel for him. You know how to install panels, right, guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. With the profits of the book, get him a new panel. Make sure it's flat.
Yeah, I hope for his sake it does well, but I gotta be honest with you, I got a bad feeling about it.
Yesterday in here, people were talking about not buying it to make a statement.
In what? Like Glober's not buying it, or Flat Earth?
No, Flat Earthers not buying it. They were concerned that when the book gets popular, and then they'll go and look up Nathan Oakley, and they're going to see how he talks, and it's going to make Flat Earthers look bad. I mean, I'm still going to buy my copy, but yeah, it's sad to hear that.
Well, I'm going to buy a copy and do some red letter editions where we critique it and we actually research the claims made in it and see if it's actually as bona fide as it claims to be, and then I'm going to auction it off with my signature.
For educational purposes.
Well, I think that's stupid. Okay. Like, even if listen, even if he became a fucking Hitler apologist, that wouldn't make the contents of the book wrong.
Right.
Yep.
Anyone that's stupid enough to go with guilt by association, like, you got other problems. I don't really care what you think, quite honestly.
I actually think from what they said, he got banned. You know, obviously the TOS, you're in this platform, you have to follow the TOS, but it's a silly TOS, but you still gotta follow it. So it is what it is. People break that TOS every day in Discord, and they still active in Discord.
Well, you could do a prayer vigil for him. So the reverse of guilt by association is merit by association, right? There's a lot of people who think that because certain arguments are attached to certain personalities and supposedly they have merit in the community, that they can just employ the argument without not knowing it at all. And then when they're pressed on it, they can't parse it out. They can't explain it. They can't defend it. All they can do is just repeat the catchphrase over and over and over again.
You mean like the Black Swan?
Yeah, that's one of them. That some people have no idea how to really argue it or how to deal with contentions. Like, they can argue the argument itself, but they can't. Go ahead.
Well, there's still people that think it's about the oil rigs. Flat Earthers, they still think it's about the oil rigs, dude, after all this time.
Or the Bevites who are like, oh, this conclusion isn't the same one from the premise, so this is bad logic. Like, they tried critiquing QE for switching something at the end, and he had said on the record in the past that he did it on purpose so that people would fall into the trap, which they do.
Well, have you heard the argument that the syllogism is a stronger? That's
yeah.
Oops, my bad.
Well, it can only be a straw man if the horizon isn't the Earth curvature. You follow me?
Yeah, exactly. Please say that's
so yeah, so it's almost like back when it first came out, I called it the Golden Swan because everybody would come in and try to debunk it, and they'd end up screwing themselves. Like, they end up with two roads, and no matter which road they go, they lose. They either have to abandon the horizon claims altogether, right? Abandon the curvature claim.
The funny thing is, they do take both roads. They will take both the roads in the same interaction. They'll try it one way, then they try it the other way. So they lose twice. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
You know what? India, I tagged you. You had this. It was like a flat Earth observation WikiLeaks thing. Was that that page doesn't exist anymore?
Oh yeah, I moved my server, and I thought I archived I backed up the entire wiki, and I only backed up the website. It didn't back up the database, the script I had, and I didn't realize that till after I transferred the website. So I have all the assets for the Wikimedia website, but the database that creates the content management system that got fucking deleted. So I have to remake the entire fucking thing.
That sucks. Yeah, because I had it on my profile for a while, and then I went to go look at it or pull it up to send it to somebody. I was like, this link is broken. That
You can access it on Internet Archive though.
Yeah.
The Wayback Machine.
The link is posted in our main server for the Wayback entry.
All right, nice.
Who does this guy think he is? NASA? Deleting technology and shit?
Well, this is actually a painful process to build it back up.
But we destroyed that.
You no one got time for that.
Did you hear that?
Nah, hear what?
Cool. Let's use my circular saw. No. But cancel was worth it. Hey, just a poll. Who actually watches routinely full episodes of FED or Ballbusters? Yeah, like maybe at least a couple a week or so. Not just one, every so often.
Dude, man, I told QE, man, I can't watch full episodes of his show, man. They're too long.
I can watch
Yeah,
it.
I guess Nathan picked the wrong place to express his feelings about that topic. So yeah, I heard the video now. So yeah,
Yeah, I got
not,
to on Rumble. Someone sent me that shit.
you haven't heard it? I mean, it's just TOS stuff. So yeah,
No, I heard about it. I was here like right after it happened, so I got a little
No,
bit
don't
of
give anybody the link that's not part of our server. Period.
facts, of course.
Yeah. Anybody that's not part of our server, don't give them the fucking link. Period. Just don't give them the link because then they'll try to like even if they'll try to strike the channel. So don't give them shit.
yeah. Creation CB is a trusted one.
You sure about that? No, I'm just kidding.
Even though he
Say, I don't know about that.
even though he identifies as a half woman.
Hey,
I was half
honestly, man,
there.
what do they call it? Alchemy
CB,
in
I've
America,
been meaning to ask you, man. After all those dates, does your back hurt?
bro. What the hell? Nah, so you gotta hit the gym, bro.
Yeah, dude, but that isn't a normal exercise.
Bro.
Definitely follow the rules, follow the TOS. I'm just not gonna hate Nathan for that stuff. That's it.
Man, fuck it. Hashtag bring back Nathan.
Good question.
I don't think
What if
Free Nathan Oakley.
what if I say it in Spanish? Because in Spanish it just means black.
you're gone. You're gone just by thinking of it. You're gone.
Get him out of here.
Bye.
Yeah, don't be John Jones.
It is weird though, because I mean the actual if you go to the autonomy of that, it's actually just black or dark or night.
Negro,
Yeah.
prieto.
Yeah.
You can say it once, but he was giving him out like Oprah Winfrey.
Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was.
And the clip that he
you
played.
you get the N. You get the N.
He's probably
Yeah,
been
the clip
watching
that he
Irish
played
games.
from my bad. The clip that he played from whoever was on the clip making a sound that wasn't him. I think it was Andrew Tate. That's a little messed up. That's some trouble.
Wait, what was happening with?
I sent you the video, bro. I sent it to you. So yeah, check it out.
All right, cool.
It's not a. Go ahead.
Small apology. I don't even think it was an apology. They just went over it on Ballbusters like for 10 minutes. I digress.
Just keep it about the topic of the server and keep that stuff away. Keep it clean.
Nathan ain't racist against black people. He thinks everybody should own one.
Not funny. I mean, is there actually black people?
Dude, the best racist jokes I've heard from the people that are the race of the joke. My Jewish friend used to tell the best Jewish jokes.
If there is black and white people, where is the gray people?
In space on Area 51 and all over the universe, man.
I don't see gray people so there is no black and white people.
Well, it's
Someone
really
made a
dark.
mistake somewhere.
It's really darker orange.
Darker Donald Trump color.
Yeah, so Trump is definitely black.
So Trump's race is the origin of all races. Got it.
Wait, are we still live?
No.
All right, Eddie's chat.
What I missed. So speaking of the people who I was saying in camp who aren't watching those shows, I was gonna, get a vote if I should go back on to the show sometimes, make it a little spicy, make it interesting. If you guys want to watch,
Please. I mean, we'll see how fast you get muted. We'll see if it's the first comment or the second comment.
Nah, I only get muted on Ballbusters.
Which show are you talking about?
So if I go on to if I go on to Nathan's show, I don't usually get muted.
I'll give it the third comment.
Oh.
I gotta finish my rebuttal. If you remember, Neil, we had that little mock trial. I haven't done my rebuttal yet. I did my research because I told him I'd do my research, and then, if it's the case that I need to concede, I'll concede. If it's the case that I need to rebut, I'll rebut.
I think we've all forgotten, so I think you're good, brother.
Yeah, I know. That's good. That's good that everyone forgot. That way I can just make my point. Motions will be low, and it'll just be simple to understand that I was right all along and falsely accused. Well, like everybody with half a brain knew that already, right?
Brian already said he wouldn't concede even if you were right. So it's kind of like
correct. That was my favorite part. He said, even if you prove that I'm wrong and you're right, I still will accuse you. That's like winning twice, dude.
Yeah, and you're pretty much doing it for the audience's sake and your own sake, but yeah.
Actually, I think that's winning without even winning.
I mean,
winning without trying. It's like Bruce Lee, bro.
I mean, look what you made him do. Look what you made Brian do. You made him go on Fentanyl Suppositories channel and take an L to McToon somehow. That was your fault, AI.
My fault. I understand what you mean.
Too funny.
Yeah, Nathan definitely needs a new panel. Those dudes are like holding him back for a bunch of reasons. They're not the sharpest tools in the shed, but they're also not very entertaining. Right? They're very cringy, and I don't know. I'm not entertained by their rhetoric, so.
That's the main.
Like your show has to be entertaining. It can't just be like hoisting Globers up on the petard.
And it can't be everybody agreeing, because if everybody's agreeing, it's like it's definitely not boring.
It's already drug out. Like QE goes on forever, which is I'll watch a full QE show if it's just him. But then you got Adam, and then when Adam and Brian are there making the same point and then one takes over the next point, and it's like, bro, 10 minutes on one point. I can't do it.
You remember that last show with well, not the last show, but like the last one that had just QE and Nathan. They were critiquing someone. They didn't invite anyone else. That show was a good show.
That was the best one. It was just I would love to hear that more often. At least once a month, they got to do a solo, right?
I gotta be honest. Like when I log in like that, I personally want to hear good like content. I'm not really interested in their shticks. Like like Adil said, like it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I just wish they can move on from the, we measure it flat. Okay, now can we go through other stuff that I used to do, like observations and other crap, instead of just saying we measure it flat and that's it. That's your whole point of your whole flat Earth.
Well, Jaron actually made a good critique, which was a lot of flat earthers have shifted to doing nothing but just providing color commentary on other people's videos. They've essentially just become commentators, just like those chat heads on TikTok, where they're just showing someone else's video and then their chat heads in the bottom left, and then they nod their head and point their finger, like they're making content.
Yeah, there's some people that do that. But I mean, McToon's show is just basically 2 hours of gossip. I mean, the ballers do that. You don't see him complaining. That's how he got roped into the fucking TFB in the first place, because they talk a bunch of shit about him, right? And he cares about how he is perceived, so he's gonna go along with it.
Yeah, I tried to watch a McToon show one time, and every third sentence was just ad homs and attacking flat earthers on their
That's all he does.
Yeah, it hurt my fucking gut. I was
So here's the thing: it's not unique to YouTube. He does it on X too. It's the same thing he does on X. He does the same crap. He'll not engage the argument, and he'll just talk about you or flat earthers, or he'll just make stupid claims, like whatever evidence you post, he say, well, that's a globe or proof, and then not substantiate how it proves the globe, how it does anything, right? I actually have to make a video about him fucking saying some bullshit, and I'll do that tonight. He doesn't have anything. McToon's the dumbest fuck, dude. Like, honestly. And calling him that is freaking being generous.
Yeah, when he pointed to here's the proof. All I need is points to a book. Like, bro, like how are you supposed to be taken serious?
He pointed to a book.
Yeah, and the Ryan versus McToon on Fentanyl Suppository channel. It's like, here's the proof. All I need, and he just points to the book, and he was just pointing to the book for like 15 minutes straight, and just making ad homs.
Wow. I heard him say one of the dumbest things I've heard in this whole discussion. He said, only the first foot of a tape measure can measure things. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? What?
Oh, hack. I bought like 72 tape measures and I cut them up into foot pieces and taped them together. Now I have the most bestest tape measure ever.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm calling the Federal Trade Commission and complaining that they're selling me freaking 9 feet of, just useless fucking tape measure.
Yeah.
Charging me extra.
I mean, who is the Glover who said, put your hand in front of your face? That's not really your hand.
So fight the flat Earth.
Oh yeah, he's like, no, it's not.
That's the literal booger eater.
Yeah, like after the booger eating thing, like he doesn't even deserve to be talked about anymore. He's fallen off. He's fallen out of the radar. He's fucking no longer in the sight picture. He's gone. He isn't worthy of discussion. Anything he does is freaking just gone for me. Not talking about that guy.
Wait, he ate his boogers?
Unfortunately.
Literally on a live stream, picked his nose and ate his bugger throat.
What is he, 5? Like,
someone posted it in the side, or just send it to Creation Bear because some people don't want to see it.
Dude, just go on X, dude. Your whole timeline is probably full of it, dude. I'm serious.
did he comment on it at all, or no?
Dude, what the hell is he gonna say?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably ignore it as well, but
What's he gonna say? I was snorting fucking M&Ms and there was a piece left or something.
it was actually.
No, he's gonna say I did not have oral relations with that mucus.
What the hell?
It depends on your definition of is.
How old is Homeboy, you think?
Check
Oh, he's got to be in his
30s. Yeah, he's like in the third trimester. That's why his boobs are so big. They're ready to produce milk for the child.
DB, check your DMs. I sent it.
All right. Oh Lord.
Yeah, he double dipped.
That's so weird.
It's a nervous tick, dude, because he's been caught doing that before. He wasn't caught eating them, but he picked his nose on a debate. I think it was modern day debates. He got caught picking his nose.
People do have ticks. It's funny. I do pay attention to stuff like that. Not everybody, but
Yeah, and some people have a father too.
oh shit! Why you gotta do me like that?
I mean, he's probably got 2 dads.
Oh damn! India, you gonna let him talk about you like that?
2 dads. Strap-ons aren't dads, dude.
Got him.
You guys spar with Rob today?
Which Rob? Rob Noxious?
Yeah.
That dude really has nothing to offer.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's just worse than dead air.
He just argues to argue.
Yeah, yeah. And I love how he's
Dude,
always like.
Well, I was gonna say we have to explain his own arguments to him. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Dude, we were having the time, not the timeless, but the Chicago skyline debate, and he was saying, "Oh, that's refraction." And someone challenged him, "Well, what's the different mediums for refraction?" And he said, "Oh, that's easy. One is the glass on the buildings, and one is the water."
Bruh.
For real.
Speaking of like picking boogers and stuff, like listening to Rob talk makes me feel like I'm speaking to a young child. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Maybe it's just me.
Like a teenager, right?
And if I'm saying that shit, you know it's bad. Because you know?
How young? Like a teenager? He seems like he's 13 or 14 years old. Talks like
just
that.
like, the way he argues and stuff, it's just so. I don't know.
CB, your mic is like going.
Is it trash? Oh, it's trash?
It's trash, bro.
Hold on. Let me fix it.
All right, that's it. That's it. We're going to do an event. The name of the event is Sexy Mike Night. We all endeavor to be on our best mics, and we see how it goes. What do you say?
Hey, I'm going to. You know what? The iPhone gang is going to win for sure.
I'm being serious, though. It's like a lot of times we're here together, but some of our mics suck so bad we're like almost effectively useless. Like Jedi, a lot of times he just gets talked right over. You know, et cetera, et cetera.
Ready? Rate my mic. 3, 2, 1. Rate it out of 10.
It's a mic.
Gosh, dang.
It's not bad, actually.
Yeah, out of 10, what is it? A 4? A 7? Oh, we need the Russian judge.
Oh, man, dude. Clipcord, that looks like a good clip. Duffy, in a recent debate, was criticizing his opponent by saying, "You're avoiding talking about the shape of the Earth by talking about the sun." So he said that to the flat earther opponent. Wow. Screwed himself.
Isn't that what they went for the final experiment to go prove?
Yeah.
Hey, we got S that just joined the chat. S, welcome to the forum.
What's good, bro?
Pretty good, man. So, what do you think about the topic of the room? Think the Earth's a globe?
Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the Earth is flat, bro. But I don't have like an argument to prove or disprove.
Okay. What's the inclination of why you think the Earth's a globe?
It's just more probable.
Probable?
In my opinion.
Yeah, what way?
Know. More scientists believe so, so just go with the flow.
More people believe that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, just go with the flow. But I have a question, like,
How do you know what scientists believe?
you know,
Are you
how do I
clairvoyant?
know?
Yeah,
I don't know. I just go with the majority and
So
hope it's true. I don't really
you
care.
don't know that's what I'm asking you. How do you know that that's the majority?
Well, because it is a majority. What do you mean?
How do you know that though? I'm asking.
Because it is that. Like, what do you mean?
You're just asserting it. You're asserting this is majority
Okay,
because
is it not the majority?
I don't know. How do you know?
Exactly. Like, wait, what do you mean? It is the majority? Like, I
So
just
what if
read.
I just assert that the majority thinks the Earth is flat?
Yeah, sure. Let's just go quickly.
So I'm going to just
Check
assert
on
it. Most
Google.
scientists think
Is our wait, hold on.
Google
Yeah,
is the arbiter of truth, isn't it?
are the majority of scientists?
How would Google know?
All right, where do you get your sources from then? Well, what is satisfactory?
Well, I read peer-reviewed papers. That's what I read.
No, papers. Nigga said papers, bro. This is
Peer-reviewed papers, academic papers, dude. That's where I get my
academic papers. Sure, you know they can be like academic papers on Google from colleges. You realize that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Well,
so you
hopefully when
don't start
Google-
complaining when I do that.
Yeah, so you better post an academic paper that has.
Yeah,
a survey
sure.
of
What is
science.
give me an example of an academic paper, like a paper from college or
Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies by Albert Einstein.
what?
That's
Wait,
an
I have one question, Indio.
It was published in the Annals of Physics.
Hey, wait, Indio, I have two questions actually.
So I answered your question, and now you're going to try to deflect to something.
Yeah,
else.
no, I'm not gonna run away.
No, that
I just
shit
have
ain't
I have a
happening,
serious question.
No, we're not playing your
Indio,
game, dude. We're not playing your game. We're not playing your fucking game.
yeah, just to make you understand, you're a grown man trying
You're
to
not playing
defend
whack-a-mole.
that is the Earth is flat. I'll go find you the source. So what is an academic paper? Wait, India, what makes? Hold on, I'm just asking you. What makes an academic paper an academic
3
paper?
seconds, you're going to be muted. 3. It comes from an academician. An academician.
Academician. What the hell is that, bro?
It's someone in academia.
Academician? No, academician's a new word you just made up like 2
No,
seconds.
it's not a new word. It's in the dictionary.
All right, sure. Okay, I'll try to find you.
Yeah, you just looked it up, didn't you? Yeah, it is a word.
Yeah,
So
no, I'll just find the source for you. What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
like you're a grown man trying to defend the Earth is flat on Discord. You're so passionate and everything. Calm down. It's just a planet.
No, I'm calling you out in your bullshit. I'm gonna just assert.
I don't care if 50 people on Discord hear me get called out by a random guy on Discord.
What would you find on Google Scholar about the shape of the Earth? You can use that.
I'm just saying. I literally did I not tell the guy when I joined? I don't really have an argument. Exactly. See, like you're a grown man, very passionate about the Earth is flat. Will it really change? Indio, genuinely, will it really change? Will it really change your life?
Mute
this motherfucker. Mute this motherfucker.
Yeah, because you're just talking over me.
So life does not. Wait. Doesn't matter. The Earth keeps spinning if it's flat or not.
You're muting me. You're muting me by talking over me. You're muting me.
You're muting me by talking over me.
Hey, child, you gotta
now you're mocking me.
Hey, child. Oh, y'all are fucking losers, nigga. Like, when you guys leave, like, when was the last time y'all took a shower? Genuinely, like, this is genuine. I'm genuinely concerned. You know, like next time we should bring like a therapist here, so all of you can get therapy individually.
You turn the conversation
because you're debating, especially this Indio nigga. This guy's so passionate if the Earth is flat or not. Does it really change anything?
No, you're just.
Your life still continues, nigga. Go get married, have kids, do something beneficial. You're sitting here on Discord. You are level IX. You're level 9, nigga. You're level 9. All you do here is sit here in this call, right?
Okay, good. Now I shut you up. I have adult children.
And stop repeating your daddy's name in here. The end name. That's not here, so stop calling him.
See, so what triggered that? A simple question. How do you know what most scientists believe? And he fucking spiraled into oblivion.
Yeah. Because diarrhea of the mouth. Just one question.
They make these declarative statements about what people believe, about what they don't believe. They have no idea what people believe.
He's gone already?
Did he leave?
Oh, yeah, immediately, as soon as I muted him.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, classic bitch move, dude.
Yeah, who hurt him, though? He was like pre-stardom.
Dude, I can't even imagine being that big of a bitch.
Damn.
Like, no, seriously. That's like someone that, like, they're like backing down, and then the cops show up, and then they start talking shit. That's what it reminds me of. Tell me to get a wife and have kids. I already been there, done that, dude. Got the t-shirt.
Why is he saying that like he's done it?
Dude's never touched a tit, dude. Honestly. Yo, seriously, nobody in this generation should ever say anything to me about getting pussy. Ever. Ever. Yo, I was bagging bitches in fucking middle school, okay? So just shut up, dude. Seriously. They're fucking like 22-year-old virgins talking shit, dude. Like,
you're in a Discord call right now. Where are you?
Dude, it's projection, man. Go outside, touch grass, live your life. Something they've never done, right? He's been playing fucking Minecraft for the last half a decade. Dude, my adult children played Minecraft.
Cool.
They played version like 0.1. Like,
That was the best version. Yeah, you can always tell when they've had this conversation with somebody before, at least to some degree. They come in mad like that. Whoever they talked to before must have cooked them. They started off upset.
well, I mean, he's gonna say, yeah, I believe Earth's a globe because most scientists believe it. I can accept that. But how do you know most scientists believe it?
We just do.
Well, I believe that too. Well, where'd you get that belief from? I don't know. That is literally a belief made up out of nothing.
Yeah, I would have just asked him, like, name one single scientist. This happens every time. It's phantom expert syndrome. All these scientists say all this stuff. Okay, name one. Crickets every time.
Dude, they believe in like this. There's like this nebulous magic science guy that exists somewhere, right?
Exactly. I always think of like a court setting. You know, you have the discovery, and you'll have your list of witnesses, and you should be able to call a witness to the stand. So when they say we have this panel of big brains who have all the answers, okay, great, let's go ahead and call one to the stand. And they're like, well, it's just like nebulous, overarching cloud thinking type of situation. It's like, no, you're just making shit up. You're believing what feels good. AI was saying he had a pet peeve about flat earthers timing and stuff, but this last guy hit my pet peeve when they go, "Oh, you believe in flat Earth? Oh, that's stupid." Like, you're trying to mock an idea that you came up with in your head that you find dumb. So you're saying your own thoughts are stupid, and you're trying to laugh at me? Like, that doesn't make sense, right? They don't know what a flat Earth is to then mock it. That's annoying. I find that frustrating.
That's a fair point, too. Like they make up an impossible flat Earth in their head, and they're like, "You don't believe in the flat Earth? That's impossible in my head."
It's so dumb. It's almost like that almost every time. Flat Earth, you believe in flat Earth? You're a grown man defending flat Earth. Okay, tell me what flat Earth is. Oh, it's like this disc in space, probably. Yeah, you're retarded. So what were you mocking? Or you just asked them, do you know what flat Earth is? No. Okay, so then what are you making fun of then? Well, you just think differently than me. Wow. Really? Because you're going to go out into this world and meet all kinds of people who believe in all kinds of different things that you don't believe in. I don't see you beefing with them. It's got to be one of the most triggering topics.
It couldn't really be triggering at all. So stupid.
Especially the way they try to portray it. They're like, well, it's such a dumb, stupid idea. Like, okay, if I went around and said things like, trees are purple, you'd be like, all right, bro. Like, no one would react to that.
Yeah. No one
You
would
go,
really
Earth is
care.
flat. They're like, what? Like, they're going crazy. It's like, well, you know there's something here.
They're all like, how dare you?
Yeah, man. Drink bleach, jump off, don't delete yourself. You wouldn't say that if I said Barney exists or, you know. I can run, just making stuff up. You wouldn't care about it. So,
Was it Alpha that was asking him why does he think the Earth is a globe or something? And he said because that makes sense or something like that. It makes more sense. He was saying something like that. The guy that just left.
So what else movies is it?
I just wonder which of their senses are they using to say, yeah, it makes sense that it's a globe. My senses are pointing that the Earth is a globe. It's spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. My senses are telling me that, so it makes sense.
Did you hear the guy earlier say it was obvious?
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, fucking in what way is it obvious? Then he was like Neil Armstrong. Might have been obvious to him, but it's not obvious to you.
I love when they say that, though, because they just ask him, all right, so what are we looking at? Where should we point our eyeballs? And then they'll hit the, like, space porch point of view, basically. They're like, well, just look at the Earth.
Dude, that's literally what he did, bro. This bro literally said, grab a telescope and started arguing about Jupiter. So the Earth is obviously flat because Jupiter is obviously a circle.
Nothing.
Dude, it was pretty funny, dude. That guy was a train wreck. I'd clip it if he wasn't talking over so much because it's going to be an audio nightmare. So where is the hurricanes don't cross the equator thing coming from lately? Because I've heard probably about 5 or 6 different ballers talk about it in the last I don't know 5 days maybe. Some freaking clown make a video about it or something.
It's a good question. Someone earlier mentioned like coaching, someone getting coached. Is there somebody that watches our stream and like just DMs whoever's here that we're talking to?
Well, I mean, not just on this server, on the other server and on X, right? So all of a sudden, this argument, it's just really weird because certain arguments they all come out all at the same time on a bunch of different platforms. It's just very strange.
No one needs coaching to talk to you guys.
And here we go.
Bro, even with coaching, you can't handle this.
Who is this?
I could coach you and you couldn't argue against me.
Was that EXO? Brian? Rich Evans. Is that who's the chat skank?
Sound like bitch Evans.
No one needs coaching. Isn't that why you're probably doing the DMing, Rich? Let's be honest.
That's cute. You think I'm the coach?
Oh, you probably couldn't coach it, let's be honest. But I wouldn't be surprised if your DM some 3 or 4 that was getting cooked in here and you're like, just say this, say refraction. That's what you weirdos do instead of coming here on your own.
Look, all over arguments can boil down to one thing. I can't prove anything, but there's people that can prove things. They proved it, and I believe them what they said. Though I can't know, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they did, but the social norms tell me I should believe them, and that's why I believe it. That is really all your arguments. After you guys can argue about any particular, but when it all boils down and all the particulars get wasted away, it boils down to that. And you guys just don't want to admit it. That is a faith-based nonsense.
The other night we were talking to a new guy after Rich Evan. They were talking to Rich Evan, and then he left, and then the new guy jumped in, and then Rich Evan came back and addressed. He opened his mic after listening people talking to the new guy, and Rich Evan addressed the new guy. Oh, you and I, we know that we can see the Earth from the moon, the photographs from the moon. Talking to the new guy, directing the new guy.
And then I posted a photo I thought was taken from the
moon, right? You and I know.
Taken from
You and I know. Yeah.
Probe that was orbiting it. Yeah, I was wrong about that photo being taken.
So you were coaching him? Oh, you were coaching?
He was coaching the new guy.
I got coached. You guys pointed out to me that it was taken from a probe that was orbiting the moon and not from the moon.
You opened your mic and you told the new guy. You told him, you and I know that we have photographs of the Earth from the moon. So you was coaching him.
Shouldn't be doing that.
Making mistakes?
Rich, you lost the plot. The problem isn't the mistake. The problem is any image that's shown to you, you just auto-believe it, even though you have no idea the particulars of the image. You auto-believe the image, even though you didn't know any particulars. And you have to burp as like some weird fucking cope, dude. Like a child. Burp? Isn't that what you did?
No.
What was that noise?
What was that, a queef?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
AI, you're
Yeah, stop burping, AI.
He's probably on the road for it right now, some shit. Alright. Yeah. Thank you, chat. All right, Rich.
So
let's
talk about your faith-based evaluations. Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about it either.
Yeah. No one needs coaching to talk to you guys. Oh, really? That's why you get cooked.
Would you say that believing images from a particular source, just based on that source being that source, is being as fallacious as not believing them because they came from that source?
The source is irrelevant to the authenticity of the image.
Okay. Why do you not accept the images taken on the moon then?
Why should I?
Why should you?
Yeah, why should I?
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess if you don't have a reason to want to learn about the world,
Well, they're extraordinary. It's an extraordinary. The nature of the claim is very extraordinary. We went to the moon with a camera and took a picture of the Earth. That's an extraordinary fucking claim, dude.
Mm-hmm. And there's substantive evidence that mission occurred.
That's circular logic, dude.
saying that there's evidence for something, therefore it occurred. Like there's enough evidence, there's sufficient evidence, therefore it occurred. That's circular based on what?
The evidence is your evidence.
No, I wasn't talking about the same photo. I was talking about other evidence.
Like what?
Like the remnants of the Saturn V rocket that we have, the recollections and firsthand accounting of people who worked for.
How is the remnants of a Saturn V rocket evidence of the authenticity of pictures claiming to be taken from the moon?
Because they use the Saturn V rocket to get to the moon.
Yeah, that's the
technology that they use. Yeah, and the fact that the rocket was there is evidence towards that's the rocket.
How do you know the rocket was there? The rocket was there.
I've seen Saturn.
You saw it in space.
Rocket.
You saw it in space.
I saw it at Cape Canaveral.
Oh, okay. That proves that there's a picture from the moon. Taken from the moon.
That's just a straw man, obviously.
Because you drove. Because you drove the Cape Canaveral.
You're just straw manning my position.
No, I'm not. This is your position.
Because I never said that seeing the rocket proves my position. I'm talking about the abundance of evidence, right? So all of this evidence in conjunction makes the argument more credible.
How is it relevant? How is it relevant to your position?
I already answered that. So you're obviously not listening. So I have no.
No, you said when I tried to use it when I tried to use the existence of the Saturn V rocket as evidence of your position. You said it was a straw man, and I asked you how is it relevant to your position, and you said it's not.
Yeah, you're just lying about what was said. Now I have no reason to engage with you.
No, I'm not. How is the Saturn V rocket evidence that a picture was taken from the moon? How is it relevant? How does it help me evaluate
evidence that we went to the moon?
It is
because it was the technology used to get to the moon.
No, that's the claim, dude.
The claim was we went to the moon, and evidence for us going to the moon would be having the technology such as the Saturn V rocket.
Okay, yeah, and they claim that prop you saw at Cape Canaveral was the technology that they used to get to the moon. That is also a claim.
Okay.
Is it not?
It is. And we have footage. We have the footage of the Saturn V rocket being launched, right?
Yeah. So
we have footage of the boosters being found in the water. Like I'm just saying, there's sufficient evidence for me to personally believe that they've absolutely gone to the moon.
So
you can be as skeptical as you'd like, Indio.
Now here's my story. Here's my story. No, here's my story. Here's my story. My neighbor bought a DeLorean. He said, I'm driving this DeLorean to the fucking moon. He turned the corner and drove out of sight. And then 10 years later, I went to Cape Canaveral and there was a fucking DeLorean parked there. And a whole bunch of people saw the fucking DeLorean drive into the fucking ocean and wasn't seen again.
Well, that's just obviously disanalogous.
It's exactly analogous. They didn't see the
because when we look up at the sky and we see the moon, then we use a rocket to go into the sky. That's it's in absolute nature different than a vehicle going to somewhere in the sky, right? So when we know that DeLoreans can't fly.
How do you know? Well, dude, can the rocket that was at Cape Canaveral fly?
We have footage of the actual Saturn V.
No, the rocket that's at Cape Canaveral, you saw the prop. Can that fly?
Of course, they're not going to put a rocket filled with fuel.
Okay, so it can't fly.
Walk around.
So it is analogous. Thank you very much. Because it can't fly.
No, that would have to do with it being a model DeLorean. You didn't bring up that fact at all. So your analogy.
No, the rocket you saw can't. Then the rocket you saw can't fly.
So if someone has a model DeLorean, it's because it can't go 88 miles per hour and go through time. They didn't use a DeLorean in the picture. Like this is getting ridiculous.
That's cool. So a DeLorean can't fly to the moon. It was parked at Cape Canaveral. It can't fly. Your rocket that was parked at Cape Canaveral also can't fly.
No, but rockets can fly.
Yeah, rockets, but not that rocket. So that rocket that you saw at Cape Canaveral is not evidence they went to the moon. It's not evidence of photographs of the moon.
It absolutely is. evidence
No,
that
it
they went
isn't
to the moon.
because
Yes,
you saw
yes,
a
it
prop.
absolutely is.
You saw a prop, dude. A prop.
Whether it necessarily proves they went is different than saying
It
it's
was not
evidence
the
towards
same
the
rocket. It's
position.
almost the same rocket. What they
It's
showed
the
you
same
is an idea.
configuration, at least.
You have no idea, dude, what that thing is.
It's just like tip of Theseus.
It
Like
just looks like the thing you saw on TV.
completely
It just
meaningless
looks like
distinction.
it just looks like the thing you saw on TV. That's all it is. It looks like the thing I saw on
So
TV.
you're saying that if you replace the ship of Theseus's boards with all different new boards, it's not
Oh,
Theseus's
stop,
ship?
dude. This is a red herring of epic proportion, dude.
No, it's actually exactly what we're talking about.
I know all about the ship of Theseus. This is a red herring.
Then answer the question.
You claimed it was fucking evidence for a photograph being taken from the moon because you saw a Saturn V rocket at Cape Canaveral.
I was reciting. I was granting and giving you all the evidence I said made a substantive point towards them going to the moon.
That's it, dude. Your time's up, dude.
You're not a mod. You can't mute me.
Want about?
Oh,
yeah. You took the wrong gambit, dude.
What the fuck was that?
They took my mod away from me saying the N word, and he didn't realize they gave it back. So that was a bad gambit. That's how he is being sassy.
Got him.
Are you dealing with Rich? Rich
Yeah.
Evans?
Snitch Evans.
So Saturn V rockets are evidence they went to the moon because he saw one at Cape Canaveral. But that rocket at Cape Canaveral don't fly. So how is that evidence they went to the moon? Because what you saw is actually a prop.
Crazy, bro.
You notice how like every argument just always falls apart. They all fall apart somehow. Why is that? It's just a weird coincidence. No matter, they're like, I'm going to come up with a clever argument that these guys never heard before, and they still fall apart.
He's got invincible ignorance, man.
Well, this is the thing I want. Like, how come after all this time, they've come in here and they've floated 20 variations of arguments, all different ways, and they all fall apart, and they are still like, how is that not a clue that they believe in something that's not true? That they can twist and turn it and it still falls apart. It boggles my mind. Like,
They're trusting the narrative, essentially.
You're faithful. Good boys.
They want to come in here and cry about how much they believe. I believe, my brothers. That's all they do.
Why don't you believe?
I know you showing me evidence it ain't true, but I have faith. Do you have faith? You don't have faith like I have faith.
You don't believe?
I less than 3 is also another guy. He's kind of like Rich Evans. He's a little bit above Rich Evans, but they're almost in the same ballpark. Lately, their goal is just to rage bait. I've noticed that. They don't bring arguments. All they got to do is just try to rage bait you. But they're invincible ignorance. No, Saturn V rocket went to space. How do you know? Well, because it went to space. Because we got videos. Duh.
I saw one in the museum.
Duh. Went to space. Duh. Invincible ignorance.
You can just watch it on TV.
Yeah.
See. Is EXO a Glober? Very top. EXO not.
XO, caller. Welcome.
EXO or Brian. I was going to call upon Rich, but
He's cooked.
And we're trying to pull an all-nighter, huh? Damn. Brian, you there? Come in, Brian. No, Brian.
B. Ryan, you are up. Brian, you are up. And we heard you breathing earlier, so please chime in.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, Rich drives a clown car, DJ.
Facts. No passengers today?
No, he was riding solo today.
Look at me, then.
He's probably gonna go pick him up here after a while. Bring him back.
Rich, yeah, go pick up your partners.
Yeah, I believe that. You got some cheesy ass avatar gifs that you have put on your profile. I mean, it's so fucking lame, dude. When you're doing your Cabbage Patch dance, it's fucking lame, dude. That definitely is not something that it's like chicks are gonna look at that like, oh, dude, this is a lame, fucking lame right here. You seen that when he speaks, his little dude that he's got like that's him, but he's doing like a dance, like a real cheesy fucking Cabbage Patch dance.
Just not funny, eh?
Bro,
Yeah, it's just so super cheesy.
Corny.
Corny's a word. Yeah, it's a good word. Corny. Like the Bostonians would put it, he's a cornball. I'm surprised Indios never said it like that. Dude's a cornball.
Fucking cornball.
What do I chocolate say never comes back over here? It's weird.
FED only.
Is he?
Yeah, but he used to
Does he
hang
go on
with
the
us.
panels?
He used to hang with us, bro, like all the time.
I know he never does anymore.
We don't talk anymore.
Does he go on every day on the Opie thing?
Nathan stuff. I
Or
believe,
like
isn't he a part of that?
celebrity
Is it part of that panel?
Yeah, he used to be. Yeah, he's on the intro.
Come to think of it, I haven't heard him on there in a while.
Yeah. I think it is like celebrity appearances too. Shit.
What else we got in here? That guy, Dead Internet, was been hanging around here, but he's never really chimed in. So
You gotta chime in, bro.
what? Scared of you? Nah, dude. Hell no. Nope. What would I be scared of?
Scared of unmuting me, obviously.
Nope. Not scared of unmuting you. It's just you don't bring the type of arguments that could bring any merit to like the veracity of your claims. So it's kind of lame. Just like your avatar is lame and it's corny. So are your arguments, dude. Just super corny.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
You just rage bait and you just do your little stuff. I mean, that's all you do.
Rage bait.
Yeah, you're invincible ignorance, dude. It gets people to be like, dude, explain what you, and you're just like, Saturn V rockets. Therefore, Earth and globe. Like there's no substance, bro.
That's like just, I never said that though. Like you're just ridiculing and strawmanning at this point, right?
Well, I've known your pattern of like argumentation, so I'm going off of that. So I'm pretty sure.
It's funny that you would just do a ridiculous straw man. I've never said instead of actually.
All right.
You actually cited an argument.
What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe? What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
The observations from space.
Yeah, have you made those observations from space?
No.
Oh, then there goes your argument in the bin.
What?
3 points.
What's the? Do you have the argument to say why it's necessary that I make those observations from space?
Yeah, it's called empirical evidence.
What? No, but
heard of it?
Argument that I have to be the one to make the observation.
It's called empirical evidence. You have to substantiate the claim by having a way to test and verify the claim. That's a head scratcher.
Well, I'm waiting for the argument. You're just claiming the necessity.
I just told you, Rich Evans.
No, you're just claiming the necessity of it.
Yeah, well, you didn't prove anything. You just said, well, therefore, space people, therefore, Earth globe.
I gave my evidence, and you didn't really give a critique of it.
Yeah, it was the critique.
No, you just claimed it was wrong.
It was not empirical. It was not empirical. You didn't do anything to verify the claim.
And what's the argument that verification is necessary?
That's how you provide evidence of the claim, dude. You have to verify it.
I can say that I have this evidence, right? And this evidence lends credence to my claim.
Lends credence, like the group that sings that one song.
Credence Clearwater were what?
He's not.
Yeah, those guys.
He's saying that he's just making a baseless assertion. He doesn't have to prove it, or he's not claiming it's true. He's just saying he has
the original argument. What Alpha originally said was that I have to be the one to make the observation.
Earlier, and you didn't
I don't understand why that is.
He doesn't want to let you talk, Jemsy. He's scared of you.
Rumpus all over the place. Hey, Rich, the middle of my sentence is not the cue for you starting your sentence. You hear me?
The middle of my conversation with Alpha is not the time for you to jump in.
Oh.
That wasn't the middle of your conversation.
Yeah, it was. It was my turn to respond.
I was talking to you. I was talking before you. I was talking to you before him. Remember?
He actually was, Rich.
Remember? Rich? Or you have like...
No, it must have been of such little substance.
Yeah. Yeah, your little substance.
Yeah, he doesn't have to prove his claim, Jemsy. That's not what he's here for. Prove claims? Oh, nah.
Oh, his claim.
The irony is quite hilarious that you are saying I'm the one not proving my claim when I asked for the justification that I have to be the one that makes a particular observation. You made that as a necessary portion of what evidence means, and I disagree. You can use a camera in order to record results.
Oh, did you do that?
You don't have to be the individual to make the observation.
With the camera? So who's got the camera?
He's arguing for the image from the moon to the Earth that doesn't show the Earth as it is here in reality. He's saying, look, this cartoon right here shows something else that we see in reality. Therefore, reality is not real. The image that we got here is the real thing, not the realist level. Don't worry about that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone else heard a whoopee cushion going for about a minute and a half, but that's all I heard.
That was like 15 seconds.
So your time scale's off, bro. But on top of that, dude, you're just looking at images and making declarations when the standard of evidence should be providing evidence of the claim that you're talking about, and you can't do that. You basically are saying I don't need to.
Well, no, I provided evidence. You said that's not valid evidence, and I'm questioning the reasoning behind why you are saying it's not valid evidence. I told you
this will be about the third or fourth time.
It's
because
not an argument.
Every time it is an argument.
In order to acquire evidence,
you can't hand wave dismiss it because it's you can't hand wave dismiss the thing that validates your claim. That's you substantiating it empirically. And if you can't do that, then I'm sorry, Rich. You're just making declarations. That's just the way it is, man. I don't write the rules. That's just the way it goes. You can't prove your claim.
Another baseless assertion. Great.
Oh, see, you can't turn it back around to me, dude. It doesn't
you just
work
don't know
that
how
way.
to make arguments.
Yeah, here we go. Poisoning the well. Any more?
No, I'm speaking from evidence here.
Yeah, evidence.
You just keep on saying it's the way that it is. You keep saying tautologies, right?
Tautologies, So you're just talking about images. You're talking about images, Rich. All you're talking about is images, but you're in no way can you verify those images are true.
And you can't verify that.
There you go. See,
position.
You turn it back on me. You didn't even rebut
because your critique is bad. So
no, it's not. It's on point. It's on point. You should be able to. You should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to refute it by saying, "Yes, I did verify this image." But you say, "No, you're the way you're arguing is in bad faith. You can't. You're looking at me, dude."
Faith. I didn't talk about you as a person other than saying you obviously don't know how to make arguments because you have failed to make an argument at every turn. You just make
at every turn. Yeah. Says the guy who can't substantiate the images.
In order to have a position, you have to be able to empirically back that up.
You have not substantiated your image, Rich.
And that's your
the guy that hasn't done that same thing he's claiming you have to do.
Yeah. You haven't substantiated the image that you declare is the image of Earth. You haven't done that. It's still going to remain. It doesn't matter how much you twist and contort, bro. It's not going to change. You didn't verify the image.
Based on your arbitrary standard of the fact that it has to be empirically verified by me.
That's just
the reality we all experience, and you're saying this image debunks reality. Therefore, the image, it's real.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, Jemsy.
What's the argument that the Earth is flat, then? Go ahead.
No, it's not the argument that the Earth is flat. Go ahead. No, you don't give us the go ahead, Rich. It's the other way around. We're holding you to... No. See, here's what you're trying to do. This is the old 23 skidoo. So what's the argument for flat Earth? Let me reverse the burden of proof and ask you for the evidence.
Well, you didn't give us
about see, the problem, you need to learn this, Rich. Yeah, sit down. School's in session, bro. You didn't understand that you needed to provide the evidence for your claim, and you didn't provide evidence. You just said a claim. You keep repeating the claim.
It's necessary for me to do that.
You keep repeating the claim, and repeating the claim is not evidence of the claim. The evidence of the claim would be substantiating. Yeah, stop talking through me, Rich. I know you're afraid. Rich, I know you're afraid, dude. I know it. You're trembling,
bro. You're just saying the same thing.
Stop trembling. Stop trembling and let me finish. How about that? That's better, right? Stop trembling and let me finish. So the problem is, every time that you bring up pictures from space, you don't verify that they're actually from the place that you've seen, or on the image that it shows. You can't prove that, dude. In no way can you substantiate that. So all you got are your declarations telling everybody, this is reality, and you can't verify it. So we're on that point until you provide evidence that that's true. We can't move from there. And then you can't ask us questions unless you submit and said, I'm sorry, I can't prove these images are real. So you need to do that. You need to say, I'm sorry, I can't prove that these images are real. And then we'll go to whatever flat Earth.
I really don't, because
you really do.
That the whole point that you have to be able to go to a place in order to verify a photo from that place is being taken is unjustified, right?
It's unjustified. Wait a minute. So you're telling me we don't have to go and see if any of this evidence that you're bringing forward is actually true?
You don't have to.
We just have to take it on faith. Just take it on faith
to that spot.
So we have to take it on faith, Rich?
No, I was asked if I went there, right?
So do we have to take it on faith?
Those photos.
Do we have to take it on faith?
It doesn't have to be my satellite, nor does it have to be me taking the image.
Yes. You've already said that many times. Do we have to take it on faith? Yes or no?
It depends on your definition of faith.
Well, that means that somebody tells you something, you're like, okay, I accept that, without any question.
Without any question. So there can't be any additional evidence after that point, right?
Yeah.
Oh, then,
so when they show you an image,
faith, and I don't think that occurs
It does occur. Did they show you an image that you can't verify, Rich?
But you didn't say that.
Dude, just answer the question.
Why are you trying to?
You don't have to stammer, dude. Just answer the question. Is it true that when you were the one? No, it's not you were the one, dude. The image has been given to you. The image has been given to you, Rich, and the question is, can you verify it, or are you just taking it on faith?
Yeah. Oh, there are ways for you to verify it. Yeah.
There is? Okay, go ahead. Tell us the ways to verify it, Rich. Go on now.
Oh, it's a number of different ways, right?
Well, give us one.
So if you get an image from a satellite of a particular region of the Earth, you can go to that region on Earth, not nearly be as high up from it, right? And you can verify that what you see at ground level is matching with the photo, such as seeing a big desert on the satellite images, then going to those exact coordinates as portrayed by the satellite and seeing if there's a desert there.
Okay, so we're just talking about deserts.
Number one.
Does this have anything to do with the rotundity of the Earth, or just deserts?
Well, we were on the conversation.
What's at stake here? What's at stake?
Yeah, you asked a question. I'm going to answer.
What's at stake? Is it just deserts, or is it the rotundity of the Earth? What's at stake?
I'm going to answer the first question you asked, right?
No, we're not talking about deserts, Mr. Deserts. We're talking about the rotundity of the Earth, whether or not it's a globe.
And you asked me what was the best evidence, and I pointed to the images from space. And then we got onto a discussion about how do we verify these things. And now we're at what counts as verification of an image from space. I mean, you don't have to come back to step one.
Yeah, think about this. You're not realizing.
We're still moving through the.
No, we're not. We're actually trying to see if you can use your mind to see if the conversation could lead you to any evidence of the claim in which you're saying. So if you're looking at an image, the image is showing a globe Earth. Is that true or not true?
Absolutely.
Okay, how do you know the image of the globe Earth looking like a sphere is actually what we're standing on? Verifying that sphere. How do you verify the sphere?
When you have qualities of that sphere that you can relay
like the curvature?
Against...
Like the curvature.
I'm talking about any quality.
No. We're not talking about any qualities. No, sir. We're not talking about weather's not it. Sorry. Nope.
These are all ways that you could verify.
Nope. We're talking about the curvature.
Absolutely.
Specifically the curvature. Specifically the curvature.
Yeah, I'm saying the evidence of the curvature.
No. The curvature. The curvature.
Yeah. The evidence of the curvature is from the image that we take from space.
Okay, so how can we verify that?
Exactly.
The curvature. How do we verify the curvature?
A conversation over and over.
How do we verify the curvature? How do we verify it? They're showing us pictures of curvature. How do we verify that?
Because the rest of the picture matches what we have in reality.
Well, where do we see curvature in reality, Rich?
I mean, I've shown a number of times the observation from Lake Minnewanka.
Lake Minnewanka. Oh, yeah. That's great. So we can see curvature from the image on the satellite photo, and then we go to Lake Minnewanka.
And it has about the same shape as we see from the satellite images of Lake Minnewanka.
What, the curvature? We see the curvature at Lake Minnewanka?
We do, at ground level, yeah.
Oh, really? At ground level?
Absolutely.
Wowzer, Mr.
If
Bowser.
you know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing. Do you know what you're doing?
Yeah.
I don't think you do.
I'd like to think I do. But
you went to Lake Minnewanka, yes?
I haven't gone there and done it myself yet.
Oh, come on. Then you didn't verify it. That's the whole point. You went to Lake Minnewanka, and then you didn't go to Lake Minnewanka.
Verification meaning that you have to go
Yes, dude. This is the point. So you went from satellites to saying, okay, this is one way to verify it. Because you said there's many ways to verify it, according to you.
All you're saying is that it has to be me who goes and does the observation for it to be verified.
But you just finished telling us
for that claim, and
because you just finished telling
the way it is, bro.
Yeah, it is, and you went forward and went all the way. You went all the way to Lake Minnewanka, according to you.
Yeah,
I
never said I went there. I never.
And you said you never went there, which you didn't verify the image from satellites going to Lake Minnewanka to see if the curvature of the Earth exists at Lake Minnewanka.
I have not been there. Now tell me why I have gone there to verify it.
So you didn't verify it then, according to you.
Your own standard.
Your own standard. This is your own standard, Rich. This is your own. Yeah. This is
How
your
can
own
I say
standard.
it's my standard and then ask you for the
Because you gave it to me.
justification for it?
You told me this is how you verify the curvature of the Earth from a satellite image. And the way to do it is to go to Lake Minnewanka. Oh, wait a minute. But I didn't go there.
No.
So that means you didn't verify it.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to help you.
You don't have to
You're a
go
liar.
anywhere technically, right?
Yeah, well, you're supposed to if you're going to verify it, but you didn't do it, did you, Rich?
You haven't verified why verification necessitates a personal experience of the place.
So now you're double speaking. So you
No,
were telling me
entire
you were telling
question
me
the
you were
entire
telling me
time.
there's so
If you
many
only
ways to
just
verify
got
it.
That's
You're
sad.
telling me there's so many ways to verify it. Oh, Lake Minnewanka, and now you're like, well, wait a minute, I didn't go there, so
asked
you don't
me
have to verify
where-
it.
I said we could see the curvature of the Earth
at Lake Minnewanka.
Yeah, exactly.
But
And
you
I
didn't
never
go there
said
to
I went-
verify it.
But you don't have to go somewhere to verify something.
Yeah, you're supposed to. That's how you
No.
verify your claim.
No,
Duh.
you don't have to.
Well, you're supposed to.
Well, it says who?
Says people that want to check out the evidence if it's true or not. That's who.
It says people who want to check out the evidence if you say it's true.
Yeah.
What?
So you say the images.
What are you rambling about? Do
Okay,
you actually
so
have
for
a
the
citation that
yeah,
this is
no,
what's
I'm gonna
required?
let me draw it in crayons for you, right? Because that's how you learn. Crayons, what, red, purple. So if you're gonna do this, right? So you show an image to someone, they're like, how do you know this is true? You're gonna respond back to that person. Check this out, man. It's simple. All you gotta do is go to Lake Minnewanka. I've never been there, but you can go there to test the claim. And somebody goes, okay, Rich, what must I do? And you're just like, well, just see the curvature at Lake Minnewanka. That's you.
No, another way of verification of it would be doing the math, right?
You're doing the math, Rich?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, yeah, I went through and I did the math.
Awesome. Let's see that math in text. We're going to investigate this a little more.
I looked at the math and recited the math.
Yeah. Well,
I was done in the Folding Ideas video with Lake
Excellent.
Minnewanka.
Let's see the math. Put it in text, will you? Show the audience that you're up to speed. That'd be great.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just gonna walk away now that you're all the way this far. You're too Rich. You're too far in now. Let's go all the way.
No. I've been asking you for the justification and verification of your first claim. We get to the nuanced math.
No,
and now you want
we're
me to
gonna
type it into Discord?
You wanted to dance.
It's
The
just way
song's
too
playing.
Much work for what is being gained.
All right, so you're just gonna give up, which is fine with me.
No, everyone in the room can take their own take away from this conversation what they will, and of course they will, right? But the idea here being you've completely failed this entire time, such as to say why.
That the guy who didn't provide evidence of the claim of the satellite images of the roundness
going
of the
to
Earth.
a particular spot. I can do math, which is
let's
the
see
point,
it.
right?
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Well, no,
let's see the thing that you're saying you did.
Let's see it, Rich. That verification.
Rich, let's see it.
No, because it's pointless if you don't get a concession of this.
No.
Are you conceding? Are you conceding?
No. You're the one conceding, bro. Show the math, Rich.
That if I showed you the math, it would be a verification
Let's see the math
of the observation.
Let's see the math, Rich.
No, you have to answer this.
No. Dude, again? Denying
you
again.
You need me to re-answer you or re-ask the question?
Re-answer? No, you can re-ask
the question.
No,
yeah, do you forget?
No, I want you to post the math. Let's see it.
No.
Go ahead, Rich. No.
I'm not going to.
3 times you've denied
you
it.
haven't.
That's interesting.
Would
Rich.
you accept,
Mister? I have the winning hand.
The verification.
The Earth is a globe.
The Earth globe.
I have the math, and it shows the Earth's a globe. Okay, go ahead and show it. No.
So scared.
I'm not the one not proving that I'm saying the Earth's a globe with math, dude. You are.
Stretch. So that I can't
every
ask
stretch is you not proving the math that you said you have. That's every stretch, dude.
Well, no, I need you to
what do you need me to do?
That math would be a verification of the Earth curve as the observation, right?
So you're telling me you have some math that's providing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Question. Do you need me to re-ask
let me clarify. You said you have the math that proves that the Earth is a globe via the verification of Lake Minnewanka, and right now you have this, right? It's in your possession. So at this current time,
you need to listen because that's
at this
not
current
exactly
time.
what I said.
At this current time, if I wanted to agree with you, on anything you wanted me to do. If I was to agree with you, then you would post the devastating math that proves the Earth's a globe and end this whole discussion once and for all.
Okay, try to listen a bit more now, because I'm going to reset. I'm going to restate what. Not exactly. I'm going to restate what I was asking you and try and actually answer the question this time. Okay, instead of reframing it into your own.
Go ahead, Mr.
Logic,
Proving math, but you don't want to.
Try to listen to the question. Okay, if math that shows the similar results as the observation at Lake Minnewanka was provided, is that verification of the claim?
The claim of the Earth being a globe with a radius of 3959?
Yeah. The claim of the observation of the
of the
curve.
Earth being a globe of a radius of 3959. It's got to conform.
Well, it doesn't have to include that exactly,
it does.
But I'm sure the math will, regardless in the end, reflect a number accordingly.
Well, then let's see it. Why not post that?
Because you still haven't answered the question. Do you need me to read?
Why do I need to answer a question if you have the information to substantiate the claim? I mean,
because you still need to answer this question.
If globe earthers are listening to you right now and they're like, dude, you have the winning hand, just show them it's a globe. Why wouldn't you, Rich?
Because I've already shown this observation to you before.
I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen it. Well, that's baloney. I've never seen that, what you're talking about. Seriously, you never posted it to me. I've never seen it.
That's surprising. Absolutely.
Dude, I've talked to a lot of people. I mean, you're not like that.
Yeah, the idea that you probably forget a lot of the conversations you have with Globers probably
no. If they're important ones, I don't forget them. But I don't think you've ever put anything in text that supported an evidence from images from space via Lake Minnewanka. No, I don't think so.
No, because you asked me if I could see the curve, where I could see the curve from, right?
Yeah.
I pointed out that we can see the curve from space, and I pointed out we can see the curve from Lake Minnewanka.
Yeah, but verifying it's the verification.
Yeah, Lake Minnewanka is an easier claim to verify, right?
Well, that's great.
What I'm trying to get to you to understand is that math is a form of verification of a claim that doesn't require you to go to that individual location.
Wait a minute.
The observation.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that you only have to show math and we can't verify it at the location you're saying the math is supposed to be verified at? No, I don't think that's not going to work for anybody.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, so if you give us the math and somebody can go to that place and verify if that's what it comes out to be, to test the claim that you're going to say that at Lake Minnewanka this is what we're supposed to see. You're saying that nobody can do that?
Doing the math and the calculations in itself would be a form of verification of the claim.
No. That's wrong.
Cool. So I know what you're talking about. So the first part of the calculation is the horizon distance. Where did you get that from? So how was that verified? I know exactly what video you're talking about. So to do a calculation, the first thing you have to calculate, you can't get any other number without.
No, I calculated the distance. I was on the other tour.
So how do you get the horizon?
I measured it.
Yeah, with what?
A really long tape measure.
Yeah, fucking see what happens. When
you troll verification shit like that, I'm just going to pull you back.
You said it was verified with calculations, but you can't tell me how they calculated the key.
No, I was simply using the math as an example of a way that you can verify a claim.
We haven't seen any math.
Actually having to go to
I don't know.
a location.
I haven't seen math, Rich.
You haven't
posted any math.
Why can't you just post the math? You have not been able to process the level 1 logic. It would take to understand the fact that you would need to concede that your entire dogmatic position of imperialism is ridiculous.
You're just
talking. And you should be listening.
So you're just talking. You haven't presented.
You should be listening, not talking. You haven't presented the
observation or the math. Right now we have an empty claim on the table.
Empty. Nothing. Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are empty of position.
You guys are asking you for
same old shit.
Yeah, just post it in the text chat, man. Let's see it. Yeah? Let's just see it.
No, I need you to concede the point. I need you to
for
be
what? Just post it, dude.
an
You got
honest
that
interlocutor. and
Yo,
concede the
shut
point
up,
that I'm
dude.
making.
Yeah,
So
this
we'll
is
concede
rich
the
coming
point, you
from
don't have
you.
evidence. We concede you have zero evidence for your claim.
Well, you're obviously just deaf.
Then what?
Boomer.
No. I heard your claim, but we want the evidence for your claim.
So we don't believe anything just by hearsay. Give us the proof.
Evidence of your claim.
Just show everybody you have the winning hand.
I know you guys really want me to move past this and not.
No, I'm
break
not. I don't.
over the
I want you to
rules
post
because
it.
I have him where I want him, right?
What are you talking about?
Have to concede at this point that math would be a verification method of the claim without having to go to that place to verify it.
Oh, you haven't posted anything, so how's anybody to
Plugging
just
into the variables, dude?
Irrelevant to him.
No, it is
making
relevant
this
because you need real world observations to plug into the variables to do the fucking math in the first place.
He's a secret king, dude. He's
you
got this
need
information
real
and no
world
one else can see it.
observations of something for you to do math about it.
Yeah,
Are you sure about
How
that?
did he use the
Are
really
you
long
sure
tape measure
about
without
that?
going there?
That's how long it was, Heretic.
Yeah, it's just a troll.
Hey, why don't you just post your stuff, Rich? Get it over with.
Because you're a
Stop playing
dishonest
footsies,
interlocutor
dude.
and failing
Dishonest
to
interlocutor.
concede
I'm
the point that
asking
you're
you to post the
obviously
shit,
incorrect
dude.
about.
How am I dishonest?
Because that's not the point. Right?
What, you posting information is dishonest?
That is the dishonesty.
What?
We're applying
you saying stuff like that
Oh, you're
is the
delusional.
dishonesty.
How is that dishonest? I'm asking you to provide the evidence of what you said you have.
You asked that question like that's what I was saying.
You have that information, don't you? You have the image or the the video or whatever you did, and then you have the math, and everybody would like to see it, and you're saying I'm dishonest for asking you
No,
to
you
post
guys
it.
would hate to see it. You guys hate when I post that.
Okay.
I'd love to see it.
We'd really hate to see something.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. If you guys are really that interested in seeing it, you can look it up. The Folding Ideas video.
Oh, we're looking anything up. You post it.
No, if you want to see it, if you actually want to see it, you got to do some work.
Yeah,
I can't spoon feed you everything.
It's all back then.
It's a lame bluff, dude. Nobody's falling. for
I'd
it.
say
It's
so
nothing
too,
there.
man.
Okay, it's Folding Ideas
Just
video.
Just
Why?
post it.
I
Post
So
the
you're
math.
saying the
Sure.
math
Post the
proves?
math.
Hold on. Hey, Rich, you're saying the math proves that they went to space?
No, the Earth's a
Math
globe.
would be a way to verify
That the Earth's a, hold on, no, not that Rich. No. Elbow. He's going to prove the math that shows that the Earth is a globe via Lake Minnewanka, and either he's going to have some video accompanying Lake Minnewanka. This is what you said, bro. I'm only telling Elbow what you said earlier.
Not
You
what I
said, well, you didn't talk about Lake Minnewanka at all.
So you went from.
Did you talk about
the
Lake Minnewanka?
observations of Lake Minnewanka necessarily have to prove the entire R value of the Earth? There's that.
So it
and then
doesn't
there's
do that.
The other side of the spectrum is.
So
you
it doesn't
never
do
talked
that?
about Lake Minnewanka. You see, hear how dishonest that is.
Yeah. Does Lake Minnewanka provide evidence that the Earth is a globe via the claim that the Earth is a globe with
There you
its
go.
radius value?
Now you got it. Now you're steel manning. Good job.
Okay.
So you think the math
That's what I
does
would.
that?
Yeah, he's got math and he's got the, I guess, video or image of it or something. But he doesn't post it, so no one's gonna ever see it. So
But I mean,
if you are so incapable that you can't YouTube a video, then you won't see it.
Rich. So you're saying math and a video, right? All right, I'm gonna give you the math. I'm gonna give you a video of Superman jumping the Empire State Building, and I'm gonna give you the math that can give you the formula, which that tells you how much force he needs to jump over the Empire State Building. So that proves Superman is real.
Well, is the video of Superman claimed to be a real video? And if so, what evidence do they have that it's a real video? Can we verify that Superman's actually?
Does it claim the evidence now? If somebody claims that it is?
The evidence, bro.
Claim is the evidence. Nice.
No, I'm talking about the amount of evidence we have for a claim.
The
right?
double standards of this
you're
guy.
trying to fix something that's ridiculous, like Superman jumping over the Empire State Building, right?
Hey, but I got math that verifies that you could do that.
Yeah,
So
we
he's got the
math to
winning.
verify that it's possible. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one
he's gonna
form of
turn it around.
verification that could happen.
uses.
Yeah.
Hold on, Rich. Let's relax, dude. Like you're not gonna burden proof
Thank you,
reversal
Elbow,
anybody.
for the first
Silence. Just post your image and also the math. That's all you got to do. You could end this, dude. It would end right now if we could verify that what you have is a winning hand. You got the winning lottery ticket, dude. Just post it. That's all you got to do.
It's a video, not a photo.
Whatever. I don't care. Post that and then your math with it.
Sorry,
I also
do you care or not care to assess evidence?
I got a video of Bigfoot, and people are claiming that it's real.
Yeah, but if you tell him, dude, he's just gonna latch onto that and then turn it into burden of proof reversal. Elbow. He doesn't know how to focus on what the task at hand, which is him providing the evidence. If anybody chimes in and tells him any other thing, he's gonna, like a shiny quarter, he'll just laser focus on that thing and forget that he's got to post evidence for the claim that he's making. And I'm just like curious because he's saying he has the math to prove that the Earth is a globe. Where the fuck is it? There's none. Unless I do some kind of like agreement clause. I gotta sign some sort of like NDA or something to fucking get this shit out.
So you have to go search for it yourself. You say he ain't providing it.
Well,
yeah, if I just tell you, if I give you the video, that's different than you empirically going and finding it.
Yeah, well,
so I need you to do your own empirical
I need
research.
you to do. It's your claim I need you to do. If I made a claim, I would say, tell you, you figure out the
Alpha finding the video.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this. You like that? I'm going to do that to you. Okay, you want the information, you go search for it, Rich.
Well,
yeah,
if you
is that how that works?
If you gave me a book to go read, if you gave me where to look, absolutely, I would understand it.
Hey, Richie, have you ever heard of Hitchens Razor?
Yes, I have.
What is this? What is the statement of that, Richard? What is
that which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
So I guess we could dismiss your shit because you haven't providing any evidence of that.
No, I'm saying the evidence is in the video on Folding Ideas channel called In Search of a Flat Earth.
Did you post it?
So you concede that I'm providing evidence.
Until you sign this contract, I can't post it.
But until Alpha makes the concession that the math is a form of verification for the claim, which doesn't require the empirical verification of said claim.
But you yourself just denied math when I asked you about Superman. So why are you asking him?
No, I said it is. I said it is. I said that it was a form of verification for the claim of Superman.
So then Superman should be real then, right? Because I can verify it by math?
Not necessarily.
Okay, bam.
But that doesn't matter. The question is whether or not the claim can be mapped out with math, right? Like if there was some form of orbit that was taken by planets in a science
tap
fiction
dancing
novel
shoes must be already worn out from the heel, bro.
Didn't work out at some point. That can be shown that it could never possibly happen.
He's got
right?
This guy's got to switch out the little metal bits on the bottom of his shoes, man. His tap dancing shoes, they're getting worn out.
That's why you have to interrupt me.
Yeah, because all you have to do is post the shit. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm saying you don't deserve it.
You sound like a fucking woman, dude.
I mean, closest thing you'll have to interact with one all day.
This is a ball.
You don't deserve my love.
Spherical.
Not being an egoistic fuck and give it for everyone.
No, he's not gonna do it, bro. Because I don't deserve it.
You can find it in 30
This is a ball.
He's a fucking
Paul.
Okay, the Earth's a ball. How do you know that, Paul?
Yeah, thanks for saving them, Paul.
Take a back seat, Rich.
Yeah, I know you're going to be a little bitch and run away. It's okay.
what the Earth
Who's running away? The one who's running away is you, not Pokemon.
Alpha, the one who's trying to start a conversation with Paul, who just wants to.
Well, 'cause you're the one not putting anything on the table, man.
Well,
You
actually, I was putting on the table that Alpha's
Oh my
position is wholly
God,
vacuous
dude.
because he can't justify.
Sit there in silence, bro. Paul, go ahead.
Gay and I have some fat fucking half naked dude.
Hello? Yeah, all right. So, Paul, what is the evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, day and night.
Day and night. Okay, so by day and night cycles happening, how can we provide evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, because the moon is on this when.
Tell your friend to come on the mic, because I hear him in the background. Tell him to get on the mic, Paul.
Oh, you'll start choked in and you'll get riled up.
Man, just get him on the mic.
No, it's because you want to aggravate him. That's what you want to do.
I won't aggravate him, dude. I just want to talk to him. Trust me.
Can you
Simple
in your
questions.
voice, baby?
All right. So the Earth is a globe because of day and night cycles. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah.
How do we know that? That it's a sphere because day and night happens.
Because, well, every place on the globe, it would be the same day and night cycle everywhere if the Earth was flat.
Okay. But you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You're just saying it's not flat. Is that true?
Okay. So it's a shape.
Yes. How do you know it's a shape?
I literally just gives you the thing.
Well, day and night cycles only give us kind of like a repeated cycle that happens, but it's not giving us a geometric shape. So I don't know if the Earth has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference from a day and night cycle. I'm trying to find out how do we know that the Earth is curving because the day and night cycle happens.
Oh.
Okay, so day and night cycles happen. How do I know that the Earth is curving like a ball?
Well, if it was flat.
No,
it would be the
no, not that if it's not flat. You have to prove that it's a globe. You have to go straight to the globe stuff. Don't talk about
I don't
flat.
have to prove there's a globe. I'm just
Yeah, you do.
There's a different shape.
No. It's not a different shape.
Why are you making me prove there's a globe?
Because that's what we do here. We have to get people to identify that if the Earth is a globe,
my belief.
It's not changing your belief. You have to state why you believe what you believe.
You're forcing me to become a globe earther.
I'm not forcing you to. If you're claiming that it's a globe because of day and night cycles, then you have to show how it's a globe by day and night cycles.
Because I literally said it would be the same exact day and night everywhere if the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it's not. You keep talking about if the Earth was flat, but we're not discussing flat Earth right now. We're only discussing how we're getting to the shape of the Earth being a globe because of day and night cycles. You're not giving us that. You're just telling us, well, if it's not flat, don't worry about flat. Worry about globe. You know, a sphere.
So you're saying to prove it. I'm proving it.
Yes, I am saying that.
Well,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm not giving you a specific answer because obviously no one knows the answer. And if I get something off Google, then you'll be like, well, you're fucking retarded. The government's
No,
lying.
I wouldn't say that.
So-
I would not say that. Definitely wouldn't say that.
All
But I
you
would
do, you always be like, where did you get that? The internet?
No, it doesn't. Paul, you can't read my mind. So you'd have to post the information and then we can go from there. But I wouldn't say what you just said. I really do. I want you to put your best effort into providing evidence that the Earth is a globe in the best way possible that you can. Either search it up on internet, ask
day and
AI.
night cycle.
Yeah, the day and night cycle is how does it prove that the Earth is a sphere? Like the sphere.
Well, the sun goes down and the moon comes up.
Sun goes down.
Yeah. And?
Smoke a 3-5 when there still ain't enough.
Yeah, but I mean, oh,
I'm glad you.
It's this Leaf guy. I'm a really good singer.
yeah, he's distracting. I know. I've muted him. But go ahead.
Damn, yeah.
So day and night cycle, sun goes up, moon goes down, or whatever. However you want to put
so
it.
where does it go when it goes underneath me? I think it
Underneath
goes to... Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, you're asking me one right now, but we still haven't figured out if you know if the Earth is a globe, based on the sun and a sunset or a moonrise or moonset, whatever. but we haven't identified that the Earth is a sphere. How do we get to know that it's a sphere, Paul?
Are you American?
Yes.
Okay, so what do they grade you on? Because you don't have GCSEs, do you?
You're a bit far away. Can you get closer to the mic, please?
You don't have GCSEs, so what do they grade you on in school?
That sounded, your accent's super heavy. Could anyone translate for what he just said?
That's racist.
No, I didn't. I really didn't understand. What did you? You're asking about some test or something?
No. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, but what's your? Are we trying to? Are you with your friend? Are you and your friend working together?
You were getting him riled up again. You were getting him riled up.
Okay, I want you and your friend to put your heads together and figure out how we know the Earth's a globe.
All right.
How did they prove it to us?
Well, like I said, the day and night cycle.
Yeah, I know. You keep saying that,
flat.
but
Yeah.
no,
But
flat Earth is not involved here.
So
We're trying to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Though.
No, it's
But
not.
But this is the proof.
No, the proof that it's a globe.
By saying that if the Earth is flat.
No, stop talking about flat Earth, dude.
No.
It's like you're a magnet to flat Earth. Like, why you got to talk about? If somebody went up to you on the street and said, "Hey, dude, how do you know the Earth's?" That's the point, Paul.
So that's
what I'm trying to get you to think.
Let me speak.
So if you can't prove that the Earth is a globe, then you can't tell me that if it's flat or not, because you don't know anything right now. You don't know it's a globe.
Just because I can't, I can't say that flat. Right, I'm saying if the Earth was flat, it would be day and night at the same time everywhere.
Let me ask you a question, Paul. How do you know? How do you know that, bro? What kind of flat Earth do you have in your mind that you think that would be the case, where there would be daylight everywhere?
Because it's just obvious.
No, how do you know that? You made a claim. Paul, listen to me, man. You made a claim right now, and you can't.
The flat Earth,
brother. You can't substantiate that. Think about this. What if the light source? Yeah, that's fine. What if the light source doesn't cover the entire Earth? What if the sun isn't what you were told it is? You're thinking it's super huge, bigger than the Earth. What if it's smaller than the Earth and it's only localized to certain areas of the Earth?
A hole into the Earth.
What?
If it was focused one singular point, wouldn't it burn a hole into the
No, not dude. Honestly, it's not freaking a focused beam like that. Well, kind of is, but like if you think about it, like it could be on one portion of the Earth because the Earth is so big that it's not lighting up every other place. I mean, if you think about it like that, it makes sense. You out. Say again? What? What'd you say, Paul? Hello? Did I lose you?
Sorry, I lagged.
What did you say?
I didn't say nothing.
Anyway, it's localized. So if that's true, then you could imagine that it's not a huge sun, could be a smaller one, and only on a certain portion of the Earth. Is lit.
So, how many hallucinatic drugs have you taken?
Okay, why do you have to go through this troll? Is it because you can't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, so you got to go to this troll?
I've literally been saying, but then you've been denying it.
What, denying what?
What I've been saying. The day and night cycle.
It's not proving anything but that we have a day and night cycle. That's the only thing you can show. Doesn't show that the Earth's a globe in any way.
Well, it would though, wouldn't it?
How?
Because
it makes the argument. Actually makes the argument how it's exclusive to a globe.
Alright, you wasn't in this conversation, so yeah.
Yeah, so what?
No, stay on mute.
No, I'll mute you instead.
No.
I can mute you instead, though.
You can't mute you.
Because you wasn't in this conversation, so now you're going to join and mute me, okay?
No, I'm saying, you said day and night cycle. How is that exclusive evidence for the globe? You said, well, it is. Now, isn't it? No, make the argument.
Well, there is. Because if the Earth was flat, the sun would cover the whole of the Earth at the same time everywhere.
Why do you got to go to flat Earth again like a magnet?
They can't cover the whole Earth everywhere because
you still didn't talk about the Earth being a globe.
Around the globe.
Paul, you keep going to flat Earth like a magnet, bro. Go to globe and tell us how it's a globe.
What's the name of this Discord chat?
Doesn't matter. We're asking people that come into this channel if they know if the Earth is a globe. Yeah, we're running it so we can ask the questions. So back again. You keep going to a like flat Earth, like a magnet. Can you just detach yourself from that and try to prove that the Earth is a globe? Do it for once.
Oh my god.
He's not going to help you if you don't actually be truthful about it.
So, I can't mention flat Earth to prove it.
It's not a part of globe Earth evidence, is it?
But no, I'm not. I'm saying if the Earth was flat.
Again? Dude, how many times are you going to go to flat Earth? Are you trying to prove that the Earth is flat?
No, we're trying to
What
prove
even is the
that
basis for that prediction?
Isn't flat. I'm trying to prove
What
it
even-
isn't
what even-
flat.
what is
But
the
way I
basis
have
for
to
your
say it, right? I have to say.
Okay.
If the Earth
What is the
was
basis
flat.
for your prediction the sun would do X, Y, Z on the flat Earth? What is the basis of that?
What does that mean?
Oh my god.
So you're saying if the Earth was flat, the sun would do X. What is the basis for that claim?
What is what's the foundation for you saying that that's the case for the flat Earth?
There would be no day and night on a flat Earth. Why are you saying that?
It would be day and night on the flat Earth everywhere. At
Yeah,
the
we
same
heard you say that,
time.
Paul.
Yeah, what is the basis or why are you saying that?
Why are you
What is the
saying
basis?
that? What do you
That's
have
the
in your
basis,
what,
because
yeah? What
that's
kind of
the
flat Earth do you have in your mind that you have to say that? What does the flat Earth look like to you in your mind?
The flat Earth that we live on, apparently.
I know, but what does it look like in your mind? Can you describe it to us?
Just Earth that is flat.
Yeah, I know that.
Fuck, you
but
knock
what
them off the script and they fucking just go like they can't even talk
Right,
anymore.
like, just like
Yeah, so when you say on a flat Earth, the sun would be. Listen, bro. When you say
rainbow gloves,
listen,
fucking shirt
okay,
hats.
here comes the spiral, bro.
Sorry,
I talk about Jewish kids. Freaking unbelievable.
Well,
So you
you're
said
butted
if
in.
the Earth
I'm
was
not
flat,
talking
there,
to you. You're saying right gibberish. You're literally going. What's your database on a flat Earth? I don't fucking know. Why would
no
I
one
know
said
that? I
That's
don't
a
sit
straw
on
man.
my arse
That's
every day.
actually that's a straw man, bro. Good try though. So I'm gonna ask you again. You made a prediction. Your prediction was on a flat Earth, it would be daytime all the time. We want to know
Everywhere.
what is the basis.
No,
Yeah,
not
okay,
all the
okay, that's
time.
your claim. That's your claim. Okay, so show us why that's the case.
How could a human show that?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? Support your claim.
I didn't
I
ask
want
you
the
a
evidence
fucking
to support
question,
your
did I?
claim, dude.
Did I ask you a question?
Yeah, you did.
What question?
Yeah, you
Show
asked
me
him
the
a question.
database on that question that I asked, because I don't think I
Oh my
asked you
God.
any question.
Just obfuscation after obfuscation.
I don't know why you're getting angry, because that's the way you talk to me.
Yeah,
Every time I
no one's
maybe
angry. I'm
say
pointing out
something,
your
you go,
sophistry.
what's a database for
Nobody-
the XYZ flat Earth?
Nobody
I don't know.
said that. Nobody said any of that. You're straw
You're
manning,
literally
dude.
going, what was the
just
sun
show-
goes X.
Yeah,
my
just show
database.
how you know that on a flat Earth, that's the way it would work. You have to show that in some way. What kind of flat Earth are you talking about that would be the case?
How am I supposed to tell you what flat
I don't know.
Earth-
You're
like,
the one that came up with it. You came up with it. You said on a flat Earth, the sun would shine everywhere. Yeah. How do you know that?
So what is a flat Earth to you?
Oh my
So there
God!
you go.
Why are you
Yeah,
asking
bro,
us
that's
questions? Why are you asking us questions about flat Earth? Aren't you the guy who says it wouldn't work this way on flat Earth? We're asking you, how the fuck do you know that?
I don't think you know. Like you're struggling here.
MG, bro.
You are actually. No, you are struggling, but
No, I'm not struggling. I think
you
you
are.
don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Flat Earth is. You don't even know what a flat Earth is yourself. You don't even know what you believe in anymore.
Didn't you just say that the sun would be shining on the whole entire flat Earth? You said that. It would be shining on the whole entire
If the
flat Earth.
Earth was flat, it would be day and night everywhere.
And how do you know that? How do you know
Because
that?
it's just a fact.
Why?
Why?
Why? It's just a fact. Really?
Why?
Because the globe is obviously
Because the globe.
Back to the globe.
I can't reach.
No, because the
backside
globe.
of the Earth, can it?
Oh my god, dude.
Are you a fan of people with dark pigmentation?
God.
Oh, like I start coming to me like I say something
Like your
and
dad?
you go.
Like your
You
dad
got
and your mom?
You got
I say
nothing but
something.
Paul. You got nothing but brain rot, dude. After this, there's nothing
Just
but brain
because
rot.
I say
Brain
flat
rot.
Earth and you go, oh, you're back to flat Earth, and I say globe Earth and you're like, oh my god, you're back to globe Earth.
The issue that you have is
You're my dad.
hello, Paul. The issue that you have is you're making a claim about an image
You're all
in your
about
head, in your
fucking
brain.
60 years old, shouting out fucking Discord saying the Earth is flat, but you don't
That's
actually
diarrhea
know
of
that
the
it's
mouth,
flat.
bro. Just relax. It's okay, Paul.
No, we know that it's flat. We're asking you how you made up a flat Earth in your fucking head and you know what the sun will do. And then you said, well, the Earth's a globe. We asked you how you know the Earth's a globe, and you said, well, it's not flat. We asked you how you know it's not flat, and then you said Earth's a globe. You're a fucking idiot.
Dude. I thought that was funny as hell, dude.
Dude, that was funny, bro.
Bunch of
So awesome.
How do you know Earth's a globe? Well, because I know it's not flat. How do you know it's not flat? Well, because the Earth's a globe.
It works like that on the globe. Where really? What?
How do you know that? Because it's not flat. How do you know that? Because it's a globe.
My God, dude.
Switching cartoons. It's like watching different animes.
All right, Leaf. I just wanted to mute you for that interaction, but there you go.
Thanks.
Ditch Evans leave.
Yeah, he ran off.
He was really trying. He was trying to get our attention in the text chat, trying to do what he could. Look at me. Pay attention to me.
Dude, he's a clown. He was like, can't math verify observations in the real world? And then like, okay, where's the real world observations? You don't need the observations to verify the math. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, he just.
What is wrong with these guys, man? Like brain rot, dude. You fucking hit the nail on the head. Brain rot. You know, like Star Trek Wrath of Khan, where like the fucking worm goes in their ear, dude. Just like a worm in their fucking brain, munching away.
Yeah, it's just eating a buffet.
Well, it was that they're fucking starving at this point.
Yeah, Leaf is low-hanging fruit, I think. I've heard him before, so just letting you guys know. If he does chime in for any reason. He's low-hanging fruit.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Your arguing style. It's pretty low tier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually not. I think it's flat. I think, yeah. Not even low tiers. My argument is flat.
Who else is in here? Twanger's back. Twanga. Brian hasn't chimed in, has he? We got Carter in the house. Guess that's it.
The thing is, the Earth is flat, but I can still provide you a globe version for the flat Earth.
Globe? We don't need globe. We got plenty of globe advocates.
I can give you a globe version of the flat Earth model. What about that? Flat Earthers.
Leaf, are you smoking that leaf? Or snoring it?
I'm eating it.
Don't eat rice.
cook it before.
Yeah, that's right. This crystalline structure is going to be damaging for your stomach. Don't do drugs, kids.
All right, who's next?
You end up sounding like those last two.
Matthew's here. He's making sure his students are saying the correct things.
No.
I'm always hoping my students are correct.
Well, these guys aren't your students.
No, they're not.
They're the
Do
internet
you get
dregs.
tested to see if you're correct so that you can actually correct them in the first place?
No, I don't have to endure any tests.
Guys are like the barnacles of the internet.
I guess you're always,
like
you're always correct if you're personal at the job interview and they give you a job, then you're just automatically always correct.
Are you a teacher Monday to Friday, like normal schedule in a university?
No, I'm just a part-time teacher. I'm an adjunct. I don't even teach full-time.
Oh, okay. It's like a part-time. Seasonal.
Yeah, right.
Or as needed.
Both as
I've heard
needed.
that's like slave labor, man. Like associate professor type stuff is, or are you different than that?
No, that's right. I get paid $4,000 for the spring semester.
Because there's endless, like, you know, testimonials on the internet how shit being a like associate professor is. I mean, maybe they're just whining. I don't know. It probably also depends on the university, right? So
Yeah, for sure. The richer universities pay more.
Carter's not FE, is he? Carter, you FE? Or your GE? Ah, yeah. You're not the guy I was thinking about. You've been here before. Name is familiar.
So, Matt, who reviews the textbooks for correctness?
In the public school system for K through 12, it's these Board of Education groups run by each individual state.
Yeah, I knew that. I mean, at the university level.
In universities, generally teachers can choose whatever textbook they want.
What? Can you take kickbacks from the textbook companies to like use their book?
I mean, the only kickbacks I know of is that you get a free review copy beforehand, so you don't have to pay it to look at it.
Usually you just run it by the chair of your department and they'll okay it.
I mean, a lot of professors put their own books on the lists.
Yeah, that's true.
You fucking serious? What a fucking scam, dude.
Yeah, get those sales up. Mandatory sales.
Arsonist by night, freaking fire alarm salesman by day.
How you keep the profits rolling in, man.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
That's not considered unethical. It's very strange that would win. Or at least a conflict of interest. That's.
We got Heyoka in here. Oh.
Oh my God! Please don't.
Oh, do you don't want to hear my evidence? Oh.
You don't want to hear my endless string of fucking questions, but I never make a declared fucking statement.
You are not understanding what I'm trying to say.
I'm just asking questions.
All right, who's the next globe champion to step up to the plate? Let's go. Batter, 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 batter. Swing batter.
Fallen Friends does the accent way better than anybody.
Yeah, I prefer making statements rather than asking questions.
Well,
let's go.
That Haruka does make declarative statements about his own state of mind and how he feels about you in Flat Earth and things like that. So he'll make declarative statements about his emotional state. But other than that, it's all questions.
Well, Alpha, you've been asking for a globe champion, and Leaf is here. Go ahead, Leaf. 7.
Yeah. Oh, Leaf, you got some evidence?
So let's give him that. Let's give that credit. He does make declarative statements, and then when asked for the evidence, he does make declarative statements about the evidence. He doesn't ask us a question like that other doofus did.
Yeah, don't ask us any questions, Leaf. Just state the evidence that you have and back it up. Back up your claim with evidence. Sorry.
Yeah, don't say Earth's a goal and go, how do you know? And you say, what else would it be? Fucking don't do that.
Don't do what?
Don't try question proof.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Leaf. How is the Earth a globe? Best evidence.
First of all, what is Earth?
Jeez, oh man.
How do you know the Earth is a continuum?
Leaf, we're just talking about general common sense ideas of Earth. Everybody knows what Earth is. Quit pretending like we don't and answer the question.
But that is the question. I don't think you guys understand what Earth is.
Yeah, okay. The Earth is going to be your container in the afterlife, okay? At least the container for your corpse. So let's move on from that.
Container. Container for what?
Your body, dude, when you're dead.
Damn, dude, it's really
Now he's having an
say
existential crisis.
He's not gonna say anything.
Immortality.
Fucking hell.
That's right. You're
Come
still
on.
not
I mean, come on.
dead, dude. There's no
You
dead
don't have to do me like that. You don't have to do me like that. Why do you have to bring death on the table?
Oh
it's easy, man. Come on. Pictures from the space.
I tell you, man. They see that quarter on the ground and they're laser focused. They can't get their eyes off of it. They're like, oh, shiny quarter. Looky. Fucking hell, bro.
So, can you answer my question?
You didn't ask one. We did, fool. God. He's like, can you answer my question? Yeah, we're the ones that asked you the question, bro, to answer. Oh my God. This guy's confused, Indio. I don't know if we can work with this.
He's also eating rice.
He's like,
can you
answer my question? I'm like, dude, you didn't ask one. We did.
Do you think Earth itself is
okay, dude. All right, buddy. You need to answer the question we asked you. Yeah? Leave.
The answer to that question is sometimes.
Okay, no.
Sometimes Earth is a container.
What is your best proof for the tree?
You don't understand the relationship.
Oh my God, dude. Sheesh, dude. You're not going to go through any line of questioning. You're just going to do whatever you want, entitled, and you're going to ask the questions, and that's just the way it's going to go. We're going to have to answer all of your questions. Yeah? Is that how it goes?
If you wanna.
If you wanna. I don't wanna. Jesus, dude.
Okay, then.
You need to answer the question, is the Earth a globe?
Easier than globe? What do you mean? Easier than globe?
No, everybody knows what he means. Just answer the question.
What's the question?
Is the Earth a globe?
Is the Earth globe?
Yes, that's.
But I don't know what Earth is. What is the relationship
Yes, you
between
do.
me and Earth?
No, you know what it means. Quit
I
pretending.
don't know. I just don't know. I don't think
Guy's
you know.
retarded. Actually retarded.
I don't think you know. I don't think anyone knows.
Do you know what it is to know?
That's fine.
Do you know what that fucking means? What does it mean to not know?
How am I supposed to know something that I don't know?
You're giving him too much credit, Indio. Like, I swear, this guy.
The Earth is flat relative to.
Let me see if I can ask you a question. Leaf, I have a new question for you. Does the direction of down in Los Angeles, is it parallel to the direction of down in New York? If you hang a plumb bob in both of those places.
I actually don't know. I think they're incomparable.
No, it's a yes or no question. Whether if you hang a plumb bob in New York and hang a plumb bob in Los Angeles, those two plumb bobs are hanging, and the question: are they hanging in parallel or not? It's a
That's
simple
the
question.
thing. I don't think they are comparable. Like, you guys need to fit everything into your mind and make everything relative. Because you want to make everything make sense out of a tiny little brain. And then here comes science and all these things, but you guys still don't understand what is the relationship between you and the reality.
Leaf, do you know what parallel means, and do you know what a plumb bob is?
I know what parallel means.
Okay.
Of course.
So then that question has only 3 answers: yes, no,
That's
or
why
I don't
I'm
know.
asking you, how do you know if time space is continuum? Like, how am I supposed to know if I'm traveling with a plane from New York to London? And how am I supposed to know these two places do hold the same properties? I don't know.
No, you're asking how you would know, and how are you supposed to know? I don't care about any of that. I'm asking what you think. Do you think that they're parallel or not? I'm not asking if you're going to test it or if you're going to try it and if you're going to get on a plane.
I think they're incomparable. They're incomparable. You cannot compare
exactly
them.
comparable. A plumb bob in New York is exactly comparable to a plumb bob in Los Angeles. They're the same exact kind of thing. They work the same way. So it's a really simple.
Can you be at the same two places at the same time to confirm that? No, you can't.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Yeah, so I'm asking, even though that you can't be there at the same time, what do you think? Do you think they're parallel, or do you think they're not?
That's why you cannot prove it. You can only prove it when you can be at the two places at the same time.
I didn't bring up proof. I brought up. I'm asking your opinion.
Time and space together, and when you bend time and space together.
I'm not asking about space. I'm asking about your opinion. What you think is the case.
But that's the whole idea. The Earth that you perceive contains space-time. It takes time for you to travel enough space. So what is time is? And when you can't figure out what time is, you don't know what Earth is.
Yeah, I don't care what time is. I don't care what Earth is. I'm asking you a simple question about
that's relative to your perception, right? You human being have the perception.
You guys mean? I see what you mean.
I was just waiting to see if you could crack that nut, but it's fine.
I mean, it was a simple question.
Right? Okay, Lee, speak for yourself. Just because you can't figure it out doesn't mean other people haven't figured it out.
Just because I haven't figured it out, I don't think you guys can figure it out.
Just because you want to claim ignorance of what time, Earth, space is, fucking, in that you don't think that two parallel fucking plumb bobs exist. Like, that doesn't mean anything. It's only a statement about your freaking brain.
Can you just answer one quick question? Can you be at the two places at the same time? Can you do that?
He's trying to make it comparable to being at the same place at the same time.
Exactly. So if you cannot do that, so you can never prove it.
Oh. Okay.
No. Okay.
Just like how you say, because I've never been to space, I can never know that it's globe or not.
Yeah,
same
that's why
thing.
I didn't ask for proof. I asked for your opinion, what you thought the case was, without proof.
Yeah, then the case is incomparable. They cannot be compared.
But you can't be in two places at the same time. But that's a false. That's not the actual argument. You can actually observe two places at the same time. You know that, right?
But you're not there. You're not there.
So what, dude?
I mean, you can take out your tiny phone and like FaceTime your friend to see if it's hanging in the same direction. At the same time, you guys are not the same place at the same time. So how?
You don't have
so the only way to prove is you can bend space and time so that you guys can be at the same place at the same time, even though they're different.
This is a very specious argument. You can observe two places at once.
But you cannot be at the same place at the same time.
There's no necessity to be at two places at the same time. It's not necessary.
It is necessary.
Okay, prove it. Prove it's necessary, because I just proved it isn't.
Well, I can show you how. If you cannot be at the same place at the same time, you simply cannot prove that they're hanging in the same direction.
Show us.
Oh, he gave the answer.
I can show you that you cannot.
They're not hanging in the same direction.
I don't want your declaration. I want you to show us, right?
Well, unless I make. Well, that the only way I can prove it is that I can make a machine that can bend space time.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it unless you're at the same place at the same time. Yeah, prove that statement, dude. Really simple. Yeah, you're full of shit, dude. You can observe more than one place at once. In fact, you can observe probably fucking 100 places at once.
That's why I asked what Earth is.
Before?
You think Earth has distance because it takes time for you to travel in distance?
Let's talk to Master.
No, that's not why Earth. That's not why I think Earth has distance, dude.
Oh,
dude, stop projecting your own fucking messed up, fucking parasite-riddled brain.
Time is a conceptual idea made up by human being.
No shit. Thanks.
Exactly. So without time, without the idea of time, do you still think it takes time to travel? No, it doesn't.
Dude, are you fucking
That's why people back in the old days, the language is different. The way they perceive the reality is different.
Without the idea of time, does it take time to travel? You're using the very concept, saying it doesn't exist, and then making a sentence with that word in it. You're not slick, bro.
I'm pretty slick.
No.
You know what,
brain, man.
So Leaf had read a book on how to be a good debater, or some other thing. He thinks that
he read it upside down.
He boned up on trying to be a good debater, or at least try to win every debate. He admitted that one time. He's like, if you want to learn how to be a good debater, just let me know. I read a book.
I did not say that.
Yeah, you did. You're smiling while you're even saying what you just said right now.
Anyway.
You think that you could try to win an argument in here by using sophistry and it doesn't work?
I'm not losing, at least.
See? Told you, Indio. Right there. He wants to win. He wants to get a W.
No, I'm not losing.
See, you're smiling again. I can hear you through
I want to win.
Your voice. You're smiling.
Two different things. It's two different things.
Yeah, you want to win, don't you? Every time.
No.
Yeah, you do. It feels good to win.
That I'm not losing.
You're just doing underhand tactics to do it. That's all. You can get as underhand as you can possible to get a W. So long as you win, and that includes rage baiting. That includes getting people confused, and any other way. So as long as nobody can track with what you're saying, you win.
Why are you
I know you, dude. Your archetype, because your archetype is your archetype. People have been trying to study this room and trying to thwart the efforts of people in a logical discussion and using illogical statements to thwart the efforts. And it doesn't work, dude. It's a gimmick. We see right through you, Leaf. Yeah, dude. I've kiboshed iterations of you many, many times. So has Indio. You're nothing new, dude. You're just an archetype.
I don't feel special anymore.
You're not. You're just another leaf in the wind, bro.
Ouch.
That's what it is.
Well, you're just another dude in Discord.
Yeah, but I'm one that is on the best channel on this 96,000 man server. Yeah.
You notice how
I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top.
Discord mod in a flatter DC channel. Like that's their only insult, dude. It's fucking so stupid.
Hey, listen, man.
Check
it out, man. I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top, and you're just riding our jock. Yeah. That's how that
can
works.
You be at top and everything's flat, idiots?
See, who's getting mad now? You are. I win. See how easy that was, Leaf? I told you, dude, you can't beat the best. When you come up to the best, you die like the rest. Learn from the master, sir.
He's not even
said that you're the best, though. You just said
learn from the master. If you want pointers, just be in here. You'll see what I do. You cannot defeat me, sir.
None of us are losing, okay?
Oh, dude, I operate in fucking realms that you can't even imagine, bro. I've heard every fucking argument under the sun. You're just another leaf in the wind, bro.
That's why you can mute people. That's why you can mute people. Other one cannot mute you. Imagine if we go to your guest, one of the other guest room, you'll get muted instantly, man.
That's fine. I do it just because I don't need to hear you, and I want to talk to somebody else and kibosh that other person.
Yeah, why don't you leave your comfort zone, yeah? Go outside and see the real world.
I do. I enjoy the outside world and the internet world.
Why you're scared. You have to come back to 24/7 flat Earth society.
Again, you're the fourth person that did this shit today. The fourth person. You're not even original, dude.
You're not. That's what's amazing. You can read all the books, look at all the gurus, and then come in here and act like you're King Kong with debates, dude. We kill gods of debate in this room. They die here, bro.
Yeah, and I guarantee if we were a fly in the wall, you have a fucking piss bucket and haven't left your room in 12 hours.
That's the way to put it.
Whatever you say, it's okay.
Yeah, hurts, don't it?
It does. You hit him right in the. Dude, I
don't like going there with these people because they will keep wanting to go there, right? Like, bro, like you don't know me, man. Like,
yeah, he's a savage, bro.
Dude, I've done more. Like, if you knew me in real life, dude, like I've done more shit in a fucking week than you've done yet.
All right, that old farts.
Yeah.
No, I grew up in a different fucking era, dude. It wasn't helicopter parents. It wasn't everybody gets a trophy. It was fucking come back home when the lights come on. Get the fuck outside. That's how I grew up.
Yeah.
And when you don't have parental supervision, and nobody else did either, you get into shit, right? So. Like, you don't know anything, man. You've been sheltered your whole life.
Okay, tough man.
It's not about being tough, dude. It's about a different world, dude. You grow up in the illusion of fucking reality, dude.
No.
You think the TV set is reality.
It's imagination.
You think the TV set is reality, and you're telling us to go outside. I fucking grew up outside.
No, brother. It's imagination. It's something great.
Imagination.
Yeah, he's trying to use a gimmick, dude. This is his gimmick again. Here it comes. It's the old playbook.
For the flat Earth model. What about
that? It's the old playbook.
What about that? What about that?
Category error. That's a category error. Flat Earth model. It's right next to the globe Earth model and a category error.
It sucks that you can't win, huh, Leaf?
Models are four phenomena.
I'm getting there. One day I'll catch a mistake. And you'll concede.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm on the dark side, you guys on the bright side. So
yeah, but you need to learn from some of the other slimy masters of yours. Because this isn't the way. Slimy masters don't like being in there.
They are my followers. Don't you know that?
No.
You didn't catch up to Niels, huh?
Yeah, the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
You're too old, too slow. The globe is gonna take you over. And you can bet on that. Yeah.
Too bad they don't have the number one room in this server.
He's sunk down to desperate cheerleading for the globe.
He's like, my big brother will be here and kick your ass. Yeah, he'll never show. Ever.
My dad can beat up your dad.
That guy who you think is a top tier, globe Earth winner, never show his face in here. There's no scientist, no PhD that could come in here and show us and give us a what's for. Never.
You know why? Because whenever they show up, they just got muted. That's why.
Not really. PhDs they can talk anytime they want in here. They're just afraid to.
I mean, but they also talk differently than you anti-flat earthers, right? They don't talk like you guys. They actually concede points They actually follow logic. They don't have emotional outbursts. They don't when they get cornered in an argument and have to concede. They don't say stupid shit like "go outside and touch grass." They don't do that shit. That's what retards do.
Or study ways to defeat arguments and try to be winning arguments online. They just
we
talk about what they do. Yep. And that would be you, Leaf. Aw. It'll be okay.
Hmm?
Huh?
I don't care, man. As long as my Warcraft clan still likes me, man.
My Warcraft clan. Yeah.
We're gonna go do a raid later on. Fuck these flat earthers.
Flatties.
We got Mighty Sorcerer that just jumped in the room. What's up, Mighty Sorcerer?
What's up?
What's going on, man? What brings you by the forum?
Just want to listen.
Fair enough.
Is Warcraft flat?
Let's see. Who else we got in here? Roto Ox just joined. What's up, Roto? Well, you might have been here a while. I don't know. Just scroll to the bottom.
I think he's been in here a little bit for a while. I saw his name earlier.
APOC's in there. What's up, APOC?
Holiday weekend. We're probably gonna get a lot of people that just like pop in and out.
What's up,
Yeah. Brendan showed up. Hey, what's up, man? Brendan showed up. And then he popped out.
I'm just doing.
Because you know all the people that come in here, right? They're at a family gathering and they're the crazy uncle.
Yeah. Dead internet. Dude, you haven't spoken in here. You got anything to say about the topic of this room? Dead internet. Hello?
I think his internet is dead. I don't know if you can hear.
He arrived, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Yeah. Yeah.
I made a new diagram to show how celestial navigation could work on a globe Earth.
Holy smokes. What up, Black Mage?
Hey.
So back again, huh?
Yep.
That's just the rest of the guys who are always here. Are you on for tonight, APOC, or are you going to take off? I got some shit to do here in a minute.
Yeah, I'll be on. I'll be on tonight. Be here chilling.
Thinking we can probably cruise by X, man. See what's up.
Yeah, I'm down. We haven't done one in a while.
Yeah, see if we can get on there. I don't know if it gets popping in here. It might just be here, but
I hear you. I was asleep earlier. How's it going today?
Nah, dude, let's do X.
You want to do X?
Yeah, dude. Dude, remember you were talking about the Katy Perry thing?
Yeah, is it
let's do the show on that, whatever you're thinking of, dude.
Oh, yeah, I'd really like to get into that. This was a little bit to talk about when it concerns that, but we'll make something of it.
You know, like I said, it's Easter weekend. So it's the day before Easter. So people are going to they don't have no work. They know they're good to go till Monday. You know, so they're going to be chilling on X, dude.
Yeah, now that Helio's in the chat, I think it's I don't know, it's perfect timing, I guess. Helio, we're thinking about doing X tonight. If you want to get the bot moved over there. I don't know if you have a bot or if you got like an account that goes over there. So we could probably start it later on tonight. I don't know what time you guys are going to be good for.
All night. I mean, I can pull all nighter. It's not out of the question.
All right, let's see what the night takes us, man. If it gets good, or we just, what kind of crowd we get.
Let's go.
What's that?
Yes, I'm down.
All right, Neil's down too.
That's you came up with it last night, man. Like, we got people that are primed and ready because they know that space is fake and gay now because of Katy Perry. And we know that's why people are like get so triggered because they want, if we come up with a good title to the space that like triggers them, they're going to come in and try to defend outer space, dude. Right? And then we flashback them.
It's relevant, man. So I think it'll sell. It's going to get good traction. So let's see what can come of it.
Dude, I'm thinking rage bait, man.
You think so?
I'm trying, dude. Like, I'm going for rage bait.
I should set it up now. That way I won't forget and just have it. We're thinking about 11:30, 12. Something like that.
Yeah, works for me.
Stream 2 start. Keep it an eye. Okay, Helo Skeptic says, just do whatever. I'll move the stream when you start. All right. I'll send the invite out early. I'll send it to you, Helio, in a DM on Discord. And we can just post it on Discord or whatever.
Because there's like a lot of cross triggering, right? People that are in other topics, right? Politics topics. So like Candace Owens been beating on this. Matt Walsh had comments about it. Harrison Smith guys, and like all of their opposition, right? The people that oppose them for political reasons, they're going to oppose anything they say. So they've jumped on the fake space thing. Oh, space ain't fake. Candace Owens is crazy. Blah blah blah. Right? So those people that are like, that's the people I want to bait. Sorry about that, dude. I want people that are new to the topic, dude. I want like normies that aren't familiar with anything.
It'd be episode 31. So I'm gonna.
Dude, you know me. I'm trying to get normies, dude. I ain't trying to fuck with Andy Flat Earth. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. It'd be good content too.
Well, I mean, the only sense it's not a waste of time is cooking them in front of a bunch of normies, right? But I'd rather interact with just like people that are only like, they're only peripherally aware of this topic even existing. Did you hear that talk with Caitlin on the home server? Neil brought her over.
Caitlin, who's that?
Yeah, so she was my new employee coworker.
Oh, she's looking into it, or?
We're talking the noobest of the noob.
Yeah, tell him the first proof she had.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Oh, mountains.
Oh, mountains, yeah.
Mountains? Oh, God. For a globe?
Yeah.
You know that
I clipped that. Clipped it, so it's in two parts. It's up because she came in and then she left and then she came back. So part one is up on Spotify and iTunes. So she's gonna be internet famous.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny. Yeah, she was asking for all the links here, but I didn't know she was going to make the trial period, so I didn't want to give her this server yet until I know she's on the team.
Yeah, dude. You don't want to do it, especially with a female dude. No.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned should be fucking stalking you all over the internet. They need an internet version of pepper spray. Yeah, but Alpha, she was like super noob. She didn't know nothing. I mean, I don't even know if she was peripherally aware of this topic.
Where did this happen?
This happened on their home server.
Oh.
Like a couple days ago. New Perspective clipped it, so it's on his. If you go on his YouTube channel, he has both clips, part 1 and 2. Or if you just want to listen to it, like I said, episode 1's like on Spotify and iTunes.
Oh man, that's too funny. Yeah, post the link if you got it. Gosh dang, that's too funny.
Well, dude, so like when I upload to like iTunes and Spotify, I want it to be like a variation, right? Just like hardcore Globers, seasoned Globers, academics, intellectuals. But I don't have a lot of like noobs, right? Like people that are just like, I don't think I have any. Like maybe one other clip, which is a person that's totally new to Flat Earth. But her, like I've never heard anybody that knew so little about this topic that actually found the server. So, good on you for popping her cherry, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah, she was like an hour late to work. So that was her punishment, was to listen to the podcast. And then she started asking questions. She's like, "No, you're really not a flat earther." And I'm like, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I'm like, "Do you want to find out?" And she's like, "Yeah, let me go. Let me talk. Let me go at him." And yeah, she's been hooked ever since. But I kind of cut the umbilical cord on the server. So.
Well, I'll ban her from our server if you want. But she did join, right? Didn't she join our Discord? Or was she always through your mic?
Yeah, she joined on her own. No, it's okay. I think we're gonna keep her on. So I think she's hired. So it's all good.
Yeah, I don't think I can post that link here on this channel or whatever.
Yeah, just send a DM if you want.
I'm gonna post it in live stream voice text on our home server, and then trying to get everybody. Hold on. I'll give one to Helio Skeptic, Jedi, AJ, Sporadic.
Oh wait, we going now?
No, I'm looking like at 12 midnight for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hit me up, man.
All right, I posted a live stream voice text in the home server for those.
Here, I'll throw in announcements too, so they'll do that.
All right, it's up now, so.
That's what she said.
Is the time showing up for you guys on it? I set it for 12 a.m. So hopefully it's done right. Cool shit. Yep.
What time your time? You're Central, right?
Yeah.
So midnight Central.
Yeah, it'd be 1 for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Oh, it's a few hours away.
Yeah, we get a different crowd over there on X, so. I thought we were already friends, DJ. That's weird.
Yeah, my old account got axed with some server I was in that got axed. So
took everything down.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's set up for now. Yep. Good stuff.
And I hate to nitpick, but it's 1 a.m. EDT, not EST.
Daylight time, huh? Not standard time?
Right.
This shit is asking me if I want to boost my post. It's giving me an option. Elon and his team, they're telling me for $25, I get an estimated reach of 6,000 to 14,000 people.
Yeah, it's
$50, 12,000 to 27,000.
Wow. It just put you in the algorithm for people to see you.
Yeah, for $1,000, they'll show me to 228,000 people. Between 228 to 543,000.
Wow. That reminds me of like when they say you gotta fake it to make it, and people like pay for their views, for their subscribers,
Yeah.
but it works. People
It does work. Because after a while, it might be inorganic at the beginning, and then after a while, because of people, they'll see, whoa, shit, this thing's trending? Fuck, let me check it out. It's a mind thing, dude.
That's a
That's how it
racket,
works.
isn't it? Jeez.
It is.
Maybe you should try the little one, the cheapest one, and see if you notice anything. I mean, it's not much. It's only $20, right?
Yeah, I've done it before, actually, is what I'm saying.
Oh. You notice a difference?
I mean, yeah. Not really big, but it's a small notice. It gets put out there, so you get the impressions. You just don't get the clicks. Like, the people see it, but they don't actually click on it. So it's visible. In other words, it's visible. But there's also organic visibility too, by you guys posting it in other forums, and you know what I mean? Like, just that way too. It can. So once it actually,
the ones we're hanging out in are freaking people that are going to click on the shit, you know?
yeah, which also like it can grow organically that way. I mean, other people sharing it and so forth.
True. Reposting, etc., etc.
I don't know if they changed the algorithm much, but it kind of works that way. As far as I know.
I've never seen Jesse Path of Light stick up for a flat earther before. But over in another server, there's Rob the Geek, and he tells him, look, PBS lied. That's all flat earthers have. And as long as you defend PBS on the helicopter, that's all they will ever want to argue about because it's the only thing they can win. So it's like an underhanded, I guess. If you care about truth, you need to admit it when a Glober lied. Then we can move on to actual earth-shaped discussion. That's funny that Jesse Path of Light is talking about. Oh man, he's always lying himself.
Is he going to wind up picking his nose on camera and eating his own boogers?
Well, if he follows his master, all the others.
I want to see him. I just want to see him spin his bow tie.
I'm still waiting for him to do his little string test across the water because he's still not. I don't know. He's still not ready.
Who the fuck wears a bow tie in 2025, man?
Jesse.
It's crazy.
Who was he debating when he wore that? I forgot who he was debating. I think he was debating was it Brian? No.
Who they're fucking having a heyday on Twitter about Craig poking his nose and eating his booger.
Really?
They're fucking torturing him on fucking X. It's funny as hell.
It's hilarious. Has he replied to any of it or no?
I don't know about that, man.
My entire timeline is just filled with him picking his nose.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just reposting it over and over again.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it. Look. You just, there's no way you can escape, bro. The internet does not forget and it does not forgive, dude. That's one thing about it. It's so bad.
Dude, that's so funny. Right when you said that, I'm looking at my my X and it's saying like who to follow, and it shows McToon like as a suggestion, and like in McToon's thing, trying to figure out things taste better if there's evidence, and I was gonna be like, hey, so does his boogers taste better?
Dude should post it, bro. Hey, Pac, you're not a homie, dude, if you don't post that shit, bro.
Seriously. But hold on. So I gotta follow him for. I don't want to follow this jackass. This fucking asshat.
Don't follow. Well, fucking
maybe I'll just screenshot it. Maybe I'll just. That's what I'll do. I'll screenshot it.
Damn, dude.
Let's see. I'll screenshot it and then I'll tag him and be like, "Is that what Craig was doing? Tasting the evidence?" Let me see. I'll save that.
Oh, wait a minute. He's leaning into that shit.
He is?
Yeah, Craig McNeil. That's his name, right?
Yeah, Craig McNeil.
Yeah, it says there, he's putting hashtag, because it says obligatory gym selfie, backs and shoulders day, gym life, or hashtag gym life, hashtag nose picking. Dude, he's leaning into it.
Wow.
How do you lean into picking your nose and eating your boogers, bro? That's not, you can't lean into that shit.
Something you don't want to lean into. I mean,
don't fucking lean into.
There are things you lean into, but not that.
Not that, bro. God damn.
He has no other choice. That was the worst nose. Even if it wasn't an eat, the nose pick was one of the wildest I've ever seen. I mean, he has no choice but to. What else is the man gonna do? He's ruined himself.
Like a sunk cost, you just gotta ride it. See if you can't turn it around. Like, yeah, I picked my nose and ate my booger, and like, how can you? Like, you know what I'm saying?
The only word that comes to mind is shameless.
What else, right? Like let's see. I could send you this. Watch this. I think I can post it in. Let's. Okay, so I copy the link and I'll post it in here. Yeah, check it out. Look at that. Look at the hashtags he put on there. No nose picking, bro.
So,
Like, why?
no nose picking this time.
Jeez.
It's like I swear he wears odd socks.
Deliberately.
Right. Yeah.
At this point, aren't we picking on the mentally disabled? Like, what the hell is wrong with this?
Yeah, he's reaping what he sowed, man.
You're
Because
right,
he's been.
man. Making me feel bad.
It's he's been balling up his fists, fighting the flat Earth for how many years now? Now what is it that chickens have come home to roost? Is that the way you put it?
It's just still so weird that he's leaning into it. Like, damn, dude.
Yeah, no nose picking. Hashtag no nose picking.
Heath Grayson's made me feel bad. Like if I dissed a picture that my 5-year-old drew and didn't hang it on the fridge.
Damn. I think the spiral has reached a new level, though. Like, it's just. They've gone somewhere else now. And Mick Booger Eater's leading the charge.
But he ain't so tough fighting the flat Earth anymore, is he? Now he's gonna have to pick and choose what he wants to do with himself.
I'll show you when I post it.
Damn, old hoss.
Oh. Yeah. From side chat where I posted. I tagged him too. He did it.
They really say things taste better if there's that.
That's so gross. Was there a hashtag going around? I should have added that hashtag. How funny is that coincidence, though? I'm looking at Craig's stuff and I see things. If things taste better if there's evidence.
Your mic's kind of fuzzy there, Apocrypha.
Oh,
tighten the string on that can.
Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Let me put my speakerphone on. It's my headsets. They're low. Okay. Better?
Yeah, man.
Could be a better.
12 seconds in, I can't listen to the rest of that, Miguel. No. Damn. It's that bad.
It's crazy. Is that true? Katy Perry is regretting Blue Origin space flight after major backlash. I wonder if that's true.
Oh, yeah. Where does that say that?
Someone posted it. It's in an entertainment article. Here, let me try to just look it up to find it. That's what I said. Is that true? Then I can look it up. Katy Perry.
She's just butthurt that nobody's buying her bullshit.
Regrets. Katy Perry. Blue Origin. After backlash. Let's see. She regrets sharing the daisy with the world? What? Hold on. This is weird.
Oh, jeez.
This was 23 hours ago. Yeah, hold on. Let me click on this. Yahoo News. Let me see what they say. Yeah.
This is going to get dragged out. It's gonna be weird drama.
Oh, her post-flight gestures and remarks about the space trip. She regrets the spectacle, including footage of her floating in microgravity while trying to share the set list for her upcoming Lifetimes tour. What? Criticized for tone-deaf moment. Where's the argument? Hold on.
Yeah, Yahoo News has it. That article, actually.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Yeah. Celebrate one appearance.
Told you, Leaf. I told you she can't sing for shit.
She paused, hold her gaze to the sky, then dropped to her knees and kissed the earth. Later, in an emotional post-flight interview, the pop star reflected on an experience describing as a connection to Allah. I don't know. This might be clickbait, but
I haven't found the article. Did you find it?
yeah. Here, I'll post it in the chat, in the side chat. Oops. I was reading it. There you go.
It's on Daily Mail too. Did you see that one?
No, I haven't seen the Daily Mail one, but I'm sure it does show like multiple news sources posting about it.
Yeah, I posted it.
I don't see anything like. Oops. Oh, okay.
Man, I just heard this amazing discussion on PNR. There was like this young Earth creationist Muslim, like, I don't know, master's or doctorate in organic chemistry. And he was just roasting a room full of atheists. Just roasting them.
Right.
Yeah, they were like saying, I want to talk about evolution. He's like, okay, which problem do you want to name first? He's like, you know, like he started listing off this really high level, you know, like scientific words and stuff. He's like, okay, which problem are you going to talk about first? Like graduate level organic chemistry content.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, at the end, they all kind of like ran off, and I was like, dude, I enjoyed listening to you talk. That was like some of the best content I've heard in a while. Like, they got rage baited by themselves. Like, you just talked about like this, hydrolysis issue and catalysm or catalyst. He had a couple things. I asked him to send me some of the information he was talking about. But yeah,
that'd be cool to see like if he was to have like all that itemized as for like an argument, that'd be cool to read that.
Yeah, it was he nailed it. I mean, it was like, hey, if you think these proteins.
I wonder if there's any like a transcript of it or like a recording. I wonder if they recorded.
No, there wasn't recording. It was just a one channel, like a user defined channel, where it was something like I counter atheism or something like that. Yeah, and basically he breaks down that these polymeric protein chains, if they existed in water, the water would be too much pressure. If the water's pushing them together, it would also be too much pressure and it would break the proteins apart. And it was like, yeah, I'm just kind of layman's version of it. I know it's not probably correct, but I mean, he was like, you could tell. This is what I mean. Like when you hear like a globalist will come in here and they like pretend they're an expert, they gotta tell you they're an expert. After hearing this guy talk, you knew 100% that he has, high level advanced degrees in chemistry, in organic chemistry. Like he had to constantly pare down his talking to get it to where someone would understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wish I would have listened to that. I wish I would have recorded that. Hey, Alpha, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Dude, there's something that we could point out tonight too. Like if they come in and start talking about how it's not fake and stuff, even though we clearly see it is. Somebody's pointing out they have the video of like what was provided by the live stream, and apparently when there's two shots that they took when it was parachuting down, and one of the shots it shows it landing like really hard.
Yeah, the thud.
Yeah, the thud. But from one shot, there's no bushes on the ground. It's just dirt. And then the other shot they have, there's bushes. So there's like,
can we see that?
Yeah. I'm gonna post it right now. This dude that you just posted. I'll put in the side chat. I'm gonna look into it though. I don't want to fucking just.
'Cause they haven't. You can't. I mean, well, when it landed, they didn't move it, so there is no explanation of it being moved. So.
Yeah. So look, check it out. So it's like it's two shots. It's like when it was coming down, you'll see it's just dirt underneath, and then when it hits, like up close on the other angle, there's bushes. So I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna go look at the video right now. I just saw it, so I want to go do my due diligence. But I was gonna say this is something we could bring up if it's validated. Like if I look it up right now and say, oh shit, there is. That's a good catch from somebody looking into it. Blue Origin landing. Let me see here. All right. Let me look at it. This is from Thigh News. Okay. Probably the same video as everybody else, to be honest.
It's calling for AI, CGI, or multiple shots.
Yeah. Now it could be two different landings though, two different times. So that's why I want to just double check. You know what I mean? Like I want my due diligence and see what the hell happened. Okay, here we go. I'm looking at it. Land.
Oh,
So
I
it
get it.
lands.
If you can't see, I'll point it out to you.
There's a very soft. Okay, cool. Okay, so I see this one. Yeah, there was just dirt. Now let me try to see the other landing. Okay, so that's that one. It was just dirt. Now we're gonna find out another one if they have a different angle. Let me see here.
So allegedly, yeah, with that one single video, that first shot was showing that it wasn't landing on the bush that it did on the second shot.
Right.
The second angle. So when you look at the second angle, you could see like that different bush that was underneath the thud, like when it landed.
Right.
So when it made contact, there was bushes underneath it on the second shot, but not on the first one.
Right.
That's a good catch. Good fucking catch.
Yeah, let me see if that's the same landing though. Same, same flight or whatever. Okay. There's that one. I gotta see if there's a different angle.
Yes, Katy Perry has a rival.
Oh, I saw that. Oh, I'm sorry, Alpha. Go ahead. I like for a second.
Oh, sorry. Her rival's Keisha, I guess. And it says that she took pleasure in the backlash by posting a photo of herself drinking from a Wendy's cup because apparently Wendy's was thrashing Katy Perry's like space flight on Blue Origin. So there's some kind of like beef going on. It's like fucking dumbass beef, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's is even fucking like backlashing on what she did. So
yeah, she's just angry because they refuse to replace Wendy with her.
Are you guys familiar with the movie Deliverance?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember the scene where it squealed like a pig? No, don't go too much detail.
Isn't it great?
Yeah, don't. I'm gonna say don't say it. Okay, just say yes or no. Yes, I remember that. Scene. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The meme I saw was Katy Perry kissing the ground and not liking it. Here's the guy's name kissing the ground and not liking it. But they had the actor's name or the character's name, I think it was. Like Katy Perry kissed the ground and she liked it. Like Brian or whatever I can't remember the character's name was. I saw the meme, but I didn't think it really mattered. Kissing the ground and not liking it. It's such a boomer meme too, because that movie was like 73 or something like that. Like not many people have seen it. They won't even know the reference. Like
right. Mm-hmm.
So that beef shit, dude, that's just a distract from the fact that shit was fake. Right? Like someone's gonna go, oh, what's the controversy with that Blue Origin thing? And then they go look on the internet and they think it's about her fucking album or some other shit. And they don't see it's about them faking the fucking opening the door.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a comment made by Katy Perry. I'm very disappointed and saddened by the hate. What's it doing to inspire other women and young girls? Please don't ignore that. Fucking hell, dude.
Wow.
See, they're using that talking point right from the very beginning that if you disagree with this, suddenly now you're misogynistic, even if you're a woman. So you've got other women saying, hey, this is dumb as shit. Oh, you're misogynistic. It's like, I'm a woman too, you dumb fuck. I'm criticizing by the way you acted like a bimbo. You're supposed to act like it was scientific and it was scary and it was intense and something worthy kissing the ground over. But you flew up there and like played with butterflies and had designer suits and makeup sessions and it looked like it was some kind of like sleepover, like some teenage sleepover. And then like you put like fort like like instead of like whatever you built like a little house fort rocket ship with the pillows and the blankets and stuff. I mean, it's good that they meant the one thing. Okay, I want to knock it totally. It's good that they did mention the creator and they did kind of cite the overview effect. So I mean, it's one thing that atheists really probably hate this too, that they see these women go into space and talk about the glory of God or goddesses, constantly referencing the supernatural and such a transcending experience. This is why the atheists are probably really triggered about it right now. They're like, you're supposed to come back and like shit on Christianity. They're like, well, no. I mean, like, what are you talking about? This had, like, oh my goddess.
Katy Perry came from like a hardcore devout Christian home. Did you know that? Like a very fundamentalist Christian home, like old school, pilgrim level, fucking. And she said, I think she ran away from home. It was like an interview they made, like, what was her motivation for making the "I Kissed the Girl" song? And she said something like, "It was to get back at my parents. It was to make my parents mad because it was like they were devout Christians." And they weren't allowed to like watch TV or listen to rock and roll. They could only listen to gospel music.
Yeah, she used to be a Christian artist, and she wasn't getting she got nowhere though. She wasn't making money. She wasn't like getting popular. Like she couldn't get like a good contract, so she turned to pop. Pretty much sold her fucking soul at this point, and then she became the biggest star. But yeah, when she did like all these songs that are like clearly like blasphemous, they're like, wow.
Yeah, she sold her soul to the devil, but it was just to get back at her parents.
Yeah, makes sense. A lot of kids do that.
Yeah, straight up one of the 10 Commandments: honor thy mother than father. And she's like, okay, Hollywood, here I come.
Yeah,
how you like me now, mom and dad?
Exactly. Yeah, she's a demon.
Well, she's she's a cheerleader for the demons. The real demons is, yeah. She's not that. The diabolical individuals that run the fucking show, she's not. She's just an actor. I'll be back in a minute.
You know why I love living in the city, dude? It's just a fucking absolute circus. Sitting here on a bench, minding my own business, outside, and just randomly see a dude come around the corner and start pissing on the side of a building.
Oh yeah, I just okay. there's this dude, this anti-flat earther. APOC knows him, and he's kind of was like hovering around flat Earth a couple years ago, and then he sort of fucked off. He had a group of friends, a bunch of gamers and stuff. I'm not even sure how he found us. So anyway, the lore of where he came across. So at some point, he's driving home, and he's drunk, and he stops, pulls over, and he's got to piss. So he pisses, and a cop sees him. And then as he's talking to the cop, he's thinking he can talk his way out of it. And the cop's like, okay, yeah, whatever, you can go. You can go about your way. And the cop just followed him to his car and watched him get in his car. And as soon as he got in his car, then he conducted a DWI. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You just should have walked. You just should have played like you were drunk. He caught you pissing. He let you go and came back like an hour or two later or something like that. You know, like what a dumbass.
Yeah, that would have been the smart thing.
Yeah, I know.
He drive off and then he pulled him over? Because technically getting in your car ain't doing shit, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure all the details. But yeah, so he's on this anti-flat Earth kick now, and on his server he made like surface warfare, and it's all like just really cringe, like naval puns, and I'm like, whatever, dude, just. You know, just next time you go, he posted something about going to the gas station. I'm like, make sure you ask for the bathroom key. You know, don't be pissing on the side of the road like a crackhead. Other than that, it's been kind of a slow day. I mean, just like bouncing around to different servers and like I suppose it's Easter weekend.
It's been like a silly day, more like, and it's been pretty. People that have come in here have been pretty low tier.
I went to the gym today, and when people are talking about, hey, happy Easter, and I keep saying, yeah, we're thankful. I am so thankful that Jesus said, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. You know, I mean, had he not said that, boy, the flood would have looked mild. It's like one that reminds me of a topic, talking to Druz, foolish decisions, God, I'm trying to think of all the other usernames he's used over the years. Cash Mandingo or something like, or whatever. Anyway, we were talking once, and he was like saying, how come Jesus had to say to his dad, forgive them, they know not what they do. And I'm like, yeah, because God didn't have a mortal experience. He doesn't really know what it's like to be afraid, hungry, tired, emotional, reacting outside of logic and reason. So Jesus had to live as a mortal to experience this and then articulate to his father, they do dumb shit for dumb reasons. A lot. All the time. Okay? Like, judge them as individuals, not as collectives. Because as a collective, they are just awful. Just straight shit. And Druss was like, damn, Crit, that's probably the best argument for Christianity I've heard in a long time. Dude, it's just being real. It's looking at the scripture and pulling out the context, the nuggets in it. What does it mean? What does these words mean? Why is no one talking? There's like 40 people in here and no one's saying a single word.
We were waiting for someone like yourself to bring the party.
Do you guys really think the Earth is flat?
Sorry, I gotta stop laughing at the voice.
It's like the idiot voice. Wait, so if water's flat, is the Earth flat too?
Oh yeah, you're bringing the party crit.
It's like feast or famine this last week at work. It's like the middle of the month, super busy, and then going into Easter weekend, bang, just everything, just nothing. There's literally nothing.
Yeah, we're the opposite because it's a tourist town, so we had literally nothing, and now there's fucking 20,000 people here lined up at the shops.
doing is what you even think. What's up, Brian? Welcome in, mate. Don't think I've seen you here before. Live lunch.
No! No! I don't give a fucking you be
Dude, calm down.
He was a bit excited. What's going on, Mr. Banhammer?
I'm currently having a dispute with Epic Games. They have banned me from playing Fortnite of all fucking games, which is somewhat interesting because back in 2019 I installed the game only because a couple of my mates were playing it, and I thought, you know what, stuff it, I'll give it a crack. And I played about 3 games and went, this is fucking shit, and I uninstalled the game. Anyways, there's been modifications and whatnot to the game over the last couple of years, and you're allowed to create personalised rooms where you can limit it to just yourselves so you can run around and have some fun and do silly things. Anyways, I reinstalled the game, I jump on there, turn it on, and it comes up across the screen. Your account has been banned. Appropriate, right? Anyways, so yeah, I haven't played it since probably early 2020 because that's when I uninstalled it. And these numpties will not give me an answer to why the account was banned at all. And yeah, I've sent a couple of emails now, and it's just, please see our ULA, blah, blah, blah. What's the other one? Yeah, it just keeps going round and round in circles. And it's
Yeah, I think
really
it's probably
fucking annoying.
you probably type into an AI and they're just giving you the generic answer.
Yeah, that's what it actually feels like. That's exactly what it feels like. So where are we?
Same on Discord, dude. When I had that fucking account issue, and you
yes,
you write the reply saying, I didn't do anything wrong, and you just get the AI response, sorry, we deem you did. This is the problem, huh? Like, there's no actual human interaction anymore. It just looks at the AI, just looks at the screen and says, sorry.
I put up a comment. So on their actual website, where you log in, there's two sections. There's something portal, where what happens is if you've done something wrong, they send you an email to the registered email account, and it's got a ticket number, and this number's about 32 characters long. And you use that to check on the portal to see what you've done. And it'll say something like you violated TOS, you said something rude, or whatever you violated, that's what the ticket says. Well, I don't have a ticket. So then there's another section that says, if you don't have a ticket, please go here, type your name in and check. There's nothing there. All right, so there's nothing there. So then there's another section. If you can't find anything, please submit a question here. So I submitted the question. It says my account is banned, which I find interesting as the game was uninstalled in 2020. Can I please find out why? And the response, hello, thank you for contacting Epic Games Player Support. I'll be handling your case today. After reviewing your account, our system detected activity that could be considered a violation of game rules. Your case has been reassessed and it has been confirmed that the ban was applied correctly to your account, so no changes can be made. We understand how much you enjoy using your account and having fun in Fortnite, which is why we are strict about any behaviour that could compromise the quality of the game and its players. We sincerely appreciate your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Epic Games Support. So they didn't answer my fucking question, so that was pretty straightforward. So this is where I start sending emails back. Yeah. Thank you for confirming what I already knew. I'm more interested in the why I was banned, as the game was uninstalled in 2020. Regards. And the reply from that one. Hi there. Thanks for reaching us back. I understand how important it is to know the details of the ban, such as the reason or the way the ban was applied. I inform that Epic's game team, we are limited to remove it, change it, or disclose any other kind of information related to it. So they can tell me I'm banned, but they can't tell me why. Furthermore, I'm sharing with you the necessary information about the stance of cheating. And it puts up community rules, terms of service, EULA. We appreciate your understanding in this matter. This is a final decision, has been carefully reviewed from our side. If you have any doubts or concerns related to your Epic account or the rest of the services, please feel free to reach to us back. We will be more than glad to keep assisting you and guiding you as much as we're able to. Best regards, Epic Support. So they haven't given a name yet, so that means no one wants to take responsibility, which is awesome. Where's the next one? Hi, I have not played since 2020. The reason I would like to know what the ban is for is because the game was uninstalled from my PC in 2020. If the ban was applied between mid-2020 and yesterday, this means my account has been accessed by someone else. I have only ever played 3 games. Game 1 and Game 2, I was shot out of the sky. My feet didn't even hit the ground. So I lasted about, 10 seconds, I think it was. Game 3, I landed, couldn't find a weapon and got shot in the head by a shotgun within 10 seconds. So my Fortnite career has been sub 5 minutes. Anyways, the game was uninstalled. My total playtime is less than 5 minutes, including the bus ride in. It took me longer to uninstall it. So I would like to know, number 1, why was my account banned? Number 2, the date it was banned, the time it was banned, and when will the ban be finished? And from the first email, FYI, this is from the first email, was considered an insult. We understand how much you enjoy using your account and having fun in Fortnite. Regards. So they send another one back to me. Hi again. We apologise for the inconvenience of the misunderstanding that occurred when the case was handled previously. We know how important it is to continue playing in the account, and we appreciate your time for appealing the ban. I haven't appealed it. I just want to know what the fuck it was for. So it just shows that they really don't read what's going on. However, we detected suspicious concerns After a thorough review and recheck of the details, no you haven't, we determined that the access to Fortnite has been permanently prevented. As Epic support, we are unable to remove this ban. Additionally, we are unable to disclose any details about the ban to protect our detection systems. Full information about our stance and cheating can be found at the following links. And again, they reposted community rules, terms of service, and a ULA, which I have read through, and none of which I have broken because they won't tell me what I've fucking broken in the first place. So, yeah, I'm stuck in this epic loop of stupidity. Anyways, that's my last day and a bit. But here's the silly part. I can go and create another account and play a free game.
That's definitely an AI response. That's not a person responding to you.
No, like at the start of it, we apologise for the inconvenience of the misunderstanding that occurred when the case was handled previously. They're like an inconvenience of a misunderstanding. That's not an inconvenience of a misunderstanding. That's you fuckwits not reading the initial letter in the first place and me saying I haven't played the game. Like, anyhow, that's my story.
Yeah, you won't get anywhere with that. And it's the same everywhere. They recently blocked all my bank accounts because I was trying to transfer money into crypto. But same thing, I'd go into the bank, talk to the person in there and say, okay, this is what's occurred, this is that. And they're like, oh, sorry, our screen says your account's blocked and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm like, well, what the fuck's the point of coming to talk to me? Yeah. Our screen tells us you're blocked and that's all we can tell you. Like, they won't do anything. You can't, even talking to the person, they don't look at it and try and assess what's going on. They just say, no, our computer says this, so you're fucked.
Yep, exactly. And that's what it feels like. It feels like an AI has just gone, I'm sorry, you're fucked. And that's it. It's just like, insert bloody... insert the fucking music. Where is it? Yeah, I'm sorry, you're fucked.
You should hear me losing it. Freaking customer support when I'm on the phone. Oh my god, I turn to QE when I'm on customer support. The last one I was on, I lost my mind. I was like, hey, what's your favorite color? And he's like, sir, can you please talk about the phone services only? I'm like, hey, what's your favorite phone color? He's like, goodbye.
You said, I'm going to need a citation for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring that up. Thanks, Matthew.
I usually get further than my wife. I used to lose my shit really bad with these people, and it just doesn't get you anywhere. And now it's my wife that does. She said, I'm going to ring that bank and fucking give it to them. And as soon as they get on the phone, she's like, it's my money, it's mine. And they're like, see you later, click. I'm like, told ya.
And that's what they've generated. If you look over the years, they've actually created systems to protect themselves. We don't have to deal with your bullshit because it's all on the phone now. It's like, I remember when I was a kid, Mum going paying the electricity bill. She would actually have to go down the bank, pull money out, and then go down to the actual Australia place and pay the fucking electricity bill. There was someone sitting there. So you'd take your letter that was sent out that says you owe X dollars, and you would hand that to them, and they would say, oh, thank you, ma'am or sir. Your bill is $200, for example. You would hand over the money. If you had any disagreement at the time, you would say, hang on a minute, my bill is 8 times higher than it should be. Please send someone round to fix it. And they'd go, they would look at your last bill and go, indeed, it is wrong. We'd better send someone around and have a look at that. And you would have some form of customer service. Whereas now, there's no one to go and abuse when they've fucked up. They just, oh, you can't yell at us over the phone. Beep, beep, beep. A few of these phone help people need to have a lesson in here one day. They wouldn't last 10 seconds. Holy shit. Crazy. So that means I've got 2 Epic accounts now. One just to play fucking Fortnite with me mates, which we'll probably play about 8 times and stop playing. And then another one for the other one singular game, Borderlands, which I purchased back in or some shit like that. I don't know. Can't remember. Bought it. Crazy. Well,
Did you watch The Magician I sent you? Chris Aynell?
yes. That was so wrong.
Sounds like old Kembo's cooking over in PNR. I'm going down to chase some sheep and goats, so I might flick there for a bit and have a listen to what he's doing.
Oh, what do we got in there at the moment? It's only Aether, Leaf, and Demok in there at the moment. But every now and then it actually gets pretty warm in there. But they like to try to keep it chill, so I try to only listen in there. Every now and then I just flip me shit, but yeah, they like to keep it pretty chill over there.
Yep, DJ the Globe Whisperer.
Oh, I'll have a look. I'll be back.
If you're chasing sheep, word on the street is from our New Zealand mates, Velcro gloves.
I just got to go let them all out. I should really lock my ram up. He is so fat, I think he's going to explode.
Yo, Matthew Learns, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you, when you see things in the news like the Katy Perry space thing and NASA launching stuff to Mars and just stories like that, is any of that suspicious to you? Like, is the moon landing? Are you fully backing NASA?
Oh, I look and see what is the best explanation. So the Katy Perry thing, if you watch the whole thing, like they land and then somebody inside starts to open the door, but then they're like, oh wait, no, we close it again. We're gonna do it from the outside. And then like 2.5 minutes later, they do this big photo op for Jeff Bezos to dramatically open the door, and then they pop out. So. I don't think there's anything more suspicious than just sort of the plain vanilla answer that, oh, they wanted to have a photo op.
So they couldn't get out because they were waiting for the photo op.
Well,
I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, Katy Perry and Jeff Bezos, these are like celebrities that try, they live on PR and that type of stuff. So. And the thing that he had was just a handle. They don't have an outdoor handle.
Celebrities, that's your mental cope in sidestepping the fact that it was all bullshit. I'm a celebrity, therefore it's legit.
What part of it looked fake to you?
It was a whole setup from the get-go.
So, but what about the people who were there in person?
We have to put famous people in space in order to sell it.
but there were people there that watched in person, saw something go up in the
The
sky.
problem is, Matthew, famous people, and that's what everyone does. They're celebrities, therefore it's excusable. And you're cogged this already, which you have, and I'm
No, I don't have
sure
it.
of it, mate. You're a flat earther in disguise. Seriously, you're waiting to retire, and then you're going to join the rest of them.
There were people there watching this in person.
And he'll sidestep it.
You think they went
Was it open to the public?
space?
Was it open to the public? Or
So,
was it?
listen, I agree with everybody who complains that when Katy Perry says, "Oh, this was a historic flight," and we're doing so much research and all this type of, or whatever, no, it was a glorified rich people carnival ride that cost $250,000 for 12 minutes. So they're not accomplishing anything important. And it's basically just a glorified ballistic trajectory, just like that NASA plane that simulates weightlessness, except the weightlessness that lasts for 4 or 5 minutes instead. So I don't disagree with any of that, but I don't think it was fake. I mean, because you can see it happen. I didn't go there, but you can.
Space.
I think they went up and down again, and I think they probably went 100 kilometers high. So I don't have any reason to doubt how high they said they went, but they didn't go anywhere. They just went up and down again.
But again, do you think they went to space?
If you define space as being 100 kilometers, then yes, I would say they went at least that high.
I mean, I could jump 2 feet off the ground and say space.
Right. That's why you need a definition. One definition is the Kármán line, which is 100 kilometers. So they got that high, but still, that's like the lowest part of space. You can barely check the box and say, "Oh, I went to space."
So because they define it as space, that's what it is. So that's why it said you think that is space.
No, I'm saying if we're going to use the word space, you need a definition. And if somebody comes up with the definition, which they did, then they're paying $250,000 just to get that definition check marked.
Let me ask you something. Is there space all around you?
So it depends on what you mean by space. I mean, another way to define space is like room to do something. Yes, I could stand up because there's space above my head.
Right. So the definition of what they call space is just meaningless then.
No, it's not meaningless. It's just words can have multiple meanings, and when you're talking about space travel, it typically means more than 100 kilometers high.
It's arbitrary.
Right.
So it's meaningless.
Arbitrary doesn't mean meaningless. We agree on meaning.
If you're referring to space, you're referring to outside of our atmosphere, right?
You're either roboting or I'm hearing you roboting.
No, he's roboting. I didn't hear what he said. So I agree that it's arbitrary because it's kind of like a slow gradient of pressure that gets thinner and thinner. And so what are you going to say counts as outer space? A definition that many people have agreed on is 100 kilometers.
Alright, can you hear me now, or am I still roboting?
No, you're fine now. I don't know what happened earlier.
Well, I was just saying that when people when people say space, they're just referring to outside of our atmosphere, right? I mean, that's what they mean.
Yeah, but there's no hard line of here's atmosphere and here's not. It's sort of a gradual gradient, and so that's why there's different definitions. And so 100 kilometers seems to be a fairly good definition.
What's a kilometer in feet? That's like more than a mile, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. It's like 3,000 feet or something like that.
So it's like 1.3 miles.
There's no point beyond which
The other way around.
air doesn't continue to expand.
The other way around?
Yeah, there's 1.6 kilometers in a mile.
Oh, yeah, I had it backwards.
If either of you are sitting on a computer, a little calculator, especially a PC, go on calculator. Up in the top left corner, there's 3 little lines. Click on. You can use
Mic check,
converters and shit like that. Yeah, you're good.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. Sorry, did you?
I just wanted to ask Matthew something.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Matrix, you were coming in a little bit low, but go ahead.
Yeah, he is ticking low. So are you saying that there's no point beyond which the Earth's air, the gases, continue to expand into?
Say that again. There's no point to which. Yeah, they just.
So there's no point beyond which they don't continue to expand into the gases.
There's not.
No point. Okay, so there's no outer space then.
Well, it becomes so thin that it's functionally outer space, and that's why you need to come up with.
So the entirety of the universe is Earth's atmosphere.
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay, so there's a system. There's a system, and then there's that's not part of another system. There's two separate systems.
It's a fuzzy boundary, the atmosphere versus non-atmosphere.
No, there's either two separate systems or there isn't. Which one is it?
Well, there's not two separate systems. It's a fuzzy boundary, like I said.
Okay, so the entirety of the universe is Earth's atmosphere, and it's all one Earth system.
No.
Okay, so where is there two separate systems? Is there Earth system, and then there's the outer space vacuum system?
Yes.
Right, two separate systems. So one gaseous pressurized, one not.
Yeah, I see what you're saying in that sense, yeah. Now, it's a fuzzy boundary, though.
I don't care what you say. There's either two separate systems or there's not.
Right.
Where's the boundary?
It's a fuzzy boundary, so we have to arbitrarily define it.
That doesn't sound very scientific.
Yeah, neither does the difference between a hill and a mountain.
What the fuck?
But we're not comparing hills and mountains.
No, I'm saying our language is fuzzy sometimes. There are a lot of non-binary descriptions of.
When have you definitely reached the vacuum of outer space?
I'd say you definitely reached it. 1 million miles away. That's for sure.
1 million miles away. He said he's got his boundaries going real far, right? They're going to cover the bases.
I mean, even 900,
my bases a bit.
900,000 is probably close enough.
So that's how far you're pushing Earth's atmosphere out to, then, Matthew.
No, I was saying that's how. Miles. If I'm that far, then I know that it's outside of Earth's atmosphere.
So where's Earth's atmosphere then?
It's fuzzy, so we arbitrarily pick a boundary.
Yeah. How about you use the word fuzzy again, and I'll fucking ban you. Stop being a coward and put your fucking balls on the line and give a fucking number. You're supposed to be a mathematician.
I've been banned enough that whenever I get threatened with banning, I leave immediately. So I think I'm going to leave.
Soak.
Right? Yeah, I got to go.
That's it? Really? Just
don't leave.
Okay, I mean, no.
Well, no. Hey, Matthew, I'm going to ban you.
I've been banned 40 times from this place.
Not for me, right? Have you ever been banned from me?
No.
Okay, so if I said I'm going to ban you, would you still go?
If you're here, I won't go leave because.
Okay.
You know the funny part.
I'm just kind of curious because it seemed like that's like that all or nothing. You seemed more intellectually honest than that.
I should say there's a fuzzy line between being banned and not banned.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So Matthew, so Matthew, when I was saying it's arbitrary, it's practically meaningless because arbitrary means random. It's a random choice.
Say that again. What's the random choice? I'm not understanding.
Arbitrary. The meaning of the word.
No, it means it's like they pick and choose where it's supposed to be. Like one person, they probably don't agree. I would say if you went from space agency to space agency,
read the definition. It says it's based on a random choice.
Oh yeah, not based in any sort of systematic approach. It's
Exactly.
Like, yeah, so one space agency could say the Kármán line is at 62 miles. Another space agency says 30 miles. Another space agency says, no, once you stop measuring off Earth's surface and start measuring, from the core, like when you go to the moon, do you say I'm 240,000 miles above sea level? It's like astrophysically, you start measuring from center to center. Like same thing with a city. Like if you go from like Chicago to Milwaukee, you're not, judging from the edge of the suburb to another edge of a suburb. You kind of go in between the two cities. Like the point A, you I'm stepping in, right?
Yep.
So like why do you, I guess Matthew, this is what I'm saying. Why pick one and not the other? What is your systematic reasoning to say this is space, this is not space?
You're absolutely right. The different agencies have had different numbers over the years. In fact, I think that the NASA in the 50s or something, it was something like 50 miles. The reason that people have chosen the Kármán line as kind of like as good as any other is because it's a nice even number, 100 kilometers, but also it's about that high at which the lift you can get from aerodynamic lift from flying is less than the lift you get from orbital speeds. So you can orbit above that line. So that's why they chose it. But you're right, it's arbitrary.
So it's practically meaningless.
Yeah, in practical purpose, it's useless. It's literally useless.
I don't think arbitrary means useless. I mean, in fact, for this arbitrary. Yeah, but if you're just going to talk with other people about whether it's space or not, then it's helpful to define it more specifically.
Yes, I'm saying, but it isn't defined. It's just arbitrary. Just say, here's a line, and here is space.
This is where I'm going to say space is.
I think it's actually quite the opposite. It seems not more useful. It's almost like counter. It's damaging. Because it's getting people to think. Like if you were to just say, walk up to an average person, where's outer space? They think like, on the Mars. Like Mars is in outer space. And you say, well, what if I told you outer space is 62 miles, about 2 millimeters off Earth is where space starts? They'd be like, yeah, that's dumb as shit. That's not outer space. What the fuck are you talking about? Outer space is like Jupiter and Saturn and like, the belt of Orion and crap, like galaxies, and that's way out there. Maybe not even the solar system. When you're talking about outer space, it's outer. It's way out there. And so it's got this misnomer where people think like, hey, where's the ISS? It's on the edge of the solar system or something. They really don't know how to articulate it because the word outer space just means atmosphere at a higher altitude than one would normally go.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it outer space if you're like 101 miles, but I don't know what the difference between space and outer space is, but yeah,
I would say. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying 100 miles or 100 kilometers seems Kind of like a nice even number. So why not use it?
I would say outer space would start when you stop measuring from sea level.
Okay. Yeah. But okay.
Where would that be?
Seems reasonable. Where would that be?
Yeah. What do you think? Where would you stop? Is it no longer feasible to say I'm like 20,000 kilometers off sea level? I mean, like where would it be at?
Oh, above sea level versus above the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Like I'm saying, like in the category with the moon, did they say they were 240,000 miles above sea level? Or were they going from the center of the moon to the center of the Earth and saying that is 250,000 miles?
Yeah, I see what you're asking. I don't know. I assume it's center to center, but I don't know.
Yeah. Astrophysically measuring distances. Like when you were to say the Andromeda Galaxy is, I don't know, like whatever, 17 light years away above sea level.
Yeah, 17 light years plus 25 meters because I'm standing on a hill, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or no, minus, I mean. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. In that case, it seems like low Earth orbit, 200, 300, 400 miles above sea level, is measuring above the sea level because it's a significant portion. The radius is a significant portion. Even with geostationary satellites, which are allegedly 25,000 miles, I think that's probably above the surface of the Earth instead of above the center of the Earth. But that's a good question. I don't know.
Check this out. This is what Google said. I just Google it. Hey, when would you stop measuring above sea level? The answer: the Kármán line is a commonly accepted boundary between the Earth's atmosphere and outer space. This is at 62 miles above sea level. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is why, like, people need to know how useless Google is. At what elevation would you no longer stop measuring above sea level? Oh, that's 62 miles above sea level. That's when you'd stop. It's like when they talk about the ISS. They always say we're 250 miles or whatever, 200 miles above sea level. So it's got to be higher than that. So what the furthest most atmospheric layer is like the exosphere. It's like, what, 200,000 kilometers, about halfway.
That sounds right. I don't know all of the details.
Okay, how about this? What if you had to go to a spot where you were no longer being affected by Earth's gravity? You're like the equilibrium, that Earth and the moon's gravity were about equally pulling on you. Or you move far enough away from Earth where now the sun's gravity is affecting you. And the Earth has been factored out completely.
Yeah, where the Earth is no longer the strongest gravitational force. That seems reasonable too. I just looked up the geostationary orbit. They say is 22,300 miles, and they say that above the surface, not above the center. So even 20,000 miles are saying above the surface.
Yeah, so they're kind of fucked up there. So I googled it. At what distance does the Earth's gravity stop affecting you? There is no distance. It's an infinite distance. Earth's gravity extends out infinitely in all directions. Huh. That sounds geocentric to me.
Well, they'd say the same thing about the sun, so...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I was kind of getting at, that it's like... there